not gonna turn down help.
That's what's up. Y'all know what to do. Y'all the first ones in the room. Hit those heart me's, get those shares out, so we can get more people in here, get some good conversations. Go and tap up the live. For the last couple of lives, we've hit over 1,000 viewers, and we've had pretty consistent conversations, not having to beg people to come up. So that makes it a lot easier, for us to be able to get through the 11 hours. So I appreciate y'all for that. And of course, the engagement depends on y'all. Y'all know that we don't have to give y'all that speech. That TikTok put the onus on y'all to determine whether or not this is a live that they should recommend. We are level B5. So I am going to start talking about that level because I think that's what's going to help us get to more people, and grow the live so we can have more quality conversations. So if we could, let's set a goal to move from League B5 to League B4 by the end of the week. Like, let's move up in the goals so that we can get to higher quality conversations. Because TikTok does group their viewers, so we need to get to the higher quality. And I hate that. I really hate that because it sounds like I'm calling people low quality viewers, but I'm not saying that. TikTok is. So we need to get higher in the league so they'll recommend us to more people. And that's up to y'all, for us to get higher in the for us to get recommended to more people. Want to say what's up to the YouTube family. We just got on. Go ahead and shout out in the comments if you are there. Say hello. Make sure that you smash the like button when you come in and share the stream. What's up, Chicago?
Hey, two things before I get into my character. Because, hey, how you doing? Because I know some of y'all don't know the difference between me having a character and me being a real person because y'all don't get to know me, but that's fine. You know who you are. I said your shades were strong. Anyway, two things too. I know you're trying to get up to that B4 thinker. If you could, I will recommend trying to get up. Oh my God, Josh, I love you. I love you. I love you so
Thank y'all.
Zena May. Look at Zena May. I love you too, Zena May. But yes, if you could try to get on, because they do reset right at 11. Now I know, depending on what your schedule look like and stuff like that, because you got so much of a good help, toward the, in the beginning and stuff, then you get it toward the end. Hey Sophie, I would definitely try to think that, if you can get on at least a half an hour to an hour before reset and kind of see where we at. Because the thing is, when you do go live, and
Oh,
we can
okay.
talk later about it and go into depth. I don't want to bore the people or whatever strategy. But at least what I would recommend is we look at the time, because you come on right now, which is reset, and everybody kind of on there doing it. Hey everybody, hey Chitty Chitty, and you come on right at the reset time. So when reset, that's why it looks like this, but then it kind of dropped towards the end of the night too. So you may benefit by doing it, have everybody kind of go strong, because you do have all your strong supporters right before that reset time as well. So that hour difference may be something that actually may help you just a little bit more, keeping that's going.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So we'll talk later about that. But anyway, let me go back to my spiel. My character. 'Cause, oh my God, I used my platinum ultra super chocolate Dragon Plus card. Oh my goodness. If there was a God, he would make a wonderful card like this, which will allow me to come up here and spill my nonsense to this wonderful theologian destroyer who
I
called
am not no theologian.
Destroyer. I said, did you hear the last part?
Destroyer.
Oh, theologian destroyer.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the destroyer was the. I thought. Never mind.
Can you let me do my thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Jesus. See, that's why they be looking, getting all crazy. Like, oh, Chicago John, he the same person as Senator.
I'm just saying. I thought the theologian's name was destroyer. I didn't know you were saying I was destroying theologians.
It's
I
all right.
thought you named me. Never mind.
It's okay.
I'm
We
just
good. We're
saying.
good. We
Okay.
just keep going. Anyway, I love my super check awesome card, but I can just come up here for 5 minutes or less than that, just so I can come do it right before I go to bed. So if you want to be a part of that legendary and be a baby dragon out there, just go ahead and get that subscription. If you grab that subscription, you too can come up here and a knife fight with a Christian and stuff. Fight with their crosses and everything. Like they got shields and swords and the Holy Bible, and you got thinkers, wits, and brains and lords, and then you got the singing, dancing pink beards. You got all your people. So if y'all can go ahead and get that Dragon Platinum card. Now, granted, I have the Ultimate Super AMX Dragon Plus Blue Eyes White Dragon card, which is amazing. It's a special edition, but y'all will have it too at one point.
What's the
So
difference between your card, your dragon card, and anybody else's?
my card comes with a special song from Thinker that is you never hear me trying. You never see me going back and forth. It comes with a old that's the only difference. A special edition card that I can listen to. Gave it a 1,000 listenings in the course of her so many years of her having it on YouTube. So yeah, I love that song.
I
So
don't know what song you just sung.
you know that
That
song,
wasn't my song.
the one where you look like the Cheetah Girls.
That was not my song that you just sung.
Not Cheetah Girl. You see me flying. You see me walking down the street.
You singing the wrong damn song. That ain't my song.
I'm paraphrasing, but you know how
You can't paraphrase a song.
I can paraphrase your song. At least you listen to the hum. That's all I'm saying. I am crying because nobody listened to me. My mom
Hold
listened to me tonight. So I love that
Bro,
song.
I don't know
Why
what
are
you
you like
singing,
this?
homie.
What do you?
I have no idea what you are singing.
Oh my goodness! You're
I
not
don't.
gaslighting me on my own favorite
I'm
song.
gaslighting you.
Oh my god! Hold on. Oh, give me 2 seconds and I'll.
No, no. What I'm saying is the song that you are singing is not my song.
You just sang the song. You just went ahead, went to the closest '90s mall, shopped around, and found the Cheetah Girl outfit, laid down on one of those Moesha pillows, and let them film you from above while you looking
Oh
like that
my
you were doing
gosh.
Cheetah Girl 3, Electric Boogaloo, or whatnot. That you telling this is a lie. I'm oh my. Goodbye everybody. I can't deal with this tonight.
Oh my god, he ain't got no sense.
Foolishness.
He has no sense whatsoever. But how the hell do you paraphrase a song, Chicago? What's up, Nelly?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about just how about friend next to me? How you doing?
I'm amazing. How about you?
Well, I'm still in the land of the living. That's how I look at it. I'm still here.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me say what's up to the YouTubes. What's up, Six Some Gross? What's up, Ashe, Tanisha, Chris? What's up? Let's see. Yeah, I think that's all that's over there. I saw a Christian over there calling us scoffers. But I guess thank you for being here and the engagement in the chat. But if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Yeah, I was telling them I didn't think I was going to be able to go live tonight because I've been without internet all day.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, yeah,
Was a
and
power outage or something?
it's a storm here, and somehow the network got damaged in my neighborhood because of the storm. And so the internet came back up right at 10:30. And I was sending a message to the Discord to tell them that I wouldn't be able to do the live tonight. And then I decided to do a modem reset to see if possibly, right, I just needed to like reset the modem and the outage was cleared, and then it came back up. But
Wow.
yeah, but I did get a $20 discount. I mean, a $20 credit, and they gave me a $60 discount for a year for the trouble. So
Oh, it ain't still storming
thank
down that
you,
way, is it?
thank you, Jamal. Um, no, the rain has stopped.
Okay.
Yeah, but still, it was irritating because like I can't stand being bored. Like And then I don't got to the point where I like listening to the K dramas in the background while I study.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just fucked up my whole routine. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But I did get to watch Javarius's live today. I don't normally get to sit in lives, but I did sit in Javarius live a little bit today, so I could have some noise in the background. And Javarius had an interesting live.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He had a bunch of, you know, the type of male Christians that come in here, like the Hebrew Israelites,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
yeah, he had a lot of those, but not necessarily claiming to be Hebrew Israelite, but the saying the Hebrew Israelite rhetoric, the Ethiopian is the oldest Bible rhetoric, but these were like little boy like whining a lot to a man. You know, like it just seemed weird, like the way they were responding to Javarius was kind of interesting versus how they respond to us in here, to me, being a woman. Like it just, I don't know. They were very childish with it. Like even more so than in here. It
Yeah,
was interesting.
I was I'm parked at a truck stop, so I walked over because they got like a Family Dollar thing over there, and I went over there. I said I'm gonna get me some bread because I like peanut butter and jelly, so I went over there to get me some more bread. Walked over there, and some Hebrew Israelites are standing right there on the corner by the stop sign, and I had to walk past them. And you know, they said, my brother, let me talk to you."
Did you talk to him?
Uh, Briefly, I didn't even want to get it. It was too hot. I didn't want to get off into it. So I'm just listening to what they're saying the whole time. I'm just looking at them. You know, I'm trying everything in my power to keep from laughing at them in their face because I just think they look silly running around with robes and wearing ancient Roman battle cufflinks and canes, and I'm like, I'm sitting there, and so finally one of the he said, "Man, you find something funny?" I said, "Yeah." I said, I mean, y'all dress, man, like, why do y'all dress like this, man?" I said, "This is, you talking about ancient times, and y'all running around here. I mean, it's like a masquerade to me. You know, it's like a Halloween party or something." And you don't know nothing about your history. That's the problem right there. I said, well, I stopped him right there. I just said, well, I'm not going to get into it. I said, right now, I'm just going to get me some bread and I'm done. I said, so y'all go ahead, do your thing. And, you know, of course, you know, I'm walking out. You don't want the message, brother. You don't want the message. You know, all that old mess. Man, I just think it's hilarious. When I see them and they wear them fringes, or every shirt they got fringes on it, I'm like, man, come on, y'all.
It's because they take it from the law. Y'all make sure y'all feeding the beast so that we can get more people in here. We're 22 minutes into the stream. The guest box is empty. Mr. Paychecks, are you in the guest box on purpose or on accident? Nelly, did you see the video where the Hebrew Israelites were on the street and they were saying that the black man has allowed given the black woman too much freedom, and the guy was like, and guess, do you know what the black woman gave the black man in exchange for that freedom? 250,000 dead babies through abortion.
What?
Yeah. Did you see that video?
No, I didn't see that video.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
I just commented on his page. I said, "You mean 250,000 less child support cases?" Because that's what it would turn out into. Like,
That's a hell of a comeback.
yeah, like you up here on the fucking street corner with a fucking megaphone talking about the black woman gave the black man 250,000 dead babies in exchange of him giving her too much freedom. Like, bitch, you would be on the street corner had she had those $250. Babe, talking about the black woman got the black man in jail, in child support for 250,000 babies that she otherwise could have not had because she had freedom. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, you just want to complain about some shit. You just want to yell in a fucking microphone.
Well, they don't like to hear my argument, when I'm just talking about men in general. They don't like to hear the argument that I have when it comes to that, all the women independence, all the, them women stepping up to the plate, doing shit for themselves and rising far and above even what men has accomplished in the past. Women has surpassed that. And my comeback for that is this: you don't like the, and please don't take offense to this, but you don't like the monster you created. Because I look at it like this: women had to step up to the plate. They had to do all of this because we wasn't doing it. It's the truth, and men don't like to hear that. But the fact is that it's no different. You back something in the corner, they gonna come out fighting. You back anything in the corner, they gonna come out fighting. So now you mad because of what you didn't do. Now they are doing, and now you saying they out of line. Men think that way, but at the end of the day, we're the ones did it. Us men did that. The
I don't know
treatment of
what
women.
freedom. I'm confused on the word freedom though. Like, what freedom is it that black men think they gave black women?
I
Black
don't know
men
about
didn't
the
give.
I don't know
Yeah,
about the freedom part of it. I just know that men did not men didn't step up to the plate like they were supposed to. Men, I mean, even in my day, and I feel I ain't gonna say it started with my generation, but I seen a lot. I seen how men used to use women. I seen how men would rely on women to take care of them, and thought it was some, thought it was, good. Yeah, man, she just brought me 1,000. Yeah, dog. You know, and I'm looking at this, and I look back on my past, and I seen how men treated women, and it just got worse. It just got worse, you know. Uh, like I said, yes, there's a difference between girls and boys. Of course, there's a difference between us, but at the same time, men can't go around treating women the way they've been treating them and not expect them to rise. I mean, I'm sorry, you just can't do that. You can't go around treating women bad and doing the things that you do and running over people and not expecting them to rise. Because especially black women, I mean, we rise. That's what we do. We rise. That's history. So that's the reason why when I hear men talk about, now they want to be the man, they want to be this, and then they don't know how to stay in a woman's place and all this old mess. I'm like, I ask them, well, what is a woman's place? They can't tell me that. They can't tell me what a woman's place is. They just feel
shit. They
it's
do be
behind
saying
me.
that. They be saying a woman's place is behind the man, or a woman's place is beside the man. A woman's place is in the kitchen. A woman's place is having babies, creating my lineage. That's why they up there screaming about abortion, because they in a race with the white man to have more people on earth than them.
Well, any man and this is not to dog us men out, but I will say this, you know, can't no man outthink no woman. Just can't. I'm sorry, you can't. You might think you can, but you can't. You can't outthink no woman.
Like, I don't quite understand them screaming on a sidewalk about women's having the right to decide whether or not they want to carry a pregnancy, to term, but they aren't screaming on the sidewalk about men not taking care of their kids or about the number of men who walk away from their children because the mama don't want to fuck them no more. Like, take care, like, fix what's here first before you start screaming about what could have been. Like, and then on top of that, like, you screaming about what the fuck, you can't get them back. If the woman has already had an abortion, you screaming on the fucking sidewalk into a megaphone ain't gonna change the fact that that abortion has already been had. What the fuck? Talk about some shit that you can change, some shit that you can fix.
Yeah.
And the reality is that there are a lot of children who women did decide to carry to term, and the daddies decided to walk the fuck away. Scream about that shit.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, it's you won't hear that. You're not gonna hear that argument. You're not gonna hear that. But men need to, us men, we need to realize that, you know, carrying a life inside, just looking at it from the outside. Now, I wouldn't know nothing about it, but just looking at it from the outside, I mean, that just can't be no easy task. Number one. Number two, I feel that it is possibly a danger to the woman that's carrying the child. She's putting her life on the line to give a life. So I just don't feel a man has a right to challenge that. I can't see, why a man would even feel he has the right to challenge that, because we have no earthly idea what that's like. We can speculate, we can guess, we can do all these things and see what's going on the outside, but at the end of the day, we don't got the right to challenge that, and that's just how I personally feel about it.
God gave me balls. That's why. And God said my balls have dominion.
Well, technically, your mama gave you balls, son.
Well, that's what they believe. They believe that because Adam was created from dirt first, that means that they can tell a woman what to do.
Why do they do that? I mean, this is 2025. With all the stuff that we know, all the science we know, all the things that we know about the universe, the human body, and everything, how can you still believe that woman was made from a man's rib when you look?
Because there are still women who believe that.
That's crazy. That is the craziest thing I ever heard. I mean, and when you break it down to a science level, everything from the rooter to the tutor about a man comes from a woman.
But there's not a lot of reality and logic and science in this religion, right? So asking, like, when they're on the sidewalk screaming that their God is going to make them the fucking rulers of this earth through UFOs and angels, why are we expecting them to, understand that there ain't nothing in society, anything in nature that reflects that fucking garden story? It's not in them to even think logically like that. They're waiting on UFOs. They're waiting on aliens to come and fight their battle for them.
How do you say the word femininity? How you say it?
Femininity.
Yeah, femininity. That word right there. I mean, that had to be. I'm sorry.
Hold on for a second, Nelly. Y'all, I need y'all to please help me out. Please. I don't see the likes going. The shares ain't moving. I don't see the gifting. In order for us to get some people in this room, I know y'all are comfortable. Y'all in the bed, you rubbing your feet together. You got your cover around your neck, and you about to fall to sleep. help us out so we're not sitting here in the middle of the night waiting, trying to get people in here. We trying to be here when y'all wake up because we know y'all about to go off to dreamland, and then y'all gonna want us to be here when you wake up. And the only way that's gonna happen is if we having consistent conversations in here. So before y'all go to see Dreamland, help us out, please. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Sorry, Nelly. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just saying that, I mean, like I said, just based on reality, that had to come first. There's no other explanation. There's no well masculinity came first. There's no way. I can't see a way. I can't. Not with science, not with nothing. I cannot see a way that masculinity came first. No matter whether you take it to a human standpoint, to an animal standpoint, it does not matter.
But think about it, like, why are they fighting for that? Because it literally is saying that men were made out of dust and women were made out of bone, a more sturdier substance, a stronger substance, right? A substance that is rejuvenating, right? That, I mean, regenerates, like it's regenerative. Um, but it's literally saying that they are made out of something that you could just blow away. Why are they fighting for that type of creation? You know, like, and you know what I'm saying? Like,
And especially, I
and
mean,
then
really, the argument sounds good though because
I mean, we were made first, okay, Pinocchio, and I mean, and like you're not a real boy,
well,
right?
shoot,
Like you're a puppet, and like when you think about it in the story, Adam, Adam is a do boy. The God creates him, and the God's like, I can't do much with this motherfucker because he like I can only say do, and he gonna do, right? He brings the animals to Adam, name them. Adam does it, right? He brings the woman to Adam, name her. Adam does it. Eve, however, contemplates. She inquires, right? When she's talking to the serpent, she asks, she's like, wait, he did say that if we touch it, if we eat it or if we touch it, like she adds to it, then we may die. Like she's analyzing the tree, and she's like, it does look like the other trees. It does look like food. Looks like it might be good. Being wise, like, God, man, that might be a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Like she's probably looking at Adam like this motherfucker do boy. I'm sick of his ass. I wonder what's on the outside. Like if I eat this, can I get away from his ass? Like she's probably thinking all kind of shit, right? But you never see that type of characteristics assigned to Adam. Then it says Eve ate it. So she made the decision. She had decision making capabilities, right? She made the decision to eat, and then she gave it to her husband who was with her, and he ate. So he was with her. He didn't say shit. Y'all want to speak up and yell through megaphones 8,000 years later when your ass should have been yelling through a fucking megaphone at the serpent. Like the serpent is in the garden talking to the woman, and the dude boy just stood there and watched.
mm-hmm.
Didn't say anything.
Right. They
And
don't
y'all
see
want to get
it.
up here and like she cheated on him with the snake. He fucking watched. According to the story, he ain't say nothing. 8,000 years later, complaining about that shit. That's like,
That's wild to me because, like he said, it does not say she went and found Adam. It does not say none of that. It says she turned to Adam, and he also ate. So Adam was standing right
well,
there
it
the
didn't
whole
say she
time.
turned. It just say then she gave to him who was with her. So because if you say it say she turned and it don't say that, that's
Wait a minute.
a
One of
gotcha.
the
It doesn't say
Bibles
she
say
turned.
that. Hold on. Let me look. 'Cause I could have sworn I read that. Maybe it was in a different version of the Bible. But one of them Bibles say that. Let's see. Was it? It ain't King James. It might be NIV that says. I could have sworn I
I'd
read
be
that.
surprised if the NIV says she turned around. Let me see.
One of them said, I can't just, I could have sworn I read that. Let me see.
I know it said then she gave to him, to her husband who was with her.
That's, let's see.
Because one of the arguments that they have whenever whenever I bring this up, like this theory pisses them off. It pisses them off bad. But they say, well, just because it says he was with her, that means he was with her in the garden. She walked to where he was. That's their
And she gave some. That's what that.
thing.
I thought I should say she turned. I don't know where am I getting that from.
Probably in your mind, right? Like he's with her, she turns around and she gives it to him. But I like as many times as I've presented this theory to a misogynist, they stick with that comma. Like when it says she also gave some to her husband, comma, who was with her. They create their a new scene within that comma. It's like, oh, that means that they were in the garden together and she walked to where he was and gave him some. He wasn't there during the conversation. Like they insert that. That's how I know it doesn't say she turned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. It was in my head. I mean, I haven't read this in so long, but yeah, it does say that it said desired to make wise. She took of the fruit, therefore did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her. But it does say with her.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like he was there. He didn't stop it, right? He
No,
didn't
he
he
didn't.
didn't stop and then he didn't speak up. He didn't say to Eve, I'm not eating that because God said that I'm not supposed to. You eat it. If you're gonna eat it, you're gonna suffer on your own. He ate it with her, right? Which
Mm-hmm.
means that either he's a fucking do boy because he blamed her, right? It was the woman you made for
Oh
me,
yeah.
right? That he blamed the God, then he blamed the woman, right? He didn't take any credit whatsoever. And so either he did not have the capability to say no, right? Because he was a fucking do boy, because he was made from dirt, and he didn't have that many capabilities. Or I think that's the only. Actually, I don't think there is an or, because he didn't. He like
No.
that's
It
all
was
he was. Like he was like a paper stick character.
well, not only that, look at the punishment. What was Adam's punishment besides
To do
sweat?
what he was already doing and eating,
Exactly.
and then he got to upgrade on food. He would eat bread. Like they weren't eating bread in the garden. He's like, oh, now you're not gonna just eat leaves. You're gonna eat bread. Okay. Now I'm eating shrimp. Now I'm eating hamburgers. I eat all kind of bread. I eat bagels. I eat muffins, cornbread. Great punishment, God.
Yeah, that's something that I always used to ask Christians. I asked them, "Well, tell me what Adam's punishment was," because his punishment was exactly what he was made for. Besides sweat, I think sweat when it's sweat involved, sweat of the brow, something like that.
Yeah.
That was it.
Well, yeah, that's it. I think too because of that, right? It caused preachers or theologians to not really consider the fact that Adam was created for the purposes of being a groundskeeper. And when they created this story, it sets the tone that Adam didn't sweat, even though he was doing groundkeeper work. He was, cultivating the land, and so he didn't have sweat glands first. So
Right.
his punishment was that he now has sweat glands because he's doing the same work. Right? He's tilling the ground. Yeah, you till the ground in the garden, but now that you till the ground outside the garden, you're gonna sweat.
Yeah. Yeah, mind-boggling.
Yeah,
But Eve, ooh, the woman, Woo! Yeah, buddy. They put the punishment on the woman is is
To
severe.
whom much is given, much is required. Isn't that this God's motto? To whom much is given, much is required. Eve was created to be an Azar, which is the helper or the like the opposite strength, right? Uh, to Adam. So she was honestly like from my interpretation, she was given more capabilities than Adam was given. So her punishment would be greater.
Yeah,
And then like if you look at it, think about it. Think about it. Like her punishment was that the man would rule over her. And if that was always the case, then that wouldn't be a punishment, right? So there was a reversal of roles there in that story. The story is literally downgrading the woman in that story and elevating the man. That's why I say it's an etiological tale about the evolution of humanity, right? From hunter gatherer to agriculturalist, from matriarchal societies to the patriarchal society, explaining, why we as humans went from being completely naked to wearing leaves to wearing animal skin as clothing. Why and snakes don't have legs, right? Like out of all the animals in the ancient Near East, like snakes were very popular in almost every culture in the ancient Near East, and so it just explains like the story is saying, oh, this is why snakes don't have legs, right? This is why man has to work for their food. Because think about it, like at that time, can you imagine the person writing this? They must have been mad as a motherfucker at their boss. somebody somebody was like putting pressure on them, right? Like and they didn't like the fact that they had to pay for their food or work for another person just to eat, right? And so they're saying, and this is why man has to work for their food, and why they have to sweat out in the sun all day. This is why women have pain through childbirth. Like it's just answering the questions that they had in society at that time, right? But we ignore the fact that the story is literally saying that the woman is getting downgraded here as a punishment, and man is being elevated over her as her punishment. And so, if that is the case, then that means that she was above him first.
it would seem logical. It would seem logical based on that story. Yeah, that's wow.
They don't like hearing that. They don't like hearing that.
No, they don't like hearing strength either. It's another one I always bring up. Is mental strength. And I'm not saying that there's not men out there that are very strong and mentally, besides physically, just mentally strong. But if you were to just weigh out the options, I mean, just weigh out, I'm not saying it right, but you know what I'm saying. Weigh it out, line them up, and do the count. Women's mental strength is it surpasses men's mental strength by a long shot. It just does. I mean, I'm a man, and I can say that because I can look back at all the mothers, the strong black mothers out there. I'm not saying it wasn't a lot of strong black men out there, because it was. But if you lay out apple for apple, there's no comparison. They're
I
just
do
that.
think that there's a lot of strong black brothers, but there's also, some that ain't about it.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
yeah,
Well, yeah. You gonna always have, you gonna always have the ones that just, that they didn't upgrade.
yeah.
You gonna always have that. They still in prototype level.
Mr. Paychecks, are you up here? First off, hi, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. It's MX.
Oh my God. This
It's
whole
okay.
fucking time I thought that said Mr., even in the
It's
Discord.
okay.
Me too.
It's okay. It's okay. I just had a quick question because I know you have like a couple different levels of sub, and I wanted to know. And I know you do like a, excuse me, you do like a 2 month sub before you get in the Discord. So I wanted to know like what level of sub you had to be subscribed at to get into your Discord.
Level 2. You're on level 1 right now. Did you just become a sub?
Yeah, somebody gave me one.
Yeah. So because you're in Christina's Discord, I'm familiar with you, we can go ahead and get you in. Like I
Okay.
honestly thought you were already in my Discord.
No, not yet.
Yeah, we can go ahead and get you in since I'm familiar with you. Like the 30-day is just to protect us from people we don't know
Yeah,
that are
no,
trying
for
to.
sure. I
Yeah, yeah,
definitely understand that.
yeah. But if you just reach out to one of the mods and they can get
Okay.
you a link.
All right, I'll do that. That was all. I was just curious.
Okay.
All right,
All
thank you.
right.
Have a good night.
You're welcome. You too. That's crazy. This whole time I thought that we be talking in the damn Discord, Christina Discord. And this whole time I thought I was talking to a man. I did not know.
So shift.
Just tight. Did you come up on accident?
Sound like
I
it did.
did.
That's okay. I'll take you down. Have a good
Can you
one.
hear me?
Okay. Yep.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. Bye
You're
bye.
welcome. Bye bye. All I do. I missed that
Love
song.
that song.
Think about the way he brought back memories.
Come on now.
Kendrick Jones.
Hello, how y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
It's good. Can I get your age, please?
28 years old.
All right. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I think that I mean it's really obvious. I mean that Jesus Christ isn't the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and pretty much anything that goes against him has been proven to be detrimental to society. I mean that's pretty obvious. Doesn't take a genius to know that abortion or anything that's derives from sin is, leads to death.
So you think that abortion is against your God?
I mean, it doesn't even matter who it's against. It
Well, it does because we're talking
detrimental.
about your God. We're talking about your God, and you made a statement that is pretty obvious, right? And it
Yeah,
doesn't
it
take a
is. I
genius.
mean,
I'm sorry.
I'd
Don't
say
talk while I'm
so.
talking, Kendrick. Don't talk while I'm talking.
Wait a
Like
minute.
I didn't talk while you were talking.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. I find it funny that I have to tell every believer that comes on the stage that, but it you made the statement that it's pretty obvious, right? And it doesn't take a genius to see that anything that goes against him is a detriment to society. And then you mentioned abortion. So that is the statement that you made. And which is why I asked the question, do you feel that your God is against abortion?
I would say so. I mean, the Ten Commandments say thou shalt not murder, and I would consider that as murder, other than adverse circumstances where it's needed.
Okay, so you considering it murder and your God considering it murder are two different things. Do you know at what point in this book your God puts a value on life?
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I don't.
There's actually two places in this book where your God values life. One of them is Leviticus 27. Are you familiar with the votive offerings?
No, you want to read them out?
Yeah, give me just a second.
Y'all go ahead and get these taps up. Come on now.
We are close to 100K. Let's go ahead and get that and surpass it. We want to get 600K by in the morning before this live ends.
All right.
Kendrick, we can't hear you if you leave the app. You're on teacup.
I think he's waiting on me to pull up a scripture.
Yeah, I'm waiting on her.
Yeah. All right. So this is Leviticus 27, and Moses, the God is giving Moses instructions on the valuations for humans, per according to their age, how much people can pay to the Levite priests to redeem their offerings when they offer a human to the God. And it says, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when a person makes an explicit vow to the Lord concerning the equivalent for a human being, the equivalent for a male shall be from 26 to 60 years of age. The equivalent shall be 50 shekels of silver by the sanctuary shekel. If the person is a female, the equivalent is 30 shekels. If the age is from 5 to 20, can you go on mute? You have an echo.
Yeah.
Thank you. If the person is a female, the equivalent is 30 shekels. If the age is from 5 years old to 20 years of age, the equivalent is 20 shekels for a male and 10 shekels for a female. If the age is from 1 month to 5 years, the equivalent for a male is 5 shekels of silver, and for a female, the equivalent is 3 shekels of silver. And if the person is 60 years old or over, then the equivalent for male is 15 shekels and for a female 10 shekels. Now let's go to verse 6 here, where if the age is from 1 month to 5 years, how much is a baby worth before it is 1 month old to this God? Kendrick, are you there?
I'm sorry, I'm still on mute. Now you said for between the ages of 5 and 20, or you said what?
How much is a child who is not yet 1 month old worth to your God? What is the value?
Well, it says on verse 6, if that's what you're referring to highlight it is 5 shekels of silver. But
So I'm going to ask the question again. How much is a child that is not yet 1 month old worth to your God? That scripture says from 1
oh,
month
I see what you're
on.
saying. So you're trying to say basically that it's not worth anything.
No, I'm asking you, how much is it worth? Do you see a valuation on a child prior to it being 1 month old in this list?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the talion law? The life for
Italia.
a life, the life for a life, eye for an eye, that law.
Yeah, I'm a little familiar with that. I've heard of it and read it once or twice.
Well, okay. So, what are your what's your knowledge on regarding the talion law?
I mean, it is what it is. It says what it says. I mean, what are you asking me?
I asked if you're familiar with it. You said, "Yeah, I'm familiar with it." I'm asking to get a summary of what it is that you're familiar with, right? So that I don't have to assume.
I
Like,
mean,
what is
if
it?
you
What is it
want.
that you know about the talion law?
I mean, you're pulling out very specific things. So, I mean,
Because we're talking about abortion, and you said it
I
is. I'm
mentioned
sorry. I'm
before.
sorry. You're talking while I'm talking. You made the statement. It is obvious, and it does not take a genius. So we're just talking about very specific things that should be obvious, right?
Okay, so
Regarding where, I'm sorry, don't talk while I'm talking. Regarding whether or not abortion is against your God and therefore a detriment to society and worse than Jesus Christ. That's what you came up here to talk about. That's what we're going to talk about. Now, I find it funny that what's irritating you is that I'm going to your Bible and pulling up specific things to address the very specific thing that you said. Why is that a problem?
Well, it's not frustrating me that you're going to the Bible. You know, that's not a problem for me. My whole thing is, you know, abortion was just one aspect that I mentioned. As I said previously, it's sin as a whole. It's not just abortion.
Good, but abortion is what I chose to address.
Which
The
is
statement
fine.
that you
Which
made,
is
right? So
fine.
why are you complaining about it?
I'm not complaining about it at all.
Okay, can we continue then? Can we continue then?
We can, but I
Okay,
mean,
so can you
for
answer my
me,
question? Like, how familiar are you with the Talion law?
not super familiar. Like I said before, I've read it once or twice.
Okay, so before when you said you were familiar, you're actually not familiar with it.
I mean, I may not know it word for word. Like I said, as before, I've read it once or twice.
Okay, so the Talion law is basically if somebody knocks out your eye, depending on the status, you can knock out their eye. So like a slave, depending on if it was like if you own a slave and you knock out their eye because you beat them, then you have to let that slave go free. If you are a commoner, right, and you knock out the eye, if a person higher than you, like a person who is wealthy or aristocrat, knocks out your eye, then um, you get to go to court, and then the judge decides if you get to knock out their eye. So it's like eye for an eye, right? Depending on the hierarchical status. Same thing, life for a life, right?
Okay, can I respond to that?
I'm not done explaining it. You want
Okay.
to you want to respond to something that you're halfway familiar with that I'm halfway explaining?
Yeah, I do.
No, you can't.
Okay.
And then I'm going to ask you again, don't interrupt me while I'm talking. And if you could mute, right? Because you have a horrible echo. If you could mute while I'm speaking. Thank you. The life for a life is also hierarchical, right? So if, as we can see in Leviticus 25, the God added a valuation to specific lives or specific humans here. Males had a higher valuation than the female humans, and then children and elderly had a different valuation, as well as enslaved. The slaves had a lower valuation. The life for a life worked like that as well. There is a example like the goring ox case here in Exodus 21, where if an ox gores a free person, then the owner of the ox has to pay a fee. If the ox has done it before, then the ox and the owner of the ox are killed because it's life for a life for free Israelites. But if it gores a slave, then the owner of the ox does not lose his life because his life is considered to be more valuable than that of the slave. Okay. And so when we go to Exodus 21, and then I'm sorry, before I pull up my next point for abortion, can you go ahead and ask your question regarding the Talion law?
Well, when you say an eye for an eye, if someone loses an eye, someone gets to pluck out their eye. That I don't believe that's what that's talking about. But you know, you can go ahead though if you want to, because I mean, I see that this is going to be very one-sided. So I'm just listening.
Yeah. So I don't deal with belief. I deal with facts, right? I also deal with ancient Near Eastern legal codes. There are cases that we can pull up and discuss that are in historical records. But also, the eye for an eye and life for a life is in Genesis 4, right? Where the God says, if somebody kills Cain, Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, right? And then Lamech says, if Cain gets vengeance sevenfold, then I shall get it 7 times 7. That's the Talion law. And then we'll see here, right, in this Exodus 21, 22 through 25. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, this got to be the King James. It's like, what the fuck? We're talking about fruit. Like, I thought the fruit was on the tree at the garden. Now the fruit is at the woman's stomach. Okay. When people who are fighting injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage and yet no further harm follows, the one responsible shall be fined with what the woman's husband demands, paying as much as the judge determined. So here in verse 22, the woman is pregnant, two men are fighting, and she miscarried. She loses the baby. There is no life for a life here. There is a fine, and the husband gets to determine what the value is on this miscarriage. And if you remember me asking, what type of value did your God set on a child that is not yet 1 month old? The God never set a value on a child that has not reached 1 month old yet, because the father decided that, because it was considered property of the male, because those children didn't typically live long in antiquity. The mortality rate for children was high. And so they did, in ancient Israel and the Talmudic law, a child was not considered alive until it reached 31 days old. And that's when your God put a value on the child. So
So
in
can I,
verse 23, let me finish. Don't cut me off again.
bro, you've been going
You'll
forever.
know when, and I
We're
can,
having
because
a
it's my live. And if
conversation
you
or
don't
not.
like it, you can drop. You don't run shit in here.
I'm
You don't
just
run anything but yourself. If you don't like it, you can drop. You're not going to tell me when to talk and when not to talk.
I'm just asking.
Okay, if you don't like it, you can drop.
I'm only asking.
Uh, and I'm telling you how it's going to go. What are you going to do?
I mean, if you want to make me wait 30 minutes, that's fine. I'll wait.
Okay, then go back on mute. So, as I stated, because you interrupted me and I don't think you were listening, so I'm going to repeat myself. In ancient Israel, okay, children were not considered human or alive, not human. They were not considered alive until they were 31 days old, okay? And that law is a Talmudic law that they followed. And we see that here when the husband is paid a fee, right? The person who causes a woman to miscarriage pays the father or the husband a fine. And the husband gets to decide what the value is of that potential child. But verse 23 says, if any harm follows, then you shall give life for a life, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, or stripe for stripe. And the harm that follows would be if this woman also dies, because she is alive and she is an Israelite, then it is life for life. In the goring ox case here in this same chapter, you see that the slave laws concerning property, you see that if it gores a male or female slave, the owner shall pay the slave owner 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall lose its life, right? The ox dies, the slaves are paid for, right? But if it gores a boy or a girl that is free, then the hold on, let me see right here. If it kills a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and its owner shall be put to death, because it is life for a life then. And that also matches the votive offerings, the values that the God put on the lives of humans. Now you can respond.
Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the point where you said that God didn't place a value on the babies. But at the end of the day, right there in the text, it says the husband gets to decide whatever the fee is. So you can't say at the same time a baby doesn't have value, but at the same time the husband can demand whatever price he wants, making the value of the baby more so than any other. I would like to see you refute that. What's that?
Sure. So I did not say that your God
Yes, yes.
didn't. No, I'm sorry. Let me respond. What I said was that God allowed the man to choose the penalty, the price, right? Much like the ox, right, is property. The child is property of the man. And so if you see that your God allowing the husband to say, hey, my potential human child is valued this much, as the same thing as saying that your God is against abortion, then I hope you don't eat any type of meat, because animals were also considered property, and you also had to pay a fee when you harmed the property, the animals of another human. So you would also have to assert that eating animals or killing animals is against your God's law as well, and just as bad as abortion.
Am I free to speak? Hello?
That's how conversations work. You know, there's a pause, and then you speak. There's a pause, then she speak. That's how conversations go.
Yeah, I mean, usually that would be normal, but we see that that's not happening. So,
Okay.
you're right. Yeah. So, not even talking to you, though.
Well, I'm talking to you though.
I don't know why. Me and you are not in a dialogue.
Okay. Say what you got to say, man.
Okay, so if you say that we should also have to assert that meat or whatever you were saying, meat is just as valuable as life or whatever, that's not true. And you did not deal with the point that I made, being that if the husband gets to set the amount of the fee, the baby is then it has more value because nothing else, everything else has a set price, but the baby can be set at whatever price the father deems. So, I mean, I don't have much to say other than that, but I mean, whatever you said with the meat, I mean, I'm not even worried about that. I'm worried about the point that we made. So if you guys could answer that, that would be nice.
Yeah, I'll say it again because I think you didn't listen the first time. The value of a potential child to a father is different than the value of an actual life to your God. And your God passing down the responsibility of putting a valuation on that potential life to the father is an indicator that your God didn't want, like it's of no value to him because he didn't set the value. But I didn't say it didn't have any value at all. What I said was your God does not see a child that is not yet 30 days old or 31 days old as a life. And so the penalty for causing a woman to miscarriage is to pay a fine similar to, someone stealing property or causing a person of an owner of an ox or a cattle to lose their property. You would pay a fine. Right. And so if you are saying that because your God allowed the husband to decide how much money somebody should pay him for making him lose a potential child, and that is then the same as abortion, as saying that your God is against abortion, then you should say the same thing about animals. And say that because a man has to pay another man for causing him to lose his property, which are animals, then your God is against the killing of animals for the purposes of consumption. And that is also equal to abortion.
Okay, so my whole thing is an animal is property. It's a means of commerce. So of course you have to pay it back if you damage it. If I run into your car, that's the reason why we have insurance. That's the whole reason why stuff costs money. back in those days, there wasn't a whole lot of currency. Though there was currency, you could also barter, trade, things like that. So that right there is not even a logical argument saying that human life is just the same as an animal life. Animals don't have souls, for one. For two, they don't have free agency of will. They move off of an innate inhibition when their very nature. When an animal is born, if it's a fish, it swims. If it's a land animal, it breathes air. You're equating apples to almonds when you say you shouldn't eat meat because it's the same as killing a person. I mean, that I don't want to be disrespectful here, but that's foolish. I mean, how deep down the rabbit hole are we going if we using?
Well, let me correct you because I did not say that human life is the same as animal life. What I stated, and if you would listen when I speak, what I stated was your God does not consider a fetus or a child who is born prior to 30 days old as alive. And in fact, in the Talmud, the Talmudic law, Tractate Nida 44b says a child who dies within 30 days is considered a nephel, which is a non-viable fetus. And so if that child dies within the first 30 days of their life, they are considered non-viable fetus, even if it's born. And that was a law in ancient Israel in the Talmud. That was a oral tradition.
Okay, oral tradition is that that that's tradition. That you see what I'm saying? That holds no weight. It's
It was
tradition.
the law in ancient Israel. That's why there is no value.
What
That's
law
why
was it?
your God, that's
What law
why your
was it?
God does not have a value for a child who is less than 30 days old. That child is considered, that fetus is considered property of the husband and a potential child. And therefore, if a man causes that man to lose that potential child, then you pay a fee because it's property, the same way an animal would be property. It's
Under,
not a human life.
right. Understanding that you could put the term property on it because it's yours, just like my sister is my sister, my wife is my wife. It's not. I don't believe that. I believe you're conflating the very definition of property. When you say property, the Bible never says once you own your wife, you get to choose everything she does. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that for kids. It doesn't say that for anyone. So, I mean, if you're saying that because it's property, in a sense, yes, but also that's a very narrow accuracy of the definition. You can say that someone is your property, or you can say that your wife is your property, but you don't have total control over them, and you're not supposed to. And of course, if someone kills your wife or kills your son, there's going to be a penalty from it. I mean,
Can I ask you a question?
sure.
Do all humans belong to your God?
Uh, in a way, yeah, but he does not dictate what everybody does.
It's
It's
okay.
called
I'm not asking for that. So all humans belong to your God. And so the fee, this valuation that they are paying, and your God set the price, right? It's because they're offering the human to your God. And he set the price for what they could pay to get the human back.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that necessarily. I would say that you pay a price because uh, when you're grieving or when you're in a state of loss, you have to recover. So when you lose your wife or you lose your son or you lose your property, you have to have there's law, there's regulation and stuff like that. And
Let me stop you before you embarrass yourself. This literally says when a person makes a vow to the Lord. This is about them vowing, giving humans to the God as an offering, how to redeem those humans. I don't want you to continue to embarrass yourself. This is why I went back and said, okay, we're going to talk about Leviticus 27. When your God set this evaluation, right, on the human lives and said, when a person makes a vow to the Lord concerning the equivalent for a human being, the equivalent for a male is this. The equivalent for a female is this. The equivalent for a child this age, a human this age, right? And it says the priest shall assess them according to what each one making a vow can afford. This has nothing to do with grieving. This has nothing to do with paying anybody back.
Okay, so a vow is really nothing but an agreement. So if you say
Good.
vow, this vow that they're agreeing to, this is based on what they agree to. It's
Who
not.
is the they? Who is the they that agreed to it?
I
Who
would
is the they here that
the
agreed to
Israelites
this? To
or the
or your
Levites.
God? Like literally it says the Lord spoke to Moses saying, speak to the Israelites and say to them, your God is setting the evaluation on human life based on gender, based on age, based on free or enslaved status. This is evaluating humans the same way you would evaluate a company and say this company has this much revenue, has this much sales potential, has this much market share. Therefore, the valuation of this company, meaning if we sell this company in a acquisition, or if we merge this company and sell it through a merger, this is how much the company is worth. This is what your God is doing. He's setting a valuation on humans.
You know, I believe that with this in context, if you know who Moses is and you know what people he brought out of where, I would assume that there's a reason, there's a value, because these same people were stolen. They were enslaved. So when you put a
Who?
value
Who
on
was stolen or enslaved?
the Israelites,
No, they weren't. Who stole the Israelites?
okay, they let's not say stolen, but they were enslaved.
They weren't enslaved either, but I'll give you that.
They weren't.
Nope. And the text says that they weren't. They were workers. They were in harsh conditions, but they were not
Okay,
slaves.
so so in Egypt they led them out of freedom.
They took them out of their corvée labor in Egypt.
No, so what was Moses leading them out of if they
I
were
just
not
said that.
enslaved?
I just said that. Out of gang labor, out of corvée labor.
Oh,
They were
so
masim.
so they were just free slaves, basically. That's what you're saying.
No, they were living in Egypt and they were under government
So they
constricted.
were enslaved, as
I'm
I said
sorry.
before,
No,
right?
they were not slaves.
Oh,
No,
they weren't slaves. Okay, so
no,
so why did they need to be freed then by Moses?
because they were being mistreated.
Oh, they were being mistreated. Oh my goodness, that makes so much sense. So that's why they couldn't leave. That's why Moses said, "Let my people go."
They were
That's what he
under
said.
government. They were under government constricted
They
labor. The
were
same
under
thing Solomon. The
government
same thing.
constriction.
The
That's
same
a
thing.
creative
I'm sorry.
word right
Hello,
there. That's a
hello.
creative word right there.
Okay,
So
cool.
so
It's
he
the
led
same
them out of
thing. I'm
Egypt
sorry. Hey, I don't
because they
want you to
just
embarrass yourself, so please chill, okay? It's the same thing Solomon did to them in Judah, right? The 1 month on, 2 months off, the Masem labor. It is the same exact thing. So if they were slaves in Egypt, then they were also slaves in Judah under Solomon.
I'm not speaking about under Solomon. I'm speaking about
Did you hear me say it's the same labor? It's the same word, same type of labor.
it may be the same word. I'm not contending that because I'm not speaking on anything that I haven't read for myself
In Egypt,
personally.
listen to
But
what I'm saying. In Egypt, they were masim labor. They were corvée labor in Egypt, not slaves. In Judah, under Solomon, they were masim labor, corvée labor under Solomon. So if they were slaves under in Egypt as masim, they were also slaves under Solomon.
well, I mean, we could say that all day long, but is it true? We have plenty of verification in Exodus from Moses leading them out of captivity. So we can say all day long, oh yeah, they didn't like it, oh they weren't treated well, but they couldn't leave. They could not leave. That's the basis. And if you can refute that, I mean, I'll be happy to
Sure.
accept. your assertion, but at the end of the day, we all know that they were slaves. We all know that they were being beaten.
Okay.
We all know that they were building Egypt for free and they could not leave.
Okay.
Right.
Let's
So no
see.
refutation?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to refute it right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This is Exodus 1:11. This is what they were in Egypt. This is the words for slaves. Va'avodaka, va'armartaka, and that's not that word. This is masim, body of forced laborers, task workers, labor band, or a gang. If we go to when they were in Judah, under Solomon, uh, let's see, is it verse 9? Mm,
Think or reset your gift goal.
okay. I think it's Second Kings. I don't know, or First Kings. Mm-hmm. There we go. Levy of tributes 9:10, 9:21. Here we go. All right. Actually, let me go to it so that you can see the labor that Solomon required. 9:21. All right. It actually says that, okay, so all the people who were left of the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, who were not of the people Israel, their descendants who were still left in the land, whom the Israelites were unable to destroy completely. These Solomon conscripted for slave labor, and so they are to this day. But of the Israelites, Solomon made no slaves. They were the soldiers. They were his officials, his commanders, his captains, and the commanders of the charity of the cavalry. That word there is mas. They said that Solomon made them slaves, but they were a body of forced labor, task workers, or a labor gang. And the Israelites, when Jeroboam and Rehoboam took over, the Israelites asked Jeroboam, "Are you going to do the same thing? Basically, are you going to remove the yoke from our neck that your father put on our neck? Because God promised us that we wouldn't have to do this type of labor." They were not slaves. They were in Egypt. They were considered abads, not ebids. And an abad is a worker, not a slave.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I mean, we can play with the words and all of that stuff, but the text says they were slaves, and it also says that he started to kill the young men that were born, not the women. You don't do that to force workers or whatever, kind of word spaghetti you want to play with. You do that to people that you are in control of, solely in control of. So, I mean, we can say, oh, they were forced workers. They didn't get paid. But the truth of the matter is they could not leave. They were being killed and they were under threat of death at all times. So we can always say, yeah, they're not slaves. This is the word it used, and it used this word here. And so these two don't line up. So we have to say they weren't slaves because these people weren't slaves. Even if those people weren't slaves, that doesn't matter because the text is very clear. It's very clear. And
No, the
if I
text
mean,
is not very clear.
it is very clear.
It's not. The Hebrew says that they were not slaves. The Hebrew says that they were masim.
Okay, does the Hebrew
I'm
say
sorry. I'm
that they were
talking
being
now. I'm
killed?
talking now. I'm talking now. The Hebrew says that they were masim corvée labor, and they were also masim corvée labor under Solomon in Kings. So if they were slaves in Egypt as my Sam Corvée labor, then your God lied when he said that he would never put them under slavery again. And they went from Egypt to Judah and they were slaves under Solomon, using that same term because words do mean things. Hebrew does have words for slaves, and that is an Ebed and an Amah. And an Abad is a worker. A Sakir is a worker, someone who is paid for their labor. They are not called Ebids in Egypt. They are Abads.
Okay, so I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is we can deal with the point of God lying later, but we're dealing with this point, and I understand that those two are in conjunction in your assertion, but at the end of the day, I mean, does it or does it not say that they killed all the young men? Does it or does it not say that they were led out of captivity? I mean, we're arguing something that is just, I mean, this is a fallacy. It's clear that this is a fallacy. We can say all day long they weren't slaves, but everybody knows they were.
No, everybody doesn't know they were. In fact, most scholars know that this story never even happened, that this is a symbolic story. There is no
This is a
archaeological evidence of any Israelites in Egypt during the late Bronze Age. So, no, everybody doesn't know that. And
okay.
what you know, I'm sorry, I'm talking now. I'm talking now. You put a period at the end, so now it's my turn. What you know is what the translation team said. The translation team translated Arbad as slaves. The translation team translated Masem as slavery or captivity. But what the actual Hebrew scriptures say is that they were conscripted gang labor. They were corvée labor. And they were that type of labor also in Judah. They do not identify themselves as Ebids in this story.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Are there any commonalities in these definitions? Because if both of them say labor band or forced labor or task workers, then your whole argument is null and void.
For an ebed? For an amah?
For both. For both. Put the definition for both.
Yeah, I'm finna go to the ebeds.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what it says.
Here's ebed. Slave, servant.
Okay, can you
That's
put
the
that?
male slave. Here's amah. This is the woman, maid, handmaid. But it doesn't say labor gang. It doesn't say conscripted worker. And
Well,
Abad, let me see what verse is Abad in. Abad would
so the male
be
version says slave, but the female version doesn't. Is that what you're saying?
and the word for slave in Hebrew is ebed, but a female slave is an amah.
Okay, and are these two the words that you're saying that it doesn't say in Exodus?
Do you see that word in Exodus?
Well, this is Hebrew, so I don't speak Hebrew.
Do you the word in Hebrew that I showed you that talks about them, the taskmasters, right? Actually, that's what we can go to because, okay, where it says, hold on, I think it's Genesis 15, where he's giving him the prophecy. I think that's where it is. Genesis 15:14. Also, that nation shall whom I shall serve. And know that surety thy seed shall be a stranger that shall serve them. Now, in the King James, can you look in the King James and tell me, does Genesis 15:13 say they shall be slaves or they shall serve them? What does it say in your King James Bible? Do you have it?
Yeah, give me one
Actually,
moment. Give me one moment. Let me close Exodus up. Genesis what now?
Genesis 15:13. Actually, I think I have it.
13. It says, Then the Lord said to him, Know for certain that for 400 years your descendants will be strangers in countries not their own, and that they will be enslaved and mistreated there.
Okay. All right. Let's see. They will be slaves there.
Hold on,
All
let
right.
me
And where are we? This is Genesis 15:13.
That was NIV. I'm gonna read King James for you real quick.
Yeah, I just pulled the King James. This is the New Revised Standard Edition. The King James says, they shall afflict them. They shall serve them. The King James says serve. This one says serve. Hold on. This one says serve. The NRSVUE says they shall be slaves. And then the NIV says slaves as well.
Yeah, that's the one I
So
read first. That was the NIV that said slaves.
okay, so we have two that says serve, the King James and the Blue Letter Bible, and then we have two that says slaves. Is that
Okay,
what
but
I'm understanding?
even with the serve, I mean it goes in conjunction with that. It says,
Okay.
and they shall afflict them for 400 years.
Mm-hmm.
And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge.
Yeah.
It's clearly
Hold
talking
on.
about
Right.
labor.
Do you remember me saying what a worker was?
Yeah, I do.
What's a worker?
A worker is somebody who's working.
No, the Hebrew word. Do you remember the Hebrew word that I said was what a worker was?
No, I
And
don't.
all bad.
All bad.
Yeah. Do you see? And shall serve them. Avada. I'm sorry. Avadim. You see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Avadim. Abad. There's the word. And shall serve them. Here's the reference. All bad.
Well, I mean, we have
Hold on. No. This is what you asked for, right?
it
What
is.
is it? And they shall work or serve.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't say slave. They shall be a slave. This is Genesis 15, right? Genesis 15:13, where the NRSVUE says slave. They shall be slaves. Your NIV says they shall be slaves. But we clearly can see that the Hebrew word there is obad, for work or serve, not a slave.
All
Because the
right.
word for a slave is ebed or amah.
Okay.
And again, when it talks about them in Egypt in Exodus 1, the word for taskmasters, when it says the taskmaster was over them, right?
Uh-huh.
In Exodus 1, I think it's 1 and 11. Therefore, they set taskmasters over them to oppress them with forced labor. This word in Hebrew is the first word that I showed you. That word. I
Uh-huh.
don't know why King James or whoever, the Bishop's Bible, whoever translated this translation, you put taskmasters there, because that word in Hebrew is masim, and that means the labor game
Hold on. Can you go
that
back
I
to that
showed
verse
you.
real quick?
Go back where?
Where you was just at.
In
Where it
Exodus
says
1?
taskmaster. Because it says, therefore, this one thing, I don't even think you saw this yet. Therefore, they set taskmasters over them. So that's not them. The taskmasters aren't who it's talking about. It's talking
The
about the slaves.
taskmasters
The
are the ones
taskmasters
that
are
was
the people.
oppressing the Israelites.
Right. So
Yeah.
that's not the word we need to be looking at. That's
That
the people above the slaves.
literally,
Right
oh
or
goodness
wrong.
gracious. That the taskmasters
Hmm.
are that did you hear anything that I just said? I don't know why the translation team translated the word masem to taskmasters, because the word in Hebrew there means corvée labor. I don't know why the King James team or the Bishop's Bible chose the word taskmasters there,
But what I'm saying is, it says, therefore they set taskmasters over them to.
which is incorrect, because in the Hebrew, the word there is masem.
Okay,
It
so
doesn't translate to taskmasters, which is why
okay,
I said I don't know why the translators chose the word taskmasters there, because in the Hebrew, the word there is masem.
okay. So masim, what word would you be comfortable with switching out masim with in English?
The definition of masem, which is the gang labor. That's whatever the definition of masem is,
Okay, so let's
which is
just
what the
switch out that
translator
word.
should have done.
All we got to do is switch out that word.
Which is we already. That's what I did, and you said that was
Well, that's
wrong.
what I'm telling you. If you would just slow down for 1 second, you would see what I'm telling you. It's saying that they set taskmasters over them to oppress them. They are the taskmasters aren't the ones that are oppressed. Neither are they the slaves. The slaves are the ones that are oppressed. So when you're saying the asim or whatever word you're saying, that's not even the word that we need to be looking at because
Are
that's
you
the
are you
people over
okay?
the
Are
slaves.
you okay? Like, are
I'm
you okay?
totally fine. Are
Listen,
you
hold on.
are
Listen.
you hearing what
Which
I'm
hold
saying?
on. Which no, I don't think you're hearing me. Which text came first, the Hebrew or the King James? Which text came first?
The Hebrew, obviously.
Okay, all right. The Hebrew came first, and the King James and the Bishop's Bible, whoever, was translating from the Hebrew, right?
All right.
Okay. Which text uses the word masem?
I would assume it's the Hebrew if it's
It's
Hebrew.
the Hebrew. Okay, hold on. The Hebrew, and if you don't get it after this, I don't know what to do. The Hebrew uses the word masem. So in Hebrew, let's go back right quick so you can see. Let's go to another definition for masem. Let's see if I can think of another one that has it. Let me see if First Kings 5, because let's see. Okay. I think this one is going to say my sim. Yeah. All right. So here, 1 Kings 5:13, uh, where it says that Solomon raised a levy. It has the word masim there. You see that? Right? Which means body of forced laborers, task workers, labor band, or gang. Okay. Do you see how masim in First Kings chapter 5, verse 13, the translation team used the word levy instead of taskmasters, but the Hebrew uses masim? Do you see that? Are you there?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I see that.
Okay. So focusing on the fact that King James used the word taskmasters, especially when I said, I don't know why the translation team translated my sim to taskmasters when the word literally means body of forced laborers, task workers, labor band, or gang. As we can see, the translation team you translate that word to whatever they want it to be in whatever context, but it still means the same thing. It still means that it is a body of forced laborers, task workers, labor band, or labor gang, which is corvée labor, right? It's government conscripted labor. And actually, let's go and read First Kings chapter 5 so you can see the type of labor this is and what they did, what Solomon did. King Solomon conscripted forced labor out of all Israel. The levy numbered 30,000 men. He sent them to the Lebanon, 10,000 a month in shifts. They would be a month in Lebanon and 2 months at home. Adoniram was in charge of the forced labor. Okay, so if they were, if this is the same type of labor, right? This is First Kings. This same labor King Solomon required of the Israelites as this, and we see this same word used in Egypt when describing the labor that the Israelites did in Egypt under the new Pharaoh. Then they were slaves under Solomon too.
I get what you're saying, but you know, I'm not sure. I think it was First Kings that you was in earlier when it was talking about the taskmasters were above them, but it also says, and they were over them and oppressed them as well. So you have 2 points of description. You don't just have one word. Does it say
Oh
that it
gosh,
was
you're. I don't think you're still
just hear me
arguing
out?
from the English
Just
translation
hear
and
me
not
out for one
you're
second?
because you're like this is what I said,
Bro,
right?
you're not even
If
letting
you
me finish.
still argue the same thing, then I don't know what else to say to
That's
you
not
because
what I'm arguing. You're not
you
even listening.
are like
I'm not.
you
If you would
literally
let me finish,
are.
you would see that.
You no, you literally are because
Okay.
saying like you act
If
as
you
if I
just give
said
me
that.
a few seconds to finish,
Hold
bro.
on. You act as if I said that they were in Egypt and they were having a good time. I literally said they were
No.
mistreated. I literally said that
Right. But
they were
does it
under
say
harsh
that for
labor.
Solomon though? That's
Stop.
what I'm
I
asking.
I'm not saying that under Solomon.
So then we
I
know that
I
that's
didn't
two
say
different
Solomon mistreated
things.
them.
That's what
I
I'm
didn't.
saying. We know that that's
Solomon did.
two
Hold
different
on.
things.
Mistreatment isn't slavery. That's
Right.
what
But
you're not
when you have
getting. Hold
forced
on,
labor,
stop, because you and I cannot talk at the same damn time. God damn. Solomon used the same type of labor that was used in Egypt, that is mentioned in Egypt, except in Egypt they were mistreated under conscripted government forced labor. They were not slaves. The same type of labor system Solomon used in Judah. I don't know if Solomon mistreated them or oppressed them. It does not say. But y'all don't know how to separate structure, right? Or a system from the treatment. Talking about the treatment within a system is two different things.
okay. If I could, can I respond without you interrupting me?
Yes, but if you talk about the same shit,
If
that's
you let
going
me
to irritate
finish,
me
you'll
because
see
it's
what
gonna
I'm
mean that I
saying.
am. It's gonna mean that I'm talking to a brick wall.
I mean, that's your assumption, but if you would let me finish, you may just see what I'm saying. Because obviously we talking past each other right now, but you, if you would just listen to me for a second, you would see what I'm saying. Possibly.
Go
So
ahead.
in Egypt, it says that they were forced labor and oppressed. So in Solomon or wherever that was, in Judah, I think you said, it was forced labor. Now, we also know that Solomon was the richest man to ever walk the earth. So they had to work to sustain the kingdom. That's not slavery if you appoint everybody a
Right.
job.
I said it wasn't slavery. I
But,
literally said it was not slavery.
but let me finish though. Let me finish though. But when you appoint everyone a job, make them do it, don't let them leave, kill their kids, that is slavery.
No, it's not.
Okay, it's
It's not
all right.
slavery.
Then it's cool. I mean,
It's not slavery. They were not.
understand
Look,
that,
you
if
just
you can't
said
understand that, then
you are
obviously
adding
you know people.
treatment again. This is why I said what I
No,
said.
it's not just
That you are
treatment.
literally. Yes, you are.
Gosh, bro.
Yes, you are.
What
You
is
are
slavery
adding to
at
like
itself?
the
It's
Israelite. Do you think
treatment
that
of
the
people.
Israelites, if Solomon required them to go to Lebanon, and be there for 1 month, could they just leave whenever they wanted to? Please answer that.
I don't know.
And keep in mind,
I would assume they
Adoniram
should.
was in charge of the forced labor. Could they just leave whenever they wanted to?
The people in Judah.
Under right here, where it says he sent them to Lebanon 10,000 a month in shifts, and they would be a month in Lebanon and 2 months at home. Could they just leave whenever they wanted to?
I would assume. I don't know. I don't know. We would have to search it and see. But if you got 1 month on, 2 months off, that seemed like a pretty good job to me.
It's conscripted labor. It's the same labor that is discussed in Egypt. It's the same word. It's masim.
Okay.
It's like saying that
Okay.
hold on. It's
Okay.
like saying somebody works at AT&T and another person works at Comcast. But at AT&T, you have a hell of a boss that is mistreating you, right? That
And
boss
killing your
won't
kids.
hold
They
on.
won't
I'm
let you
talking right
leave.
now. Hold on. I'm talking.
Okay.
You have two companies, two internet companies, and you have one person works for AT&T, one person works for Comcast. At AT&T, you have a boss that is mistreating you, creating a hostile work environment, makes it hard for you to get your off days, like your vacation days, always scheduling you for overtime. Um, and at AT&T, you work the time that you're supposed to work. If there's required overtime, you work that required overtime. If you ask for your vacation days, you get them, right? One is a hostile work environment and the other is not, but they are the same thing, labor.
A
And that's what
hostile.
we see. Hold on. And that's what we see in Egypt. Both of them are masim labor. Both of them are corvée government conscripted labor structures, right? But in Egypt, they were mistreated by the new Pharaoh. He made it hard for them to make bricks, right? I think that's what I don't know. Let's see, what else did he say he did to them? Hold on.
You did it.
What was it? Hold on. Let's see. Come, let us deal shrewdly with them. Oh, now a new king arose over Egypt who did not know Joseph. He said to his people, look, the Israelite people are more numerous and more powerful than we. Now, keep in mind that they had grown. This is them prior to this happening.
I
They
just
were wealthy. Hold on, I'm talking. Prior to this happening, they were wealthy. Jacob had died. Jacob had a royal funeral where everybody in Egypt stopped what they were doing and came out to his funeral and gave him a kingly procession, right? And they were growing. The Israelites were fruitful and prolific. They multiplied and grew exceedingly strong in Egypt, right? Then Joseph dies. And it says, now a new king arose over Egypt who did not know Joseph. He said to his people, look, the Israelite people are more numerous and more powerful than we. Come, let us deal shrewdly with them, or they will increase. And in the event of war, they'll join our enemies and fight against us and escape from the land. Therefore, they set taskmasters over them to oppress them with forced labor. They built supply cities for Pithom and Ramses for Pharaoh. But the more they were oppressed, the more they multiplied and spread, so that the Egyptians came to dread the Israelites. The Egyptians subjected the Israelites to hard servitude and made their lives bitter with hard servitude and mortar and bricks and in every kind of field labor. They were ruthless in all tasks that they opposed on them. The king of Egypt said to the Hebrew midwives, one of whom was named Shiphrah and the other Puah, when you act as midwives to the Hebrew women and see them on the birth stool, if it is a son, kill him. But if it's a daughter, she shall live. But the midwives feared God. They did not do as the king of Egypt commanded them, but they let the boys live. So the king of Egypt summoned the midwives and said to them, why have you done this and allowed the boys to live? But the midwife said to Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women, for they are vigorous and they give birth before the midwife even comes to them. So God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and became very strong. And because the midwives feared God, he gave them families. Then Pharaoh commanded all his people, every son that is born of the Hebrews you shall throw into the Nile, but you shall let every daughter live. Let's go back to the labor part. So we see that what they did was made, their job hard, right? Like I don't see that they whooped them. Like I don't see that they hung them and lynched them and did all. I don't know what you were saying earlier, but they made their job hard. Like they gave them hard servitude, right? And bricks and mortar. Gave them the hard shit to do, right?
Mhm.
They mistreated them, oppressed them. But it's still
So if they're
labor game. Like they were not slaves.
okay, question. If they killed their kids, you don't think they beat them?
It didn't say they killed them. It said he
It said they
commanded it,
threw them
but they
into the
didn't.
Nile. Go to the very bottom. It just said
It says he
all of the
commanded
boys.
it. Said he
All of the
commanded it.
boys.
It
Okay.
says he commanded it. Didn't say they did it.
Okay. This was the correction of when they didn't kill the boys when they were born. They did throw the boys into the Nile.
Okay, is that in the next? Is that in the next verse?
Check and see.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Now, a man from the house of Levi went and married a Levite woman. The woman conceived and bore a son.
Matter
And
of
when she
fact,
saw that he was a fine baby, she hid him 3 months. When she could hide him no longer, she got a papyri basket for him and plastered it with bitumen and pitch. She put the child in it and placed it among the reeds on the bank of the river. His sister stood at a distance to see what would happen to him. The daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe at the river while her attendants walked beside the river. She saw the basket and the reeds and sent her maid to bring it. When she opened it, she saw the child. He was crying. She took pity on him. This must be one of the Hebrew children, she said. Then his sister said to Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go get you a nurse? Pharaoh's daughter said to her, yes. Let's see. When the child grew up, Moses flees to Midian. Where does it say they did do it? Which verse?
okay, so let me ask you a question. Why did she hide them?
Because the
Because
commandment
they
to
were
do it.
throwing the boys into the
It
river.
doesn't say they were doing
Exactly.
it. Like
Exactly. We
if
don't
that's
need
the
it to
case,
say
then
what
you would
it
have to say
said.
that they were successful. If that's the case, you would have to say they were
This is what you
successful when
would
he
call
first commanded it,
no
right? When he first commanded
disrespect.
it. If
Look,
that's the
no
case, you would have,
disrespect.
just because it was commanded doesn't mean they were successful. Keep in mind, your God prevented the first
Do
commandment
we
to
not
kill the
use
Hebrew
context
boys.
clues or no? Or do we start
Obviously,
using
you
our
don't.
brains at any point
Obviously,
or
you
no?
don't. Obviously, you
Is
don't
that what
use
we? Is that
context
we're
clues,
not? No,
and that's why
we're
you're
not
talking
using
while I'm
context
talking.
clues. We're not
That's
using.
why you're talking while I'm talking, right? Like
Okay.
when in Exodus 1, when the Pharaoh first said to kill the Hebrew boys with told the midwives to kill them, right? Just because he said it doesn't mean that they were successful. Your God prevented that, right?
Okay. So I'm gonna
And
look it
so
up real quick.
hold on, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. Your God prevented the first commandment. And then it says that the Pharaoh then commanded all his people, every son that is born of the Hebrews, you shall throw into the Nile, but you shall let the daughters live. It's the same command. except this time, instead of the midwives being the ones responsible for killing the babies, they're saying when the babies are born, right? Which the midwives are still going to have to be the ones to deliver the babies, take the babies and throw it into the now. The midwives are still involved in this, right? And the God has already prevented the midwives from killing Hebrew kids. It never says that they actually did it. It says it was commanded.
So is Pharaoh the king? You don't think they listened to what he said?
You can assume all day. You asked me, doesn't it say they did it? And no, it doesn't say they
I mean,
did it.
I would say that the whole reason Moses was hidden up until 3 months and put into a basket in a river, that's obvious. Like, come on now. Let's be
No, it's
real.
not
Let's
obvious
be real.
because
If you can't
it
be
was
real, ain't no point
it
in us
was not.
talking. 'Cause you're
Again, you're
important.
talking. Well, I mean, I don't think there's a point of us talking because
I
you have
don't either,
a
because
brick
you had to
wall for a
reprobate
head.
mine. You're a
But
fool.
yeah, sure. But it's
You're a
obvious that
fool.
the
I'm
reason
sorry.
why she did it is because of the commandment that was threatening to kill Hebrew boys,
Okay, so
right?
if it
There's
wasn't
nothing
happening,
here.
then
Hold
she
on, I'm
wouldn't have did it.
talking. I'm talking. There's
You cut
nothing
me off every
here. I'm
time.
talking. No, I didn't.
You
There's
do.
nothing here. There's nothing here that says, as you stated earlier, right? It does say they did it, and I asked you where, right?
Okay, maybe I
Okay,
was
so
wrong about that.
hold on. As we can see, there is nothing in the text that says that they actually killed Hebrew boys. You have to assume, right? You and I both have to assume why she put Moses in a basket. Is it because of the threat from the command, or they were actually doing it? It does not say.
You're right. It does not say, but we're not idiots here. We have brains, and I would assume we use them, but obviously not. Everybody don't use them. So that, I mean, I won't hold it against you though.
Well, I hold it against you because the very
That's
fact
fine.
that you kept harping on the word taskmasters while we were talking about what the word masem means, I told you about
Yeah, that's
15 minutes
cool. I
ago
mean,
that you
that's
have
fine.
a brick wall for a brain.
That's fine. I can have a brick wall for a brain. At least mine can be built up.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, reprobate mine. Everybody see what's happening here. Everybody
Yep.
sees it.
Yep. They do.
hmm But I think that's about the end of this conversation. So y'all have a good night. I appreciate the dialogue, and maybe next time,
There won't be a next time. I don't keep talking to brick walls. That's called being built up. I learned my lessons. There is no need to continue talking to you because you don't understand half the shit that you come up here to try to talk about. The fact that he kept talking about the taskmaster thing, like it was difficult for him to even catch on that the word taskmaster is the translated word that the translators use for the Hebrew word masem. And I shouldn't have had to break that down. And he kept talking about what's obvious and we all have a brain. Then that should have been, easy to understand. But it wasn't. And I what's frustrating me is that I continue to have kindergarten level conversations with people who swear up and down that they have PhDs, and I have to do way too much work in these fucking conversations. Just visiting, just visiting. Just because you say it, Brian, doesn't make it true. Like, I mean, y'all are like projecting hard as fuck in these fucking comments. Y'all agree with ignorance for the sake of your belief.
To make sure
Um,
they in the in.
what do you say?
I said, make sure they on the in crowd.
Like, one thing that frustrates me the most is ignorance. It's loud ignorance and willful ignorance. Like, it frustrates me because like one thing that he kept saying is we all have a brain. Yes, we all have a brain. And the fact that y'all choose to not use that motherfucker to believe in these fucking fairy tales, you are willing to lie to yourself and lie to everybody else for the sake of these fairy tales. Like it's fucking ridiculous. And if you think I'm projecting GWSY Ministries, then come on stage. Come on stage. Because you've been talking cash shit from the comments where you are safe. The guest box is open. Are you coming? Uh, GWSY Ministries, are you coming on stage? Let's see. If you might be right, I can't handle you. Then you should be okay coming on stage. Like if it's somebody that you know can't handle you, then you should have already been on stage. Like it doesn't make sense to say I'm gonna stay in the comments because you can't handle me. You're saying that I'm wrong, right? You should want to come up. You should want to come up here. You should want to come up here and correct the incorrect shit that I'm saying. It would be even more funnier, right? If you came up here and proved me wrong, right? Since you want people to laugh, come up here and prove me wrong and make it even more hilarious. I welcome that. Now you good? I think now you scared. I think that's what you should have wrote. What you meant to write is that you're scared and that you're in the comments projecting. Y'all come here to listen to me. Y'all come here to watch me, right? You complain in the comments, no, thinking you're using the Hebrew wrong. Isn't that what you said? You're using the Hebrew wrong. Then come and show me how to use the Hebrew correctly. Right? You said that I was wrong about the labor, the words for slave, and come tell me. Then come up here, Brian Brandy. Come and show me. Come and correct me. I welcome correction. This is a research-based live. Come show me where I'm wrong. Or are you another scary one, Brian? Pappy, I'll get to you in a second. It's useless coming up because I think I'm right. You think you're right, right? And the purpose of you coming up is to show me where I'm wrong. That doesn't make any sense. Like you're here to just watch me be wrong? Like who the fuck just sits to watch somebody spew incorrect shit? Like a person that seeks knowledge would get irritated by listening to incorrect shit over and over again. Like I don't believe you. Like no one that deals with facts would sit and listen to misinformation for fucking fun. It would irritate the fuck out of them. Y'all scary as hell. Denise, are you a believer or deconstructing or an atheist?
Believer.
How old are you?
21.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the topic?
I just wonder why you feel that way. No judgment. I just wonder why you feel that way.
So before I get into the topic, I need to know if you agree or disagree with it and why.
Do I disagree with it?
Do you agree or disagree with it and why?
I disagree with it.
Can you go to a different room where it's not so loud?
One second, yes, ma'am.
Y'all continue to like the live. If you're a part of the team, hit the heart me's and share the live. I appreciate y'all. Help us get some quality conversations in here, please. Y'all know how frustrated I get talking to people who don't like. I can't. It frustrates the fuck out of me when I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall.
Yes, ma'am.
No,
I mean,
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking
no,
about you,
no.
love bug. Yeah.
Um, I disagree with the topic because I feel like God is always with us, and like even through the evil in the world, like everything that's going on, we're still alive. You know, we're still standing on our feet. You know, and stuff like that. So that's why I disagree with that. But I mean, everybody else has their own opinion. You know, which is perfectly fine.
What is it that the God is doing? Like I saw a video today of a young man who was sleeping outside of a abandoned gas station, and the property owners, called the police on him. Now the gas station is abandoned. He was sleeping outside of it, and the police came and made him leave because the property owners didn't want him sleeping there. And so he went to the outside of a hotel, and he was saying, "This is where I am now. Y'all follow my journey." He was like, "I don't have nowhere to sleep. I'm going from place to place." He was like, "But God is with me through it all." And he started pointing at the sky, and I'm thinking to myself, "But God, what got you sleeping outside of a gas station?"
Okay,
You
yeah,
know, what
yes.
what what is it that the God is sticking through you doing through all of this? Like when you say, "But God has been with us through all of doing what exactly?"
Well, I think that I don't know. I feel like that some people think that what we go through is God's fault, but to be honest, I feel like we bring things on ourselves.
Yeah, I didn't say, I didn't put fault on your God. I said, what is your God doing? You said that he is the best thing that ever happened, right?
Sure.
Because he's with you through all of this, right? What doing what? With you doing what that makes him so good is what I'm asking.
Protecting us. I mean, everybody is, you know, I feel like you are protected now. Even though if you believe that he's nothing, I feel like that you are protected because you're still breathing. You're still here, you know, you're still alive. I don't know how you're doing, but I mean, like, I can't really speak from everybody else's perspective, you know, because people think that God does different things or they think that God doesn't do anything, you know, like for us. Meaning you say that Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, but that's just how you feel. So to be honest, I can't I can't really speak from y'all's perspective, but I can speak from my perspective
Well,
because I feel like
you have tried to speak from my perspective during this. You don't know me, and you said that your God is protecting me, right? Um, you have put your God on me several times, and just that last statement that you made, and then you said, "I feel like," right? And even using the words like "I feel like" when I'm asking, "What is your God doing?" That's your own perspective, right? You're not speaking from facts, uh, evidence. I'm asking, for actionable items, and you've not been able to give me any, except for the
what do
fact that you're still alive.
what do
And
you
then you
mean?
said, I'm sorry, hold on. Then you said you're still breathing, so I feel like you're protected. Does that mean that believers who stopped breathing and are no longer here, your God stopped protecting them?
When they stop breathing?
Yeah. Does that mean he stopped protecting them
No.
because they are no? So it doesn't mean that I'm protected by your God because I am breathing. If that doesn't equate to him removing his protection when the person stops breathing, then it can't be that he's protecting me because I am breathing. Like
One,
life and death is inevitable, right? Like if you are born, one day you will die.
yes, you
And
have to
and
die.
and it's not promised that you will live a long life.
Exactly. So do you think? So we brought that on ourselves, right?
No.
That we did though.
No, we didn't.
We did.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
No, we
Um,
didn't.
because of sin, because
No,
of what we do, the wickedness and the evilness of what we do.
I don't. What my
We brought
first
that on
off, I
ourselves.
don't do any wicked or evilness. And
Okay.
then when my children were born, neither did they. They slept all day. They drank milk.
Okay.
They ate animal crackers, which I fuck up every now and then.
They're kids.
Like I look at my grandkids and they don't do any evil except
You know.
you know
Exactly. Exactly. Not
hitting me in
innocent
the face with
children.
mascara. But other than that, no.
Not exactly. Not children. I'm talking about adults. Children are innocent and pure. Right?
I don't do any evil.
Okay, I'm not saying that you are. I'm saying that everybody has, but everyone does has wicked ways, in evil
No,
ways.
I don't.
Oh, okay, okay. That's fine.
I don't.
I just,
What wicked ways do you have?
I know I have wicked ways. Everyone has wicked
So
ways.
what
I'm not
are
gonna sit
they?
here and
That's
say that I'm not gonna say that.
when I say what wicked ways do you have? That means I'm asking you to tell me what they are.
All the things that I do that God that disobey God.
Which are
Those are
what?
the wicked ways.
Which are
Sinning,
what?
sinning. I mean,
List it. What do you do that is wicked?
that's not your
Huh?
business. Everyone has wicked ways,
Then
except for innocent children
you literally are
and
telling
their
me,
kids. Okay.
right, that I have wicked ways,
Thank you.
right? And I'm telling you I don't. And then wow. Like y'all can't come up here and say these generalized terms, and then when I ask you to be specific, you fucking become a fugitive. You like when I ask you what is your God doing? Oh, you're still alive, so your God is breath, right? And if I'm still alive and some of his believers aren't, does that mean that he no longer cares about them? Like logic be kicking y'all's ass. And then y'all come up here with y'all fake ass mask on. Oh, I just want to ask a question. I'm not trying to be blah. And then you do that shit because you fucking can't handle pushback. Look, now she in the comments fucking threatening me just because you are scared of an imaginary ass God, of an imaginary ass devil, don't mean I have to be. You can't even tell me what you do wicked. You mad at me because you don't know what you actually do that's wicked? Now you in the comments throwing idle ass threats? That's crazy.
Okay, so
I'm
first
sorry.
of
How
all,
old are you? How old are
Wait,
you?
wait,
oh, I
wait,
am
wait.
18. I was born in
Oh, you can't be up here. You gotta be
2006.
21.
Oh.
You gotta be 21, and
Oh,
you
I
need to
don't
learn how
care,
to read.
man.
Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't care, but you won't be on this motherfucking stage not caring. To come up here, you have to be 21. Okay, 21 or older. You have to either be someone who believes in this God, someone who is deconstructing from this God, or an atheist. And if you don't like it, go talk to your God about it and tell him to speed up time and add years to your fucking age, and then you can come back. Since you have an all-powerful God who protects you, who's the best thing that ever happened to humanity. And let's see if he'll do that for you.
Well,
You weren't trying to be respectful. When I told you that you can't be up here because you don't meet the age, you were not respectful. Don't type in all caps in my comments, Anna. I don't care about what you type. You can type God bless you in lowercase. If you type in all caps, you will be muted regardless of what you're writing. That goes for friendlies as well as non-friendlies. I see two nerds in the box. Reese, since you did it on purpose, I'm muting you the entire live. Finity and Beyond, Reese, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? I was telling my daughter today, like, how much hate I have to deal with on a daily basis from believers. Sometimes, like, it feels like I'm fighting for my fucking life when I have these conversations with Christians. Don't it feel like that?
Yeah. Yeah. Especially
Yeah.
when you're fighting stupidity.
Man, oh my gosh, it can get really draining. Sometimes it's so very draining. Like it's entertaining when a conversation can get deep and there's an opportunity to learn. But when the conversation is based off of fear and anxiety, there is nowhere to go with that, right? Like it just turns into a I'm scared, I'm gonna get my ass whooped type conversation. Yeah, like it's I can't. That's why I said I really need y'all to help us get to a higher quality of TikTok users so that we can get to, people who know how to have a conversation, because this ain't it. No, you think I'm dangerous in these debates.
That's why you won't come up.
I didn't say that. You do. That you finally decided to come on stage.
Yeah, what's
How
up,
old are
man?
you?
I'm 29.
All right. What are your thoughts on the topic?
I disagree with it all
Of course you do. Why do you disagree?
because none of the sources that you back up is actually valid. You're misquoting.
None of the sources I back up is valid. What source? Which source was
Not none of the
invalid?
source. Not none of the sources that you back up is valid. I said none of the sources that you have used
Are you sure that's what you said?
is valid.
That's not what you said.
Are you sure that's what you said though?
Tell me that you're listening
Sure.
without telling me that you're
Yeah,
listening.
I'll tell you that I'm listening without telling you that I'm listening. Hold on. Of course you do. Why do you disagree?
Because none of the sources that you back up is actually valid. You're misquoting.
None of the sources I back up is valid? What source? Which source was
Not none of
invalid?
the source. Not none of the sources that you back up is valid. I said none of the sources that you have used
Are you sure that's what you said?
is valid.
That's not what you said.
Are you sure that's what you said though?
My point tell exactly. Me that you're listening. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh my God!
It's right in the record.
This is another brick wall. Do y'all see this shit? This is what I be talking about. Like this be a waste of my fucking time. Like this is the type of motherfucker that I just talk shit to and just have fun. Like these are the ones that y'all want me to like just fucking obliterate and talk shit to.
You can
Like
never.
this is not this isn't one of these conversations that we're going to be able to get into a deeper conversation, right? And pull anything out that we can learn. This is a shit talking conversation.
He's running now. Look at
that. I'm running. You're right.
I told y'all.
How the fuck
Now,
do I run in my own fucking space?
Now can I go back in the
You
comments,
sound
please?
dumb as fuck. Like you sound dumb.
I love you, sis, but I don't agree.
Look, but I'm running. Are you that damn scared? What source did I use? What source did I use that I misquoted? Don't mute him. What source did I use that I misquoted?
Friends got to mute. That's
What
sad.
source did I use that I misquote?
Number one, you told the brother, you said to him, you said, "Oh, well then you can't eat meat." Proverbs 31 tells the woman to go out and fetch meat. So what for the household? So what you talk about?
I did not say that.
Oh man. Okay.
I didn't say that. What I said was, if you're going to say that property when it comes to a unborn fetus is the same thing as the property of a owner of an ox or some cattle, and that's the same thing as abortion, then you would have to say that your God is against eating meat. And I know that he's not. You don't listen.
I did listen.
No, you
That's not
didn't.
what you said, but it's okay.
That's exactly what
It's,
I said.
it's okay.
Yeah, I know it's okay.
I won't give you the energy to argue with me.
You already did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. When you came up here and lied about what the fuck came out of your mouth, like you don't have integrity at all.
Mm,
You're dumb and you lack integrity.
sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hmm.
Is that all? Can I go back to the comments now, or
I
you
mean, if
want
you
to keep going?
fucking want to, you didn't come up here and do shit.
I didn't have to. You did it for me.
Yeah. Okay. Like,
Thank you.
cool.
Thank you for proving my point.
Okay.
You done?
If you are.
I mean, I'm asking you. You asked
I
me a
mean,
question.
you're. Hey, you said that I misquoted a resource. You haven't told me one source that I've misquoted. You came up here, you lied as soon as you opened your fucking mouth. Like you showed us exactly who you are. Like, I mean, if you are done, then you know how to leave.
You know what else you lied about when it came to the
What?
scriptures?
What?
You said the most rhetorical thing ever. I was just so disappointed because you want to be Candace Owens so bad.
He don't know what rhetorical means. I think he
You,
trying. I think he thinks when he says rhetorical, he's
Yeah.
using the R word, right? Yeah,
oh
like
my goodness, the
he
R
said I
word.
said the most rhetorical thing. Go ahead. What did
Wow,
I say? What rhetorical
wow.
thing
I
did I
would
say?
never ever say the R word. Wow.
What
You trying to
rhetorical
make me
thing did
look
I say?
crazy. I see you really good. You got all your followers. It's like you running a cult. I see what
Yeah.
you're doing.
Okay. What rhetorical thing did I say?
You told that brother. Mm, so disappointed in you. You told him that the Israelites was not in bondage. How dare you say such things?
Yeah. Can you tell me how that's rhetorical?
Do you know the meaning of rhetorical? Please,
That's why I'm asking you. Yeah.
can
Can
you
you tell me how
please
that's
read?
rhetorical?
So you don't know.
No. Please tell me.
See, and
How is that rhetorical?
you can't even debate with me if you don't know what
Mm-mm.
rhetorical means.
Right. Can you tell me how saying that is rhetorical, please?
You want me to educate you? Now I'm teaching
Yes, I
you.
do. Yes, please.
Y'all see that? Y'all
That's
see that?
that's
You
that's
see, I
what
teach.
these conversations are about. I am capable of learning. I don't know
Okay,
everything.
that's
Please
good. But you
educate
see,
me. Please educate
yes,
me.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I would with all love, due, and respect. You see, chat, how I got this beautiful woman submitting to my
Can you
knowledge?
please tell me what I said was rhetorical about that, please?
Yes, just calm down. I'm gonna get to you.
Yeah, I mean, I see you running from it,
I'm
right?
I'm gonna show
And
you a question.
I see your tactics, but they're not going to work. So can you please just tell me what I said that was rhetorical about that statement?
Yes, ma'am. I was just trying to address the chat because I know
Don't
some.
talk to my chat while we're on stage.
Damn, you controlling, ain't you? Spiciness.
Yes, I am. Go ahead, please. Can you answer the question?
At this point, you about to make me go to a white woman or Asian woman. But all right, I answer your question. I
Hey,
guess.
you can get a double portion of mayonnaise on your elbow any goddamn day. I could give less than
I'm
two
putting
fucks.
mayonnaise on your
The
elbow.
dick that's on your body would never be in mine. I could give less than two fucks. Who you
Never
fuck,
say
who
never.
you kiss, who you marry. I don't care.
Never say never. I have a ring on
I
your
don't.
finger less than
You
a
ain't
year.
my type in the first place. I don't. You're not my type.
You don't even know
Looking
your
at your
type.
PFP, you're not my type. I would never step to you. Okay. So
Women lie.
can you please tell me
Gross.
what was rhetorical about what I said?
Okay, first I got to educate you on what rhetorical means. Okay. And if you disagree, please show it on the screen like you was doing that, brother. See how you on one screen with me?
Okay, I will. Go ahead.
Okay. Rhetorical means something that is false. Okay? That's what it means. Something that is hereditariness of the extravaganza of the manipulator. That's what that is. Prove that I'm wrong.
Okay, well, let's take your word. All right. Now, what was rhetoric about what I said?
Because rhetoric is in the Greek, it means rhetoric. That's what it's short for. rhetoric. And
Oh my god, I'm sorry, I can't do this. This motherfucker went from rhetorical and said rhetoric because I said rhetoric, and then start talking about the
Jesus help.
Greek. Like, you just up here wasting our fucking time. Like, seriously,
I just go
you're
in the
just
comments
wasting our
because it's
time.
obvious you just want
You
to be
want to be in
mean.
the comments anyway because that shit is safe.
Okay,
Go back
I'm
to
safe.
safety. Go back to safety. Motherfucker dumb. I agree, Sovereign. This motherfucker is dumb. Thank you for the super chat.
He was using grandiloquent language.
Oh my gosh. Like, they embarrass me. They embarrass me.
Chat, you see what I did? You see? Quit, chat.
Yo,
Convince yourself.
I am
Hold on. How old are you?
35,
Are
so
you a believer?
I
Listen.
am.
Hey. Chill
Hold
out.
on now.
No,
Let me
no, no. Hey,
let
you're
me
gonna
just
get
give them the
dropped.
spiel
Hey, you're
because I
gonna get
heard you
dropped.
ask other
Either you
people.
want
I
to
didn't
be
want
on
to have to
stage.
be prompted to do it.
Either you want to be on stage and you're going to respect my space, or I'm gonna drop your ass. It's up to you. What you want to do? What you want to do? Because you don't have to be here. Their egos are hurt. Like, I'm dealing with with masculinity, like fragile ass masculinity up in this motherfucker. I've dealt with it. I've boxed with that shit. Are you there?
Do you know how to unmute? I sent you an invitation. Lord, how you gonna come
All
up?
right, so we're
So
gonna move
spicy.
on.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Harvey, hi. How are you?
I'm doing great, and you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your
So,
age, please?
yeah, 21.
All right. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
All right. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah, so I think that Christ is actually a direct response to hatred that existed at the time. And a lot of his teachings portray things that support and promote love rather than do the opposite, which is spew hatred. And so I think that promoting love is something that actually benefits humanity, not goes against it.
I think that when, like the earlier versions, like the earlier letters of Paul,
Hmm.
kind of reflects that, right? But when we get to the Gospels, that Jesus tends to agree and quote the Old Testament a lot, and a lot of the hatred that we see in society, right? The God taught humans, how to kill other humans, how to conquer, right? Or commanded them to do so, how to enslave. We see the Jesus in the Gospels is connected to that God. But the earlier version of the Christ that Paul talks about, he does say that it's like loving your neighbor as you love yourself, but he doesn't connect it to the God of Israel the way Jesus does. When Jesus says there are two commandments that sum up the whole law, and he says to love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and might, and to love your neighbor as you love yourself, right?
Right.
Paul in Romans says there's only one, right, that sums up the whole law. And he said it's to love your neighbor as you love yourself. And he said when you love your neighbor as you love yourself, that fulfills the law. And he's talking to the Gentile believers in Rome, and he says that they already have, what they already have inside of them what it takes to love their neighbor, right?
Mhm.
And what it takes to fulfill the law. So they know that it's wrong to kill another person, to covet. Like, they already know this stuff, and it's their consciousness that convicts them or excuses them, right? So I do see, and there is a Jesus that was used to, at one point, from a Gnostic perspective to say that this Christ came to combat what, the God of Israel, or the hatred that was already on earth.
Mhm.
But it messes it up when it's connected to the God of Israel in the Gospels. And then we have to take into consideration what the believers did with this, because Jesus and God is an idea to me, right? I don't believe that a entity exists. I don't believe that, if there was a man named Yeshua that did claim to be the Jewish Messiah, that he, rose from the dead, he's going to come back and all that. But
Mhm.
I see this as an idea. And what believers did with this idea, with this sacred text, throughout history, is what causes a lot of the evil that we see in the world today, or have experienced in society today. Does
Okay.
that make sense?
Yeah, and I see 100% where you're coming from. I think you're 100% right in your criticism and the fact that people have completely twisted the intent of words either said by Jesus or his apostles and have used it for things that have been negative. For example, crusades just being one of many. However, I do believe the original intent of the texts, even those written by Paul and the Gospels, all of those are things that actually demonstrate Jesus' love. I can just remember one off the top of my head is John 15:13. It says, greater love has no one than someone lay down his life for his friends. And so this is talking about things that relate to, in that time, in the context, people were stoning someone, and Jesus was saying, okay, well, despite the fact that in Old Testament times, it was okay to do so, this is the new covenant where a new law is written and new norms are set in place that are established by Jesus when God came and gave his authority to his son to come down on earth and establish a new covenant. He says there are certain things that will no longer be allowed, one of them including stoning people for what they believe were sins. And so he actually directly makes a refutement against, or rather a rebuttal against violence. And he argues how people should be, like you said, friends with their neighbors and love their neighbors as themselves. And in doing so, you're actually spreading love. And I think that people's response to these teachings and misconstruing what their original intent was and using it for their own personal desires isn't a proper reflection of what the actual intent was when they were first said, if that makes sense.
So I don't necessarily agree. Like if we go to John 15, right? This is, Jesus saying goodbye to them, right? He's not making a declaration regarding like stoning or anything. And when he's saying like no greater love, then he says, this is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. No one has greater love than this, than to lay down one's life for one's friends, right? And so when we look at the love your neighbor as you love yourself, that Jesus quotes as one of the greatest commandments, he's quoting Leviticus 19:18, which is the holiness code for the Israelites. And that word in Leviticus 19:18 is Rhea, which means friend or companion, right?
Mhm.
And so neighbor meant a fellow Israelite. It didn't mean like some random stranger. In fact, when we go to Leviticus 19:33, the law clarifies that when a stranger lives in the land of Israel, then you are to love that stranger as yourself, right?
Right.
Because a neighbor was someone that was close to you, a companion. In this case, it was another Israelite. And so when he's talking to the Israelites, he says, I no longer call you my servants, you are now my friends, because servants don't know what the master is doing, but I've basically given you my whole plan, so like you are
Right.
now my friend. There is another scripture in John where he says, I come to lay down my life for the sheep, right?
Mhm.
There's never a time where Jesus says that he came to die for the whole world. We get that from John. Like the narrator says that, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Like that comes from the narrator writing that, and then also in First John, right? But when Jesus is talking here, he's talking to his fellow Israelites who are his disciples, and I think in fact in this one he tells them that he wants them to follow the law, right?
Mm.
And he quotes the laws multiple times here, while he's on. Oh, I thought I was showing my screen. Hold on, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'm looking at one screen and I'm thinking the whole time I'm showing my screen, yeah. Like he quotes the law as he's like teaching and talking to his disciples while he's on earth. And in fact, like you made a statement that he said from the old covenant to the new covenant, one thing that will no longer be, and that's stoning people. He
Mhm.
doesn't actually say that, right? There are two instances, like one instance when he's talking to the Pharisees and they, you know, say to him, why don't your disciples wash their hands before they eat and follow the traditions of the elders? And he brings up the fact that the Pharisees has created their own tradition when it comes to disobedient children.
Right.
And he says the law of Moses says that the children should die the death, but you say the children can pay an offering or a cry Corbin and pay a fee to the church and give whatever financial support they would give to their parents to God, then they no longer need to honor their father. And he calls them
Not
hypocrites. One second.
okay.
And then he calls them hypocrites. Then we get to the stoning of the woman, the adulterous woman. And I know, like, I was also taught that, Jesus was showing her mercy and Jesus was changing the law here, right? But in actuality, Jesus didn't have any authority to decide whether that woman was to be stoned. The law required that there is, if she's accused of adultery, she's to be taken before the priest, the judges, and there is an inquiry to be done. And if they find that she is guilty, then her and the man are to be stoned, right? And then if she's found to be not guilty and the witnesses were bearing false witness, whatever they expected to happen to her happens to them, right? So if they expected her to be stoned, then they would be stoned. So when Jesus is saying, like, who is without sin cast the first stone, he's basically saying, like, y'all know that this isn't the procedure, like the process for her to be condemned for committing adultery. And like they were testing him to see if he knew the law, right? So he wasn't saying stoning should not be anymore. There actually isn't anywhere in this text where he says those words.
He may not have said it explicitly. However, that was his whole implication, that you shouldn't stone, not because he's trying to abide by law produced by man, but because he's trying to follow the moral law that he knows the Father has already established on earth, and that whatever laws that the Pharisees or whoever was in control at that time was making a norm, it went completely against the morality of what the teachings should be, and he corrected them in that sense. And so I think that in that sense, and other cases as well, for example, the Good Samaritan, he was saying that although this individual might be Samaritan and therefore different than the rest of us Jews, it's still important to treat them with respect, to not marginalize them. His whole argument was actually to bring them in as people who are just like anyone else, like sheep. And so that's kind of responding to the other point you made when he says, sure, he's there to save sheep. Sheep is in reference to all of humanity because we're all sheep of God. We're all sheep of Jesus. It's essentially we're his creation. And so because we're his creation, we need to have the kind of childlike faith to follow him. However, that is our status. It is explicitly below him. And because of that, he came from heaven, came down to earth as Jesus, and then he decided he's going to sacrifice himself for all of our sins that we should be going to hell for, but instead we're being saved if we choose to have faith in him. And so I think that's kind of the differentiating factor. There's a lot of, I think, rhetoric talking about the literal interpretations of what the Bible says and literal quotes. But I think seen in the full context of both the Old and the New Testament, we can see that Jesus has multiple times in many different instances done things that have gone against the times, the norms, whatever laws have been established by the land, to basically connect back to the higher law and higher order that has always existed but hasn't always been followed. And I think that's kind of the differentiating factor in terms of what happened and what his intent was with all that.
So when you say the Pharisees went against the morality of what the teaching should be, when the Pharisees say, "Do not stone children," right? That disobey, would that be considered them going against the morality of what the teaching should be
Not that
when they
specific
changed the law?
instance, but many of
Not that
them,
instance.
not that specific one, correct?
So when would you say they were going against it? And which instance? Can you give me one that we can look at?
Sure, trying to unjustly crucify Jesus.
That's let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with people today that claim to be Christ? Are you familiar with people on TikTok that say that they are Christ returned and they've built a cult? Have you heard of that?
Yes, I've heard of those cases, and I know the Bible also says that there will be those cases during the end times.
Yeah. And so do you believe that they are Christ?
No.
Why not?
Because there hasn't been nearly the amount of historical accounts that proves their worth, any kind of actual experiences or any kind of miracles they have done that proves they are who they say they are. I think I understand the logic you're trying to follow with this, which is the fact that if anyone just says they're God and says they're Jesus, how are they any different than Jesus himself? I think the differentiating factor is all of the...
no, that's not what I was getting ready to say.
Okay,
please don't try to assume what I'm getting ready to say. Like it's easier like if you just answer the question.
That wasn't my intent, but just following down the same path of what I believe that
no,
Jesus...
I'm not asking what you believe. Like I ask, why wouldn't you believe that they were the Christ returned? And it sounds like you're saying, oh, they haven't done miracles. If they did miracles, okay, so can you, like, what would be the reason that you wouldn't believe that they were Christ returned?
Historical evidence proving so.
Like what?
Like, for example, first testimonial accounts. There haven't been nearly as many people who have claimed that they were Jesus Christ and followed their teachings and decided to die on that cross because they were blamed for believing a lie, as others called it. I think that if you really believe something was true and it was true, you would die for it if it's something that's so profound and so grand. But others who have said, oh yeah, that's true, if they were to say that, weren't willing to die for that same statement. And I think that just the degree of severity in terms of belief makes one significantly more convincing, which is the true Jesus Christ that existed 2,000 years ago.
Okay, I think it's interesting that you didn't list the signs that your Jesus gave that says this is how you would know it's me when I'm returning. But the Israelites, however, rejected Jesus as their Messiah because to them, as they are reading their scriptures, he doesn't match the description of the promised Messiah from their teachings, right? A lot of things had to be reinterpreted in order to fit Jesus into the Hebrew prophecies. And so from their perspective, their standpoint, Jesus wasn't matching the signs that they were looking for this prophecy or for this Messiah, similar to the signs that Jesus gave his followers on how to recognize when he returns. And when he says that there are going to be some that says he's in the wilderness, don't go because it's not me, because you'll know it's me. You'll see X, Y, Z. So that's really what I was looking for. And it's kind of interesting that, you're looking more so for, I don't know, things written about the person, people willing to die for it. Like we see, like there's been cults all over the world where there's been mass unalivings where people have been willing to kill themselves, even their children, for cult leaders. That doesn't mean that they are the Christ. We have people in antiquity who were killed for heresy, who were given the opportunity to denounce their heresy and they wouldn't, and they died for that. by proxy, you would be saying that because they were, unwilling to denounce their heresy, that means that what they believed in was true. Just because there are, traditions that say the prophets, the disciples were willing to die, for what they believed in with Jesus, right?
Right.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily agree with that, but when I ask, like, what are the things that, specific things that Pharisees went against, the moral teachings. When you say trying to kill Jesus, that's not the against the moral teachings, because what they were taught is that anybody that comes and says that they are a prophet of Jesus or a prophet of God, a prophet of Yahweh, that they were to kill them, right? That's in their law. So they were not going against the law of God. They were going against your Jesus, but not the law of God. So I'm asking specifically if you can tell me examples of where the Pharisees went against the morality of what was supposed to be taught,
Yeah,
as you
I
stated.
believe that it's still against morality to kill someone unjustly, despite what you believe they're saying, even if they claim to be something they're not. Just because someone claims to be, let's say, a lawyer and isn't a lawyer, isn't reason to kill them. And so I think that still the moral law of what God has instructed his people to follow, for example, 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill, that's kind of a basic principle of how this instance they shouldn't have done so. And despite the fact that there might have been people saying in the past that, well, if you do so, you should kill someone who claims they're not the Messiah, or claims is the Messiah but isn't, I still don't think that's in accordance to the moral law, which is higher than people's perceptions and twistings of what it actually is. And to your point of how Jesus didn't fulfill the messianic prophecies that occurred during the time that
I
the
said to the
Jews were looking
Israelites,
for.
I said to the Israelites that he did not.
Okay.
Like, I don't want to get into that. The
Fair enough.
reality is that to them he did not. But and then I also want to clarify what I said was according to the law. If
Okay.
someone claimed to speak, to be a prophet of your God or to speak for the God of Israel, they were to put that prophet to death. And Jesus was claiming things, right, that the Israelites did not agree with, because they did not see that he was fulfilling the teachings or the signs that they were taught. So specifically asking, right, when we talk about morality, you said to kill someone unjustly is immoral, right? Because your God says, thou shalt not kill.
Right.
I think that is, I think you believe that that's subjective, because if your God is involved in that in any way, or his chosen is involved in doing that anyway, a lot of times what we see is believers will then, that law will become subjective, right? Because if we look at what Samson did when Samson made the bet at his wedding, do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And he had to pay that bet, and your God's spirit moved on him. He went down to Ashkelon and he killed 30 random people in Ashkelon and took their garments and stuff, so that he could pay the bet back at his wedding. That's an unjust killing, right?
Right.
Just to pay a bet, and your God's spirit helped him do that.
I don't think he necessarily helped him do that. I'm going to be completely transparent. I'm not that well versed on that specific instance. But moving back to the original point about Jesus not fulfilling the messianic prophecies of the Israelites,
No, that wasn't
do
the
know-
original point. That wasn't the original point. If you remember me saying, I don't necessarily want to talk about him not fulfilling the prophecies. What I stated was the Israelites did not see that he was fulfilling their prophecies.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
okay.
But
Well, I can talk about that.
Hold on. We're talking about the Pharisees went against, right, teaching what was supposed to be moral. And I was
Right.
asking you for examples for that, and you brought up wanting to, or killing Jesus unjustly. And you said to kill someone unjustly is immoral. And so
Right.
here we have, and we're talking about your Jesus wanting to set things back right according to his father, right? The high law.
Mm-hmm.
But here we have where in Judges 19, right after Samson loses the bet at his wedding, it says, then the Spirit of the Lord rushed on him, and he went down to Ashkelon. He killed 30 men of the town, took their spoil, and gave the festal garments to those who explained the riddle. In hot anger, he went back to his father's house. So the Spirit of the Lord was on him, with him, when he went to go and kill these 30 people so he could steal or take their stuff, take it back to his wedding, and pay those who had won the bet. That's an unjust killing. And then, like, I've had believers on the stage will say, well, they were probably Philistines because there were Philistines and Egyptians living in Ashkelon. That doesn't make it just, right? Like, they didn't have anything to do with Solomon's bed, right? They didn't have anything to do with Solomon's wedding. Like, these people were in their town, with their families, and not Solomon, Samson. They were in their town with their families. And Samson goes 200, I think it's like, I checked the distance, it's like 200 something miles away from where he is, and he kills them and steals their stuff, and goes and pays a bet. Like, you don't think killing somebody to pay a bet is immoral?
Okay. You said a lot of points. I'd love to respond to some of them. I think what's important to remember is the original intent of the prophecies, which is what Isaiah had said. Isaiah was one of the main prophets in the Old Testament who had prophesied that Messiah would come.
Are we talking about Samson here, or are we talking about the prophecies again?
I think it's all related. So
I don't.
Okay, I'd like you to hear me out.
I know you want to talk about the prophecies. Let's talk about the point you made about the Pharisees and the morality.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why
that's what I'm trying to talk about.
I brought up Samson. But Samson doesn't have anything to do with the prophecies of your Jesus. We're talking about,
I think Pharisees have nothing to do with Samson either. I think that it's all
we're
about...
talking, I'm sorry, hello. We're talking about the point that you made, right? You said the Pharisees went against the morality and what the teaching should be. So I asked you for an example of, how they did that. I brought up, where they changed the law and said, do not stone kids. You said, no, not that example. I said, well, which one? Can you give me another one? And you said, unjustly killing Jesus. Right. And so we're on unjust killings, right? And whether that is considered going against your God's high law, right? And so here we are talking about Samson and your God's spirit being with Samson when he goes to Ashkelon to kill 30 people to take their stuff so he could pay a bet. And my question to you is, would you consider that an unjust killing, or is it now just because your God's spirit was with him and because it was Samson? Like, is that moral, immoral? That's where I would like to stay on that topic.
Okay. I believe in these debates, it's important to be intellectually honest. And so honestly, from the way you're phrasing it, it sounds immoral. However, it does go against my beliefs to say that claim. And so I would love to be more well-versed on that specific topic about Samson to have a reply about that, but I don't. I think the deeper reason why you're bringing that up, though, is like you said, it's about the morality of unjust killings. And I think that all of that ties into what Jesus had said, which is do not commit unjust killings. That's his whole point. That's why the crucifixion was considered a massive moment in history of something that was unjust. That's why it was such a massive event. And so I think the very existence of Jesus is a statement against unjust killings, whether it be now, in the future, or in the past. And so when he came to earth, he was the person who adopted the new covenant, not the old covenant. He's a person who adopted a new covenant that would straighten the original intents of what God had wanted for the people that people had already misconstrued and kind of drawn away from the path. And him coming to do so, he did have authority to do so because it's been prophesied what he was specifically intending to do and how he came on this earth and all these different things. There are multiple different instances of what Jesus himself has done and how that's already been predicted in the past by Isaiah. And I think that itself is authority to say what he wants to say in terms of speaking God's will, because those very things that he said, including going against unjust killings, was basically rebuttals against the Pharisees' norms or teachings at that time.
So where exactly does Jesus say that he do not commit unjust killings? I know he talks about like the 10 Commandments, which we already discussed. Like your God said, do not kill, but your God commands killing. Like he like we see Samson killing and your God spirit is with him. Where does he explicitly say what you said?
Right. I think it's important not to view the scriptures from a legalistic perspective, which means just a literal sense, because there's a lot of things which can be misconstrued in that sense. And I think that's a common
But
mistake
when
that
you say
happens.
Jesus said, right? Like
Right.
there's only way to take that, or you can say, I interpret Jesus's teachings to be this. That's a different thing. But if you say Jesus said a thing, then I'm going to ask, where exactly did he say that thing?
Right. I think it's for example, it's a matter of me saying if I'm smart, if I make that claim, I'm implying I'm not stupid. And so technically, I didn't say I'm not stupid, but I still am meaning that. And so I think in the same way, when Jesus says, love thy neighbor as thyself, he's making the same reasoning as why you shouldn't be unjustly killing someone, because how can you possibly love your neighbor as yourself when they're your neighbor and you can't love someone and kill them at the same time? And so I
Well,
think that
I
it's
thought
kind
you
of
were
the
done.
interpretations, and not just interpretations that are subjective, but I feel like interpretations that have been really set in stone after 2,000 years of interpretations from multiple different people across tens of generations, all having a consensus on something. I think that is really strong proof for what the intent was of the original word.
I don't agree, right? One, when you say Jesus said, right, you are quoting. And again, if you intend to interpret something, then that's what you should say. Like I feel that the scriptures are saying X, Y, Z. And as I already pointed out, the Ten Commandments says, "Thou shalt not kill," but the God in the Bible literally commanded the Israelites to kill. Right. And then we are discussing where your God spirit is with Samson as he's killing. Right. So
Okay.
saying, like, referring to the Ten Commandments and saying, do not murder, or, you know, turn the other cheek. Right. Those things. We can say that Jesus, is teaching nonviolence. But we can't say that he's explicitly saying that he's saying, do not commit unjust killings. Right? There is a parable in Luke 19 where Jesus is teaching them how things will be when he returns. Right? And
Right.
in that parable, at the end, he says, "But as for these enemies of mine who didn't want me to reign over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence." Right? So he's saying to his followers, like, when I return, the people who did not want me to be their master, bring them
Right.
here so that you can slaughter them in my presence. Like, not I'm going to slaughter them. The command is slaughter them in my presence, right? So, like, there are times where Jesus does teach, he uses violent imagery or violent language in order to, teach a lesson. So I don't necessarily get that he is against violence or unjust killings in the text, no more than I get that the God of Israel is against it, which is why I'm asking about, Solomon.
Okay.
I
I
mean,
think
Samson. I don't know why. Every time I think of an S name, I always want to say Solomon. I'm talking about
no
Samson.
worries. No worries. I think there's a lot of, I guess, possibilities when it comes to the context of killing. For example, if there's war, and in that war, or let's say actually prior to war, two states, one state is insistently trying to kill or attack or demolish the other one. It is in that case justifiable for the attacked state to go ahead and wage war against the attacker to prevent a larger violence. And so a smaller act of violence is sometimes necessary to prevent either a persistence of that same violence happening without that act of smaller violence to stop it, or the growth of that original violence. And in these instances, there's a lot of nuance in these situations. However, it does technically and literally go against the 10th commandment, thou shalt not kill. However, in those specific instances, it is actually justifiable through God's morality to do so because you're doing something for a higher good. And I think that in the same way, Jesus does actually go against many of these things. And you can say that he claims, statements of violence. I think that a lot of these statements of violence, people take them from literal pieces of things he says. However, we need to understand he speaks in parables. And so, like you said, we need to understand what he says literally, not if he just implies it. All of what he says, in fact, most of his teachings come from parables, which we all know aren't direct statements. They're examples and analogies that are then used to relate to those people at their time to speak better to them through those analogies. And then we draw those interpretations out of that. And that way, those stories and those basically messages last a lot longer throughout the generations, because we know that storytelling is a strong technique of essentially transmitting information, and he used that very well. And so I think it's wrong to say that we shouldn't take things up for interpretation and only just a literal meaning, because so much of what is in the Bible is taken from interpretation, but is passed through a filter, which is the church, which Christ gave authority to Peter to go ahead and found his church, which is essentially supposed to lead the people through the interpretation of the Bible and through the word and teach people so it doesn't get misconstrued over generations. And I think that is an important factor that's not really being considered, because without the church, everyone just ends up having their own subjective opinion off of the Bible. And we see instances happening where people use it as justifying violence, saying the Bible told me to do so, when in fact it doesn't, and that wasn't the original intent, but people misconstrue it and twist it for their own selfish intent. And so I think the interpretations do matter, and if we take the interpretations that are there's consensus upon within the church, it is claiming that Jesus Christ himself doesn't advocate for violence, doesn't advocate for war or crime or any kind of unjustified killing. He advocates the opposite, and it's been a kind of a common thread throughout all of his teachings and all of his parables.
I want to correct something, and I don't like being misquoted. And if you were interpreting what I said, you misinterpreted it, and that's the problem, right?
Okay, that
I
wasn't
did
my
not
intent.
say
I apologize.
it never is when the interpretation is there, right? I never said that it's wrong to take interpretation. What I said was, if you say Jesus said a thing, then you are quoting, right? But if you intend to state your interpretation of something Jesus said, that you should at least say that this is an interpretation and not a quote. Because when you say Jesus said, I'm going to ask you, where did he say that thing? That's what I said. So I just want to correct that.
Okay.
And not all of Jesus's teachings were parables, right? There are some things that
True.
Jesus talks about. It says this happened, and it's meant to be a record of history. Also, when you talk about justifiable attacks, right? I wanted to ask the question. You said something about it's justifiable for the attacker to prevent a larger violence. Did you mean to say
No,
it's justifiable for those being attacked to prevent a larger violence? Is that what you meant to say? Not the attacker, but those that's being attacked?
Right, that's what I meant.
Okay.
Sorry if it wasn't clear.
Okay. And so in war, right? Not when someone is like if someone comes to your house and say, hey, I'm giving you the opportunity to give me everything in your house peaceably. And if you don't, I'm going to come in, I'm going to kill you and all your kids, and I'm going to take everything you have. Would you consider that war from my end or from your end when you retaliate against me for trying to come and take your stuff?
Well, I think that war is less of like from whose end is it happening on, rather more so of like it just is. And so in that situation, war is conflict. I wouldn't really consider a household
I
issue.
mean, in the situation that I gave, if I came to your house and I said, hey, I'm giving you the opportunity to surrender to me peacefully, and give me everything inside of your house, right? And if you don't, I'm going to come in and I'm going to kill you. I mean, I'm going to kill you, take your wife and your kids and all of your stuff. Am I coming to you? Like, am I starting the war with you? Or are you
I think you already have, because that's still instigating. I think that if someone makes that claim, you can still agree that that's still trying to start something. And that act of starting something is the first move towards that violence that will ensue afterwards that you threaten.
Is that am I justified in that, in doing that? Or is that unjustifiable war?
I think it's unjustifiable if you come and insist that, right?
Why?
Because, well, we can go into the private property conversation as well, but I think the main point is that something that you don't have the right to, you insist, and then you threaten someone else's life, which you don't have the right to take. And so in that instance, it is justifiable for me to use certain means to prevent that violence from ensuing. And if that means, I don't know, shoving you out the door, or I don't know, pushing you away with a wooden plank, or whatever, method I choose to use, that might be interpreted as violent. If it's with the intent of preventing that larger violence from occurring, then that act of violence that I may have committed to prevent that larger violence is justified.
Is there any circumstance where me coming to your home and offering you the opportunity to submit to me or surrender to me before I come in and kill you, is there any circumstance where that would be okay?
No.
So when the God of Israel, right, in Deuteronomy 20, commands the Israelites to go into other nations that are far away from the promised land, the land of inheritance, and he tells them to, when they go into these lands, he tells them to offer them terms of peace, right, to surrender to you peacefully and become your labor, your vassal states. And if they don't surrender peacefully, then go to war, besiege it. You shall put all its males to the sword. You take whatever you like, plunder the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in its town, and all of its spoil. So you would consider this to be unjustifiable, right?
I'm sorry, where does it say this? I'm curious which part of the Bible you're
Deuteronomy
reading this
20,
from.
verse 10. I can go to any version that you want.
Okay.
Deuteronomy 20, verse 10. What version do you want?
Let's go with NIV. Why not?
Okay. When you march up to attack a city, make its people an offer of peace. If they accept and open their gates, all the people in it shall be subject to forced labor and shall work for you. If they refuse to make peace and they engage you in battle, lay siege to that city. When the Lord your God delivers it into your hand, put to the sword all the men in it. As for the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the city, you may take these as plunder for yourselves, and you may use the plunder the Lord your God gives you from your enemies. This is how you are to treat all the cities that are at a distance from you and do not belong to the nations nearby. The nations nearby, which are in verse 16 through 18. However, in the cities of the nations the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, do not leave alive anything that breathes. Completely destroy them. The Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, as the Lord your God has commanded you. Otherwise, they will teach you to follow all the detestable things they do in worshiping their gods, and you will sin against the Lord your God. So these cities here in verse 10 through 15 are not the promised land. I know a lot of times I get believers on my stage that will justify this slaughter and say, oh, they were savages, they were worshiping other gods, they were sacrificing their kids. I don't agree with that, but that's a different conversation, and these are different cities. What we're talking about are cities that are far away from the promised land. And so this would be the Israelites going up to, foreign nations, and saying, hey, before we come in and fuck your shit up, we're going to give you the opportunity to surrender to us and become our vassal states. If you fight back, we're going to kill all the men and take all the women and all your stuff, right? It would be akin to me coming up to your house and saying, hey, I'm going to give you the opportunity, to give me everything in your house peacefully. If not, I'm coming in violently.
Okay. So I think what's happening in that instance, and you did mention some rebuttals that others have made in the past, perhaps. I think that maybe not all that is true. However, some of that is true in terms of what the rebuttals were saying. There is, and we won't go into this whole debate, but at least from what I've observed, there is reality to the fact that the Canaanite nations specifically constantly
I don't want to talk
child
about
sacrifice.
this. Isn't about the Canaanite nation. I don't want to talk about the Canaanite nation. That's why I said these are different cities, right? If we can get into the Canaanite nation after we address this, if you want, but let's address these cities first, because these are different cities.
I think what's important to note is that in all these instances, the intent is not to take, but the intent is to prevent the larger evil that's already been happening after centuries of patience. And so if we go back to Genesis, Genesis 15, 13 through 16, God is exercising his judgment in this instance after centuries of patience. And he's telling his people, you can go ahead and prevent this larger act of violence by besieging their nation. And that's different than going there and taking their stuff. And if they refuse, then you can go ahead and go crazy and mess up their nation afterwards. That's a different intent. And so I think the intent is important. Another thing to note is that it's not conquest for gain. It's more like a warfare rule. The ultimatum that's being given, which is that, either you let us come in and prevent what's happening, or we're going to come in and mess you up. That is with the intent of a larger peace, a greater good. And that isn't present in the analogy that you gave, which is that if someone is outside your house and says, let me take all your stuff, and if you don't give it to me, then I'm going to go ahead and kill all your family. That intent isn't to prevent a larger violence happening in the family. That would be more equivalent to a police officer saying, let me come into your house and prevent you from, doing some unjust stuff to your child that we've been reported doing. And if you don't let us come in and prevent that from happening, we're going to have to forcibly do it. That's a more accurate representation of what happened back in the biblical times with this instance.
So, are you familiar with the dam diversas and the palpable? I think you
Vaguely.
So,
Remind me, please.
Yeah. So in that, the dam diversas, the early Christians, through the Catholic Church, wrote an edict that basically said that God gave them the authority through Jesus Christ to go into West Africa and save the souls of the savages there, which were West Africans who did not know your Jesus or believe in your Jesus. They were worshiping their own gods through African spirituality. And through that logic, right, of a greater good, they went into West Africa, enslaved West Africans, taught them that slavery was the way that their souls would be saved, that the church, Jesus Christ, gave them the authority to own the land, take the resources, right? And then, they became labor, or in this case, vassals of the Catholic Church. So basically what you're saying is the same thing that the Israelites are doing here, preventing, this greater violence, because there's nothing here that says that these cities that are far away from the Perizzites, the Canaanites, and Amorites are doing anything wicked. You are assuming that, and I'll give it to you, right? I guess you're assuming that, they didn't worship the God of Israel, so they had to be wicked because they were worshiping pagan gods. And so that's the same thing that early Christians said about people in other nations that they went into and conquered, and said that their God gave them permission to go in and for the greater good and the souls of the savages to come in and, take over. And so are you saying that they were justified in doing so because the Israelites were justified here?
No, I don't think that. Again, I think that's another case study of how humanity has misconstrued the intent of what the word was. I think that
before we get into that, can you tell me how it's different? How is it different for the Christians to go into foreign lands, offer peace, right, like they did, and then conquer the land, kill the men, take the women and children as slaves, and take all of their resources, like their gold, their rice, their artifacts for themselves? How is what the Christians did different than what the Israelites did here? Right, quick, before you get into that, what's the difference?
Again, I think it's the intent. I think that when we see more recent examples, such as that one, as well as maybe the Native Americans when, conquestors from Europe came,
don't switch to a different
all these
word.
Instances, I'm just naming another instance. That's
yeah,
another,
don't do that because that's going to confuse me. I'm trying to understand the difference in the intent.
Okay, I think the intent in all instances over people go and conquest someone else, and claim it's for the sake of whatever Jesus said to cleanse the land, or whatever intent they may claim it is, when the real intent is proven by what the actions were recorded through historical context, it's uncovered what they originally wanted. And I think in that instance in West Africa, for example, I've heard of that instance. I do know about it. I'm not extremely well versed on that either. I haven't specifically studied that. However, I do know that if it's an unjust example of conquest, it's named conquest because that's the intent. The intent wasn't to cleanse the land, although people may have claimed it, just like the Crusades claimed a lot of things. However, we know a lot of their wars were unjust as well. And so there's intent that I think is most important, that I think is separate from a lot of what is mentioned throughout the biblical times from the law. Because, for example, that's why the Pharisees, they say all these things and they try to quote the law and they say, we can do this because the law says this, but they're missing what the intent of God's word was. And therefore they misconstrue it, misinterpret it, and act not in accordance to it. And that's where humanity really kind of takes a sidestep and goes adjacent to what was intended through the actions that are supposed to reflect the intent of God's will. And this is just one of those many examples.
I still don't see the difference in the intent other than you saying, oh, I just think that they claimed it. And you're saying that, oh, their goal of going in there was so that they could take their resources. When it literally explicitly states that in the Bible, right? Like, you're adding your intent. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, when you say that the intention of your God sending the Israelites into these lands that are far away from, let's see, you may use the plan of this, how you shall treat the cities that are a distance from you, right? And do not belong to the nations nearby. When these nations are not the nations here, right? That, the God is saying, this is the land you're going to live in because these people are doing wicked things or whatever. That's not stated here. You are assuming that, like, you're inserting that into the narrative. It explicitly, though, says that you are to go in there, offer them terms of peace so that they can become your labor, right? And then it says, if they refuse, then go to war with them, kill their men, and then take their women and their children and their livestock and everything else in the city, right? That includes their gold, their diamonds, their artifacts, and you may use the plunder that the Lord gives you from your enemies, right? So the intent here is explicitly stated. It doesn't say anything about cleansing the land from any wickedness, as it does here with these cities. And
Okay.
when in the Dum Diversas, when the Catholics went into other nations, it explicitly states that because of the authority of the church that Jesus gave them, that they have the authority to go into other nations and save the souls of the savages who worship pagan deities, right? So they list the intent and their so-called greater good, which actually matches the one that you inserted into Deuteronomy 20. What I don't understand is why you're saying that it's wrong when the Christians did it, but it's justifiable when you assert that the Israelites did it, when it does not state that for the Israelite. Like, I don't understand why it's okay for you to insert it into the Israelite story, but when it actually belongs in the Christian story, is wrong. Does that make
Right.
sense, what I'm asking?
Yeah, I see
Okay.
where you're coming from. And I think that the Bible actually does state the fact that the intent is to not do it out of selfish intent. I'm going to go to Deuteronomy
Can you tell
9:5.
me where?
Deuteronomy
No,
9:5.
remember we're talking about these cities that are far away,
It's in the
right?
same context. It actually relates to that
Yeah. Can you
specific
tell
one.
me where it talks about that? Like, which text?
Yeah, Deuteronomy 9:5. It says,
Okay. All right. One second. One second. We'll go there.
okay.
Actually, I'm gonna pull it up in a different one so we can have more than one. And then let me go to the NIV here.
Appreciate the sharing screen, by the way. That's pretty cool.
Oh, thank you. I mean, you're welcome. All right. Let's see. Hear, Israel, you are now about to cross the Jordan to go in and dispossess nations greater and stronger than you, with large cities that have walls up to the sky. The people are strong and tall Anakites. So these are people in Canaan. You know about them and have heard it said, who can stand up against the Anakites? Be assured today that the Lord your God is the one who goes across ahead of you like a devouring fire. He will destroy them. He will subdue them before you, and you will drive them out and annihilate them quickly as the Lord has promised you. After the Lord your God has driven them out before you, do not say to yourself, the Lord has brought me here to take possession of this land because of my righteousness. No, it is on account of the wickedness of these nations that the Lord is going to drive them out before you. It is not because of your righteousness or your integrity that you are going in to take possession of their land, but on account of the wickedness of these nations, the Lord your God will drive them out before you to accomplish what he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Understand that it is not because of your righteousness that the Lord your God is giving you this good land to possess, for you are a stiff-necked people. So again, this is the land that they are going to possess, which is these nations here, right? It's 16 through 18. They were to annihilate these. This is what this is talking about. What you and I are discussing are the cities here in verse 15, the ones that are far away from the nations from the land that the God promised them. So Deuteronomy 9 is not discussing these cities here.
I think the part that you highlighted right there when it says this is how you are to treat all the cities, it's not saying that you are supposed to...
It says all the cities that are a distance from you. Like you have to read that entire thing. And do not belong to the nations nearby. However, in the cities of the nations the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, don't leave anything that breathes alive. And so I think it's very clear that he's saying this is what you are to do to the cities that are far away from the land of Canaan, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites. And when he talks about the wickedness here in Deuteronomy, he's talking about the land that they are going to possess that's doing wicked. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think he's trying to actually conquer those specific nations. If we flip further back to Deuteronomy 2, it actually specifically says God forbade Israel from conquering other lands like Edom, Moab, and Ammon, because this is not what the intent is. The intent is specifically for Canaan, what there is to be in terms of their treatment, because they're the ones who are, you don't want to get into this argument, but they're the ones, as the Bible claims in Leviticus, that they're the ones who are doing child sacrifice.
Yeah, and like I said, we can get into that later.
Okay.
But that's not the point of contention here. And when you say you don't think that the intent is to conquer them, when it literally says that if they open their gates, all the people in it shall be subject to forced labor and shall work for you. So what they were doing is going in and forcing people to become their vassal states, like their masem labor, and they were to pay tribute to Israel, and they were to take on the customs of Israel, right? And so I don't get how you're saying that you don't think that it's them conquering when verse 11 is expected of these nations.
I see you see the word labor.
Nations.
Right.
No,
I see you see the word
labor, and that word there is masem.
Right.
So they were to become their tributaries, their vassal states. Do you know what a vassal state is?
Yeah, I think there's a difference though, because if you look at the context of the times,
a difference of what?
Yeah, I'll try to explain.
Hold on, before you try to explain, a difference between what though? I'm not saying that they were
the
slaves.
Word laborers in the way that you mean it, and laborers in terms of what it was intended in the texts.
But so, why? Hold on. Why does that matter? Like I'm saying that they were their vassal states. They were to pay taxes to Israel. They were to work for Israel, like conscripted government labor for Israel. That's what the That's what that word there in Hebrew means.
Right, but not slaves. And I think that's an important
Did you
distinction.
hear me say the word slave though? I don't think I ever said slave.
I think you were implying that they were being
No, I
enslaved
didn't.
similarly to West Africans.
I'm not implying, and this is the issue with interpretation, right? And I don't assume what I'm saying, right? This is why I ask questions and I take notes, right?
Fair enough.
I know that that's not slavery. That's sim labor.
Okay.
That's conscripted, forced labor for the government. They were becoming vassal states of Israel.
Right, and it's different than going in there and forcing them to work. I think it's the distinction is let's look at the Roman Empire, for example.
If they were not forcing them to become their vassal state, what would be the need of war?
Well, they weren't forcing them to. It's just that they need to work in order to make a living.
That's why I asked the question. I'm sorry. If they were not forcing them, what would be the need of this part here?
Right. I'm happy to explain. I think the need is similarly to how the Romans operated, which when the Romans ended up conquering a new territory, what the common practice was.
You just used the word conquering. Like, you see what I'm saying?
I'm saying conquering the land, not the people. So if they were to conquer a land and claim that land is part of...
Hold on.
I'd love to explain.
Hold on for a second, because I don't want to waste a lot of time on this, because I think this is kind of it's nonsense right now for us to say that the people here were not being forced, right? Because it says offer them terms of peace first. If they decide to fight you back and say no, then you go to war. I don't understand why we are here when the text literally says, if they don't accept your offer, go to war, kill their men, take their women and their children. Like, how are you seeing this as not being forced unless they voluntarily accept it? You did say
I didn't say it's not being forced. I didn't refute the fact that Israelites weren't forcing their way into these cities. What I'm saying is there's extra context to this, and the same way in which police officers would have warrants to go ahead and break down a house in which the family members were doing abhorrent things to their kids and wasn't just,
but I'm saying
they shouldn't have custody over them. The same way, if there is that wrong events happening within the household, the police has reasoning and justification to go ahead and break down the door, come inside, take the kids away, take the family away, split it apart, because it's not operating in the way that it's supposed to. And that's the same
where does
reasoning.
It say that these cities were not operating the way they're supposed to? Again,
Leviticus.
The scripture that you brought up, this doesn't have anything to do with Leviticus.
Leviticus describes the example.
I'm sorry, 1 second. No, these are not Canaan. Again, you keep wanting to go to Canaan. These cities were to be annihilated. They were not to be made into vassal states. The states that were to be made into vassal states were cities far away from Canaan. They were to annihilate or genocide all the people in Canaan, because they were to occupy Canaan as their land. And then the lands that were far away from Canaan, they were to make their vassal states or their conscripted labor. So so I don't understand why you keep bringing up Canaan, why you keep inserting that these other nations were automatically, like the Israelites automatically had a right, like that of a police officer with a warrant, to go into their home. Like, that's not analogous, because there's nothing in this text that says that these other lands that were far away from the land that your God promised the Israelites were doing anything wicked or wrong. Do you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. I think the distinction to be made is that these other nations, you're right with that statement you said, that the Canaanites were the only ones who were doing the unrighteous things, and that's why they were to abolish them. But then the other ones, the other nations on the outskirts, they were to act and treat them in this fashion. I think if we were going back to the text that you highlighted before, it's talking about how you were to treat them. And that's if they were to go ahead and occupy them. And that's different than you should go and occupy them. It's more of if
Where
this
does it say if you go ahead? Where does it say that? It
Would you be able
doesn't
to scroll
say
back
that.
to where you were in the
It,
previous text?
yeah, this is the text right here. It says, if they accept and open their gates, then they shall be subject to forced labor and work for you. But if they refuse to make peace with you, then go to battle and kill their men, kill their women. Where are you getting that it says if you decide to occupy them?
I'm getting it from the fact that these other nations have done other wrong things as well.
Where does it say that though?
Okay.
That's why I said that's an inference. You're inferring that, right? And you're doing the same thing that the early Christians did when they went into other nations and said that by the power of Jesus and the church, they had the authority to do that because other nations worshipped other gods. You're saying that they are wrong for doing what they did, but you're inferring that it's okay for the Israelites to do what they did because these other nations had to have been doing wrong, although it's not stated in the text.
Okay, these other nations, it's grouped within the group of Canaanite nations.
It's not.
It
They're
is. The
not.
Canaanite nations are the
They're
Amorites,
not.
the
That's why they're
Hittites,
listed
the
different.
Perizzites.
That's why they're listed different in a different group, starting with verse 16, and they were to be annihilated. It says, however, the cities of the nations of the Lord is giving you as an inheritance, do not leave alive anything that breathes. And these
Right, but
nations,
that's
I'm
like
sorry,
California, Texas is all U.S.
one second, it's not. These nations here, they could, if the men fought back, they were to kill the men, but they were to keep the women and children alive, right? But in these nations here, they were to kill women, children, and men. So they're
I
not
think
the same nations.
I think it is because it's the same way as saying, okay, well, the United States, like Texas, like California, like Florida, they're different names, but they're still under the same thing. And so they're all part of the Canaanite cultural and kind
No,
of
they're not.
geographical complex.
No, they're not. That's like saying Egypt is Canaan. They're
No,
not.
that's not what I'm saying.
That's basically what you're saying. They're not the same.
Okay, we can go to Genesis because Genesis is as we know, an earlier text and it actually
What does
talks about the
Genesis
specific
have to
instance.
do with what does Genesis have to do
Everything.
with Canaan?
It
It
talks about it.
doesn't.
I can
We're
read out the
talking
text.
about
15,
no.
18 through 21.
Hold on. No. Now you're still trying to get into prophecies.
No. It says directly Canaan.
I'm sorry. We're talking about the like land borders, right? To say that Canaan, that cities that were far away from Canaan, it's still Canaan makes no sense. It's like saying that Egypt, right, which by the way occupied Canaan, is still Canaan, and it's not. And the God is very direct here, very explicitly says, do not keep alive anything that breathes in Canaan, or of the Hittites, of the
Right.
Amorites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, or the Jebusites. But of these nations up here, you can make vassal states of them. If they surrender to you peacefully, cool. If they don't, go to war, kill the men, take the women and children for yourself.
I think it's important to note Canaanite is a geographical term as well as a cultural term. And the same way that California is very far away from Washington, D.C., there's still the U.S. And so when it's referred to as Canaanite, it's talking about the cultural complex of the time.
No,
and the
it's
cultural
not.
complex all adopted the same practices that the quote-unquote
That's
Canaanites
not
were
true.
being criticized
Can you
for.
I need you to show me a resource that says that all of the Levant area, all of that side of the world, the ancient Near East, was Canaan.
Genesis.
I need you to show me that.
Genesis
Genesis
15,
what?
18 through 21.
Genesis
to your
15,
descendants.
18. Okay, hold on.
I can read out to you as well if you'd like.
Yeah, wait, hold on for a second. I'm
Okay.
going to pull it up. Actually, I think I have it up in the Blue Letter Bible, because this is where your
Okay.
God gives Moses the prophecy that his descendants will be in a foreign land and will be enslaved there, or will be labor there. So Genesis 15,
18 through 21.
let's see, when the sun goes down and it was dark, you said 18 through 21?
Right.
A smoking fire pot and a flaming torch passed between these pieces. on that day, the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, to your descendants I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the land of the Canaanites, the land of the Canaanites, the Catamites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. So again, he lists the lands that he gives them. And he says, from the river of Egypt. Right. So when the God says go far away from these land and offer these people terms of peace, that does not include these lands that he lists here and says annihilate these people. Like they're listed here.
Right. They are listed. However, Canaanite is a cultural term along with a geographical term. And when they talk about the land of it
He's
is.
talking about
There's
land here.
historical
He's not talking
consensus
about
about it.
culture. He literally is listing nations, right? He's not using Canaanite in a cultural term. He's talking about explicit nations and explicit land that the Israelites were to conquer and possess.
Okay, I'd love to respond to that. I think Canaan himself, he was an individual. So he was a person. That's where the land Canaan comes from, the name. He fathered Sidon, which was his firstborn son, and then further on Heth, who was the father of the Hittites, and then the Jebusites and the Amorites, and all those different nations he mentioned were descendants of Canaan.
You're taking us to like a place that this conversation does not need to go, right?
No, I said my claim was that they're
think the
ethnically
reason that you're
Canaanites.
doing this, I'm sorry. I think the reason that you're doing this is because you originally said that it is unjust, right? For someone to just come into your home and, give you an opportunity to let them subdue you or take your shit or kill your people if you don't. And then, you saying, I don't know if you're just now learning that the early church did the same thing,
I knew
used
that.
the Bible as justification to do so. And you're wanting to assert that the Israelites were right to do what they did. It's not the same thing because it's cultural, and he's not really, when he's talking about land, he doesn't really mean land, he means culture. This is the problem with interpretation, because you can make it, words no longer mean words, right? You reinterpret words, kind of like what your Jesus was accusing the Pharisees of doing, or what you were accusing the Pharisees of doing, when I asked for an example, right? But it changes the entire context of a passage when you reinterpret something, and the word for land now means culture, and it no longer
I didn't
means
say that.
land. That's what you're saying.
That's not
You're
what I
saying,
said, though. Just like you don't like
he's not
misinterpretation,
talking.
I
You
prefer it if there
literally
was a
said,
misinterpretation.
I'm sorry,
too.
I'm going to say word for word what you said. You
Please.
literally said he's not talking about land. He's
Right.
talking about culture, the culture of Canaan.
Right.
That's
the culture,
what you said, word for word.
It's an ethnic word. Canaanite is an ethnic word.
I get it. So when he says these lands here, is he talking about lands that are far away from the promised land? Yes or no?
Yes.
So then the lands far away from the promised land have nothing to do with the land of Canaan, which was the promised land.
Not necessarily, because they are also ethnically related. So Canaan, if you understand the context of the word.
Can you tell me
Okay,
what
can I ask you a
lands,
question?
I'm sorry, 1 second. What lands were
Okay.
ethnically related to Canaan? Can
The
you give me
Jebusites,
the
the
lands?
Amorites,
They're
the
listed
Girgashites, the
here.
Hivites.
Do you not see them listed here as part of the lands that were to be annihilated?
Yes, because they're all Canaan.
Right.
They were
So
all
they're
ethnically
not a
Canaanites.
part. Right. So they're not a part of these here that are being discussed here. This is why I said this is nonsense for us to be stuck on this, because you keep trying to assert that these lands are what's being discussed up here, and they're not.
Can I tell you where I'm coming from? And I'd love to be able to explain this fully.
We've been going around in circles on
I
this
haven't been able
for
to explain
like
my source as to why I
you
believe that.
Harvey,
yes
you
you
gotta
have.
stop speaking over
I
her.
haven't.
You have. You're asserting that it's cultural, that Canaan, because Canaan was a person, and there are different ethnicities that are connected to Canaan, and it's a cultural identity, not just a land.
Right. But where I'm getting from, I want to tell you. Am I able to explain that?
You can tell me where you get it from. It still is incorrect, and you have not been able to.
Genesis says it.
Yeah, it does.
And God says it.
It doesn't. You just went to Genesis. I went
Genesis
to Genesis.
10:15.
These are the same. These are the same lands that are listed here that says that they should be annihilated. Like we're just going around in circles because you don't want to. I don't know. Like you can't accept that what the early church did with going into other nations, saying that they had the right to do so for the greater good, which were your words, of saving the souls of the savages there who practice African spirituality. You want to separate what they did from what you said was okay for the Israelites to do. And that's why we're stuck here.
Okay, so I want to get this straight so I don't misinterpret anything. What it seems like what's happening is that we went down a path of in which case is war wrong, and then we looked at this specific instance that you mentioned, and we're going down the rabbit hole of what was considered in the text for who to treat in the manner listed. And we have a disagreement in terms of whether the Canaanites are separate from all those other groups, or whether it's a cultural and ethnic term.
I don't know what other groups you're talking about. The Canaanites
you listed
are the
highlighted.
same as the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Like I said
yes.
that. But we're talking about cities that are a distance from the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, the Amorites. You haven't listed any cities that are not of this other group. And that's what I asked you for. You said the Jebusites, the Amorites. And I responded to that, and I said, they are a part of the Canaanites, and they were supposed to be annihilated. They're not the cities that are far from the promised land that they were to turn into vassal states.
The Bible refers to all of these groups as part of the judgment, and the judgment is on the Canaanite nations.
What group specifically are you talking about? That's why I'm asking you to name them.
I did. The Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Perizzites,
I don't know
the
where
Hivites,
the disconnect
Jebusites,
is. I don't know where the
7:1,
disconnect is.
Deuteronomy 20:17,
Hold on.
Genesis 15.
Harvey.
Yes.
Do you not see verse 17 where it says completely destroy the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites? You see that, right?
In the same way it can be
Hold
used.
on.
Mm-hmm.
These are different nations from the ones that are being discussed in verses 10 through 15. It says, this is how you are to treat all the cities that are a distance from you. The you, because they are taking over Canaan, would be the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hittites, the Amorites. These are the lands that the Israelites are going to occupy, right? So they were to kill every human, babies, teenagers, men, women, elderly, the animals. They were to kill everything in these nations. They were not to leave anything alive. But in the nations that are far away from these nations, they could offer peace and turn them into vassal states. Or if they went to war, they were to kill the men, and they were to keep the women and children alive.
I think the difference here is that there is an ethnic term and there's also a functional and locational term. And so just like someone who's living in Egypt can be called an Egyptian regardless of their ethnicity, so can all nations inhabiting Canaan be called Canaanites by function and location. So that's why you can say a separate statement such as the Canaanites and the Perizzites, etc. Because even though it's the type of people that are living in those different nations, and it shows that people like those living in the Perizzites are inhabitants of the land of Canaan, although they're grouped alongside the ethnically Canaanite tribes. So there is a distinction there, and the distinction is the ethnic term versus the geographical term. And so the Canaanites were 7 nations, were part of the Canaanite nations. And I actually had a professor at university. I'm from Yale, and so one of the professors, William F. Albright.
You're from Yale, and you're having difficulty with this, or are you gaslighting me?
I'm
Because
not gaslighting.
the
I'm a
fact
Yale student.
the fact that you are like, I don't understand
Would I be able to
how,
finish my
like,
thought?
I know like someone from Yale understands reading comprehension,
Right.
Okay, and so we understand that if verse 14 says, as for the women and the children and the livestock and everything else, you may take as plunder. We understand that means that it can stay alive, correct?
We don't disagree on that.
All right. We also understand that in the Canaanites, Perizzites, Amorites, Hivites, Hittites, Jebusites, and the other nations, they were to completely annihilate them and do not leave anything that breathes alive, correct?
Fair.
So with that being said, we can deduce that these nations here are not these nations here.
No. I'd love to explain why.
I'm sorry. Are they allowed to keep anything alive in the nations in verse 16 through 18?
Okay, you keep asking me questions, and I'm trying to kind of backtrack to whichever questions you asked before.
Do you realize that you're holding two conflicting points? I cannot.
No, they're
my
different.
brain.
I'd love to explain how.
I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm sorry. 1 second.
Okay.
My brain doesn't work like that, because you're saying that yes, they're not allowed to keep anything alive. Yes, they are allowed to keep it, women and children alive. Yes, they are the same nations.
I'm saying they're the same ethnic group.
No, I didn't ask you if they're the same ethnic group. Are they the same nations is what I asked you. And so in these nations here that are being discussed, right, they are different nations. They're not the same nations.
Right.
And so as the Israelites go into these nations, they are going to nations that are far away, offering them terms of peace. If the people do not peacefully become their vassal states, then they go to war.
Yes, because they're experiencing judgment from God.
And you are asserting that again because you are trying to connect the other nations that you don't know who they are. You have no idea, because I'm asking you, who are these nations? And you keep naming the same nations that are not allowed to keep anything alive. That's why, like, I don't understand how you are holding two conflicting ideas.
Because those are the only nations being listed.
Where are these other nations? Who are they?
I'd love to explain. So the reason why I brought up Yale wasn't meant to be, I know better than you.
It's okay. I hired and fired people from Yale.
Fair enough.
It's not a big deal.
Fair enough. That's not why I brought it up.
Who are these other nations?
The reason why I brought it up is because I have a professor there. And the professor, William F. Albright, he talked about something. He said, and I can quote him over here, I looked this up, the term Canaanite in the late Bronze Age refers to the inhabitants of the land of Canaan, including urban dwellers and rural tribes. Even groups not genealogically descend from Canaan may be called Canaanites by territory. And so that's why all those different territories you mentioned were still Canaanites, despite them having a different term, the same way that California and Texas, it's not named U.S., but they're still under the U.S. And so in the same way, God is exercising his judgment on Canaanite people, which he has right to do so. And that's listed in Genesis, it's listed in Deuteronomy, it's listed in Leviticus. And that is what is being mentioned there. You treat them in this way due to the fact that they have been committing, child sacrifice, all these crimes, these completely unethical crimes. That is what is wrong. And that, after centuries of patience, is what gives the Israelites the ability to exercise God's judgment on these people.
Who are the nations that are being discussed in verse 15, please? List them, please.
Those nations are the same nations talked about in the preceding verse, which is this is how you treat
But
them.
those nations, but these people were supposed to all die. Who are the other Canaanites that were allowed to become vassal states is my question.
Okay, there's there's 7 of them who are all Canaanites. This text is only referring to Canaanites.
I am
no one else.
asking.
All those other nations.
That's not true.
include
There are
Canaanite
Moabites
nations.
here. There are Ammonites. There are Syrians in this text. There are Egyptians in this text. Jerichoans.
It's not referring to those.
Who are the nations in verse 15 that it is referring to, please?
It simply says other nations, but
Correct.
it doesn't refer
And
any
so
specific
who are
other ones.
they? Who are they?
It doesn't refer to any other
It
specific
says the
ones.
ones far
That's the point.
away. It says the ones far away from you. Who are these other nations that are far away from the land of Canaan, right? That are from the Girgashites, the Hivites, the Archites, the Jebusites, the Perizzites. Who are these other nations that are far away is what I'm asking. Because the ethnic groups, like the table of nations, right, are listed here, right? Who are the nations that are far away is what I'm asking you, that are still considered Canaan.
I don't think it's relevant because there are only 7
It
nations
is
of Canaan.
because you just
And it
want me
talks
to
about how to
accept
treat
that what you're
Canaanites.
saying. It is very relevant because they were required to kill the ites of
The
Canaan.
Canaanites.
Right. They were required to destroy them all.
Not the non-Canaanites, which is what those other nations are.
Who are they?
Not Canaanites.
Who are they? The ones that you are saying are still ethnically Canaan.
None of them. I didn't say anyone who's not ethnically Canaan isn't ethnically Canaan. What I'm saying is that those other ones aren't Canaanites.
I don't think you realize the cognitive dissonance that you are experiencing right now, and you're holding to conflicting thoughts. You said that these nations right here, right, are still Canaan ethnically, and you said it's just like in the United States.
No. That's not what my claim was.
That I can play it back. Like I'll
Please
play
do.
it back. Like this is being recorded. I don't like being gaslit.
I don't like being
and I
misinterpreted.
feel like I can play it back. Like
Sure.
I feel like we've been here far too long, and
Agreed.
this was a nonsense point, and I think we got stuck here because you didn't like the fact that you asserted that the Israelites had a right to do this because these people were wicked and they were stopping a greater violence for your God, right? And I wanted to move forward into the Canaanite discussion, but you wouldn't admit, right, to the fact that you said that it was okay for the Israelites to do this, and when I brought up the early Christians doing the same thing, you said that when they did it, it was wrong. And
no, because they weren't doing the same thing. They weren't doing the same thing.
You just want to say that their intention was a claim, like that their intention was just, I guess, getting wealth or whatever. But they literally and they also their intention was labor and wealth.
It wasn't
to take their plunder. Where else does it say anything about judgment on these nations?
We've already revisited this, and
no, we haven't, because you haven't said who these nations are.
We went to Deuteronomy, and we went to earlier than 15.
No, Deuteronomy has to do with these nations here, the promised land. Deuteronomy 9 is talking about the promised land. This is not the promised land.
All of Canaan was promised.
This is not Canaan. These are lands far from Canaan.
There's still Canaanites.
And again, what lands that are far from Canaan are still Canaan? Which lands?
It says the people are the people who determine what the land is.
What
just
lands?
Like
I'm asking you to give me the lands. Like, if the lands, you should be able to say this land, that land, these people, the Moabites, the Ammonites. Like, you should be able to list that. What lands, what nations that were far from Canaan were still considered Canaan?
Where does it say they're far from specifically Canaan?
It's right here, 15. This is how you are to treat all the cities that are a distance from you. And
Doesn't say
actually,
Canaan though.
this is, oh my God, this is why I said, right, like reading comprehension, because the very next verse talks about what to do with the people in the promised land of Canaan, right? Like
Right,
if
which
we
is
go,
exercising God's judgment,
yeah,
which is justified.
you're saying that, but there is no proof that these people in verse 15, right, should have any of your God's judgment. Like there's no proof whatsoever. That's why I'm asking you to tell me what nations are they, because you're claiming that these nations are still Canaan. What are the nations that are considered still Canaan?
I think we're going away from the point.
No, we're not.
The original point was, is unjust killing bad?
No,
And
no, no,
in
no. Like
war,
this, I don't like this. Like when you bring a point of contention in the discussion,
I
right?
didn't bring up Canaan.
You did no. You literally brought this point to say that they are the same nations. You brought this point of
I
contention.
didn't. That was a rebuttal to your point, but I never brought
Right.
up the Old
I
Testament
didn't say.
at all.
Listen to what I say. Okay. I'm very intentional when I speak. Okay.
As am
I
I.
did not say, no, you're not. I
I
did
would
not say,
appreciate if we don't have ad
hold on.
hominems in
Hey,
this situation.
I didn't use any ad hominems.
Okay, but it's going to that path. And all I'm saying is
It's
I'd appreciate
not.
that doesn't
I have
happen.
no reason to. It is not. I have no reason to.
I said I'm intentional. You said
You're
I'm not.
not intentional when you speak. You say one thing,
Okay.
yet you mean another.
Appreciate
And
your
then you
opinion.
hear one thing, right? And when I said something different, I did not say you brought up Canaan. I said you brought up this point of contention in the discussion. I did not
I
say
never
you
brought
brought
up
up
the
the
Old
Old Testament. There you go again.
Right.
I did not say you brought up the Old
This point,
Testament.
which is an Old Testament
You
point, I didn't
brought
bring up.
up this point of contention in the discussion. And the point of contention that you brought up is that these are the same groups of people, because Canaan is still Canaan, even far away. And
Right, but
now
that
you
wasn't the
want to
original
pivot
point, which
away
is what I was
from
trying to get back
that.
to. The
No,
original
you're not. You're
point,
trying to get back to unjust killings.
that was the original point, correct?
But I'm not going back to that until we resolve this.
The whole point of bringing this up was to talk about that.
And now we can't move forward because this is a point of contention in the discussion now.
That's why I think it's not productive. It's a point of contention
Well,
that isn't
I'm
moving
sorry.
us forward.
I don't move past unresolved things. It's unresolved.
Same as the other point, but we move past it.
No, this took us to a deeper discussion, and I continue
Right.
to try to say, like, if you cannot provide the other countries, right, the other nations, right, then you just admit that what you are trying to do is separate what the early Christians did from what you said was okay for the Israelites to do. But you won't. You are still asserting that these are the same nations. So then I'm asking you, for the other nations that you are claiming is still Canaan. If you can't do that, and you don't want to do that, then we can end the conversation here, but we will not be moving past this, because that's not how I have discussions.
Okay, let me stay on it, but let me zoom out in order to respond. The whole prompt that was brought up in the first place was claiming that Jesus didn't do something.
You're doing it again. I know what my prompt is.
If you hear me out, you'll see how I connect.
No, you're not. What you should be doing right now. No.
I heard you speak.
I'd
love it if I can speak too.
No. What you should be doing right now, right, is providing the list of the nations that you are saying are still Canaan, outside of the Jebusites, the Hittites, the Perizzites. That's what you should be doing. I know what the conversation was. I'm the one that put it up. I don't care. I'm not. If you need to pivot or gaslight, then the conversation ends here. Okay.
That was what the original conversation was.
Okay. All right.
Though.
Thank
I wasn't
you,
pivoting.
Harvey. All right.
That's what the prompt was.
Okay. If you can't,
I can respond to it if you like. It's just I didn't realize we're talking about it differently.
Okay. At this point, goodbye, Harvey.
Fair enough.
All right. Do you know how to get down?
I was just waiting to hear someone else pop on. That's all.
You was waiting on what?
For someone else to pop on.
Why?
I'm not allowed to be on this live anymore.
No,
Like,
I only have
listen to
one
it.
guest up at a time. Do you realize that there are 7 people waiting and only you are on stage? I don't do a panel like that.
Okay, I'm not familiar with what you do. All I'm saying
Have a
is I
good day.
appreciate next time if we're able to actually stay on topic, because I believe that I came on
Hey,
here to
don't now
discuss
you're
the
getting ready to
prompt.
start with the ad hominems, okay?
No.
Have a good day.
What kind of ad hominem did I
Hey,
say?
Harvey.
Okay.
Thank you
All
for
I'm saying
coming up.
is
Have a good
Jesus
day.
spreads love,
Harvey,
and I hope
have a good
I'll
day.
pray for you. And I wish
Bye,
the best for you.
Harvey. Yeah, okay. Goodness gracious. God, I remember there was a guy that used to work for me who went to Yale. And never mind. Let me stop. I ain't even gonna talk about what that motherfucker did. Oh, Mel. Goodness. Metatron?
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
Good, thanks. I just want to start with a bit of presuppositionalism so we know where our
No,
worldviews
no. Are you
are.
the same guy that was up here the other day? I don't do
No,
philosophy
this is
in
my first time on this live.
I don't do philosophy in here. No.
So
Are
you,
you I don't do philosophy. I don't care what you feel, how you feel about that. If you like philosophical arguments, you need to go to a
okay.
live that does philosophical arguments. Okay.
Okay, so do you not care about truth and morality?
Yeah, you are that same guy. No, I don't. Have a good day.
See, you don't
Okay.
want to go deep on it.
Yeah. Rome, I'm not bringing you back up. You were up here once already. Unique, Herb 6, Cray Trade. I don't think Finity and Beyond and Reese are in there on purpose. You can go and scream, get a megaphone and go stand on the corner with the Hebrew Israelites and say, "Thinker is scared of Metatron." I'll buy the megaphone for you, and I'll make the sign and make it pretty. Let's see, Cray Trey, are you in the guest box on purpose? Herb 6.
That was an accident.
Okay, no worries. Rome, I'm not bringing you back up. You were up here once already. Okay, thank you for, I guess, being broke. Cool. Like y'all are in your fucking feelings like a motherfucker. Who's in the comments now, believers, calling me broke? Is it Jesus or is it Satan? Which one of them is mad at me today? Jesus or Satan? It's Satan calling me broke. So to the believer in the comment that's calling me broke, your fellow brother in Christ just called you Satan. Just said you're working for Satan. How do you feel about that? Well, I think you sat and you watched me have a mature conversation with a white man, and now you want to come back up and try it, but you fucked up that opportunity. You should have came up and acted like the white man acted before you saw how the white man acted. That's your fucking fault. Like, I think a lot of y'all are starting to realize too, like, y'all get up here and say, you're going to make me go to an Asian woman or a white woman. And then y'all turn around, and when the black woman don't give a fuck, and then you see black women dating white men, you see black women dating Asian men, you see black women dating Latinos, dating natives, then you want to act right because you're like, oh, I can do that too, but you fucked up. Like, it's too fucking late. You should have came up here and acted like you had some sense. Now I don't want to talk to your ass. You showed me what the fuck you was. No, thank you. Ahmed.
Yeah,
Hi. How old are you?
23.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Well, let me answer the question host
No.
told me.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I'm Muslim.
Okay, so I'm not. This discussion isn't about Islam, so I'm going to take you down. Okay. I hope you have a good day. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible that we are discussing, you do not have to identify as a Christian. You do not have to identify as a specific religion or a specific belief system. You just have to be someone who does believe in the God of the Bible, whether that is Jesus, whether that is Yahweh. That statement includes the God in the Old and New Testament. It's not just about Jesus. You can be someone who is also deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing your belief in this God, or you can be a agnostic atheist or atheist who once believed in this God and have completely or have deconstructed away. Only those three types of people. Also, if you are a nerd, of course, you know, you have stage priority. And if you are a dragon, you can come on stage and you can participate. If you are a dragon, one dragon at a time on stage. But if you are a nerd, please make sure you comment before you request so that I can bring you up. Will, how are you? It's been a while since you've been in here.
How are you doing, Thinker?
I'm doing good.
I'm glad you
What are
remember
your
me. What's up?
Yeah, it's been a minute. I can't remember if you is this the same account? Is it a
Yeah.
different account? Okay. Yeah, it's been probably about a year, I think, since
Yeah.
you've been in here. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Okay, so Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. I disagree, I guess. For sure.
Okay, and why?
Certainly, I believe that Jesus Christ is the foundational rock of our modern conception of good and evil and how to live a good life. I think he's so integral to all of that.
Yeah, like examples.
Oh, certainly. I mean, I would say that his teachings on the Sermon on the Mount, his example by his earthly walk of servitude, his commandment of anybody who would ever follow him to be someone in the exact same boat, and anyone who would ever claim some sort of like position of authority over people where they're in charge of people, that they must be servants, they must care about the greater good, that they must be looking out for everyone else before themselves.
So I'm always confused when believers say that Jesus was an example for how humans are to live, when your Jesus wasn't necessarily human, right?
Right.
He was a homostatic deity, right? He was a 100% deity, 100% human. And you are 100% human, right?
Yes.
You're not homostatic. You don't have you're not a deity as well, right? You don't have the supernatural powers that your Jesus has.
No.
Okay. And so when you say that he was an example because of the teachings um, of the Sermon on the Mount, one question that I have, if someone says, do this thing, and you don't see them doing that thing, Are they an example or are they just a teacher?
I'm sorry. Would you repeat that for me?
Yeah, like if I say, um, if I say, don't go live every day because it drains a lot of your time. Am I an example for not going live every day, or am I just teaching you better time management?
Well, yeah, I guess if you didn't do it, if you didn't follow through with what you were saying, then you obviously weren't an example. You were just teaching it.
And so on the Sermon on the Mount, when Jesus teaches, like to feed the poor, right?
Right.
Is there an example in here where he's feeding the poor?
Oh yeah, I mean the whenever he feeds 5,000 in one case, and then I think it's 4,000 in the other case. There's two recorded examples in the Bible.
So in those those stories, it doesn't say that the people were poor and that the people could not afford food.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't necessarily explicitly state that, but it does state, who was following Jesus all throughout, to lead up into these giant crowds that would be, following him where he went.
No, there were wealthy people following him as well. In fact, some of the women financially supported him. But the people that were there, the people that were there when he fed the 5,000, the disciples literally said to Jesus, let them go so that they can buy something to eat and make provisions for them, to have a place to stay. So it literally, it sets the intention that the people, were at least expected to have the means of being able to buy their own food, and pay for a place to stay at an inn. And Jesus was like, oh, don't worry about it. Like, you feed them. Like, what do you have? Right. It says that they were not around any inns. They were not around, any restaurants or anything like that, or places to get something to eat. But it does not say that he did that because they were poor. And so what I'm really looking for, like, for Jesus to be the example of feeding the poor, because I agree, he did say, to feed the poor, but I don't see an example of him doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I got a couple of points I guess I'd toss at you for that one.
Okay.
I think there is an important distinction you made there whenever you mentioned that it was his disciples that came with, sort of their idea of how in the world are we supposed to deal with this crowd. They're like, yeah, let them fend for themselves. And like you said,
I didn't say that. I never said that. I never said anything about let them fend for themselves.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm adding that sentiment. I'm sorry. But they said, they were the ones that directed and said, hey, let them go out so they can buy food and find an inn or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So then...
And keep in mind, I'm not saying that he didn't do something nice. What I'm asking is for an example of him feeding the poor.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
not of him doing a nice thing.
Okay, I'll move on to the next thing then. What status do you think would be imparted to Jesus Christ and his followers that were with him?
Some of them were illiterate. Some of them were wealthy. Like, they were different. Like,
Yes.
not all of them, were of the same social status.
I guess specifically then, Jesus. What class was he from?
He was a carpenter's son.
At this point in his
But
ministry,
he was also a deity who could make fish just pop up in the sea.
You are correct. So then, who followed him and decided to be like him and weren't
Again,
deities?
it was a mixed multitude.
Right.
So
But
they
you're
were
asking
not
for
all
examples.
they were not all of one class. Like, I think
I
I
agree.
just answered that.
I agree.
Right.
I agree. Are you saying that there were poor people in that multitude?
I don't know, because the story does not say that. The story says let them go. That he did it because they were far away from town. Like it literally says why he did it. So I there's no need for me to say, oh, he, did it because the people couldn't afford to eat. It doesn't say that in neither story. So, but I'm asking for an example where he is, explicitly
Yeah.
feeding the poor.
I mean, there's no spot where it specifically says, hey, this guy was poor and Jesus fed him. I mean, there's lots of, like I was going to point specifically to Peter then whenever they're asking about, leaving all the things behind. And he explicitly states, at least for himself and whoever he was referring to when he says, we have left everything to follow you. And I guess we'd have to get into what it means to be poor, that you can't afford anything. Because I guess anyone can pick up and do something, right? Like if we're talking economics, but what is it?
There were women that was financially supporting your Jesus. So there were women who did have the funds to support Jesus. And in fact, the disciples had money, right? I think they had like 20 shillings or something like that in the story of the 5,000 feeding. Let me see. I think it's in the Mark one. Let me see. I think the Mark one is in Mark 6. And in fact, one of the young boys there had food with him, and that's what your Jesus used. He used the food of somebody who was already there. Is it Mark 6 and let's see. Is it without compassion? You get to many grew. Yeah, they had 200. The disciples had 200 denarii. Actually, no, they had 200 denarii worth of bread. In the Mark story, he says, "You give them something to eat." He says, "Are we?" No, they had 200 denarii, and they said to Jesus, "Are we to go and buy 200 denarii worth of bread and give it to them to eat?" So the disciples had money. And then there was a kid there with 2 loaves of bread and 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. So there were people there with, some food to eat. Jesus just turned it into more because they were far away. It says they were in a deserted place and the hour had gotten late. So like it was about, them traveling with him all day to be healed and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah. So it's not about the poor. But I mean, and that's okay, right? Like this specific situation isn't about the poor. I don't know. Is there another situation that you can think of? Because what I'm asking about is I get a lot of believers saying that he is the best thing that ever happened to humanity because he was the perfect example for how humans are to be. And I agree he taught some things. There are some things that he taught, not revolutionary, because taking care of the poor isn't something that people didn't already know and do prior to your Jesus. So I don't discount that, but I don't necessarily understand saying that he was the perfect example of that when there's not I haven't found an example of him actually doing that, like feeding the poor. And then like saying that, oh, he was the perfect example for how not to sin. And I'm like, didn't he have like supernatural powers? Like he was a whole ass God. Like he doesn't know what it's like to be a human without that deity aspect. Right. And so he had extra power to not sin. In fact, he was never, like in your belief, you are born a sinner. So you're starting in a pit where Jesus is already outside the pit. And so he doesn't know what it's like to climb out of the pit and then become clean. He started out clean and just stayed that way. Right.
Yes.
So he's not actually a good example because y'all didn't start from the same place, right? So he doesn't know what it's like to be you, honestly.
You could look at it that way. That's how a lot of people normally put the thing. But the Bible, it does start from the story of Adam and Eve being formed in Paradise Garden, fully in unity with God. And essentially what the claim that Jesus has is that he, being a new kind of Adam, being placed in that, being created in that sort of perfection, never forsook that unity. And so he is the eldest brother, the one that goes before us, the one that's going to be infinitely ahead of us as we all continue to try to progress back into that mastery of life, back into that teleos completion, perfection. Because the idea is that we stop sinning. It's not that we keep sinning.
I mean, that's all well and good. It doesn't change the fact that he still doesn't know what it's like to be you.
Well, that's kind of gets into the complications of what it looks like to be fully human as well as fully deity. He did,
Which there's no point in us talking about that. You and I are not deities.
I guess
The story says only your Jesus was fully human and fully God. So
right. So I'm
he
saying
doesn't
that
know what it's like to be you. Is what I'm saying.
He does though, because he was fully human.
He was also fully God at the same time. You are not.
Only
And so
because
I'm sorry, Will.
Okay.
He does not know what it's like to only be human and start from a deficit. He did not do that. And either he was not only human, and he did not start from a deficit in his morality the way you do. So he does not know what it's like to be only human and to start from a deficit. He does not know that.
I mean, do you know the story of like his birth and like his upbringing?
Was he only human at his birth and during his upbringing?
I mean, I'm wondering what the difference.
I'm wondering why you're bringing that up. So was he only human at his birth and during his upbringing?
No.
So then what's the point in bringing that up?
Yes, I brought it up because I'm wondering what it is in that experience of him being human, but also deity here on earth. How did it look different from, like what is the distinction that you're making, I guess?
Well, you're saying that he was the perfect example for you. So you are only human. You started out as a sinner, right?
But I was made to not be that.
Were you that though?
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Were you a sinner? Did you start out as a sinner?
No, but I was born into sin.
So did you start from a deficit when you were born? Or did you start from a perfect place?
I do believe we start from a perfect place and then we enter into the world of sin.
What do you mean enter the world of sin? When you are born, is that when you enter the world of sin?
Yes.
So then you start from a deficit as a baby?
As a baby, once you're born, yes.
Yeah, I don't know why we're playing these word games, right? So you start from a deficit as only human. Your Jesus as a baby started perfect as a human God. That's not the same place. And because he is God and human and perfect, he does not know what it's like to be just human and imperfect, trying to become perfect. He does not know that.
I think I understand what you're saying. Can I try to share with you why I brought it up?
Sure.
And I would contend, right, as a Christian, that everything begins from God. That's why I said I would contend that we begin from a perfect place. We begin from God, and he sends us forth, and we are as that expression of God. Jesus even alludes to this later when he quotes one of the Psalms that says, "Why are you getting mad at me for calling myself the Son of God? Isn't it written in your scriptures, you are God's?" And this is, again, something towards that mastery of coming back to perfection.
It doesn't change the fact, right? Unless what you just said is going to now say that Jesus started from an imperfect place and worked his way to perfection as only a human.
I guess I could not say that. That's why I can't say that he's not.
So saying all those other words, it does nothing. They were pretty, but it does nothing, right? You still are a different existence than the existence that Jesus was.
Yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, you could certainly say that.
Yeah, so I don't quite understand the saying that he was a perfect example for how humans should be and not sin, right? The Bible says that he experienced every sin and every temptation known to man. That is not true, right? Or at least we don't have record of that. We know that he wasn't married according to the text that we do have. There are some apocryphal or pseudepigraphal texts or stories out there that says that Mary Magdalene was his wife and all of that, and I get that, but we're talking about the Christian Bible, right? The King James Bible, the NRSV, VUE, the NIV, and there's nothing in these stories about Jesus that says that he was married, so he doesn't know what it's like to be um, in a covenant with another woman and fight off adultery, right? Like resist the temptation to commit adultery.
Right. Right.
Yeah, so we can't say that he was a perfect example for that. And in fact, I do believe he says that it's better to be celibate, right? Like that's the thing that is the highest in the kingdom, is if you are celibate and you actually chop off your gonads. um so like we don't see him fighting that temptation.
I mean, you do see him fighting the temptation. Certainly, like he doesn't even endeavor in the
How can he fight the temptation to commit adultery if he's not married?
Well, you can be a homewrecker, right?
Well, who did he fight off to sleep with?
I don't know, but I mean,
So we don't see that then, right?
we
We
don't see
don't
it in
see that
everybody, right?
exactly. So when I say we don't have an example of him, resisting the temptation to be a homewrecker.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of by the if it's like specific, like hard code, like hard written, every single example that a person could go through, the Bible certainly does not contain that. It contains the intuition of like the seed, right? From this is the way that it's going, this is the way that it grows, this is the rhythm, this is the pattern. But it's not like the Old Testament, a rule book that's trying to code hard rules, or even like the modern day rabbinic Judaism, right? That's like continuing to try to codify some rules. It's not like that.
No, I'm quoting the scripture in Hebrew that says that Jesus had been tempted with every temptation, right? Like he can sympathize with the human weaknesses because he has been tested the same way humans are tempted and still didn't sin.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I
And he
believe
did
that.
it.
Well, I
No, he
believe that.
didn't, because you as a human is tempted with like human shit, right? Again, adultery is one of those things, right? And we don't see Jesus being tempted with adultery, like right, to not sleep with another man's wife, or to be married and not break that marriage vow. Like we don't see that. And then in fact, like Jesus says, like the Ten Commandments says not to covet your neighbor's things, right? And not to steal. But we see Jesus telling his disciples to go and steal somebody's donkey. And they're like, well, what if they say something? Just tell them the Lord needs it, right?
Right.
Like he's proclaiming himself to be the Messiah, and he's sending his disciples to go and steal for him.
I guess that's one way to read it. Yeah, I mean, if
But
you
you can't do that as a human, right? He can do that because he's God and human, right? You
I mean,
can't. So
I'm
you
sure if they
can't
would
do
have
that.
objected, they would not have taken the donkey. Like that was the reason.
But I'm saying, but it's the fact that he told them to do it, right? And he has that. He feels that he has that authority, or y'all feel that he has that authority because he's also God, right? So at any moment in this story, anything that he does that's questionable, you're going to invoke his God side. You as a human don't have that ability, right? So when you do things that are questionable, you are judged as a human, not a God. Where Jesus was judged as a God, he's judged as a God by you all, by his disciples, and then killed like a human.
Right, and that only works if you also like read the text with what's called intuition. If you take intuition out of the equation, I agree, it's completely unsatisfying.
I don't know what that was meant for. What I said was even his disciples, right, judged the things that he told them to do that is questionable because they saw him as divine, right, as the promised Messiah.
Right.
So yeah, so he could, invoke either his humanness or his godlike abilities at any moment, which you and I cannot do that. So I don't see Jesus being a perfect example for me, right? When I'm not divine. And if I were to believe in this story, I would start from a deficit, and it's almost like me starting like completely dirty and then me having to go through an obstacle course to become clean. And Jesus never had to go through that obstacle course to become clean. He started clean. And as he's going through the obstacle course, when there are things flying at him, he morphs into his God-like powers and beats those things, and then he changes back to a human.
Yeah, so
I can't do that.
in your example, what hinders us from getting clean in the beginning to start the same way that he did?
Your story, the fact that you in your story you said you don't. I don't know. It doesn't matter what got you there. You start there. It's the fact that you start there.
You have to start the obstacle course before you're clean?
What?
In your example, do you have
the
to
obstacle course is life.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, it's life.
But you don't have to
I don't
do
know
very much.
where are you before you start life? I don't know. Do you know?
Right. But you don't have to do very much, right? Like you don't have to take on
I have no idea because I don't know what the fuck I was doing before my life started. Like, how are you making the statement that you don't have to do very much? Like, do you know where you were before life started?
Okay, like if you're still like in this, I'm trying to stick with it and try to be as as parallel as I can be with your example. And it seems to me, right, you're still a free agent moving, like making decisions in an obstacle course the same way that once you start life, you're a free agent moving. Like I can start the obstacle course whenever, I can do whatever, right? Like the same way I'm born.
I'm confused. What do you mean? You're a free agent where? Before life starts?
Yeah, because again, I would contend we both start from perfection, me and Jesus.
Where were you before your life started?
With God.
How do you know where you were before your life started?
With God, because all things originate from God.
That's I can't say anything about that. I don't know where. I don't have any memories of where I was, or if I was, before my life started. So I'm not gonna sit here and lie or pretend with that.
Yeah, I've got no proof of it. That's completely by the faith.
Yeah, and honestly, there's no point in us going there because you would just be making stuff up at this point.
Right. This is why I brought up earlier, and you were like, why was that for? And it was that if you take intuition out of understanding these scriptures, right, so that you can have faith about these things. Otherwise, it's unsatisfying. You can't have faith about these things.
We're talking about whether your Jesus was an example for you as a human.
Right.
You're not this human when you're with your God before you are alive. So there's no point in you and I playing make believe and talking about what went on in heaven before you were in your mommy's belly, right? We're talking about your experience here on earth. And according to your faith, right, you were born into sin, right? You were born from a place of iniquity, and you have to go through life and work to become clean. Jesus did not have to do that.
That's not, you just have to accept Jesus and you're clean. That's all you got to do. You
You
accept
still,
the gift of
no,
cleanliness.
you don't. Like literally, are you? Unless you believe that once saved, always saved.
I do believe that. Yeah.
So when a person accepts for Jesus and they go and essay a child, they're still clean,
From that point, once they accept the Lord, they are clean.
even after they sexually assault a child.
Yeah, because at the point, it's like a promise of cleanliness, I suppose.
What do you mean a promise of cleaning? Are they clean or not?
Yes, but like, it's across time and space, I guess.
A what?
It's a yes because it's a promise across time and space.
Right. So basically, in your faith, Jesus was the example for how to do egregious shit on earth and still be clean.
Well, okay, obviously the whole point of it is that cleanliness comes from following him. If you agree that you will follow the Lord Jesus Christ, that is your essentially ticket to making it towards perfection, because love will draw you there. If you are actually following Jesus Christ, if you actually love good, you will make your way there.
I hear you. But what I'm saying is you're asserting that just saying that you accept that Jesus is your savior makes you clean. And it doesn't matter what you do on earth, you are still clean.
Right, and I'm not justifying any actions. I'm just
You
simply
are
saying,
like you're not justifying, as you're basically saying that you don't actually have to be these
a good person.
people that, yeah, like when you say he was an
Right.
example for how to be, and I talk about how your God is both human and God. And whenever he did questionable shit, he could just invoke his God side and it not be questionable anymore. He still be the God, he still be holy. And what you just said was that so could you, as someone who accepts him. Once you accept him, you then become clean. You could do questionable shit and just invoke your acceptance of Jesus and you still be clean.
Well,
So that's the
that's with your
example that you just showed that Jesus is.
I'd say that's with your frame of reference, because I don't believe that the scriptures, again, with intuition, give me any reason to believe that he did anything questionable. I
Right.
trust what it says.
Because no, that's not with my frame of reference. And you just became my frame of reference, right? Because again, as I stated, it's because of your faith and your belief that he is God that whenever he does something questionable, you're going to invoke the God side and says he had the authority to do it because he's God.
Like, what do you believe that Jesus will do when he's here?
Well, he used a slur. He discriminated. He was an Israelite supremacist. And when a Canaanite woman or a Greek Syrophoenician woman came to him and begged him to heal her daughter, he ignored her. He told her that he only came for the lost sheep of Israel. He called her a dog and said that what he had was only for the lost sheep. And when she agreed that she was a dog, he said, because of the words that came out of your mouth, go, your daughter is healed. And then he left.
Right.
Like, he used a slur. He dehumanized her. If he is someone who wanted to, take care of those that were oppressed or poor and needy, that would have been a great opportunity to do it. Instead, he only did it when she admitted that she was less than the Israelites and that the Israelites were superior and that she, in fact, was a dog and that she deserved to eat after the Israelites.
I mean, do actions speak louder than words?
Yeah, his actions do speak louder than your words.
Okay.
What's your point? Like, his actions were that he ignored her. He made her beg. Like, he could, if he was actually this loving God, this loving example, when he saw her in need and heard that her daughter was sick, he would have just done it instead of making her beg and dehumanizing her. and making her admit that the Israelites were superior.
I think it's a wonderful picture of how in the world someone that comes to faith in Christ after looking at the mess of the Old Testament must look like.
Yeah, of course you would, because again, you invoke his God side. If a human did that, let's change it from God, from Jesus to a human.
Hmm.
If a white supremacist refused to give a black woman bread to feed her child until she admitted that she was a dog and white people were superior to her, and once she admits that, he throws her a piece of bread and say, "Go feed your child." Is that a beautiful thing?
I feel like I can say no, but I also feel like I don't have the right experience to be able to be like, like I truly know what that would feel like.
You know what it feels like to dehumanize or to be racist, or for someone to be racist to you. But the fact that you can judge that situation, right, from a human perspective very easily, like you're not cloudy. Your judgment isn't cloudy because there is no God
It's not only because
ingredient there.
it's not only
I'm sorry, 1 second.
okay.
There's no God ingredient in the second scenario. But because the first scenario is about your Jesus, you see the beautifulness and groveling and coming to Jesus from a place of deficit. And you think it's beautiful.
Well,
All
there's
while at the
incredible
same
difference.
time saying that a pedophile can do the same thing and still be blessed by your Jesus.
There's incredible differences in those two examples.
Yeah, name them.
Oh, certainly. Okay. Well, one for sure is you have to recognize that the words that you're using are very explicit. The
What
words,
words?
the word you're saying that like you're going with foregone conclusions about how these words were meant to be, like how the conversation went essentially.
No, I quoted it word for word. I can pull it up.
Pull it up,
Yeah,
please.
I'll pull it up and read it. I quoted it word for word. I think the only thing I said was dog, and then I said he ignored her.
You didn't quote it at all. You just told me what you saw happen.
No, I said he called her a dog. Like, what do you mean?
That's not a quote.
That is a quote. He called her a dog. That's a
Okay.
quote.
Okay,
We're
I
gonna
guess
read it.
just dog, I guess, is the quote, if you're saying that's the quote, right?
No, I said he called her a dog. I said dog, right? And then I said he ignored her, right? I said word for word what happened.
What happened? Your interpretation of what happened, not the
No,
quote.
I didn't interpret it.
That's an
I said,
interpretation.
no, it's not. I didn't interpret. The interpretation would be that Jesus's mission was only the lost sheep, and at this time, the lost sheep were the most important. Him saying that the children eat first, and it's not fair to give what belongs to the children to the dogs, was saying that once the Israelites get what they need, then the Gentiles are welcome to what he has. That's interpreting
It's
it.
also an interpretation to call him racist just because he said a slur. There's lots of
I
people
don't
that
think I called him
are
racist.
racist.
Did you hear me say Jesus was racist?
Yes.
I did not. I said he was an Israelite supremacist.
Okay. Fair enough.
You did not hear me say he was racist.
I'm sorry.
You're all in your
Equivocated there.
feelings. You're all in your feelings because I used the word supremacist, and I said that he used a slur, and in your mind, right? You concluded that I said he was racist. I did not say that. He was an Israelite supremacist. The Israelites were superior than any other race of humans on earth to Jesus and to your God and to the Israelites.
That's still an
That
interpretation.
is say that again.
That's still an interpretation.
That's not an interpretation. That's literally stated in your book.
I can tell you that Jesus is the only fulfillment of Israel, the only one. Jesus is a Jesus supremacist, if anything.
You can call him a Jesus supremacist. He's still a supremacist. But by the
Okay,
book,
that's fair.
he was an Israelite supremacist.
Only the Israel that is true in covenant with God, and that's only Jesus.
I don't care how you interpret that. I'm going by your book, right? He
We're
believed
talking
the
interpretation.
Israelites. He believed the Israelites were superior to other other humans.
Where does it say that?
Sure, hold on. Give me just a second. We're gonna bring up all the scriptures.
Yeah, sorry. I did, you know, I mean, I definitely do. I definitely do equivalate supremacy and racism being like part and parcel, but you're right. You're right. There's a distinction. You got it, Joshua. I'll honor you.
Okay, I have my list, and then we're gonna start with this right here. Okay, this is Matthew 15. Jesus left that place and went away to the district of Tyre and Sidon. Just then, a Canaanite woman from that region came out and started shouting, "Have mercy on me, Lord, son of David. My daughter is tormented by a demon." But he did not answer her at all. That's ignoring her. And his disciples came and urged him, saying, "Send her away, for she keeps shouting after us." He answered, I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So he's ignoring her. The disciples want to shoo her away because she's, constantly shouting after him,
And instead, he does
shouting
something
after them.
different.
I'm sorry?
And instead, he does something different.
Can you let me finish, Wells? I know it, like, you feel some type of way because you don't like what I'm saying about Jesus, but this is what you asked me to do. Okay.
Okay.
So, all right. Thank you. And there's no, like, don't get anxious, right? Jesus is still going to be Jesus who he is to you, right? At the end of this. So like don't let your anxiety of, feeling that, I'm saying bad things about your Jesus take over. Is a conversation.
You're
Okay.
right.
All right. Yeah. So he ignored her. The disciples are asking Jesus to shoo him away, to shoo her away because she keeps shouting after them. And then Jesus says, I was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So he's, ignoring her because she isn't his mission. Like, she's not his worry. But he came and she knelt before him saying, Lord, help me. He answered, it is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs. So she's asking for help, and he's like, it's not right to take the children's food. Now, in this analogy, the children are the Israelites, the lost sheep. The food would be what he has for them, the promises, the teachings, the miracles, and throw it to the dogs, and the dogs would be the Gentiles. Like the fact that she is a Canaanite woman from Tyre and Sidon, she's a Gentile. She says, yes, Lord, yet even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table. And so she agrees that she is beneath the Israelites, that, it's not right to take what belongs, what, their God sent here for the Israelites and give it to people as insignificant and small as herself, as a Canaanite woman. At this point in time, the Canaanites had already been conquered by Israel. They had been enslaved by Israel. They at this point they are more so identified as Greeks. The Canaanite term, the fact that Matthew even called her a Canaanite here in this story, where Mark calls her Greek Syrophoenician, because in first century Rome, they didn't go by Canaanites anymore. They were Greek Syrophoenicians, right? But Matthew did not necessarily want a Jesus dehumanizing a Greek person, so he reinvoked the name Canaan, the term Canaanite for his story. But in this point in history, they were not identifying as Canaanites anymore in actual history. So the fact that the author even did that lets you know that like the author knew that this was a bad thing. The author's Greek writing, like it's a bad thing. So she says yes. Even the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from their master's table. Then Jesus answered her, "Woman, great is your faith. Let it be done for you as you wish." And her daughter was healed from that moment, right? And so Matthew, whether you can make it about faith or whatever, Matthew says that because the woman, could see that the Israelites and Jesus were this chosen people and that she was beneath them, her faith in that, like only her faith could allow her to see that. So Jesus is like, you have good faith, go, your daughter is healed. And then he goes on, the daughter was healed from that moment, right? Like he doesn't do anything for, like, specifically for the woman. He heals her daughter, but the woman is still left the dog. Like she's still left this Gentile who is outside of the fold, right? He doesn't do anything extra there. Do you have any questions about that before I move on to Deuteronomy and show like where the Israelites were chosen above and loved above all other humans?
Yeah, I guess. So, where is it here that you're?
I'm sorry, 1 second. Sir Willie, do not lie on me. I never said, not once did I say he didn't heal her daughter. That'd be fucking stupid of me to say when it's in the damn text. Don't fucking lie on me. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say that. I was gonna ask, where does it say that she's putting herself in a lower place?
When she says, yes, Lord, she agrees. Would you say that is agreeing?
Agreeing to what?
When he says, it is not fair to take the children's food and throw it to the dogs.
To that, I agree.
She says, yes, Lord.
Yes.
Okay. And then she says, yet even the dogs. Who is she referring to there in the analogy?
The dogs.
Who are the dogs in the analogy? Who is she referring to?
Gentiles.
Gentiles. Is she a Gentile?
Yes.
All right. There you go. To the person that said that I said he ignored her, it literally says in the fucking story, but he did not answer her at all.
Right.
It's in the story.
Yes.
Yeah. When she agreed that as a Gentile, she is the dog in the story, in the analogy.
So can I make a contention here?
Absolutely.
Would you also see that perhaps this analogy is not necessarily about someone being above or below, but necessarily about possession? Like, who is it that is in possession of these things,
Explain more.
So, like, if my dad gives me a toy and he sends me to go give it to my little sister out while she's playing with her friends, and one of my sister's friends saw the toy and was like, hey, can I have that? Am I trying to put her in a lower place just because I'm saying, hey, I was supposed to give this to my little sister?
Are you going to say I was supposed to give this to my little sister? Or are you going to say I don't give my sister's toys to dogs? Like, how are you going to do it? Are you going to say I don't give my sister's toys to little monkeys? Like,
okay,
it'd be different. Like, he didn't say I don't give Israelite food to Gentiles. And even if he said it straight out like that, like it's still the same message, right? But he called her a dog, which was a known slur that's used in the Old Testament to describe Gentiles as unclean, filthy animals. And it's used further in the New Testament by Paul and Jesus again. And it's still used in the Middle East today as a slur.
Okay, I can actually get behind that. I can get behind like him invoking that sort of that history.
Okay, and what?
I just don't know if that's necessarily like the emphasis here. If that was the point of the analogy, you know?
I didn't say it was the point. We're not arguing the point of the analogy. You don't like the fact that I said your Jesus was an Israelite supremacist.
Right, right. Yeah, I just don't know if this leads to that conclusion.
No, this by itself for you, it does not. So again, are you okay with me now going to Deuteronomy where your God says that he loves the Israelites more than any other humans on earth,
Yes, let's
out
go.
of all the people on earth?
Let's
All
do
right.
it.
And I want you to also keep in mind my original statement of when Jesus does something questionable, he can invoke his godlike his godlike the God side of him, which now makes it an okay thing to do, because had a human done this, right, it's automatically seen. The intention behind it is automatically seen. But the fact that I have to go through thousands of scriptures to show you that the Israelites were considered superior to other humans on earth is it's the reason, right, why I say that your Jesus doesn't know what it's like to be human. You don't see him as human, you see him as God. So he definitely doesn't know what it's actually like to be human and to do questionable shit and be judged like a human. But so Deuteronomy 6 starts out. This is actually Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 6. For you are a people holy to the Lord your God. The word holy means to be set apart, right? It today in Christian doctrine, I think for y'all it means salvation or righteousness. Like for y'all, right? It doesn't mean to be set apart in Christian theology.
No, you're right. It's to be set apart.
Okay, and when something is set apart, what does that mean to you?
Set apart is different from essentially. I mean, the main purpose of the word holy is to describe God, and God is set apart from creation. That's like the big thing here. He's sovereign over what's going on here in creation.
No,
And
but the Israelites are when it's naming the people as holy, right? You are a people holy, right?
yes,
What does that mean to be set apart? For them to be set apart.
yes. So then now they are being brought out of everything else that, you know, like in that dichotomy of like God and creation. Now he's saying, okay, you will now be holy. I'm setting you apart as like now we're working within creation because they're not holy the same way God is holy. They're being set apart from the rest of creation for a purpose, right?
Right, whatever reason you give it to them, right, is to be a different, distinct, right, consecrated people, or a
Belonging to creation.
separated people from other humans, right?
Right.
So he says, for you are a holy separated people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you out of all the people on earth to be his people and his treasured possession. It was not because you were more numerous than any other people that the Lord set his heart on you and chose you, for you were the fewest of all people. It was because the Lord loved you and kept the oath that he swore to your ancestors, that the Lord has brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of slavery, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. So we get the reason that he chose them, right, to be this set apart group of people, right? They're set apart. They are like considered to be
God's people.
like God's chosen people, right? So we have the Israelites, and then everybody else were Gentiles, right?
Right.
All right. Now, when we get to one of the laws in Israel, do you think it's fair to like, let me ask you a question. So are you familiar with low income areas not having access to like fresh produce, like Whole Foods and stuff like that?
Yeah, food deserts.
Yeah. You familiar with that?
Yes.
And a lot of the food that is provided in those areas are usually like fast food restaurants and stuff.
Right.
And the billionaires that own these restaurants in their neighborhoods, what type of food do you think is available to them?
Oh, anything that money can buy, right?
Do you think they have access to fresh produce, healthy food?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And do you think that's fair that one group of people doesn't have access to healthy food, and then the people that is selling this unhealthy food are making a profit off of them and exploiting them by putting these instead of putting Whole Foods there, they're putting this unhealthy food there and exploiting these low income neighborhoods,
Yeah, in that
right?
example, absolutely not. It's terrible. But I think there's reasons to keep precious things somewhere where they wouldn't be destroyed in some context.
You assume that if a Whole Food was in a low income neighborhood, it would be destroyed.
No, that's not that's why I said exactly in that example, absolutely not. But I'm saying, like, I think I could picture context where it would be important to, like, make sure that there's, protection for things, I suppose. That are
Protection for
supposed
what type of things? For food?
well, I'm saying, like, okay, you would put a seed in the right soil. You wouldn't just put it anywhere, right? If it's meant to produce and grow and produce more for.
No, I'm talking about the billionaires exploiting and selling
Exactly.
unhealthy food and making money off of them while they're not eating it. They're eating healthy food.
Yes, and I said in your example, like, totally, that's wrong.
In what example would it be right?
Like, the small example I tried to present there was like a seed. You wouldn't put it in just any soil. You put it in, like, good soil to make sure that it produces a lot, right?
Like, you're talking about where they grow the food?
I'm talking about a completely separate kind of example than, like, this clearly unjust and, like, terrible thing that's happening with food deserts and, like, rich people that are creating these situations.
I'm confused because you're saying, oh, if they were to grow the food in these low income areas, the soil might be bad and it might, get ruined. That's what you're saying?
No.
What
Sir,
are you saying?
I'm saying that, well, because you initially asked, like, is it right to that one place is deprived of something and another place has it, right? And then you gave me an example that has a lot of factors that I think are clearly, like, yes.
I think you're trying to jump the gun and you think you know where I'm going, but you don't. And now you said something that I think is very problematic. But like what I'm saying is the billionaires that own the fast food restaurants, right, know that the food that they're selling to people in these food deserts are causing these people to get sick, yet they don't care. They're making a profit off of selling this harmful, unhealthy food.
Yeah, that's awful. Jesus is against them.
Okay, and so in what situation would that be okay though, is what I'm asking.
In this context, no situation it would be okay.
And do you think that what type of neighborhoods do you normally see this happening? And like, do you think that it has are you familiar with the history behind these food deserts and like what this stemmed from?
No, but I would imagine that it's same as it's always been, right? Some group trying to hold on to power and create all sorts of made up garbage to try to keep hold, right?
Well, it does stem from supremacy culture here in the United States, where the majority of this exploiting of marginalized groups comes from white supremacy, or the fact of white people owning the majority of the wealth in the world. And so we even have places where there are governors who refuse to upgrade the sewage systems in predominantly black neighborhoods, while spending money on upgrading sewage systems in white affluent neighborhoods that recently went through a upgrade not too long ago, and saying that these neighborhoods have to have clean systems, while actively ignoring that there are decades of sewage problems in predominantly black neighborhoods.
Right. That's
and
disgusting.
and they're still they charge high amounts of they overtax on the bottled water and those grocery stores in those places, because they know that black people live in an area that they actually can't drink the drinking water, and so they exploit that situation, right? And that's
Right.
not okay. Are you familiar with the history behind redlining and high interest rates on loans for black people, on like home loans, car loans, credit card interest? Are you familiar with that?
Not in depth, but very brief synopsises, yeah. And it's just
I
very
mean,
clear
like
evil.
when I say familiar, like have you heard of that? The
Yeah,
history
very,
behind it?
very clear evil. Yeah.
And then they would they were giving white people through the Homestead Act, like white people were getting free land, right?
Oh yeah, that one
It,
made its rounds with the Super Bowl performance and everything, right?
huh?
That made its rounds with the Kendrick Super Bowl performance. One mule and an
No,
acre.
that's something different. That's something different.
I know it's something
Uh,
related though, right?
it's not the Homestead Act. Is what 21-year-old white men is an act that allowed 21-year-old white men to live on land for 5 years. They had to tend to land, and once they did, they became the owners of the land. They just had to basically develop the land,
Yeah.
and that's how the majority of America ended up in the hands of white people. And then when enslaved black people were set free, they were supposed to get land from like Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina. Um, a lot of white people in America got upset about that, and fought against that. Johnson vetoed that bill, and it never happened, right? And so when black people started being allowed to get home loans, they charged them high interest rates on those loans, and they exploited it, right, so that they could make more money off of them.
And then they burn it all down anyway, right?
Yeah, but like we're focusing on the fact that they exploited the situation and they charged them high interest, and that's where they got their wealth from,
Right.
right?
I'm saying also like the evil people, like they went and destroyed anything that people even, waded through that crazy water for, which is, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that it's evil to even exploit that situation, right, and charge interest on one group of people when you're not charging interest on another, or the same amount of interest on another, just so that you can get wealthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying that's evil, and that's also supremacy culture.
Yes. I'm totally with you.
Okay. So I want to go to Deuteronomy 14 right quick. So we've already established that the Israelites are set apart, right? They're holy, they're set apart. The God loves them more than any, or above, or out of all the humans on earth. And here in Deuteronomy 14, the God gives them a law that says, "You shall not eat anything that dies of itself. You may give it to aliens residing in your towns for them to eat, or you may sell it to a foreigner. For you are a people holy to the Lord your God." So here is a separation of, who deserves to eat clean foods versus who can eat unclean foods. And anything that dies of itself would be like an animal that died on the side of the road, that died of natural causes, that may have, been killed by another animal, that may have been killed by a human, and it was just on the side of the road. Your God says to the Israelites, you can't eat those type of animals. If it wasn't, you know, killed kosherly, like properly, then you can't eat it. But you can give these animals to the foreigners who live in Israel to eat, or you can sell it to foreigners to make a profit. Right?
Yeah. I mean, personally,
This
I'd
is
say like, hopefully the Gentiles are holding to the higher ethic. I'm a vegan, so I'm like, hopefully they just didn't want that stuff, man.
so this is your God establishing discriminatory practices when it comes to food resources. Okay. And then we're gonna
Could I make a
go
conclusion
to.
there?
I'm sorry. Let me finish right quick. Okay.
Okay.
This is kind of taking long. Let me go to Deuteronomy 23. Deuteronomy 23:19, and then I'll let you respond. Another discriminatory practice is Deuteronomy 23:19 says, "You shall not charge interest on loans to another Israelite, interest on money, interest on provisions, interest on anything that is lent. On loans to a foreigner, you may charge interest, but on loans to another Israelite, you may not charge interest, so that the Lord your God may bless you in all your undertakings and the land that you are about to enter and possess." And so this is similar to what we were talking about, where home loans to early Christians, early white people did not have usury, and they were charging interest on other people who were not white and Christian.
Do I respond now?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so he definitely restricted the freedom of the Israelites to show them that you can't do these things. And then he was like, "Hey, I'm going to at least hold you on this line. If you're going to, you can do this elsewhere. If you really just have to, if you must like sin your heart out, I guess, But he's showing that the ethic is to do this thing. And if they were going to be a light to the nations, the idea is that they wouldn't do these things to anyone.
I swear,
It's not
the
command to do
twisting
that.
that y'all do to make your like, he literally says you are holy, so you can't eat animals that are that die of itself, but you can sell it to foreigners. You do not charge another in Israelite interest, but you can charge interest to foreigners and make a profit so that you may be blessed. Everything that you just said, like that was, it's not in the text.
I mean,
Hold on,
he
let me
didn't say
see.
that you could charge interest on the loans to be blessed. He said don't charge interest on the loans.
No, he didn't. He says on loans to a foreigner, you may charge interest,
Right.
but on loans to one another, you may not charge interest, so that the Lord your God may bless you and all your undertakings and the land that you are about to enter and possess.
Right. So the blessing is for obeying the command, not following what they're available
The
to.
blessing is so that the Israelites are not in debt. The interest is what causes a person to get in debt because they were marking up products, right? And so when the way wealth stays in one place, right, amongst the Israelites, is to make sure that your brothers and sisters do not fall into the trap of debt. If they fall into debt, you are to help them get out of it. And once they get out of that debt, you are to set them up and help them and make sure they don't fall back into it.
Right.
So the blessing is not charging an Israelite interest, right? But they were allowed to charge interest to foreigners and make a profit.
Right.
That's where the money is in the interest.
Right. And the only covenant person that this applies to is Jesus Christ from the old covenant.
What do you mean? Right now, what we're talking about is the Israelite supremacy. That's what we're talking about right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. The next one is slavery in ancient Israel. And we're going to go to Leviticus 25. Starting with verse 39. It says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. So this is about Israelites. If they become poor, the God says, do not make an Israelite serve as a slave. He says, they shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. So the title that an Israelite could have is a secure, like they could be a debt slave, like a debt laborer, or a hired worker. And they shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. So it was only for a limited amount of time, right? For 6 years. And then in the 7th year, they were to release them back to their own ancestral property. And he says, for they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves or sold. So a Hebrew could not be sold like a slave. They could not be treated like a slave. They could not be called a slave. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. So again, foreigners, people who are not Israelites, could be slaves. They could be sold as slaves, right? So in ancient Israel, the slave structure was based off of ethnicity. So it was discrimination by ethnicity in ancient Israel. The foreigners that were acquired as slaves were to be lifetime slaves, and they were to be kept and passed down to the children of the Israelite slave owner as their property. It says, you may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelite, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So we have slavery decided by ethnicity in ancient Israel. In America, during the transatlantic slave trade, slavery, we had indentured servitude in America, correct?
Right.
How was the indentured servitude decided? Do you know who the indentured servants were in America?
I think originally there was a caste system before it like really got like with the initial like Native Americans and all that. Before and then also like slaves being brought over. And then I think that like indentured servitude had like a big resurfacing whenever the Irish came over eventually. But that's like the two instances I really remember about it.
But how was it decided? Was my question. Who were they? Who were the indentured servants?
I think it was like the mixed bloods, right? Like anybody who was European and indigenous, or like they weren't allowed to be like full slaves. I guess I don't remember exactly.
It was the Europeans.
Oh, okay.
Europeans were the indentured servants. They had to be white and Christian. Were the indentured servants, and then the chattel.
By the way,
I'm sorry.
Everybody's down there. Like I'm Latino. I'm Mexican.
The chattel slave, the lifetime slaves were who?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know
Were
anything.
they native? Were they foreign to America, or were they natives to America?
Well, certain I know that certainly like the transatlantic slave trade was, for sure from not in America. And then I do believe that some people were slaves that were just indigenous. I don't know enough.
So, so they were West Africans,
Right.
and they were foreigners, right? They were also non-Christian, and so we have in ancient Israel slavery based off of ethnicity. And in America, we have slavery based off of race.
Okay.
Okay, and so would you say that a slave system based off of discrimination of either ethnicity or race is supremacy culture?
Yes.
Okay. So we've identified where the Israelites were taught that they were separate, holy, they deserved good food, not to be exploited with interest. There are other things in here, right? But they also could not be slaves, right? So their freedom is not supposed to be taken away from them and made to become property of another human for life. Like we've established that. Jesus was an Israelite, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when Jesus is on earth and he's talking to the Canaanite woman, and he says that his mission is the children of Israel, right?
Yes.
The lost sheep. And he says to her, he ignores her when she's like calling after him. And he says to her, finally, it is not right or not fair for me to give what belongs to the chosen to dogs.
Right.
Right? As a Israelite supremacist, as an Israelite with the teachings, with the understanding that the Israelites are superior to other humans on earth.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's we definitely, I still feel the same about how we talked about it before. He's totally invoking that history, totally invoking all of that imagery. I don't think that's the point of the analogy.
We're not discussing the point of the analogy. We're
Okay.
discussing Jesus being an Israelite supremacist.
Yeah. I was like, for sure. I think he's a Jesus.
No, you said you did. You said you didn't agree, right? You said he is an Israelite. You saying, oh, I think he's a Jesus supremacist, is you saying that Jesus is about himself when he never said that. He said that his mission were the lost sheep, right?
Why are they
And
lost?
so, like, regardless of you saying he's a Jesus supremacist, you're still using the word supremacist.
Right.
And like the point of going through all of that is because you didn't agree, right,
Right.
with me saying that he was a Israelite supremacist.
An Israelite supremacist. And again, I still agree in that extent of like, hey, he is the only Israel that actually is, he, again, that's why the distinction of lost sheep of Israel is important. They've gone out of Israel. He's the only Israel there is.
Except his mission when he was here was those lost sheep.
Right.
And because he is now your God, you are incapable of even, affording him that as a part of his story. But again, this is why I say that I don't necessarily see that Jesus is this perfect example for how humans are to be, because you can't call a thing when it comes to your Jesus, because to you he's both human and God. And honestly, I doubt that you actually see the human part until it's time to justify that he died for your sins. But what you really see is a God, because you're going to justify everything Jesus does. You're not going to allow yourself to think critically about any of it, because you just want to see Jesus, God, you know, loves you, and that's it.
Are you
So I
saying
don't see that he's a perfect example.
are you saying that to be human is to be bad?
You said that because you said that you are born in sin.
Born into
I
sin.
didn't say that. I don't believe this shit. But this is your belief system. You said you're born in sin.
Into sin.
Right.
There's a distinction, right?
I don't believe that I'm born into sin. You do though.
I do. I believe that I'm born into sin and it's a snare to me. And so then
And
everybody
you
sins.
need to be saved by this Jesus' blood. I don't.
Right, right. I'm saying that everybody sins because it's a snare to us. We think
No,
that it's normal.
you think that humans are bad. You think all humans do bad things.
That's not true.
You think that you just said everybody sin. Is sin good or bad?
Everybody ends up sinning, but to be
Well,
human is not
is
bad.
sin good or bad?
Sin is bad.
Okay, so you think all humans do bad things.
At this point in time, yes.
Yeah, so that's what you think. I don't. You think that, therefore you need to be saved by this Jesus. I don't.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then on top of that, like even with your salvation, you said that someone who has accepted your Jesus' salvation could essay a child and still be clean. I don't agree with that. I don't need that type of salvation in my life. What I do, right, for myself is I hold myself accountable to make sure that I'm not actively causing harm to another human. I don't associate myself with people who intentionally cause harm to other humans who don't take accountability for the harm that they cause.
I took accountability.
I'm not.
I said that I wasn't justifying anybody.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about I'm talking about your Jesus, and you said that your Jesus uh, saves his
That doesn't
salvation,
count our actions. He
still
doesn't
clean,
justify us.
still sees a SAer as clean. I don't want that.
Yeah, he
I
justifies us because we matter,
Yeah, that's for you.
not
That's
our
good for
actions.
you. I don't want that. I don't want that.
May I say something real quick? Uh,
Yeah.
um, one thing I noticed by listening to the conversation, and that's why I came up. I know that you understand exactly what she's saying. I know that you understand that this is wrong. The reason why I know that is because you immediately separated yourself. You had to let everybody know that you're Mexican. You
Right.
immediately separated yourself just like that. And that's how I know that you know this is wrong. Your defense for this holds no water. And I think you understand that, but I don't think you want to admit it because if you admit it, then it goes against your belief system. And that's
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah, that's why I'm saying Jesus isn't a good example, because like if he's God and human, he can invoke that God status, and anything that he does that's questionable becomes okay because he's God, right? Or
Exactly.
like, yeah, they twist themselves into pretzels to justify, questionable shit, immoral shit, to make it holy because it's the God. And that's why I said, like, there's no way that he is a good example for how humans should live, because humans don't have that ability. Like, you're going to look at a human and what a human does, and you're going to judge that human by your human standards. You are incapable of judging these stories about your God that way, because he's human and your God.
Exactly. And another good. I just want to see if you can really be honest. I'm going to hit you with something, and I want to see if you can really be honest with yourself and do some critical thinking here. Now, the story that Thinker read to you, about the Israelites and what the God um, freedom, and then he basically taught them how to become slave masters. That's basically what this story is.
Right.
Now, if you know the story of the Atlantic slave trade, would you? Is it fair to say that the European or quote unquote white man took on the role as an Israelite, but not saying they're Israelites, just saying they played as if they're the chosen people and did exactly what happened here? Would you agree with that?
Uh, yeah, essentially.
Okay. I just wanted to see if you would even admit that part of it. Because the defense system that you come up with about, you know, like a child could be SA or anything like that, but yet with the blood of Jesus, he can be saved. I mean, do you understand how ridiculous that sounds?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, outside of the context of love and like the full view of anger and justice, I mean, of course, it's difficult to accept.
Okay, I just wanted to see if you fully understood that because when it comes to talking about this particular story in the Bible, it hits me a certain way because I'm African. You understand? So I'm an African black man. I don't even like to use the term, but I just like to say African man. But this story, when I hear this story, every time this story is read or every time this story is explained, it hits me a certain way because, Jesus Christ definitely is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and especially for people that look like me. This Jesus has done nothing for us. This Jesus has done nothing for nobody except what you give it in your mind. You know, you can sit here and kid yourself and say that, oh, this Jesus is good, oh, this God is good, or this, that, and the third. But when you see these stories in here, if you have to, just like Thinker said, twist yourself like a pretzel to explain your God, I mean, there's definitely something wrong with that picture, and that's all I got to say about that.
That's totally valid criticism. I'm with you. It makes sense. I hope that we do better, man. I do believe that there is. I think I talked about it last time about, yeah. Hopefully, the land would be in the hands of people who do want to help people, who do want to take care of each other, who do want to do right by each other. I think these are the things that are pointed to by Jesus. May we do them, and hopefully, there's something to praise. But I can't fault anyone for feeling. Yeah, I mean, obviously, terrible things have happened at the hands of Christians. And I don't blame anybody for having any conceptions.
Well, I mean, it's not. Well, you can say concept, you can say that, but it's if you want to
Hold
call.
on, Dahlia,
Go ahead.
are you in the guest box on purpose? Go ahead.
If you want to call the Bible truth, and as a human being, and you think about what this truth is telling you, how can you? I don't understand how you could worship a God that is specifically telling you this. Now, and Christians always say Jesus loves everybody. No, Jesus don't. No, God doesn't. God does not love everybody because the people who created this God, they made sure this God loved them.
Yeah, that was the fatal sin for the Judeans, and like why it is that they ended up missing who Jesus was and why they ended up playing out the story exactly how it was supposed to go, but only to the glory of God.
Well, Jesus tells you who he is.
Also, like saying that they mess it up when your God says in Deuteronomy, I love y'all more than above any other human on earth. Like those are your God's words. Like how would they have messed it up?
Would you go back to read it? Because you said love whenever we left it, but I'm pretty sure it said chose, didn't it?
It said love too. It says you are my treasured possession
Yeah.
above any other human. on
Treasured or
earth.
chosen?
Deuteronomy 7. Um, let's see, Deuteronomy 7, 6 through 8. For you are a people holy to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you out of all the people on earth to be his people, his treasured possession. It was not because you were more numerous than any other people that the Lord set his heart on you and chose you, for you are the fewest of all people. It was because the Lord loved you and kept the oath that he swore to your ancestors, that the Lord has brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of slavery, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
Yes. Okay. Do you see how that's a little different, though? You know,
How is it different?
it's just like, oh, I love you more than everybody else. He's saying, I'm choosing you. I had a covenant with you, you know, with your father. And I love you.
What's a treasured possession?
A treasured possession is something that you value. Yes, you value.
Are the other humans on the earth a treasured possession?
I believe so. Yes.
Where does he say that?
Well, I guess you'd have to look in the New Testament for this.
Yeah. Where does he say? Where does Jesus say that in the New Testament?
Let me think about this. I think it'd be in a letter of Paul. I mean, essentially, whenever he addresses the churches, and he says that, I'd have to look. I'm sorry. There's no like specific one that like comes out to my brain. But he, you know,
Jesus not once says that all the humans on the earth are his treasured possession. Jesus never says that he died for all the humans on the earth. That came from John, from the book of John and First John. Jesus says he died for the sheep, and the sheep were the lost sheep. Like he never says that he's here for all humans. And in fact, he says that he has some sheep, that are not of the sheep that, he came for, but he never said that he died for all humans. I mean that he loved all humans. That came from the narrator in John.
yeah, and a bunch of theology in the Old Testament, like the blessing of Abraham coming to all nations. The world would be blessed through this blessing that was coming to Abraham.
The Israelites, right? The blessing of Abraham would bless all nations, right? Not that they would be cherished possessions like the Israelites were.
Well, I mean, there's definitely the idea of Eden, having these humans that he was in complete harmony with, and like the great loss.
The same ones that he flooded and killed.
Right. Well, once they've turned away, but there was redemption. That he always, from that moment, he promised.
Who did he redeem? Who did he redeem? They were dead. Who did he redeem?
He removed them from the earth. But this is a God in the Christian conception that is sovereign over life and death. So they're not gone.
No, how did he redeem them if he killed them?
With Jesus.
Where did he redeem them with Jesus?
Whenever Jesus paid for the sins of all humanity who will believe.
Where does it say that?
It should say it in Paul, actually. Well, actually, I mean, Jesus says it himself. He says the Son of Man came to die as a ransom for the sins of many. I don't know exactly where. I've never been like a Bible like positional guy. I just remember the story. But if we search it, I can search it up in my Bible app real quick if you don't mind me going silent for a second.
Okay.
And I find that quite funny, Tinker. That he says that he remembers the story.
You know what this sounds like to me? Like it sounds like some friends trying to convince their friend that, they think that they think they're in a relationship with a person, but they really aren't. And they're reinterpreting things that, a person that they like might be saying, that's making them think that the person likes them back or wants to
Ab-
be in a relationship with them back.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's like
Absolutely.
It's like, well, where did he say or she say that, she's interested in you? And it's like, well, she didn't actually say she was interested in me. Like when I looked at her, she smiled at me with her eyes and she looked like it took her a minute to look away. So I know that, yeah, it's like that.
I'm back. I put some in the chat there. It's Matt 20:28 and Mark 10:45. Those are like the two top examples.
I'm sorry, you said Matthew what?
20:28.
This is going to be hilarious.
Do you remember what you were supposed to be looking for? Where
Yes.
it says that he redeemed those who died in the flood.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I looked for the words that I gave you, not the
No, I
not.
asked you, where does it say he redeemed those that your God killed in the flood?
No, it doesn't say anything specific like that.
It doesn't, but that's what you were asserting.
Yes. As an
Right. It does not say that. That's why I say, like, I think interpretation for y'all is very important because you have to read things that are not there, right, in order to make this story about you.
fair enough.
And the other thing that puzzles me about the believers is that you separate God and Jesus when you want to. And when it benefits your conversation, you separate God and Jesus. But then you'll say Jesus is God in the flesh. And then you'll turn around and say God is good all the time. But then you see plainly that God is not good all the time. Then you turn around and you say that Jesus um, um, loves everybody, and then the Bible tells you something clearly different. I mean, all these sayings that Christians say, the Bible says something different. And then the best one of all is that hold on to God's unchanging hands. But you literally have to run to the New Testament, and it changes what God's did this or did that. So God is not. Uh, um, how can I say it? God does not keep the same rhythm throughout the whole Bible. He changes constantly. I mean, can you clearly see that? Or
Oh,
I
certainly.
understand you don't want to say that because that'll go against your belief.
Well, I mean, certainly I see it reflected. Like, it's not like you're coming from nowhere, right? I've always said that Jesus' words are the measure by which the rest of the Bible must be interpreted. Because if you do not judge by Jesus' words, you're taking, it's like, it's a telephone game, right? It's not coming from the person's mouth.
Okay, so what you're saying is that Jesus said something totally different than what God said?
Nelly, I'm gonna
No,
fix me some coffee and take a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Well, no problem.
you got it.
Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me that Jesus said something other than what God said?
No, no, I'm saying that the prophets of old, they had their own cultural lenses, if you will, their conceptions, their way of being. And while God was dictating to them, right? I don't know exactly what that process looked like. But then they are coming back and presenting whatever they, you know.
Let me ask you this, Will. Have you read this book?
Oh yeah, cover to cover.
You read it cover to cover.
Yep, yep, plenty of times.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, I find that kind of hard to believe. And I'm gonna tell you why. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Sure.
Because if you read it cover to cover, you would automatically know that God changes his mind constantly. He's not the same God.
It can look like that
Period.
for sure.
I mean, I mean, hey, you know, and I'm sure you believe that Jesus is God in the flesh, correct?
I do, I do.
Okay, so that means the Old Testament God is Jesus too as well. Also,
Yes.
Christians will also say that, well, all of that changed when Jesus come and he died on the cross and da 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 da. Jesus specifically tells you, I did not come to change the law.
Right.
I came to fulfill the law. Now, what law is he talking about?
Yeah, the one that makes him an Israelite supremacist is the only Israelite, right?
He's talking about the Old Testament law.
Yes.
So if he did not come to change the law, but came to fulfill the law, what changed? What
Well,
benefit that Jesus died on the cross? How does that benefit you that Jesus died on the cross for all of your sins? If he died on the cross for all of your sins, why are you begging for forgiveness?
he became the rightful ruler of earth, and then he presented himself as the high priest and presented this the offering without blemish, his life, in order to lead the people back to God in the
Okay,
heavenly temple, becoming
okay,
the priest king, and displaying himself as holy, perfect, holy one with God, and never having departed, and opening a way in that freedom given to him as now the sovereign, right?
okay.
That
You don't
knows.
have to explain to me. I know the book.
Okay.
You don't have to explain to me about Jesus. My question to you is this. If Jesus came and died on the cross for all of your sins,
Right.
why are you asking for forgiveness?
Oh, because I know him and I care about him, and I know he doesn't want me to keep stumbling the way that I do, and I'm sorry, to like
But
be.
that's not what he says.
What do you mean?
Did Jesus Christ die on the cross for all of your sins?
Yes.
Okay, then. So it'll be kind of foolish to be asking for forgiveness when Jesus already paid the ultimate price for your sins. So, I mean, there's really nothing you can do. It's basically when you read that passage, Jesus dying on the cross for all your sins, then basically you got a golden ticket to heaven.
Yeah. Yeah.
So why are you asking for forgiveness? I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah. It wasn't. It's not like a positional thing. I told you it was more like an emotional relationship kind of thing. It's like whenever you disappoint your girlfriend because she's like, "Why didn't you put the seat down?" Like, or your wife or whoever. I don't know. Hopefully you got past that by the time you're married, but but
What
like. You're
is it?
disappointed in yourself. You're like, I wanted to do that. I wanted to do that better for you. I
Okay,
love
but
you.
why are you put? And that's another thing that you Christians and believers do. You you put the Almighty God, all-knowing God, in the position of being a human. You make your God think like a human when it benefits your conversation. I mean, do you plainly see what I'm saying? You're talking about the Almighty God. You're talking about the Omega. But yet, in order to explain your God, you have to explain your God as if God was a human.
Uh, yeah. I mean, I guess I'm just trying to relay what I've witnessed and what I've understood in Scripture.
I understand what you're doing. I think my man Pinkbeard can explain this a little bit better and break it down a little bit further. Pinkbeard, can you grasp? Try to
I
grasp
think I get it. I
this.
think I get it.
Howdy.
Good morning, Will.
Morning.
Okay, you mentioned. Okay, first and foremost, I appreciate your demeanor up here. Shout out to you for that.
Same, same,
Um,
same, same.
Thank you
yeah,
guys for being accommodating. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm throwing bad. It's confusing conversation sometimes.
no problem, no
Thank you
problem. I
guys.
appreciate your
Thank
demeanor, bro.
you.
Okay. To Mr. Nelson's point, he asked what changed per the death of Jesus, and I would really like you to tell me what changed. To try that one more time. I'm gonna listen.
Yes, I guess essentially we had proof that what he said was true. Otherwise, he would not have been able to, continue in life the way that he did in the
I'm
right
saying,
way.
but what changed for you? I guess I should ask. Like what
Oh, he now had authority to offer me the new covenant, so that
to
I
offer you the
could.
new covenant? Okay,
Yeah.
and that new covenant works how?
It is simply by faith in him, by trusting that Jesus is my Lord and making him Lord of my life, so that I will follow in his ways. And I
Okay,
get to.
and what happens if by chance you do not follow in his ways?
If I stumble and fall, then he will show me the way out of it. If I rebel against him, I think it's over.
And what would be the difference between stumbling and falling and rebelling?
I openly am going against him because
And
I want to do
what does
that.
that mean? Like, give me an example.
So like that would be like I just literally say, I don't want to do things your way, God. I want to deal in sin, essentially.
Okay, so willful sin.
Yes, willful sin.
Okay, and by willful you mean knowingly that you did it and doing it anyway.
Yeah, an open disobedience to God.
Open disobedience. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And if by chance you were to commit a willful sin, like something that you knew was a sin, but you did it anyway, what would happen then?
If I did it, and like, this does have to be, I'm putting it in the context of like being in paradise, right? Like I'm already there.
No, you're here right now on earth. Right now, you've accepted Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and you willfully sin.
Oh, okay. Well, here, yeah. I mean, I willfully sin here. This is still the period of grace. I'm essentially just chill.
Okay.
But hopefully, I'm learning something.
Okay.
Hopefully, I'm in connection with God.
Okay. Here's where I think. Here's one of the reasons that I think my sister would say that this is a horrible idea for mankind. Also, I'm gonna show you something, and we're gonna read a thing together, and I'm gonna stop every now and then and ask you what you're getting from this, okay? But here's why I think that's a horrible idea for mankind. Imagine if I left you a house with unlimited ammunition and unlimited pew-pews, right? And I told you that if by chance you go out and murk somebody, it's okay. Because you know me. You know me, and so you chill. So if by chance you slip up and shoot somebody, that's cool. And if you do it on purpose, it's cool because you know me. Right? Would that be any kind of advice you would want me to give to anybody on the planet? Even a military. Would you want me to give that advice to a police officer, a military officer, a king, anybody? Is there anybody on the planet you would say, oh, that's good advice for them?
I mean, that's a really big if, like the do you know me part is like the big hinge point here.
Because you know me. And let's say I happen to be a very powerful person. I don't know, like, let's say I was king, right? And I said, I'll leave you unlimited ammo, unlimited pew-pews, and do what you will with it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Because you know me. Would that be good advice for anybody?
If it's Jesus, I'd say
no, not if it's Jesus. I'm saying if it's anybody ever to live, not to separate Jesus from anybody else, just anybody to ever live. Would that be okay?
See, this question is tough. Like, are you saying that like the person that you're knowing is just anybody?
I know you. I'm offering you unlimited ammunition, unlimited guns, and it's okay to do whatever you will with them because you know me.
No, then in that case, certainly not.
Okay.
To say anybody.
Okay. First off, tell me the difference between the analogy I just gave and what you just said about sin.
What I said about sin.
About sin. You said, well, if it happens on this side, then I'm chill. Right? I said, if you willfully sinned, what would happen to you in this life? You said, oh, I'm just chill. It's cool.
Yes. Right.
Okay. So what is the difference between what I just said to you?
Yes.
And what you just said to me?
I know Jesus, and I know that
that's what I just said. Keep in mind the analogy. You know me.
Right. This is the hinge point. I told you, like, who you know is the big difference. I know Jesus, and I know that He is ever loving.
I'm gonna love you too.
But He is going to destroy us if we're against Him.
I would destroy you too. I could destroy you. So keep in mind that now I can't take away your everlasting life, but it's a life, right? Okay. So I'm saying, and I'm keep in mind, okay, what is the difference in the analogy that I gave, right? Okay. So I love you too. I love you, and I'm all loving, I guess, and I'm just saying, is it good advice? Would it be sound guidance, advice, leadership, teaching for me to say to you, I'm a man of power, and here's an unlimited amount of rounds and an unlimited amount of whatevers, and do what you will with them. And I'll forgive you because I love you. Does that sound like something that you would teach your children? Let's start there. Would you teach that to your kids? Let's say you had, I mean, I don't know if you got kids, but let's say you had kids and you were powerful enough to let them get away with anything, right? Would you
Right.
teach them that?
And this is again with your example of like, you're not Jesus, you're just
Like
some.
you this time. I'm making it you. You got kids. Would you teach your kids that if you were powerful enough to let them get away with it, would you teach them that?
I'd certainly raise them Christian, yes.
Now, I asked them to raise them Christian. Think about what I'm at. Would you teach them that would you hand them an unlimited amount of guns and an unlimited amount of bullets and say, if you kill somebody, it's okay?
I would tell them like, yeah, you know who your Lord is. Do what
No. You stick to you raising your children.
right.
You
I
have
would say that statement to them. I'm saying.
okay, but would you tell them that it's okay? Would you hand them the guns and say, if by chance you hurt somebody, it's cool?
I would say, yeah. I mean, I'd tell them that. I mean, yeah. I'd tell them that's technically like that's technically okay. But that's not what we're here for, you know.
Okay. So you would teach your. I want to make sure I'm getting this right. You would teach your children.
I think this is him twisting himself for
You
something
guys
that he's
twisted.
No.
saying.
I want to make sure I'm understanding because maybe he's not understanding me and maybe I'm not understanding him. So before I think he's twisting it, let me make sure I'm getting it. You would hand your children ammunition and guns. I mean, yeah, and say to them, well, if you make a mistake and shoot somebody, that's okay. If you do it on purpose, that's okay too. Because, I love you.
You see, like that example isn't the same.
It's literally the same thing.
There's so many important caveats, and like
not a caveat available, right?
I know you keep wanting to make it. It's like a bare.
Let's say you said I'll
But
pay
if you're
for
gonna,
it.
if you'd
Let's say
honor
you said I'll go to jail for you.
that's not the idea here. Like that's what I mean. Like these
What
are.
am I missing?
Because I mean, okay, in your examples as you're posing them, at least as I'm understanding, it's not Jesus. It's not the teachings of Jesus.
This
Yeah.
is exactly the same teaching of Jesus. It's not Jesus. The teaching is the same.
It's not though.
Literally
Like
the same. You're saying that I can do wrong here. He paid for it. I'm saying your kids could do wrong here. You paid for it. You
the
can do that as
emphasis is
much.
different. You know, it's similar to what Thinker was saying with the Canaanite earlier.
No. Handsome, stay with me. Stay with me. Stay right here with me. I'm trying to make a 1-for-1 comparison. In the comparison, in a parable, you represent Jesus. Okay. In the parable, your children represent Jesus' followers. Okay. In the parable, Jesus is saying to you, or at least how you're putting it out there, you're saying that Jesus said, if I do a wrong thing, right, i.e., harm someone, assault someone, shoot someone, it's okay if you did it by accident or if you did it on purpose, as long as it's on this side of life, right? Because you're chill. This is what you told me, right? It's cool. Chill. If it's assault, it's cool. If it's sexual assault, that's cool. Because he paid for it. Okay. So in my analogy, you have handed your children, followers, an unlimited amount of guns and ammunition, sins, and said to them, if you harm someone by accident or on purpose, sin, accidentally or willfully, it's okay. You're forgiven because I paid for it. He died on the cross. Okay. 1-for-1 comparison. Okay. So on the analogous side, would you now skip the religion part of it, right? Okay. So the religion part's on one side, the natural teaching on the other.
Can I ask
Say
for
again?
clarity on one of the words?
Yes.
Because I realized I'm like, this is where it twisted. At what point, we got to be more clear about what okay means.
Okay. Like you're okay. So you like you said, you're chill.
Like what is it? What is it? You're chill.
Whatever you meant by chill. You said it. I'm chill. I chill. I'm chill. I feel bad, but I'm chill.
I think I said very unassuredly, right? Trying to be concise, that it would essentially be okay. And what I meant by that is that, yes, at the end of the day, they would be clean and would have that fresh
That's
slate.
what I'm saying. Okay, then that's exactly what I mean. At the end of the day, you get through murdering, shooting people that you want to shoot.
But it is not a justifiable or moral action.
Didn't say it was justifiable or moral. I didn't.
That's exactly why the okay was like, I'm like, this is getting twisted somewhere. It's
No.
not.
I'm not calling it justifiable or moral. I'm asking, is that how would you raise your children that way?
Never. I would not give them any sort of thing without that kind of clarity. You know.
Okay, all right. And the clarity that you provided is what? What's the clarity that you provide? Now, keep in mind, on the analogous side, not in the everlasting life part, on the analogous side. So if you were raising your children and you had unlimited guns and you had unlimited bullets and you could give them those and you could forgive them for whatever they did, how would you raise your children?
I'd say that the analogous side, anything but that specific example of Jesus and his teachings, is bastardizing the teachings and does not work.
I did not bastardize the teaching. Don't do that. That's not fair.
No,
I'm making an analogy.
I'm making a statement about it. I'm saying, like, no parable.
I find it interesting how y'all are able to understand that Jesus uses parables to teach, but then when someone else uses a parable that is analogous, it all of a sudden you don't understand it, or it's wrong to do.
And I mean point for point analogous. Right. Okay. Point for point analogous. Right. Okay. And the purpose of a parable is to teach a complex spiritual message in a simple human way. Right. That's what parables are for. Right. So I'm trying to talk through what you said to me spiritually in a natural way. Right. So in a natural way, you would think that is a horrible thing to teach a person. You would not teach your children that. Right. Because you would want your children to be good people. Right. You wouldn't, even if they had access to all the weapons in the world and could get away with it, you would tell them, please don't go out and murk people because that's a bad thing to do.
Right.
Okay. All right. We could have just done that earlier, but it's okay. All right. So you would not teach anyone that thing. Right. Nor would I, nor would anybody with any good sense.
Right.
Okay. All right. But you're saying, well, okay, before I go down the road, why wouldn't you teach that thing to your children?
Yes. My contention and why I wouldn't teach this to children is that I believe that parables, metaphors, these ideas.
Not parables and metaphors. Why wouldn't you teach your children they can take the guns and go shoot people?
Because that logic doesn't hold.
Why doesn't it hold?
There's no function that makes sense there.
Okay, so there's no way that it would make sense to teach your children, hey, I can forgive you for this, so no matter what you do, it's okay. There's no way that logically holds. You would never teach that to your children.
Not the way you posed it, no.
Okay. All right. And I would assume that the reason that you wouldn't teach it that way is because you know that if they did a bad thing, that has consequences. Not necessarily from you, even if you could even if you could get them off, right? You know that it leaves some consequences are irreparable, right? Because they could take a life. We can't get that back, right? They could harm a family. They could take away someone's father, brother, sister, friend, mailman, whatever, right? And those things are irreparable, right? And so you wouldn't want your children doing irreparable damage to the world because you gave them some carte blanche forgiveness.
Yeah, it's just not a good life to live.
Not a good life to live. Okay. Now, keep in mind, that was on the analogous side. Now, on the side that you just gave me, on the spiritual side that you laid out for me, that's basically what you laid out for me. Now, I want to walk through it carefully because I want to be concise. But Thinker brought up a essay of a child, right? And you said, well, technically, right? I think this is the word you used. Was it technically?
Yeah.
Okay. Technically, that's okay.
In the context that I said,
the context that you said it in, right?
That
in Jesus' eyes, in the overall,
he would still get a clean slate with Jesus.
Yes, yeah. In Jesus' eyes, he'd still be clean. Okay, right.
He'd get a clean slate.
Clean slate. Well, still be clean slate. Was that too far?
I think that the words are important because
clean slate.
But you also did not say clean slate. You said that if he has accepted Christ, he would still be clean. You did not say clean slate.
I know. I also said okay earlier, right? But I'm seeing
cleaned up. That's fair. Clean slate is fine. Right. So in Jesus' eyes, you would have a clean. That person would have not you, because I hope you wouldn't do that. But that person would have a clean slate in the eyes of Jesus. That person's slate would not have any smut on it.
At the time, past the grace period, yes.
Past the grace period, like life is the grace period, though, right?
Until the age to come.
I mean, okay. So, if they got a clean slate now, You saying if they did it after the age to come? I'm talking about I'm talking about now. Like if it happened today, that we still in the grace period today, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if this happened today, right,
Yes.
that person would still have a clean slate.
They are still promised that clean slate in the age to come. Yes.
Okay. I mean, so they don't have a clean slate today. Okay. When is their slate dirty?
As soon as they sinned.
Okay. So, but that's not going to be counted against them.
No. In this
Okay.
grace
So what
period.
happens with the dirty slate? Let me ask that. What happens with the dirty slate? Okay. So they got a dirty slate. What is it now?
The dirty slate normally just means that you should be destroyed. You've done something that deserves destruction. You've done something that.
But they're not going to be destroyed. So they haven't done anything that deserves destruction. Right, to do something that deserves destruction, right? Like if you deserve destruction and you know you're not going to get it, you don't deserve it, right? Somebody else might deserve it. Somebody who doesn't believe deserves destruction, right? Because they've done the things to earn destruction. You haven't done the thing to earn destruction. You don't earn, right? Like if me and you went out, for example, if me and you went out to go buy a car, and I had cash and you had credit, we could both get a car, but I don't get any debt. You have a debt, right? Although we got the same car, the way I got it is different than the way you got it. So I don't incur a debt. You would, right? Okay, all right. So in this situation, that person doesn't incur a debt. It's already been paid for.
Right.
A non-believer would incur a debt.
But we still bought a car.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. We still did the same thing.
Still sinned.
Right, but we did it. But you haven't done the thing deserving of debt. Well, in my knowledge, I didn't do the thing deserving of debt because it was already paid for. You get the non-believer gets the debt.
You did something deserving of debt. It's just that you had the money.
I had to pay for it. I didn't do
it.
anything deserving of debt. I had the payment in hand. It's only debt if I don't have a payment. It's only a debt.
Right.
I can only deserve a debt if I can't afford it.
But you were charged.
Charging is not debt. I'm not in debt. I paid it. It's paid for. It's only a debt if I cannot afford it.
Okay, I guess charging would be the functional thing that I would apply to this analogy.
Right. The debt is when you can't afford it. Right. If I can't afford it, then I'm not in debt.
All right. So the debt's the clean slate.
The debt, no. The clean slate is we both want a car. We both have a car. Right. All right. We both want a car. We both have a clean slate right now. We have now bought said car. Right. And on my side, let me make it on your side. On your side, you had cash. So your balance is still at zero. You don't owe anything. You have a clean slate. No one's going to contact you about payments, anything like that. You have a clean slate. On my side, people are going to contact me every month about paying that debt. Mm-hmm. Right? Although we both have a car, you have a clean slate in a car. I have a car and a payment.
Obtaining a car incurs a charge.
The charge is the car itself, but your charge is paid. Mine isn't. So I have a debt.
Right. So,
okay.
I'm just making clear that there's something important here with the charge.
The charge is paid. We're talking about doing something to deserve destruction. Destruction is the payment, right? If or the debt.
Does this really need a parable? Like, the idea of.
No, it really does. It really does because you're saying something about deserving
parables.
No, you're saying something about deserving destruction. You don't deserve destruction in your worldview because your destruction was paid. If someone called you to ask you to pay a bill that was already paid, you go, I'm not paying you that. It's already paid.
Like that's missing the entire point. A Christian is someone who recognizes they are sinners.
That's what I just said. I promise you're not listening to me. I'm not saying you didn't do the same thing. I'm saying that you don't, in your worldview, you don't deserve destruction because your destruction was paid. Your destruction was paid for.
Being a sinner is deserving destruction.
It couldn't possibly be. Being a sinner without grace is deserving destruction.
No, being a sinner, period, man.
Couldn't be. If being a sinner with grace still deserved destruction, you would get destruction because that's just.
Well, grace is the deciding factor here.
Right. That's what I just said. Being a sinner plus grace, the deciding factor is if you have the grace or not. If you don't have the grace, then you get destruction.
Right. Being a sinner deserves to be destructed.
No, being a sinner without grace. Because if you still deserved it with grace, you would get it. If God is just, is God just?
I mean, show me in scripture, I guess, where you would get this idea. Because I just, right now.
Where does it say in scripture that a sinner deserves that? that a human deserves death or destruction for being born in sin.
Just chapter 1.
No, that's an interpretation.
They weren't born into sin.
Chapter 2, I'm sorry. My bad.
No, that's an interpretation. It does not say that. It doesn't say you deserve death for being born in sin, or you deserve death for sinning. Like y'all are inferring that, like you're interpreting that. There's
That's
nowhere
fair.
in scripture that says that.
The word is different. The word is different.
What's the word then?
You will certainly die.
When he said don't do this thing, so like if you tell your child not to stick something in the light socket, in the electric plug, and if you do, you will certainly die. That mean, are you telling your child they deserve death?
If they, I mean, that they're, yeah, I mean, they're.
Are you telling them they deserve to die if they do that, or that they could die?
They're putting
Or
themselves in a
would?
position for it.
Are you telling them they deserve it?
I mean, man, see, like these,
No, no. Well, be honest. When you tell a child, don't run with scissors. If you do, you will. You could die. Are you saying you deserve to die if you run with scissors and fall and accidentally stab yourself? Are you telling them they deserve to die?
I conceded to you earlier that the word doesn't make sense. That it's not fitting the right purposes.
No, you said certainly die after that.
I said the word is different, and then I said,
what
okay,
word is it then? Because you said certainly die.
Yeah, I said
what word is it then?
Certainly. So I'm not saying
you're still doing the same thing. There's nothing in this text that says you deserve to die.
Okay. Do you get what? Like earlier, I said, hey, I recognize that what you're saying, this deserved word, has problems. That's not the word they use in the scriptures, and so I abandoned it. Now you're wanting to make it look like I said that this was an equivalent word. I'm sorry that I misused the word. I'm sorry that I left myself open for this.
I'm not making it look like nothing. But that's what you said.
I understand, and I conceded to you earlier. I'm like, hey, this isn't the right word to use. You're right. It was a different word that was used.
Okay. Well, let's say it this way. Let's not say deserve. Let's say that destruction is certain. The destruction is certain, whether you deserve it or not. The destruction is certain. It is not certain if you have grace.
It is not certain if
you will not be destroyed. In other words, the destruction is not certain if you have grace.
I mean, yeah, I guess that came later.
Okay. All right. Now, that is your new covenant theology, right? And here's why I wanted to go through all that. Because oddly enough, and you said this yourself, you said, I'm not really a Bible scholar. I just know the stories, right? And so if you would humor me,
I am a Bible scholar, but I don't keep track of the numbers.
That's fair. That's fair. If you would humor me, can we read a little Bible?
Yeah.
Okay. It's going to be a bit of scripture, but I believe that, and I'm going to stop you every now and then to ask you, what did you get from that? Because I want to see where your brain goes with this, okay?
You got it.
We're going to read Hebrews chapter 10.
All right.
The chapter. Because you mentioned the thing about Jesus being the high priest and, you know, all of this stuff and how you thought that functioned. Now, let me ask you before we start. Is Hebrews the new covenant?
Is Hebrews the new covenant?
Is the book of Hebrews a new covenant book?
Oh, yeah, it's part of the New Testament.
Just because it's part of the New Testament don't necessarily mean it's new covenant. I want to make sure that we using words concisely.
I don't know what you mean by that then.
Just because something's written in the New Testament doesn't mean it's when Jesus said, love your neighbor as you love yourself, that was old covenant. That came from Leviticus.
Okay.
Right. So I'm asking early, are you accepting Hebrews as a explanation of the new covenant? The chapter we're going to read is literally about the new covenant. Uh-huh. So I want to make sure that we have accepted that this book is the new covenant.
I mean, at least my understanding as a Christian and all scholars that I've seen, there's no distinction between like
the New Testament and the New Covenant. Okay, some people make a distinction, and that's fair. I just want to make sure that we're using words concisely.
Okay, yeah. It's all part of one long story it does have order, right? The same way that like a sinner comes first that deserves destruction, then grace comes and saves.
Not deserve. Let's not use deserve anymore.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But there's an order to things if you get.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So Hebrews chapter 10. Do you have your Bible with you?
Yes, I've got it open.
Okay. Would you start at verse 1?
I want to make sure that we don't take a long time because
I won't take that long at all. I want to get through like verse 8 and then I'm gonna jump to verse 26.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'm cool to hop off whenever. You let me know. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Oh, I'm reading, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So Christ's sacrifice once and for all. I'm reading from NIV.
That's fine.
The law is only a shadow of the good things that are coming, not the realities themselves. For this reason, it can never, by the same sacrifices repeated endlessly year after year, make perfect those who draw near to worship. Otherwise, would they not have stopped being offered?
Real quick question. What did you get from that?
That the law is only okay. Do you want me to use my own words?
Yeah, use your own words. Like, what does that mean to you? When he says, if it could have made you perfect, they would have stopped offering it. What did you get from that?
Yeah, essentially that, like, this was only playing out an example of what was truly going to save people.
Okay, so at some point there would be a sacrifice that made people perfect.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. Keep going.
Okay, I stopped after the question here on verse 2.
Okay.
For the worshippers would have been cleansed once for all and would no longer have felt guilty for their sins. But those sacrifices are an annual reminder of sins. It is impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sins. Amen. Therefore, when Christ came into the world, he said, "Sacrifice and offering you did not desire, but a body you prepared for me. With burnt offerings and sin offerings you were not pleased. Then I said, Here I am. It is written about me in the scroll. I have come to do your will, my God." For he said, "Sacrifices and offerings, burnt offerings and sin offerings you did not desire, nor were you pleased by them, though they were offered in accordance with the law." Yeah.
Okay, give me one more verse.
And then he said, "Here I am. I have come to do your will." He sets aside the first to establish the second.
Okay, so this is the beginning of the new covenant, right? And the setup is, and you should read the whole chapter at some point, but the setup is that the problem with the old covenant was that people kept sinning, right? And they had a constant reminder of sinning. Had the covenant actually taken away sin, right? Had the old offerings actually taken away sin, they wouldn't still been guilty of sin. They would stop sinning, right? They would have just offered it once. They'd have been clean once and for all. Here's Jesus to make you clean once and for all. All right, jump down to verse 26.
Okay, verse 26. If we deliberately keep on sinning after we have received the knowledge of the truth, no sacrifice for sins is left. Should I keep going?
Keep going.
But only a fearful expectation of judgment and of raging fire that will consume the enemies of God.
Keep going.
Right. Anyone who rejected the law of Moses died without mercy on the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. How much more severely do you think someone deserves to be punished who has trampled the Son of God underfoot, who has treated as an unholy thing the blood of the covenant that sanctified them, and who has insulted the Spirit of grace?
Okay, all right. Now, what you said to me, and this is why I brought all this up, because what you said was, if by chance a person, they still clean, right? They still clean, right? They did that to a kid, they still clean, and they shouldn't expect destruction. That's what you said to me, right? That when they die, they shouldn't expect destruction
Because of the grace.
because of the grace,
Not because of
the grace,
not because of the sin.
yeah, because of the grace. What this said was the exact opposite.
I think it was consistent with what I kept, making sure that I made sure about, because I'm like, the analogy wasn't making sense. I'm like,
no. I'm talking about the spiritual thing that you said. I'm talking about with the essay, not in my analogy. And what you said was, if by chance you did something like that, it's okay. You got to claim, say you cool, right? This says the exact opposite. That if you've received the word of truth and you willfully sin, you don't have a sacrifice. You should expect destruction.
And I definitely made a, what's it called, a clarification for what that cool thing meant.
Well, no matter how, you said that you shouldn't expect destruction.
I said that you should for the sin, but with grace you should expect.
No, but there is no grace for that. There's no grace, no sacrifice, no mercy. Right? Start at 26 one more time. If we willfully continue sinning. What does it say?
If we deliberately keep on sinning after we have received the sacrifice of knowledge, no sacrifice for sins is left.
Mm-hmm. Only what?
but only a fearful expectation of judgment and of raging fire that will consume the enemies of God.
Okay,
Right.
and then what did it say after that? Because we're going to compare the two covenants. Right, those who rejected the law of Moses did what?
Anyone who rejected the law of Moses died without mercy on the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses.
Okay, and keep going.
How much more severely do you think someone deserves to be punished who has trampled the Son of God underfoot, who has treated as an unholy thing the blood of the covenant that sanctified them, and who has insulted the Spirit of grace?
Yeah, right. You've insulted grace. Right. If you willfully sin, having received said word of truth, you've insulted grace.
Right.
Okay. All right. But you said,
Right.
Okay. All right. Now, you said something else earlier, and I'm going to land my plane right here. You said we have to read this with intuition.
Yes.
I get what you mean by that, I think. Right. But here's the problem with reading with intuition. You're only going to be intuitive about what you're knowledgeable of.
Right.
You cannot hold an intuition about something that you have no knowledge of at all.
You have to read the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, not just read it, be knowledgeable of it. That's different. Okay. All right. So your intuition is akin to, probably proportionally, proportion to your knowledge base, right? It's if you know something about a thing, your intuitions about the thing would be higher than if I knew a little bit about it. Right. Your nature about that thing is going to be a little different if you know more about it. Okay. If you don't really know about it, then your intuitions, while they may work, might not be as keen as somebody who's more skilled or knowledgeable in the area.
Yeah.
Okay. If what you're saying to me is that if a saved person committed a sin, right? They committed said sin, they would still have a clean slate because they have grace. And what this says is if a saved person committed a sin, they do not have grace. They've insulted grace. Which one of y'all is right? Is your intuition right, or is the book right?
Well, I think that you're not displaying the full intuition that I'm mentioning whenever I
promise I did. What you said was that the grace is going to keep them from the destruction. That's what you said.
Yes.
Right. This says it won't.
It says that that no sacrifice for sins is left.
Right. And what should they expect? Only what's left?
The expectation of judgment.
Right. So what should you expect if you sin after you received another truth? What should you expect?
The same as any time you sin.
But it's after receipt. This made a specific timeline after receiving the word of truth.
Yes, but grace doesn't go away.
That's not what this says.
It says that there's no sacrifice for sins left.
What does the sacrifice for sin do? Clean you for your sins, ain't that right? The perfect Jesus sacrifice clean you for all your sins, right?
I was going to ask you
if this said,
if you knew what that meant.
Say it again for me, Hansel.
I was going to ask you the exact same question.
Right, the sacrifice for sin takes away your sins, and that's why I wanted to read the whole chapter because it goes.
Is that what Isaiah would say?
Say what? Say what now?
That the sacrifices for sin takes away your sin. Is that what Isaiah would say?
Yes, that's what the book of Hebrews says. Right, that Jesus was the sacrifice to take away sin. The earlier sacrifices did not take away sins. It did not take away sins. Jesus' sacrifice was once and for all. That's why I wanted to read the whole chapter so we wouldn't have this problem. But we ain't got time. Right. Jesus' sacrifice took away sins. Took away sin once and for all. Okay, once and for all. Okay, and it is in that context. That's why I wanted to read the whole chapter. But it's in that context that they say, if you sin willfully, haven't received that word of truth, right, then there is no sacrifice for your sins. All you can expect is judgment. And it's going to be worse for you than those that were under the law.
Right. Can I explain to you what the sacrifice was all about and what the
I know what the sacrifice is about. It's about taking away sins. It's about Jesus becoming a man, God becoming a man to take on the sins of the world. I got it. Cool.
That's much too simple.
I mean, that's the basis of it. The rest of it, the point is it took away sins. That's the point, right? And it took away sins once and for all.
How did it take away sins?
Through atonement. Right?
How does atonement work?
However you say it works. That's a theological matter, and every theologian got a different idea about that. That's irrelevant.
Well, I guess then I think that is the relevant point.
It couldn't be. It couldn't be. Did it take away sins or not?
It did take away sins.
Okay. Did it take away sins once and for all or not?
It did, yes.
Okay, then that's the point I'm making. How it worked is irrelevant. The fact is that it worked.
But then you're not able to understand these words if you
Yes,
don't.
I can. I can totally understand these words. You're just divulging into a part of the conversation that's unnecessary. The point is, did it take away sins or not? And if you have received that word of truth, can you continue in sin? That's the point. How it works is irrelevant. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So my point is, what you said was, and your intuition is that if a person harmed a child, right? That they still have a clean slate and they should not expect destruction. Not that they don't deserve it, right? But they shouldn't expect it.
I didn't say those words, but with grace,
Yeah, with grace, they shouldn't expect destruction. The
with
way I said
grace
it
they
was
won't be
destruction is not
destroyed.
certain.
I'm
That's how I
not
said it.
giving anything about expectation. I'm just saying they won't be destroyed.
Okay, all right. This is that they should expect destruction worse than that under the old covenant.
And I said that too.
No, you did not.
I did. I said anytime someone sins, man.
That's not what you said is that they deserve destruction, but grace would keep somebody out of it. This is that they've trampled on grace, and no, they've insulted the spirit of grace, and that they do not have it.
No, they still have grace.
No, they do not.
Where it says they don't
Read
have
it
grace?
again. Read it again.
Where does it say they don't have grace?
Read it again. Read it again.
I'll read it again.
Okay, and this time we're gonna go all the way to the end of the chapter. Just so you
I think no, we don't have time to do that. As the guest box is backing up, and he's been up here for 2 hours. But I think the most important thing of this is is the fact that you are asserting that a person that does these egregious things still has grace, and that's the issue, right, with this religion and why your Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, because there's no accountability, right? If, like the fact that you are willing to even argue with your own text and twist it so that you can say, oh, it's still grace. It's the same thing that oppressors do when they know that they're doing something wrong. Essayists do when they know that they're doing something wrong. Pastors do when they get caught, doing the exact thing that they are preaching about on Sunday morning and telling other people they're going to hell for. Like, that's the issue.
I didn't twist this stuff. You guys brought these examples.
You're arguing with Bash about what the text. You're arguing with Bash about whether a person who essays somebody still has grace in your God, and your text says that he doesn't, and you're asserting yes he does. Like, that's the thing that allows people to not have accountability and feel like that because Jesus died for their sins and they're covered in this blood, they can do all of this harmful shit and still be saved and still go to heaven, right?
Listen.
And that creates people who do harmful things on the earth, and then there are people like yourself who will be forgiving of that, right? Like, you'll turn a blind eye. And I don't know whether y'all know it or not, but y'all are championing the things that are happening on the earth by the logic that you're spewing right now.
If you use a tool wrong, what can be done, right? Like I can
that's
say
what you're doing. That's what I'm saying you are doing.
I'm not going to deny that a hammer could also unalive someone.
But you are doing that. Creation. You're not listening. Literally what I'm saying is that's what you are doing. Like, Bash just went through this with you, right? You're arguing with your own text that says that there is no more grace for that, and you're like, he still has grace. You're doing that.
A hammer can still unalive someone, right?
When we're not talking about the hammer, we're talking about the hammerer.
Right. So if we want to talk about the hammer, anyone that really wants to do evil will find their way to do it. But this is about people who really want to know how to do good. And you can find good in the Bible. I don't think it's very hard to find good outside of the Bible.
Are you insane? I have a little niece. She's one.
Exactly why
she smiles. It's great.
Thing that ever happens to humanity.
Pizza is good. Ice cream is good. Hugs are good. Kisses are good. A sunny day is good. There's Mr. Rogers is good.
I could use all of those things wrong, though, couldn't I?
I guess you could. But that's not the point. You said I can't find good outside the Bible. I just named several things that are not in the Bible that are good.
Right. Well, I mean, how often are we calling out the stuff that isn't good? Like, people go on for like lifetimes doing things that are not good, and they just call it good.
You're literally saying that things that are not good deserve grace. That's the problem.
No, I never said that the sin was deserved.
You literally just said an essayer deserves grace.
Yes, the person, the God created.
Exactly.
Not the actions. That's not deserving.
You're saying that they are still clean under your God, that they deserve grace, right? Like you're.
Because
It
every
doesn't
person
matter.
matters.
It doesn't matter. You're saying that a person that essays a child, that essays anybody, deserves grace. That
Yes.
that's the crazy thing, and that's why your God is dangerous, because people like you allow people like that to continue harming people.
Only if you're willing to misunderstand and think that I'm justifying the action, that I'm saying that the
It
sin is
doesn't
worth it.
matter if you're justifying the action or not. There's no accountability for the person that's doing the action.
There is
You're
Literally just
telling that
accountability.
person that
actor.
they still are saved, that they will still go to heaven and you deserve grace. Like, y'all excuse the
There
shit.
is the parable of like the wedding party. Whenever the king goes through and he sees somebody that doesn't have their wedding gown on, and that is, they just continue on in their sin once he's right there face. If you sin right there, face to face to Jesus, and not even face to, like, once he's here, it's over, dude. Like, you've had your grace period. You know what I mean? This is our learning time. This is where we get to master it. This is where we get to become good people, right? This is a tool for good.
It's so crazy
Yes,
because
you
when
see
I
it.
used the analogy, when I basically said that, this your obstacle course, this is why you said that once saved, always saved. Right? Like
Yes.
y'all will forget what you said and you'll start twisting yourself in order to justify your belief, to clean up your God or whatever. Like it's not an honest place. And again, it's why your Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Like, it's caused a lot of harm, continues to cause a lot of harm. Even in these conversations, when y'all aren't honest about the things that y'all say, the manipulation that y'all use, the gaslighting tactics and all that, it's harmful. And then y'all don't think twice about trying to twist people's minds and twist thoughts just so that you can win an argument or save your Jesus's image or defend your faith. You don't think about the harm that even that causes.
That's not what I've tried to do. I've tried to be consistent across all of this, except whenever I was trying to corroborate whatever thing you guys were leading me into, and sometimes I didn't think enough about it, and I had to catch myself later. But I've been consistent. Yes, he does receive grace, or she does receive grace. They can lose it, right? But it's not at the time of the grace period. It's once Jesus is here. And I've mentioned this before, and it's a big story. I'm sorry. We're trying to be concise. I don't want to waste you guys' time. It's difficult, It's hard communicating this
I mean,
stuff.
well, you've been up here for 2.5 hours, so it's not that you're wasting time. It's there's a lot of people in the guest box waiting to come up, and it's been 2.5 hours. But also we've gotten far away from the topic of Jesus being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and why you denying that. The text even says that when a person consistently sins or willfully sins, no more grace abound, no sacrifice for them. And you're saying yes, there is. That's literally what has been happening with this religion, and it's some of the biggest perpetrators of the evil that we see on earth are Jesus followers.
And we'll see them get their just due at the proper time.
What good that's gonna do to babies? They heart. Number.
That's what I was going to ask, Bash, because I think what you're missing, Will, is that you've been consistently defending your position and your misunderstanding of these scriptures that have been read. Because to Thinker's point, that scripture very clearly said that if the sacrifices that they were doing under the old covenant was insufficient, they kept having to do it every single time they sinned. Jesus came once for all. If you sin after that, there's no sacrifice left for you. There's no grace left for you. That's literally what the book says. But you're changing that and saying that it fits what you're prescribing, and even that is not accountability. Because to what Bash just asked you, if this is just a playground for you guys to simulate something, what happens to the people that you're playing your simulations on? Why doesn't God care about them?
He
Why
does.
is there, I'm sorry?
He does.
How does he show that then? You're telling me that someone who has the ability to protect me does not protect me from the person who's hurting me, because that person who has the ability to protect me is giving that person grace. What happens to them? That's not loving and that's not kind. I wouldn't assume that you would want to volunteer yourself for that kind of hunger game, would you?
It's interesting. It's a very philosophical question posed because I wonder if we all did. And the old prophets, they talk about how like the end of life really is. That's the mercy, because you don't have to be here running through this race, anymore. It's
The
it's there's
problem
a
is
lot. There's a
you're
lot to be
thinking about
questioned.
the only life we get through a religious philosophical lens, and human beings, children, um, people who can't protect themselves are paying the cost because these people in positions of power have told themselves, oh, God's going to forgive me. I'm covered by grace. You hear them on TV saying that. Was it T.D. Jakes? Whatever he was accused of, whatever I've done is covered by the blood of Jesus. They tell you that in advance when the scripture clearly says, if you have received the sacrifice and you know my teachings, there's no more sacrifice left for you. And that's heartbreaking because this is the only earth we have.
I'd say as long as we stay sober and the Christians that are truly Christians and want to do good and want to be that shining city on a hill that actually provides blessing to all people.
And as long as people like that who think that way continue to remain on this planet, the harm will perpetuate because you can just point to another person and say, oh, they're not a true Christian. Yet they can say the same thing. And it's just this revolving door of hurt with God's name tacked on it. Because that's what you've given yourself permission to do.
It's a
And I
difficult
think we're
thing.
better than that.
It's a difficult thing. I do believe that good triumphs evil in the end, though. I do believe that people want to be good, and they're doing it in ways that don't make sense, and oftentimes leaves people hurt. But when they do see what's
You
truly
live
good,
in a fairy tale land, and you're not dealing with the reality of things, right? Like you this city on a hill and blessing the people. Like you don't have the power to bless anybody. 1,000 of y'all could sit on a damn hill holding flashlights, and not shit's gonna change in the earth.
you could
Like
have.
there's still going to be people trafficking children. There's still going to be war and genocide. Like literally right now in Tigray, women are being raped by the armies in Ethiopia and Eritrea. I can't say that country's name. I know I probably said their
Eritrea.
name.
Eritrea. Eritrea.
Eritrea, yeah. Like and still nothing, right? Like every day we hear of a new fucking genocide, and it's 2.8 billion Christians on this earth that believe in your God.
Right. But how many are doing the work, right? How many are really out there
That
loving
the
people?
fact that you're appealing to the humans doing the thing proves that you don't need your God to do anything. If you are saying how many of them are doing the work, like if you got to work on yourself and then work on humanity, what do you need Jesus for?
To show you where to go.
You live in a fantasy world. You live in a fantasy world. And
Would
if
you?
Jesus needs you, if Jesus needs you, right, to fix yourself before he can stop some the soldiers in Tigray from raping women and children, then fuck him.
Do you think anybody in power is trying to solve this issue by
Your
feeding
Jesus ain't solving it.
people?
Hey, your Jesus ain't solving shit. Going to humans, appealing to humans when you are claiming that you have this supernatural deity, right? You want to ignore the fact that this God who's supposed to have supernatural powers ain't using those supernatural powers. He is useless. He's useless.
I think this is just a fundamental misconfiguration of the
No, it's
understanding.
not. Your God is useless, Will. And if it's the humans that's supposed to be doing things, then I'd rather focus on the humans and fuck this God. He's useless.
I mean, I hope that one day things make sense.
I don't care what you hope, right? When it comes to me, your God is useless. You have not even been able to express one damn benefit that your Jesus can do for humanity. You keep pointing to humans' lack of willingness to stop the things that's happening on the earth. If we have to focus on the humans to get a better world, then I'd rather focus on the humans. There's no need for your God.
You're just saying there's no need for good, and how can we do good
No,
without
I didn't. Don't lie on me. I said there's no
in
need
my
for your
eyes?
God. I don't think your God is good, and you have not been able to even show how it is.
That's okay. I'm sorry that I couldn't.
Like
You guys
y'all
have no.
want us to believe in fairy tales when we fucking dealing with rapists and genociders. Like we don't
Yeah,
have time for fucking fairy tales.
yeah. I mean, the plan for me is to spend my life trying to get these food forests going to feed people, so that we no longer have these needs.
And that's
We no
still
longer need to
you
work for
as a
people.
human doing it. Good for you.
I,
Great. But you are a human, Will.
I'd have never made it
You
here
don't
without
need
God. I would have chased money.
you don't need your Jesus to do it, because he ain't added any extra supernatural power to what it is that you want to do to feed people. If he was, then you wouldn't be having to try to figure it out. He would use his supernatural power the same way he took 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish and fed 5,000.
I'm a sinner. I'm grateful for how it's happened.
Well, like, hey, if it's humans, if humans are the reason your God ain't fixing the feeding the hungry kids, fuck them. If humans are the ones that have to feed the hungry kids, fuck your God. Like, in both situations, you are blaming or attributing the human. He is irrelevant. He isn't doing anything. It's the humans that are doing bad. It's the humans that would do good. The God is unnecessary.
I don't know why we would ever try to bother doing it bloodlessly if there wasn't a God. I don't know why anybody would even attempt that.
Cool.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Fee.
So are you saying that the only reason to do good is because of God?
No.
Then what did you just say? What was the last sentence you said? Maybe I misunderstood you.
I said, I don't know why in the world anyone would attempt to do it bloodlessly if there wasn't a God.
What do you mean bloodlessly?
I think that, the world's at this moment certainly is very enchanted by the ideas of like socialism and communism. And these are methods that, we've seen go very wrong in the past and that got popular support because they were trying to push an idea of paradise after the terrible things happened. But the terrible things just kept happening because they used the methods. And that was their way of doing things.
So y'all don't want things to get better here on this planet, because
I
if
do
we
want
do,
that.
hold on, no. You just shot yourself in the foot by saying that. You're basically saying that if our motivation for helping another human being eat, for feeding a child, is not tethered to your God, then it's pointless.
How did I say that? I'm sorry.
What I asked you to repeat it twice. You said, "What's the point of doing good without the blood?"
No. I mean, I was essentially saying that like our method of solving things is usually waging war and
It doesn't have
essentially
to be. It's plenty.
pushing
It's plenty of
people.
us on this planet that have proposed ways of resolving things without war. But do you not realize that those wars are usually tied to a belief in this God in this book? Why do you think what's going on in the Middle East is going on in the Middle East? Because these people think in this book this God has given them right to some land. Do you know how many wars across history have been waged in the name of this God?
Right.
And every single time, it's fascinating to me that you brought up socialism, because it's almost as if a socialist resolution removes the reliance on your God, and Christians can't have that, because
No.
that's what makes you holy.
Well, that's the only, I brought it up because they're essentially, I read Marx and I'm like, dude, this guy was literally, he was just painting the picture of what Jesus wanted, but he's saying, let's do it by blood. Let's do it by, starting a war. That's the way that it's got to be done. I don't see another way.
That
And
was
Jesus
one
is like, that's
person.
not how it has to happen. But that's the way it's played out every single time. And that's the story every single time. It's like, we're going to do these good things after we do these bad things.
Do you not think that that's what your Jesus asked for as well? Did he not say he came to divide families? Did he not say get the sword? Did he not say slay those in front of me who don't want me to rule over them? Where's the difference?
I'd say that the difference is that we've already passed through any and all sacrifices that would have been necessary for that to be accomplished. We can
That
understand good now.
that's still to come if you read Revelation.
But we
Y'all are
have it
going.
all today.
I'm sorry.
But I'd contend that we have it all today. It's just that we object to actually doing it.
I don't even know what you mean by that. We have what today? We object to doing it.
the same way that like people consider, they found these ideas of paradise because we've come to this place after Jesus, post Jesus world. We know what good looks like. We know how to do it, but we refuse to do it. And there's lots of factors at play, mostly self-preservation, that keep us from attempting to do it in a bloodless way. We want to be able to enjoy the fruits of any good that might come. And so we're usually like, okay, I want to try to, at least gamble to try to make my way through it through like a war or something, rather than simply going, I'm going to do this and just be this. And if somebody comes and takes my life, I'm not going to object. I'm just going to keep marching forward so that this thing exists in the world. And people know that you don't have to succumb to the evil ways of the world. And in fact, there's a guarantee with Jesus that says, actually, I control your life and I bring you back to life because I know that that's the right way to live this life.
That's a fairy tale, Will. That is something that you have convinced yourself of by half reading a book that wasn't written to you. And the fact of the matter is that the reason that we're in the society that we're in today, specifically in the West, is because 45,010 between yesterday and today, different denominations of their understanding of this book abounds. Y'all ignore away real life harm for a fairy tale rescue in the end that you have no confirmation will ever happen. Every generation prior to yours and so many after both of ours will continue to look at this book and look for a Messiah up in the sky. Therefore, their hands are too occupied praising God to do anything about helping humans on this planet. It doesn't have to be war on this planet. It's war on this planet because people, primarily men, refuse to deal with reality. Y'all constantly have your heads in the sky and you refute proof and evidence that this book is not saying what you're saying that it is saying. You read it yourself twice and denied the words. I hope you do what Bash encouraged you to do and go back to Hebrews and read that actual chapter without the bias of believing that you have the one and only way to solve issues, because the thing that you're pointing to is actually the cause of the issue, not the solution.
I mean, that's fair. I just come to bring this stuff because I think it's important. I promise you, anytime I talk about the Bible, it's always about this garden church, and how this is the solution to move forward. I'd never be trying to guide somebody into doing something reckless. But I'd encourage anybody who's done something reckless to turn it around and to stop being that and to recognize they don't have to be that. And they don't have to be
According to your theology, they don't have to. They just have to wait until they just have to rely on grace. And they can keep essaying children and they can keep hurting people.
No.
And as long as you preach that theology, as long as you preach that, because you've said it multiple times up here in multiple ways, and that analogy Bash gave you.
For the truth about it. And I'm not saying that that's how it's supposed to be done.
Is that part of the truth about it, though? Is that part of the truth that if you do something on this side, if you sin in grace, you will be forgiven?
A tool can be used for good or bad. Yes, the hammer can unalive somebody. Yes, people can do bad things.
That's not a hammer. That's a misinterpretation of the hammer. Read Hebrews. That's not what this book says. That is not what that chapter said. You just refuse to acknowledge that.
Also, the instructions that come with the hammer does not say bash somebody upside the head with it. It says do not.
Exactly.
Except your book says enslave. Your book says genocide.
No.
Yes, it does.
In very specific cases and for a very specific
No, it doesn't. It does not. It does not, Will. And we've spent 3 hours with you. We've gone over massive amounts of scripture with you, and you just deny it all to fit your fairy tale. And that is the problem with this religion. You all interpret the text the way that you want to. As Fee pointed out, 45,010 different denominations. Y'all believe what y'all want. You excuse what you want. You justify, perpetuate what you want. That's the issue.
All I can say is that I hope.
Hold on a second, Will.
No, don't do that, Will.
And even with saying, when you mentioned genocide and all those atrocious things, he was like, in specific cases. Maybe that's what Marx was saying. You're not only seeing this through an extremely myopic lens, because if you could say in response to thinker, those things are only appropriate in certain areas for certain reasons, who gave you the authority to do that? Who
But
appointed you the person to determine which one of those reasons is justified and which ones is not? And
I
there's
didn't.
no external validation. You're validating yourself in your mind. And this is why we have the situation we do. And it's infuriating because y'all just don't see it.
I get you. I didn't create it, you know? I just follow him. The Lord is the Lord. He's the exception.
He's not shit. He's invisible. And just like his help, he's invisible and so is his help.
I'm sorry. I don't, yeah.
It's
One
not
day,
funny.
one day I
Because
hope,
again, the things that we are dealing with on earth are real.
I know.
They're real. Your God and his so-called help isn't.
I hope to be better. But I think I'm going to go ahead and hop on out. I don't know if you
All
got
right.
any.
Yeah, we got other people. Thank you for coming up, Will. Have a good one. Like their lack of empathy when we talk about real world issues is so fucking frustrating. Like it's I don't know, it's like sometimes I feel like I live in a fucking anime movie or some shit. Like I'm talking to anime characters and like they really think in their mind that if they say a thing or hope a thing, that is what it is. And like all the problems, all the things that we are experiencing on earth would just go away because they hope it will in their head.
And that's the crazy part about it, is because they don't see that in themselves. They believe so strongly that their version of this, this is the right version of it. This is the correct Christian formula. And this is what's going to happen. This will be the panacea. It's going to take everything. And while ignoring the harm that's being done in the name of this religion, because their version of it is the right one. Everybody else is misusing it.
And they can't see that they when they do that, like they're showing that they lack human, they lack what it takes to be human. Like honestly, when they say that, this whole conversation started by him saying that Jesus was the perfect example to guide humans on how to be. And I asked him, like, if your God was a God and a human, I don't see how he could be a perfect example for humans when humans are just human and they start out with a deficit because you believe that you were born into sin. Jesus was born perfect as a God and human. Like he didn't start from the same place you started. And anything that Jesus does that is questionable, you're going to make an excuse for it. You're going to change it because you need to protect the image of your God. You need to protect your faith, right? And you need to protect yourself or separate yourself from what's happening on the earth. There's no way that he is a perfect example for how to be, but what he is an example for how y'all are. You lack accountability. You lack the capability of dealing with reality. You need to live in this place that you call spiritual, which is your fantasy world, so that you can escape what we're actually dealing with. You can escape the reality. And then y'all blame humans for the lack of help with what's happening on earth. You blame humans for the evil that's happening on earth, and then you claim that your God has the power to help. And then when we say, well, where is he? You say it's the humans that's supposed to fix it. The humans aren't doing what they need to do. Like in all three of those answers, the answer was human.
The whole damn time.
Amen. Are you there? I know you've been in the box for a long time. I don't know if you're still there. Are you there? Okay. I am sorry that you waited all night. If you're still in the guest request and you've waited, you've been waiting for a while. I think Vince Sin, I don't know if you're still there. I think Jesse Okay. Also, Vincent.
Oh, how?
Hi, are you okay? Did you not mean to come up? Huh? You didn't mean to come up?
Hello? Oh, my bad. I never
Oh,
been
okay.
live before. I didn't know I was live. I got a question about like a specific, like, historical facts about Jesus and the
I
fact.
actually do not answer questions
Oh,
from the chat. If you come on stage, it is to engage in the topic. Um, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm agnostic. I would rather believe there's a God, but yeah, there's complications in the Bible that I can ignore, but it still doesn't exclude the fact that all this feels weird, that we're here for no reason, or where we came from, or there's no creator.
Okay. So I think you might be able to like maybe get the answers to the question that you have from like listening to the conversation. I hate that you've been in the guest request box all night waiting, but I actually only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, or people who are deconstructing their belief in that God, or atheists.
So, like, the point of the topic is to just make one person be black or white. You don't want to.
No, I'm just like, I'm not here to be a spiritual guru. I don't answer questions from the chat. Right? Like that's just not the purpose of this live. Um,
Okay, I understand. Yeah,
yeah,
I do that.
yeah.
Bye. Bye. How do I leave?
Okay. I'll take you down.
Thank
Thank you. I hope you have a good morning.
you too.
All right. Why do they always do that? Like, where the fuck did I say anything about making a person anything?
Literally nowhere.
Jesse? Jesse, are you there? Biscotti?
Oh, how do I get on?
I'll take you
Hello?
down. Yep, you've been in the guest
Hello?
box. Yep, I'll take you down. Have a good one, okay?
Hello? Hello?
Miss Danini? Hello, Miss Danini? Or child of Yah? Okay. Mike, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Oh goodness.
The the conversations with like folks like Will always make me feel almost like, you remember that scene in Get Out when the groundskeeper grandfather was talking to the main character? I can't remember anybody's name, but it's almost like they're speaking, but they're not speaking from a place of, I don't know, human connection or being plugged into humanity. It's almost like they're saying these things that don't comport with reality, but you can almost hear that they've convinced themselves internally, if that makes sense. It's just this weird cadence that I hear whenever we speak to certain type of believers. That's kind of creepy, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to describe earlier. Like when I was like, it feels like an anime movie. Like they're not. I don't know. It feels like they're inside of a cartoon. Like I don't know. Do you watch K dramas at all?
No, but I've watched a few animes with my son. Are they similar at all?
There is a K drama. Not really. Like there's a K drama where this young girl realizes that she's a character in an anime, and it feels like that. Like gains awareness of herself as the character in the story, and then around her she starts changing things around her, and then she ends up making other characters realize their existence, like be aware of their existence, and then they all realize that they're not real, that they're part of a story.
Okay.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like that talking to them, like
Yes.
they can't really detour from the main plot of the story, although they're trying to change the story.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And then it's almost like when you point out the things that are incongruent or inconsistent between what they're saying and in this case what the book says, it doesn't register. It's like something in their minds does not pick that up, and that is just, I don't get it.
That's the thing I want to figure out. Like I don't know. I think that's the thing that keeps me having these conversations, because it's it's an unusual thing, because you're right. Like you can pinpoint the moment that shit turns on. I
Hear
don't
it
know.
yeah, you can hear it in the way that they're speaking, and it's almost this pause. There was a moment in that conversation when he was talking to Bash that I think that analogy that Bash was giving was, and it was right after you came in and said what you said about Jesus. It's weird when Jesus uses a parable, you understand it, but when we make a parallel parable, the plot gets completely lost. I think he understood it then, but he needed to double down.
Yeah, did you see the believers in the comments saying that the parables, that when I said like we can't use parables, they was like it's not the same. They was like, no, you can't. Like, and I was started to like interject and ask, like, are parables holy or something? Like, is it only Jesus who can use parables?
Yeah, I don't even know that it's so much dissonance. It's like layers of dissonance. It's hard to find. It's scary when you find another after you peel the first one back.
Exactly. Tiffany, are you here up here on purpose or on accident? Tiffany, I think she up here on accident. Like I'm tripping, because if anything, if I could say that I learned anything today, is that there are some believers who think that Jesus is the only one capable, or it is the only one that should be using parables.
As long as you don't say nothing.
Like that's a new one on me. Uh, salvation for Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, how are you?
No, I'm not too good.
You said not too great?
Yes, not too good. No.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope things get better for you. Can I get your age, please?
59.
All right. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I don't know who Jesus is. I don't know what a black
That
man is.
includes Yahweh Shai, Yahweh, Yahusha.
So why say Jesus for?
Because listen. Hey, I'm gonna say this really quickly, okay?
I'm gonna say this really quickly. Why
You're
say
not gonna.
Jesus? Why
Hey,
say Jesus?
hey, hey. There you go.
Yeah, I knew that was gonna be from the jump. I knew that one's going in.
Fuck you too. I don't have to say f you. I say fuck you. Fuck you too.
Them motherfuckers are so goddamn disrespectful. I can't.
Well, you know what though, Mr. Nelson, they don't realize how they sound like petulant children who's sitting on the floor with their arms folded, mad because you don't think Superman could whip Batman's ass. That's literally what they sound like, and they don't even
Exactly.
realize it. You're
Yeah.
this big mad at 7 a.m. on a Tuesday morning at people on the internet talking about a character in a book, and his blood pressure is elevated. Y'all need to do better.
And then he talking about I'm not doing too good. Then Yahweh Shai done fucked up. You need to be telling him fuck him. If you not doing too good, you need to be mad at Yahweh Shai, not us.
When
How the
do you
cat?
get it? When did he get a new name?
Who?
Yahawashah? What?
That's what he said. That's what somebody said in Christina Law the other day. They got so many names. Yahweh Shai, Yahama Shai. I don't know. I lose track. But then he got a I know because one of them was like the Shai means vanity or vain or something like that, which he was lying about that too. But yeah.
So you rather be godless or?
I'm sorry. 1 second. I was going to say, who are you? How old are you?
40.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a real true believer.
Okay. Where is Oso? What are your thoughts on the topic? You know that
Valid
voice that
question.
Oso be doing on Christina Live.
Yep, very
I
I
valid.
think you're God.
swear, like
That's
Oso, like all I can hear is
that's the
Oso in my damn
silliest
head
thing.
right
It's
now.
the silliest thing I've ever seen. It's rage bait,
Like, hold on.
basically for
Like, if
me.
it's rage bait, then did you fall for it? If it's rage bait, why you let yourself fall for it then?
You just muted me. I didn't get
I didn't
the.
mute you. I did not mute you. One of the
Oh,
mods
okay.
did. If it's rage bait, why did you allow yourself to fall for it?
I just wanted to
Hey, can you answer that
let
question,
you know
please?
that
Hey, answer the question? If it's rage bait, why did you allow yourself to fall for rage bait?
I just want to educate you.
Oh, you can't hold yourself accountable? Like you like pointing fingers at other people
Godless,
and not pointing
godless,
fingers at
godless
yourself?
people.
You don't know how to hold yourself accountable? Like if you fell for rage bait, like that speaks a lot about you, and then you came up here to complain about that shit?
This is a problem with the West.
There you go. Go talk to the East about it.
I almost spit my coffee out.
Like you will complain
He
about the
said,
West.
"Go
Go
talk to the
shit.
about it."
Don't talk to me about it.
Hello.
Hey, Zazida.
Yeah, Zaz. You can just call me Zaz, and I'm 57 and an atheist, and
Okay.
I do agree with your title too.
Yeah, I
Definitely
know.
the
We
worst
talked
thing.
to you about
Yeah.
this title before already.
Okay.
Did you want to add something new to it, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I like the way you guys run your live, and I think you bring up a lot of topics that I definitely agree with, and I think that there's a deep what I feel like is one of the worst things that Christianity does that Jesus
So,
Christ does.
yeah. So I was
Sorry.
going to say, don't we don't.
Yeah.
It's not the worst thing
Gotcha. Yeah.
Christianity does. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. You're right. But one of the worst things that I think it does is it has a vertical morality. Like morality is determined by who does what to whom instead of by what is done. So, like in an equal setting where everything is a horizontal kind of morality, you've got it's just as bad if a CEO is abusive towards a maid as it is in reverse, or if any other person is abusive towards anyone else. They're equally wrong because abuse is wrong, and it's based on the action, and it applies equally. But what you can see with the history of how things are based on the Bible and the teachings of Jesus Christ, and it's all based on who has the power in the relationship. It's okay if God threatens to torture you forever. That isn't even really considered evil by most Christians. It's just expected because how dare you not do what God wanted?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. We talk about that a lot on the stage with believers.
Do they see it? Are you able to like ever get through to where anybody kind of picks up on that as a real thing, or do they just like remain oblivious to it?
I mean, no, they don't see it. But I mean, it's one of the things that me and Fee was just talking about.
Well, I appreciate you guys giving me a chance to come up. I just wanted to, get that off my chest. But I know you guys are looking for some opposition too. So if you want me to drop down, just let me know.
Yeah, I don't allow people to chill out on stage except for on Thursdays for Freeform Friday. So I do see that you are a nerd. You're within your 30-day grace period. So
Uh
once
huh.
you get to your second month, then you'll be able to come on stage and, take us off topic. But as a new nerd, you have to stick to the topic that, that we've talked about. And I know we've talked about, this topic with you before. If you do come up and to talk about the topic that you've already talked to us about, it'd be helpful to kind of talk about something that we haven't already talked about, so that we're not just agreeing with you, right? Like that we could take the conversation deeper. But I don't know how long you've been a new nerd, but once you get into your second month, then you can come up and go off topic like that. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I usually I do like to listen. I like to tap the likes and see if you guys get more attention that way and everything. So, yeah, I just appreciate getting to listen to other atheists, because I think it has been hard for me sometimes, because I haven't really had that kind of influence in the way that I grew up. So it's just kind of
Yeah.
just
That's
nice. So thank
yeah.
you.
You're so welcome. And on Thursday, you want to come up and participate in Freeform Friday, that'll be the day to
Mhm.
come up and and do that. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Shanier, are you in the guest box on purpose, love bug? Y'all remember, if you are a nerd and you're in the guest box on purpose, there we go. Truth teller. Thank you. What's up, Truth?
Good good morning. Good
How are
morning.
you?
Hey, I've got I want to go just off topic just for a moment. Something that I get I'm annoyed about, well, upset about a little bit. That is first of all, good morning. Good
Good
morning,
morning.
everybody. Um you know the story about you know the story about sorry, I'm a little nervous. Um the story about woman gets married, if she doesn't bleed, then she should the sentence is she should be stoned. And when I hear this conversation, I hear, well, that test doesn't always work. It's a bad test. So sometimes we're stoning innocent women. Innocent women. My question is, why are we stoning non-virgins in the first place?
Yeah.
That never seems to be the discussion.
You said
The te-
non-virgins? I thought the virgins were the one that got stoned.
what? No, the non-virgins get stoned. Yes, the non-virgins get stoned. The virgins are innocent. They don't get stoned.
Oh,
It's
I
the
thought you were
non-virgin.
pointing out that women were getting stoned even if they didn't bleed, because not all women, um, you know,
Right, but what I'm
bleed.
saying is, what I hear is, not virgins don't always bleed, right? So we have virgins getting stoned when they're really innocent. What I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying is, innocent of what? Even if they are non-virgins, even if they're guilty, why are we stoning non-virgins in the first place? Why are we looking for virginity? And if they don't have virginity, why are they being stoned? Even if the test were a good test, why are they stoning non-virgins anyway? Why are we looking for whether they're
I think
virgins
it
or
was the
not?
priest's daughter. Like, okay, so it's not right, but I'm gonna explain what was going on. So the Levite, the men, owned their daughter's sexuality. That they were
Right,
in control of it. It also
right,
was their money, right? But also if a priest's daughter was caught not being a virgin, the law said like she's sentenced to death. If it was a non priest daughter, then she just loses her holiness, right? Like she's no longer considered holy. But it's the priest's daughter that was stoned.
Oh,
in their culture, yeah.
Oh,
Because
well, that's bad enough.
That made the whole land unholy, according to the word.
The whole land,
yeah.
Well, it really comes down to, I think, what you said a moment ago, because they're not independent human beings. They're they're property. They're owned, and so this piece of property is spoiled. So what do you do with spoiled bread? You toss it out, because they're not independent human beings. They're not full-fledged human beings. They're a little less than that. They're property, like you said. So that was my thing. Because usually, when I hear that discussion, I don't hear that these are the daughters of priests. What usually in that discussion, that's not talked about.
Also, if the father was, basically selling the daughter to, another Israelite, and he got paid for that, right? The Israelite male paid the bride price, and it comes to he sells her to him as a virgin, like he thinks he's getting an unwrapped product, and and then he's like, oh, this has been used.
Yeah.
Because
like
she
sold
shamed
me
her father. Like she,
right.
Like she brought shame to her father. That's what gets her stoned. And then the priest's daughter automatically, because she is the daughter of a priest, and that brought destruction to the land. Like it made the land unclean if she was not a virgin. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but in either case, I think you see my point. It's when I hear the discussion, it's always about, is the test reliable? Is the test reliable? The discussion should be, why are they stoning women in the first place? Any woman, for non-virginity. But like you said, it comes down to, they're not people. They're property. And so this property is spoiled. And so let's toss it out.
Yeah, because it literally says, it talks about the woman being devalued. Like they call it dishonoring, but the Hebrew word there means like her value was lowered because the father can't get as much for her.
Yeah.
And it messes up his money.
All right, guys. I wanted to express that. I just think it's again, for the discussion seems to be focused on the wrong thing. All right, guys. Yeah, and yes, keep fighting the good fight, and keep holding these Christians' feet to the fire. They're just so dishonest. They really are dishonest to themselves. And we heard the example of your last guest, just dishonest. All right, guys.
Infuriating.
Yes.
Were you here? Have you been here all night, or did you just get here this morning?
I just came in this morning.
Oh man, you
just
missed one. I thought the conversation was going really good, right? Like it was a guy from Yale, good conversation. Then he got to the point where he just started being dishonest for, I ain't gonna say no reason, but he wanted to like hang on to the fact, to this idea that, you know how we talk about Deuteronomy 20, where the God's like, hey, go into lands that are far away, offer them terms of peace. If they accept, he wanted to hold on to the idea that those were also Canaanites, even though it says lands far away. He was like, it's just like America. And I'm like, well, then what? what were the nations called? He kept saying the Jebusites to his side. I'm like, those are the nations that were supposed to be annihilated. It's listed there. So he just got so dishonest for no fucking reason after having a really good conversation. And then he started throwing like ad hominems for no fucking reason. I'm like, this is exhausting because when you think you found a believer that you can have an
Yes.
intellectual conversation with. Wait, is it echoing again?
Yes.
Is
It
echoing?
just
Is
started.
it?
Yeah, it literally just started. Like as soon as you started talking about the Yale dude,
Oh
it
wow.
wasn't. It wasn't before that at all.
Yeah, it just started on my end too. It just started echoing. But I did hear when you made that because I heard you say to him, "It has been a good conversation. That it's
Yeah.
been better than a lot of conversations." And then the part about when Bash was trying to get him to was a part about
Oh no,
okay,
this was a different guy,
every
not that guy. This is a different guy. But go ahead.
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. But it was a passage where he said, all sinners deserve, it all deserves death. It all deserves death except by grace. And then you're excused. But he kept, he was just, he was just, he was just lying. He was just outright saying one thing. And then within another minute or two, saying,
Oh my god.
just lying about it.
Yeah. Yeah,
With this,
that's what I'm saying. Like they flip at the drop of a hat. Medulla, that was so freaking cool. Thank you so much.
yeah,
But yeah, they flip at the drop of a hat, and I don't like it. It is so infuriating because one thing that I'm working on, and I was thinking about this yesterday. I don't know. You remember when I first started this? I was like, I don't like calling people dumb. I hate that word. And now these conversations, like the last couple of weeks, I probably say maybe the last month, I've been saying you are dumb a lot. And, and it's like this is something that I have to I gotta hold myself accountable, right? Because I
Now it
don't
the
want
went
to
echo
away.
allow the
just
Thank you.
stopped.
frustration. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What did you
the
just
echo
do?
just
'Cause,
stopped.
yeah, this
What
it
did
was
I
like
just do?
it was like your voice was in stereo, and whatever movement you just made it go away.
Oh, I didn't
It
do
sounded like you
anything.
got much. Oh, that's weird. Because it sounded like you came much closer to the mic, and like the reverb went away.
I
Yep.
think that's TikTok Studio. Like I'm not doing anything.
That's odd.
Yeah. Um. But yeah. So I was thinking yesterday, sitting down, reflecting. I was like, I've got to like work on myself because I'm going against my own, you know,
Well, at
and
one
standard that I
point,
set for myself,
yeah, I
letting
think
the
at some
frustration get to me.
point you have to ask yourself: Are they being dishonest, or are they just being dumbass? The things they say are just what other word for it is there? They're either dishonest and they know it, or they really believe the dumb stuff they're saying.
But
So,
I, truth, I think we're missing the important point part. And thinker, I
uh-huh,
think you got to give yourself grace because some of the things that come out of these people's mouths are, they're not only dumb, they're hurtful, they're harmful, and they're intentionally so. So I think those two things
agree,
can't be conflated. But truth, I think it's more than dishonest or dumb. I think the indoctrination is strong. I tell you all the time. I can remember being on the bus. In Atlanta. I forget where I was working, but I was holding the watchtower that was about Jehovah's Witnesses being a cult. And somebody next to me noticed it and struck up a conversation. This person was very well prepared with outlined reasons as to why Jehovah's Witnesses were a cult. I heard everything that they said. I
uh-huh,
intellectually understood every word that they said, but I could not accept it. I couldn't accept it through my indoctrination because I did not realize I had been indoctrinated. I thought that my
yeah,
understanding and what I had been taught was the truth. So I didn't even have access to the part of my brain that would allow me to even view this through the lens of indoctrination because I didn't even know what that was. So I think
agree,
we meet all of them in these conversations. I think we meet those who are just fucked up people at their core, and they're just using this religion as a vehicle to perpetuate that. I think we meet
Agree.
people who are truly indoctrinated, who don't realize that they are indoctrinated. It's a whole spectrum. And I think how we engage with everybody on that whole spectrum and what that pulls out of us emotionally, cognitively, all of those things is going to vary as well. This mindset, this religious belief system, specifically the Abrahamic one, is like kudzu. In in Georgia, I don't know if y'all have it wherever you are, but kudzu in Georgia will cover every inch of a tree. You don't even see the tree under the
Yes.
kudzu. You just see the vine. And it's like that.
Yes.
It's almost like what this religious indoctrination has done to individual humans. So they don't even see that they're seeing through this veil of kudzu. They just see the world from their perspective, and we see it,
Yes.
but they don't see how deeply entrenched it is into who and what they are as people.
Agree. Agree. And they have in that indoctrination, there are built-in. It's like a shield, and you hear that. You'll hear them say things that are conversation enders, and really like a shield that stops. And then they're in this indoctrination, and it uh, yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. And again, part of that indoctrination are phrases and things that they think, that they say, that act like a shield, that act like it's a conversation. It's a thought stopper.
Yeah, that's all it is. And even somebody in the comments now is saying atheism is indoctrinated, which, let's not even talk about the grammatical structure of that sentence, but how is saying, I'm not convinced that that's true. No, like that, I'm not convinced. How is that indoctrination? To think that it's indoctrination to use your mind and critically think through a claim to determine whether or not it makes sense, whether it comports with reality is indoctrination, is beyond me.
Yes. And it's also the idea that atheism is not a belief system. It just isn't. It's like you said, you're unconvinced. You're unconvinced. And of course, I do believe that Christians are atheists compared to all those other religions because there ain't just one God. There's lots of gods.
And that's the
And
thing I
Christians,
try to, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
yeah, I was just going to say Christians don't buy into any of those other gods.
And that's the thing that I try to point out, when people say atheism is indoctrination, because they are atheists with respects to every single God they don't believe in. They are atheists
Exactly.
to Allah. They are atheists to every Vishnu. They are an atheist with respects to that. So tell me how you're indoctrinated into Islam. If being a non-Christian means I'm indoctrinated. They don't think through things. They don't think about the things that they say. They don't consider the
They
logical
don't.
entailments, and it makes these conversations so much more frustrating because it's almost like we have to do the heavy lifting for them that their religious indoctrination prevents them from doing, and it just makes it
Yes.
really heavy.
Yes,
Think.
and
Oh,
what
go
I've
ahead.
said, and I've said this before, that in light of modern day decency, they have to be dishonest about this book. They just have to.
Think
That's the
that.
thing that frustrates me because they're willing to. Like they're willing to be dishonest, and
Yes,
that bothers me a lot, you know.
it's
And that's
infuriating.
where my frustration comes from because it's like, why are you willing to just negate, you know, my humanity and just I don't even know how to explain it. You know how you feel something, but it's like there are no words to express exactly what you
Hmm.
feel about a thing.
Yep.
That's
Well, I
that's
think you
what it
said
is.
something right there, thinker. It's the dehumanizing aspect. It's like the Amalekites. They're a little less than human. They're subpar. It's dehumanizing, and then you can wipe them out
Right.
because now they're more of a pest. I'm sorry, Nelson.
No, no, you're fine. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was going to say that the reason why Christians call atheism a belief system is because all Christians believe that you have to believe in something. That's just part of the belief
Right.
system, period. They call atheism a belief system because in their minds you have to believe in something, period. And
Which
I
is a
just
yeah, which is a question they'll throw at you. They'll say, "You don't believe in Christianity. Well, what do you believe in?" What do you mean? I believe the sky, the floor I'm standing on, the television I'm watching. I believe the ice cream is good. What do you mean? What do you believe in?
yeah,
You don't have
What do
it's
to.
you
ridiculous.
believe in?
It's
Yes,
I was
you
just
ridiculous.
don't.
singing that.
Uh, I
Yes,
so
if I
so
don't have an answer for what came before the Big Bang, so what? I don't
But
know.
belief
Maybe I'll
system and
learn. Maybe I won't.
I like the way Thinker puts it. It's an idea. When you believe in something, I have faith in something, it's just an idea. But
Yes,
once you prove that idea, it's no longer an idea. It is and
right.
no room for belief or faith. Once it becomes proven as a fact, there's no room for belief or faith. You can't believe in a fact. I mean, it's a fact.
No.
You know
And
it.
there are some answers you don't. If you don't have an answer, that's okay.
Exactly.
But what they
They
do
want they
is
want
they
attention. Like
pretend.
I think
They pre-
they want things their way, right? Like they don't want the conversation to be about them, but then when the conversation isn't about them, they throw temper tantrums. Like they're so used to being conflicted in their minds, they don't know how to pick a uh a stance or a desire or a point and just stick with that thing. Like to me they're a walking bag of conflict.
well, they can't. It's you. If you really follow the implications of their scripture, God is a sadist, a cruel, unjust. I mean, it starts out that way. Yeah. when Adam and Eve sin, what does he do? The entirety of humanity is guilty. I didn't have anything to. Wasn't on the apple eating committee. I had nothing to do with that decision. The entirety of humanity, unjust, cruel. If you honestly follow the implications of Scripture, this is a vile being. So they have to dance around. They've got to jump around. They can't stay on track. Not honestly.
Will asked me, he said, so you think that all humans are bad? I said, no, I didn't say that. You think that. He's like, I don't think that.
Yes.
I said, you said that all humans sin. He said, yeah. I said, is sin bad? He said, yeah. I said, so you think that all humans are bad? And it was almost like a realization that it was him that was asserting that all humans are bad and not me. And I'm like, do y'all even know what y'all are saying when you say we are all born in sin or we all sin? It's like they don't know what they're
They,
actually saying.
I agree. They talk in meaningless cliches. It helps them stay in that bubble. I think half the time they don't know what they mean by their cliches. They don't know what they really mean, but it makes them feel good. Well, Thinker, how about when he said, Jesus, unlike humans, Jesus isn't born in sin. He's not sinful from the start, so he can't know the true human experience. He said, no, they're born into sin. They're
Mm-hmm.
not sinful. They're born in sin. Well, he's
He
he's discerning between these two statements, which obviously mean the same thing, but somehow he wanted to play this dance, which made no sense. And he said it a few times, like he's wants to make this dance about difference between being sinful or being born into sin. That was it.
and then he went further, right? When I pointed that out, he wanted me to entertain the idea that you were perfect before you were born and that you had a different
Yes.
like I'm like, why would I do that? Like why would I join you and
Well,
that
it's
imagination. Like it's pointless
and
because
what it
that's
and
not
it's
something you can
yes,
prove.
and it's really meaningless. You're perfect before you're born, but the instant you're born, you're not. So,
Yeah.
so what is the point anyway of asserting that? Where does it
I
goes
have no idea.
nowhere?
Yeah,
So,
I don't know.
but it is frustrating. It's frustrating. I know it's frustrating for you to engage in the conversation, and it's frustrating to listen to. But somehow, we've got to talk because as our American brothers and sisters, we've got to talk because what happens when you can't talk anymore? That's when the pew-pews come out. So somehow we've got to try to engage in conversation because it's all we got. So you keep fighting that good fight, thinker, and I'm going to keep listening. And Fee, I wish the best for your son.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All
Thank
right,
you,
goodbye,
Truth.
folks.
All right,
Everyone
have a
have a
good
great
day.
day.
You too.
I swear. And then there was a Christian in the comment that was saying that I was being racist to Zafla,
The lady that came up?
Zaz Jada, the one I
Okay.
say remind me of Dory,
Mm-hmm.
because I was telling her the rules of the live and that she couldn't go off topic until her second month.
But how is that being? She
She's
was
a
up
green,
Thursday.
but also she's green.
Right. She's
I
been a
don't
part
know
of the
what color
community.
she is, huh?
And she's been a part of the community for a minute, right?
Yeah, they just make judgments because like they don't know how the live is ran, right? And so because they just make judgments, but like the fact that there's like she's being racist to her, I'm like, she's green. I don't know what color she is.
Yeah, how would you assume to know what her ethnicity or race is through TikTok? What's wrong with these people?
I don't know. Like they're so used to being able to do whatever the fuck they want to do. When they see rules are offensive to them, but their whole belief system is based on following rules. But also at the same time, their God had to die for them because they couldn't follow rules. They couldn't follow simple rules that say don't eat fish. That shit was hard. Like I don't know. They fucking hate rules. They hate rules and logic. All right. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, you have to come on stage. You either have to be a believer in the God of the Bible that we are discussing, someone either deconstructing from that God, um, or an atheist who has deconstructed your belief in a God, and you are now a non-believer of a God. Um, amen. Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good. What's your age?
I'm 26 right now.
Okay. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing your belief in that God, or are you an atheist?
I'm deconstructing.
Okay. And what are your thoughts about the topic? Uh, can one of y'all take this? I can go to the bathroom right quick.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you very much.
I definitely agree with the prompt because slavery was given to African Americans during slavery. It never made sense to me. My grandma tried to tell me that maybe we were enslaved so we can learn better, which never made sense to me. And I was recently told, like, not so long ago that I'm going to hell for being gay by my pastor. And I was really trying to get into my spirituality. I was trying to like lean more into Christianity, but the more I lean more into it, it doesn't make sense to me. So I'm leaning more towards agnostic now. So I'm just trying to get more understanding of what I should do and what I should do about it. So that's why I'm here. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I was just trying to set that. And you said that you were recently told by a pastor that you're going to hell because you're gay?
Yes, he said that. He said it without saying it, basically, because he said it's an unclean spirit, and he's gonna pray for me to pray for that spirit for me to get out of there, to get pray for that demon to get out of me, basically, and said that if I don't change my ways, I will end up in hell. That's what he said. Because
Wow.
I asked him a question. I said, "Am I going to hell for being gay?" He said, "It's an unclean spirit, and that's you know, really basically, I will be going to hell if I don't like." Pray for my sins or if you know what I'm saying. Basically, he said it without saying it.
Well, that kind of takes it back to what we had talked about earlier. Um, I mean, it's hard for me to fathom that, but let's just look at it this way. Say you're a believer, you believe in Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ died on the cross for all your sins. So if they're calling that a sin, why would you go to hell for something Jesus Christ paid the ultimate price for? You see how that does not compute?
Yes, I understand that. I just want to know where in the Bible does it say that? Because I heard in the Bible it
It
don't say that.
it doesn't say that. They took a scripture. Actually, I don't have to wait to think of it, and I'll pull that up. Um,
Is your question where does it
from
say in
where
scripture?
I don't want to misquote it.
I'm sorry.
Yes, that's what he's asking.
Where does it say in scripture that are you talking about? And I'm sorry, I got distracted. Was homosexuality a sin? Is that what you're talking about? Amen.
Yes, they said that in Leviticus it says that, or in Sodom and Gomorrah it wasn't about gay stuff. It was about rape.
Well, you got to say grape. Well, maybe not on Thinker's platform, but I mean, yeah, like there's if you read in Sodom and Gomorrah that story in the Bible, it tells you why that judgment was brought upon them, and it has nothing to do with homosexual acts. It's not about that. Another good resource that Thinker points out often is the fact that in the Hebrew, the sentence about men, the way it was interpreted, man who lies with man as with a woman, that's not in there either. That's a mistranslation or a forced translation that as with that creates this comparison or this simile or metaphor. I always get those confused. That's not there. So the translator added that piece. I think it's kind of scholars don't necessarily agree on what the original text truly meant, but the as with a woman, that's not in there. So this is a forced concept of this same sex, consensual same sex intercourse being against the Bible. That's simply not in there. We know that because there were instances and there's archaeological evidence of that being part of the culture at that time. This is just something that Christianity has overlaid.
Okay, so what you're basically saying is misinterpretation is not because I thought I would be like condemned to going to hell or something like that. So that's good. I mean, I don't really. It doesn't make sense to me. So I don't think that I subscribe to that. But I don't know. I'm just confused. I was really confused about that.
Yeah, I mean, even the concept of going to hell and burning internally, that's a Christian invention as well. Like so many of the things that Christians believe that's in this book is not in this book. That's why we always encourage folks read it. Look up the original language. Learn the original language if you're interested in truly knowing. I think there's a class starting now for biblical Hebrew. If you're interested in learning this, getting access online to these original scripts and manuscripts, they're available. I would encourage anybody who's really trying to understand what this book is and what it says, do that. Because ultimately, if you feel like your eternal salvation hinges on it, you should absolutely learn it. You should understand it. And you should know for sure to your satisfaction.
I don't think I'm past the point of trying to conform into Christianity at this point because it don't make sense to me, and I feel like I wouldn't want to worship a God like that. Because for me personally, I believe I don't worship. I believe in God. I'm just saying I'm more agnostic than anything because I do believe in a God. I just don't believe in that God. You know what I'm saying? And my sister says like there's only one God, and I'm like it can't be one God because if there's only one God, I don't want to believe in your God because he's evil. I truly believe he's evil.
Yeah, I mean, to claim that there's only one God, then you have to demonstrate that there's only one God. And the reality is the fact that there's 45,000 different denominations of one version of this God tells you right there, like either he is schizophrenic and multiple people have different engagements with different versions of him, or folks are just making it up on their own. And, what's the most logical conclusion?
I don't know. I'm honest opinion. I don't know what to believe in, but I know that it's not that. It's not that. It's not the Christian Bible. It can't be, because if he was all the things he said he is, y'all would have been saved. If where was God during slavery? You know what I'm saying? So I don't believe in that. So I truly believe if God was real, he would have saved us during slavery.
I mean, there's a lot of things this God would have to answer for if he were real. But the problem is, religion removes the need for accountability. I'm doing well, thank you. Religion removes the need from accountability, not only from the individual that believes in it, but from the God that it worships. And that's part of the issue. Sorry, y'all.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Sorry, I don't know what y'all. This is the only part that I've heard so far, but it sounds like y'all are talking about, the believer saying, making excuses of why the God doesn't end something or, intervene with the evil that's happening on earth. And this is what I was talking about earlier when Wells was on the live and the other guy. It's like they'll say that it's the human's responsibility for causing the evil on earth, and then they'll say that it's also the human's responsibility for fixing it. And if that is the case, then what is the point of the God? Right? Like the whole point of having a genie is because the genie can do something for you that your human ass can't. Your God is supernatural, right? Like, what's the point of having this all powerful, having access to this all powerful supernatural God and His supernatural Holy Spirit if it does nothing, you know?
Also, I have a question too, thinker. If Jesus was real, he's a real person, and he can resurrect himself. Where is he now? I'm just so confused. Would he be walking among us on earth? Would he make himself known? Like, I truly don't believe in the concept of Jesus either, because where is this man at?
Well, they claim, He's in heaven sitting on the right hand side of the Father. So they're waiting on Him to come back. But their claim is that, in the text it says He sent His Holy Spirit. So His Holy Spirit is what's supposed to be walking around inside of them. And they're supposed to be able to do all of these works greater than what He did, right? So He's supposed to be in them.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah,
is your
but
question about
they don't
his
see it.
physical body?
Well, He said He would be walking around on earth with us right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. If you're saying Jesus died and then when they came back, the stone was gone and the tomb was empty, you're wondering where his physical body is? If he's supposed to be walking around on earth?
Yes. Yes, I
Yeah,
want to know what happened to his physical body.
I don't think they answer that.
Well,
Did,
it says that His whole body went into heaven, right? So, like in their religion, there isn't an expectation for Jesus to be walking around on earth today. They're waiting on Him to come back.
but don't they also believe that flesh can't enter heaven?
That's what Nelly brings up all the time. Yeah, they do. But
Yeah.
Jesus went to heaven with His flesh, and they always say Jesus had a glorified body. Remember we was joking about glorified BBL? Jesus
Oh,
had a
that's right.
glorified BBL. Yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that. And I think these conversations, I think, demonstrate why the prohibition for using human understanding and logic and reason is baked into this belief system, because it can't stand up to any sort of questioning whatsoever. So stop trying to understand, just believe is ultimately where a believer is going to have to land, because you can't explain these fairy tale supernatural occurrences that people have claimed in any logical way. So that's why you hear them constantly. Somebody was in the comments earlier, you're trying to understand this through human logic. You don't have any other logic with which to use, so you just stop trying to understand and label it a belief. That's not going to be satisfactory for many
When
of
they
us.
when God wanted to be, when God want us to use our human logic to understand what's going on, I don't understand that. If God knew that we would understand his unearthly logic, why would he give us text behind him so we can piece it together? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
But
you
why
see,
have
would he
to
that's
not
use.
want
their
to say?
claim of this Holy Spirit. That's what I'm saying. That's like it does not make sense to me because to say you are trying to understand this through human logic as if you have access to this Holy Spirit, right? Logic to understand it, you are then saying that the Holy Spirit can do something. So then when we ask why isn't the Holy Spirit stopping all of the shit that's on earth, right? Like, is he only a librarian? Like, I'm confused.
Can I
Like,
ask you
I'm
one
confused.
question? This is another thing I want to ask. So I went to a Pentecostal church. And my mom told me the Pentecostals are after God comes back and they
I couldn't hear you. You kept
won the
cutting
war or
out.
whatever, that they're going to get godlike bodies.
Can you gotta
I'm
repeat yourself?
sorry. They
Yeah,
still
it
don't
cut
get
out.
godlike bodies. Or whether, oh, sorry. I went to a Pentecostal church, and the Pentecostal, mom said that's the worst kind because they're the most strict and the most like conservative, and so they said when I went to this church, they said that they after they won the war, like the revelation or whatever, revelations that they're gonna get God. Everyone's gonna get a godlike body who is on their side, and that they'll be able to transport places. I said, and they could do all this magical stuff. And I said, is that why you're doing this to be like God or to get godlike powers? Because if that's the case, you're believing in a fairy tale. You know what I'm saying? If you think you're gonna be able to transport places, you're truly believing in a fairy tale. And that's one thing is a disconnect for me because I don't think that I'll be able to ever transport from here to another place or fly or do any of that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, there is nothing in this text that says that the glorified bodies that they're going to have is going to be, give them supernatural powers to fly anywhere. Like they're just children
Okay,
waiting to
because
become their favorite superhero.
that's what they were saying. That like they're saying like they're going to be able to fly, they're going to be able to do all these cool things, and that's why I never understood that. Like I don't know. But they make people seem who believe in like Buddhism crazy. That's more like I feel like Buddhism is more logical than Christianity.
I mean, I think Buddhism is not necessarily religion in the same way that Christianity is. I mean, I think an argument can be made both ways. I personally find a lot of wisdom in the Buddhist teachings, honestly, because it's logical. It makes sense. It forces you to kind of deal with the world as you see it. So because it's so practical, a lot of those teachings make sense. And that's when people talk about the value of Christianity specifically and the teachings of Jesus. There's nothing new. Like there's nothing novel. There's nothing earth shattering. There's nothing like, oh my goodness, this is such good wisdom or such good advice that's not found there. Like I read a lot of specifically Zen Buddhism teachings, and I use a lot of the mindset, honestly, that's found in there. I mean, the same could be true of a few other belief systems as well, but the reality is all of these belief systems came from times when people were trying to explain the world around them before we had access to tools of science and understanding of the universe as it is, right? So you have these pockets of people who are doing the best they can as civilization is developing, and they're trying to make sense of it. So the reality is if as humans we are capable of using our brains and seeing how our actions impact others and the environment, then we wouldn't have all the issues that we have right now. But the issue that we're faced with currently is that people are bending themselves into pretzels trying to follow a book that wasn't written to them with advice in it that is harmful, not helpful, while redefining
Mm-hmm.
words like love and justice and telling us that we're crazy and that just doesn't work.
Yeah. Now, one more question before I drop down. What was it? When I went to this church, this Pentecostal church, they said that like there's gonna be classes. Like everybody's not gonna be equal in heaven. They said that some people will be given more, some people will be given less based on how much you worshipped. Is that true in the Bible?
Everybody gets the same reward, but yeah, there's different levels. So like the Israelites are the they're judged by the elders, and then they become the leaders or the kings, and then the Gentiles are like the servants of the Israelites, but they are judged by their deeds and given rewards based on that.
Okay, okay. Why want to follow someone who I understand that crazy? That's like America.
Yep, it's just like America. Something I was gonna say that matched Rome. I cannot remember what it was. Like it matches the concept of yeah. I don't know if y'all have seen that video where there's a black woman on here. She's saying we're no longer in like this pretend war. Like she's making an appeal, to people on TikTok to pay attention to what's really happening in the world today. And a white lady like copied her video bar for bar. Like this isn't new. Like we've seen it, happen on here before where, you know, uh content has been stolen and the person will act like, they're saying these words authentically. But she stole this woman's speech bar for bar. And it made me think about what y'all were saying. Like there's nothing new that Jesus says in this Bible. Like everything that the Greek and Roman writers of the New Testament wrote, they took from older ancient civilizations bar for bar. And studying Rome, and Rome is called a very pragmatic nation. And the emperors basically believed that it didn't make sense to reinvent the wheel, that taking from other nations who had already figured shit out and giving themselves credit for it was the most pragmatic thing to do. And it's interesting to me how we still see that shit happening today, but also the writers of the gospels were Roman and Greek writers, and they basically did the same thing with Jesus.
That's crazy.
Ain't it?
That is absolutely wild when you think about it. And you do see the same thing, but yet you talk to Christians and they speak as though the teachings that they found in this Bible are so revolutionary, they are so divine, and there's nothing we would know how to do without them. But to learn that shit was just stolen, like you copied off somebody else's test. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm. Bar for bar. And it's like your descendants are still doing that shit today with no conscience. Like how do you, like, damn well shit go viral on TikTok. Like I know you think you on the other side of the street, right? You on the other side of the neighborhood. You didn't think that it was gonna get back to the original creator that you stole her video bar for bar. Like the fact that it's still happening today. And I don't know, when we talk about traces of, how the Hebrew Israelites get up here and be like, I trace my lineage back to such and such. And you be like, show me how you are the tribe of Judah. Show me how you are the descendant of Melchizedek. We can see traces of Rome, the early Romans and some of the people today, because they still do the same shit. And then do y'all remember the trend, my Roman moment, or my Roman what was it? This is my my do y'all
I know
remember
what
that
you're talking
trend?
about. Something.
What was it called? My Roman something.
Something about their army. I can't remember. I know what you're talking about though.
Yeah, but they were basically saying my Roman Empire. Yeah, they were saying that every day, not a day goes by that they don't think about Rome. And I'm like, yeah, because it's those are your ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Like it's in your DNA. Like those are your ancestors. I didn't even realize he had dropped down. Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting though. Peaceful living. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. If you are believing the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Man, I was watching that lady do that video, and the guy um was showing, like, he would clip back to the black lady and then clip to the white woman, and like the acting that she was doing as if these were words, heartfelt words coming from her, as she was pleading to the people. It is like, you sat there and faked all that emotion knowing that you stole this woman's words. Like, you
That's
even tried to
diabolical
steal
to
her
me.
emotion? Huh?
I said that's diabolical to me because you know she's plagiarizing.
And the thing is, like, she's talking about something so serious about, the wars that's happening, the immigration, the big beautiful bill. Like, she's the tyranny that's happening. And you sat there and faked the fucking emotion of that. Like, you couldn't come up with your own words. You couldn't come up with your own emotions. Like, to me, that's the bigger issue than her stealing word for word. You sat there and faked emotion about some shit that you should just have natural empathy for, natural emotion for.
You're not talking about the preacher. Are you talking about somebody else?
Mm-mm. No, not the preacher.
Oh, I don't know which
No,
one you're talking. I was thinking about the white lady that stole, the white preacher lady. This was a few months back. You must be talking about something I haven't heard of yet.
This just happened like yesterday. Hold on, let me find it. Hold on. Like, I'm gonna play the sound. I'm not gonna be able to play the actual video, but I'm gonna play the sound. Hold on. If I can find it. Man, did I even save her video? I think I just liked it. Hold on. Man, that man that lost his wife, son, and daughter in that flood is so fucking sad.
I didn't even see that one. I mean, all of those stories are heartbreaking, but I didn't even see the one he lost all three.
Yeah, they
That
slipped through the plywood. Yeah.
damn.
Yeah. They found the wife and the son. Like, they were missing for a couple days. They found the wife and the son. They still looking for the daughter, and he was like, "I'm just gonna be real. I don't have any hope that she's gonna be found alive." Like, he was like, if she does, she's a superstar and she went through a lot, but I'm not holding my breath.
Damn.
Okay, here it go.
Let me be real clear. Let me be really clear. And I need y'all to hear me like our lives depend on it, because they do. And I need y'all to hear me like your lives depend on it, because it does. We are not in a political debate. We are in a war. Not a metaphorical one, not a symbolic one, but a strategic, well-funded, policy-backed, legally armed war for the soul of this country and the bodies of every person that don't fit the mold of a straight, cis, Christian, white man. We are no longer in a political debate. We are in a war. Not a metaphorical one, not a symbolic one, but a strategic, well-funded, policy-backed, legally armed war for the soul of this country and the bodies of every person that doesn't fit the mold of straight, cis, Christian, white, and male. And the wildest part is half of y'all still don't see it. You're playing checkers on a chessboard that's already been cleared. And the wildest part is half of y'all still don't see it. You're playing checkers on a chessboard that's already been cleared. You think that they're just coming for trans folks, for queer kids, for immigrants, for poor people. No, baby, they are coming for order, and they're bringing chaos as a battering ram. You think that they're just coming for the immigrants? For the trans folks? For the queer kids? For poor people? No. They are coming for order, and they're bringing chaos as the battering ram. White men, the most coddled demographic in American history, have finally realized that they are no longer the majority numerically, and so now they're using power, policy, and platforms to cling to what they can't reclaim, which is control. They've decided that they can't run the show, and so they'll burn the whole damn theater down. White men, the most coddled demographic in American history, has finally realized that they are no longer the majority numerically or otherwise. They're using power, policy, and platforms to cling to what they can't reclaim, which is control. They've decided that since they can't run the show, they'll just burn the whole damn theater down.
My question is, your name is Riley Talks Back, yet you're blocking everyone that calls you out. Why aren't you talking back? If you want to be a political commentator on this app or an activist, don't steal the words of others, especially a black trans woman, love. Just for people to be in your comments on, yes, this is how you should use your white privilege. No, the fuck it's not.
Let me be real clear. Let me be
Wow. Now I had seen the first one. I think I liked, shared, reposted all of the things, the original poster. I didn't know someone had plagiarized it. That is, yeah.
It literally sounds. I mean, she literally said it exactly with the same aggression. I mean, she didn't change shit.
Like, how do you steal but also fake the emotion and the empathy that you should be having naturally? Like, there is enough fucking shit that's going on in the world that you should be able to say some emotional shit, right? From an empathetic standpoint, if your empathy is real.
Is unreal. I've seen that video, but I have not seen particular video where they did the comparison back and forth. I wow, wow.
Like,
I couldn't
and then it's
stop
like, are you
laughing.
doing it so people can be like, yes, girl, yes, honey, like this is how you do? Like, is that why you did it? Like,
Mm-mm-mm.
but yeah,
Woo.
it made me think about Jesus not saying anything revolutionary, like Jesus copying from the Mosaic Law, copying from Babylon, like every from other religions that was already in existence. But it's because the writers were Greek and Roman, right? They were Greek and Roman aristocrats, and Rome was very pragmatic in that. Like, they didn't believe in reinventing the wheel, and they didn't mind copying other nations who had already figured it out and taking credit for it. They said that's the most pragmatic thing to do, and we still see that today. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Peaceful, are you in the guest box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. It is 7:08, and we have 856 people still watching the live stream. We still have 3 hours to go. So, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, I know my microphone is echoing, y'all. I can't do anything about it. I'm so sorry. That's TikTok Studio. It comes and goes and does whatever the hell it wants to do. So, if you can bear with it, please do. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are someone who is deconstructing that belief, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Real Talk Willie?
Yeah,
Hi.
greeting.
Huh? Did you say happy birthday?
Greetings. No,
Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm
Can I
good.
get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
55.
All right. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm more on the side of a believer.
All right. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I do not agree based on my research. He was a good man, and he taught love, and he taught goodness, and he taught peace. So I don't know how someone can say it's the worst thing when he taught good, doing good to each other, loving each other. If you can get bad out of that, then that's pathetic.
Well, I mean, he didn't actually only teach about love and peace. In fact, he said that he did not come to bring peace, but a sword. He also said that he came to cause division and turn mother against daughter, son against father, right? Where they would be, fighting over doctrine and having to choose to follow him versus being a family. And we see that, right? As a result of this religion today, a lot of families are not close. Parents being willing to excommunicate their kids because they, don't want to serve this God. We see parents saying to children all the time, as for me and my house, we gonna serve the Lord. And if you don't want to, you can get out. Right? We have parents being willing to turn their whole entire back on a child if they are LGBTQIA, right? So he doesn't necessarily teach peace and love. He teaches loyalty to him based off of the law of Moses, which is loyalty to the God and loyalty to the Israelites.
Okay, well, my response to that would be, if he is basically saying that when you're going to be, and I do agree with you about the loyalty thing, and it's for their soul salvation. In the context that if you are deciding that you want to do the right thing in serving him and living the life that he requires, and somebody gets in the way, it doesn't matter who, your soul salvation, what does it profit you to gain the world and lose your soul? So he put your soul above everything else. He's saying, well, in that case, I did not come to send peace, but a sword, because sometimes you gotta defy parents just to do what is right. Because a lot of parents, sometimes what they do, they bar children from giving their life to God when they were young. And then now when they get old, they can't get them. And that time they regret when they break out already. But if you lay the foundation right, even if they break out later on, they sometimes come back or look within themselves, And I am a living testimony of that. I got baptized when I was 11, and I did fall out of the church, but I did come back. And I'm still just struggling to be to follow the way, but I still don't think I'm the worst person, because it helps me to live a balanced life of not getting myself into trouble, going to prison, doing vengeance. He says, turn the other cheek. I don't necessarily turn the other cheek, but I walk away from problem and problem people. So I think it's in that understanding that I understand what he's saying.
Well, I mean, he's asserting that he is only through him can a person be a decent human, and that's just not true. And in fact, most of the people that we've talked to that actually follow this God seem to have very questionable morals and have very bad personalities. And quite frankly, I don't want to be around them because they have a lot of hate in their heart, because one, they're loyal to their Jesus, and that loyalty causes them to lack empathy for things that humans are going through on the earth, and I think it actually causes them to lose their humanity or their connection with humanity. You say that you know you having Jesus kept you out of jail. I've never been in jail, and I don't believe in your Jesus. Um, well, when I was a kid, when I did go to juvenile for stealing some cigarettes, but I was in there for a couple hours. But I don't, as an adult, like I've never been to jail. I don't believe in your Jesus. I'm not out here murdering anyone. I don't have a desire to. I I mean, there's nothing that I'm out here doing. Like, I'm not oppressing people. I help people whenever I can. You know, I don't see anything that you as a human can do with your Jesus that I can't. I don't have a desire to spend eternity with your God. I think that your God's morals are very unethical. So I don't have a desire, for eternal life with him. So his salvation is not needed for me.
Okay, and so I hate to admit some of what you're saying is factual. because there are indeed people who call themselves Christians, and they're of questionable character, and I am the victim of such. But I don't blame Jesus. I blame the individual and the family who, they're church people, and they decide to do things that are very, even a person who's not a Christian, you're correct, would not be living that way or doing certain things. So I do agree with you that there are questionable people who claim to live by his teachings, and it is a contradiction.
Hold on, before you move on for that. When you say you blame the human but not your Jesus, like your Jesus is the one that they are following. And there are things that your Jesus says that influences this type of behavior, right? He says that you can't be my disciple if you don't hate your mother, your sister, your brother, those that you call friend, and even yourself. And so when someone rejects your Jesus, the behavior that believers express, that's coming from, the teachings of your Jesus. He literally says that if you're not with me, then you are against me, right? Like that it's the things that he says and does in this text that Christians hold sacred, that they believe that they are following or attempt to follow. He also tells them, to love their God, right, with all their heart, soul, and might, and to love their neighbor as they love themselves. And um, that when a believer quotes that scripture, they quote it as if they believe that Jesus is saying love everybody, including every stranger. But the moment they learn that you are atheist, that love goes out the window, and their focus is on either demonizing you for not believing in their God, or trying to convert you over to their belief, and doing that at any means necessary, even if that means adding new wounds to your body, to your life, to your mind, so that you feel like you need their God. And that is harmful, right? You got to hate a person to want to cause them harm so that you get what you want for them, or get what your God wants for them, right? And
Okay.
that's literally influenced by the teachings of your Jesus.
All right. So again, I agree with some of what you say, but not all. For instance, I, as a man, I grew up, and even when I was an adult, growing up in Jamaica, it's very homophobic. For instance, I don't know if I can use that word, but it's very. And even though I'm a Christian, I used to have friends. I don't indulge in the act. I don't have any desire for men. I desire for women. But I do have friends who, a lot of them I came across, and they were expressing interest in me, and I was never ever inclined. But I don't hate on them. I don't set upon them to hurt them. I still keep them as friends, and we go, we visit, we talk, but that's where the line is drawn. I don't like indulging in their kind of world and their parties, and they used to have a lot of what you call it, those men getting together party kind of thing. Invited, I don't go because that was not my style. But I don't hate on them. So I think everything is based on the individual behavior. I don't really wholesale anything when it says to hate and all of that. I don't think it's wholesale. So once
Hold
it
on for a
comes,
second. When you're saying their kind of world, like there's only one world, right? And that's Earth. Y'all live in the same world. But the very fact that you are separating them as if they live in a different world than you, just because you're straight, is influenced by your God. And in fact, like I hear you saying, I don't perpetuate any hate towards them. Even separating them like that and putting them in their own little world, in the bigger world, it perpetuates hate towards them, because you still believe that their existence is sinful or wrong based off of the teachings of your God. And if you actually really loved them and you wanted to hang on to your Jesus or your God, you would ask yourself, am I being taught the correct thing about these people that I love? And you would be doing all kind of research to see if what you were told was even factual or true. But it doesn't sound like you have, right? It sounds like you've just taken the word of whoever taught you that their existence was a sin as fact, and you decided that you're still going to treat them with decency while at the same time still believing that their existence is wrong, while yours is right because you're straight.
Not necessarily. For me, my approach to life, it doesn't matter whether you're atheists, agnostics, whether you're straight, you're the other unstraight, or gay, or whatever. For me, everything is respect. I don't trouble you, you don't trouble me. I don't infringe on your right to be what you want to be or to do what you want to do, and I don't expect you to infringe on my right. And we can live in peace and harmony. The problem lies when I try to push my belief on somebody and impose it and condemn, and vice versa. When you try to impose your belief on me, then we have a problem because I am not convicted that your lifestyle, I don't
It's not a lifestyle. Do you have a lifestyle? You being straight, is that a lifestyle?
I don't, not necessarily, and I'm not just talking about straight or gay. I'm talking about in general. Like, some people go to church. Some say, I don't want to go to church. I worship my God at home, or some, I don't want no religion. Some people say, give me all the religion I
Yeah,
can
but
get.
you're not approaching, people like you don't go to work and be like, what's your lifestyle? Or looking at people's lifestyles, right? Like when you say lifestyle, like we know what you mean by that. And I don't know if you looked at the chat when you said, when you put people of the LGBTQIA community in a different world or classified it as that, it offended people who are LGBTQIA. And I don't know if you noticed that or even cared enough, right, to see if your words were harmful. So when you say it's about respect, respect goes a long way when you even watch how you speak about another human. Like they're human. They just love differently than you do. They
Right.
they like pineapples on their pizza and you don't.
Exactly. Well, and that's why I was. Well, look, I don't come here and pretend to be all that and a bag of chips, right? Or perfect with what I'm gonna say. And if I put it wrong, my apology. I don't. I don't care to sound like I'm trying to. Yeah, as I said, I have a lot of friends in Jamaica. Who are not like I am in terms of my beliefs and all of that. But does that negate the fact that we're friends? No, it does not affect anything because it's all about respect. The problem is when it's an imposing of your belief, or I impose and infringing on your right to be you.
I
That's
don't, I don't, I don't think that's the whole picture though. And I think that's the small piece that you're missing because you can't separate beliefs from dignity. And what you're doing right now is even on not an active oppression. It's not an active, you can't do this. You're not saying that and we can grant that. But telling someone that their core identity is wrong, it's not respectful disagreement. It's actually moral condemnation, like wearing a mask of civility. And we see the dangers that's being posed and the threats against the LGBTQIA community. So I think that the piece that you're missing is that by othering members of this community and not recognizing that, to Thinker's point, this is not a lifestyle. This is who they are. Like, this isn't a lifestyle any more than me being right-handed is a lifestyle. I was just born right-handed. I don't write with my left hand. I don't like pineapples on pizza. Thinker does. Like, that's not a lifestyle. It's how they are. And I think by creating this silo of, I'm not telling you you can't do it, but we do know that in that statement, you still find it immoral. Your belief requires that you believe who they are is abhorrent. It's an abomination. According to the Christian belief system, that is baked into the belief. And even though you're not actively participating in their demise or in their the oppression and the harm and the violence is being that's being sent towards this particular community, by aligning yourself with the system that perpetuates that, you're not as insulated as it seems that you think you are. And that's not a condemnation of you. That's a critical analysis of the position that you hold. And I hope you're seeing that different, that distinction.
Yeah, imagine if you had like a white coworker who says, "Oh, you're black? Well, I love you anyway." Or, "Oh, you're black? I love you regardless." What would you think that statement means?
Well, I would, but I wouldn't put it that way. I don't say,
Well, you've already said that. You already said you love them,
no.
regardless of that. So like if a white person said to you, real talk, "Oh, you're black? Oh, I love you anyway." Or "I love you regardless." What does that statement say to you?
It is saying that I respect your decision to do what you want to do and to be you and to
No,
live
no.
your life.
What if a white person says to you, "Oh,
Uh-huh.
you're black? I love you anyway."
Okay, I see what you're saying. It come off
Yeah, what does
that could
that
come
what does
off
that mean?
derogatory, right? Like you're saying something is wrong, but I love you. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but
Yeah, and that's the same thing, right?
yeah, yeah, but I wouldn't, like I said, so that would not be necessarily my approach. My approach is respect, and I respect you for
But
what
you're still
you
saying
are.
it to yourself, right? You're still saying that you love them anyway, right? Or regardless of them being gay, or as you stated earlier, unstraight, right? Like even classifying them as unstraight is really weird, right? But like when you're saying it silently to yourself,
Yeah,
and you're like, when you're around other people who condemn it,
yeah.
and you're complicit with them calling their existence a sin, right? Or
Hmm.
saying the jokes or the hateful comments, and you're not speaking up against that, right? You are a part of what's helping to perpetuate that harm towards the LGBTQIA community, even though you're not actively the one saying, "Hey, your existence is a sin." Um, hey, making the jokes about them. Like, I don't know if you participated in any of that when they're not around. Hopefully, you're not. But even though you're not actively saying and doing those things, because you do believe that in your heart, right? And you're silent when others are, that's harmful.
Yeah.
And I think
So
that
let me ask you then, what do you think would be the acceptable way for everyone to deal with this, with people and their idiosyncrasies, their lifestyle, their whatever you want to put it. I don't know how to get it right or put it the way you would want me to. So what would be your suggestion on the best way to coexist with each other and maintain mutual respect for each other?
Like, do you care who I fuck?
No, I don't.
Okay. Like, I don't understand the need, right, to um have to discuss who two consenting adults have sex with. I
Hmm.
don't understand. Like, y'all don't sit around talking about what church each other goes to, right? Or what job y'all choose, or what house you bought, right? You're not concerned with that. You're not concerned with what each other's children ate for dinner. You shouldn't be concerned with who they're having sex with, as long as it's consensual, right? There's more pressing issues that believers could be wasting their not wasting or using their time on, and their tongues on to yell and scream. There are grown adults essaying children. there are grown adults essaying each other, right?
But
Like, but they don't seem to be that upset about that.
I,
They 1 second. There are people who lie that cause harm. There are people who steal from one another that cause harm. There are married people who are not being faithful that's causing harm. There are fathers and mothers not taking care of their children that's causing harm, right? There are wars happening, genocides, famine, homelessness, right? Cancer, diabetes, right? There's a lot more things that's happening in the world today that Christians could be focused on than two consenting adults of the same sex deciding to be in a loving relationship with each other or a sexual relationship with each other. And then Christians create this false sense of threat that just because someone loves the same gender, they automatically are going to essay a child, right? And they use the child essay as a reason to justify their dislike or the reason why they meddle into the lives of this group of people. But then when we talk about pastors essaying kids, they say that's on God. God's going to get them in the end. Those people are going to get theirs in the end. Like, if you can take that type of response, right, when it's a pastor essaying children, why are you not taking that type of response when you think it's someone in the LGBTQIA doing it? And the answer is, it's not really because of the children that you're doing it. It's because you have this dislike and this bigotry towards same-sex relationships. That's a part of you, right? And you're not, when I say you, I'm not talking about you in general, but like those that do that, like you're just hiding behind the biblical text, and you're hiding behind this excuse that it harms children.
And that's what I was going to suggest as well. Like, I think if you're asking how do you engage in these conversations, I think the first step is to sit with yourself and ask yourself, why do you hold these beliefs? Because you may find that the reason that you hold these beliefs is because you're upholding an outdated moral system that's completely rooted in ignorance. Homosexuality between two consenting adults is only labeled wrong due to fear, control, lack of understanding. There's no objective harm. Have you ever asked yourself why? I have several friends who are members of the LGBTQI community, adults, grown-ass adults who are living their lives, working, raising their families. Can you name me one way that a gay couple in and of itself causes direct harm to anybody else? What's morally condemnable for two adults who love the way that they love? What's the harm in that? And I think you'll find that your morals in this regard are not based on harm. They were actually based on tradition. And that tradition is outdated. That tradition is rooted in ignorance. And I mean, any more than whatever you find yourself, I'm assuming you're a heterosexual male, whoever you find yourself attracted to, you might find taller women attractive, shorter women attractive, curvier women attractive. Nobody told you that you didn't make that choice. That's who you are. And it's the same thing for members of the LGBTQIA community. But the problem is this narrative that y'all are pushing is what's keeping this belief system going. And you don't have to yell to do damage. You really don't. By simply holding a belief that a person's actual identity is morally wrong, even without saying a word, you're still supporting a system that produces shame and rejection and inequality. And if your goal is to be moral, which is to be fair, which is to be kind, you can't do those two things simultaneously.
well, I think it's wrong though to stereotype and to think that once you're Christian or once you believe in the Bible, automatically you treat people of that community a certain way. Again, for me, it's individual, and my approach is maybe a bit different, and sometimes you get even condemnation from your own peers to say, well, why do you treat those people you don't? I do understand what you're saying. Some people have a condemnatory approach. I, on the other hand, don't, because I associate with both lesbians. Well, like in Canada, I don't have no gay friends, so I sometimes myself will just joke around and like that. But like I said, my bottom line is I am tolerant. I am accepted. I accept people for what they believe. It doesn't matter religion, politics, lifestyle. I don't know if I can call it that or whatever it is, but I believe that respect is the bottom line of everything. You do you, I do me. We don't infringe on each other's right to exist and to do what we want. I'm a free moral agent, and that's what I believe in. So you must be accountable for your life. I accountable for my life and my actions. That is my approach to anything or anyone. That's it.
Would you feel comfortable being friends or calling someone a friend who secretly sees your existence as abominable? Like if you had a friend who is white, right, and you learned that they they grew up in a supremacist home. They were taught that white people are superior to black people, and they hold to what they were taught. They hold to those beliefs, but they can know or believe that they are superior to you, but still say that I still love him. Would you feel comfortable calling that person your friend, even though they're not actively saying to you that they're superior to you? They're just holding to what they were taught and holding on to that belief.
Well, honestly, that's a very strong question. Abominable is also a strong word. If somebody holds my Christian view, for instance, as abominable, and can I be friends with that individual?
No, that's not what I asked. I asked like if they
I'm just flipping it.
secretly believed you were abominable, but they
Right.
didn't tell you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm just using it. Let's say somebody believes that as a Christian I'm abominable, and or vice versa.
But
Somebody.
why are you making the person a Christian? I didn't say they were Christian.
No, no. I'm just like I said. I'm just trying to reason out what you're putting myself in the position, right? If somebody were to say as a Christian you're abominable,
That's
then
not
to
what I
me,
said. You're completely changing my scenario. You're changing it.
because I'm
That's
putting
not no don't
myself. Okay.
no. Don't change my scenario. What
Mhm.
I asked was, could you be friends with a white man
Mhm.
who was taught that he was superior to you because you're black? He
Mhm.
believes it, but he doesn't share his beliefs with you. In his mind, it's
Mhm.
true, but he can still love you, right?
Mhm.
And he keeps his belief to himself that he's superior to you. And then one day you find out that he believes he's superior to you, right? Would you still feel comfortable being around him and calling him friend if you know that that's what he believes about your existence?
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I would try to find someone with whom who does not hold me in that light.
Right. So you in this scenario, you would be the equivalent to the white man holding his beliefs about your existence and still trying to be friends with you. So like the people in your life who are gay that you're like, oh, I love them anyway and I respect them, but I still have my belief.
Well,
You would be the equivalent to the white supremacist in the scenario that I gave you.
and I do agree, but it's also when you flip the script, though, some people can hold me as a Christian that my views are abominable. So you see, again, we have a problem
You
with
missed it
anyone.
though. You missed the whole point, right?
You
The
think?
fact is that you wouldn't, once you found out that that person was holding these beliefs about you, you wouldn't want to be around them anymore. And so you're not taking into consideration that the uh, LGBTQIA friends that you currently have that don't know that you see their existence as a sin. Um, it's not honest, right? And if they were to find out that you see them as uh you know, their existence as a sin or abominable, then they wouldn't want to be around you either, because then you would be unsafe for them. Like, you're not someone that's going to advocate for them, for their right to exist, their right to have the same rights as you, as a straight man. Um, right? Like, it is. I would hate to think that I have a friend or an ally, and then something pop off, and then I realize that I don't in the wrong moment. Like, that's dangerous.
Well, well, in my case, I would simply avoid that person. I don't have to. If they feel that strong about me, then I avoid them. That's what I'm saying. So, bird of a feather flock together. The Bible says two
I
can't
think
walk
you
except
totally. I think
they
it went
agree.
over your head. I
So,
think what I just said
what
went
would
over
be the
your head.
solution then you're proposing?
You need to
Because
be honest with the people who are gay, that you call yourself friends with, that
hmm
you say that you love. You need to be
hmm
honest with them with how
hmm
you actually uh see them, so that they know what they are around. Right now, they don't know. That's what I'm
no, you
saying.
said
Like,
they.
they don't.
Didn't you say they found out that secretly you hold
No,
this
I'm
view about
talking. You
them?
said what's the solution? I'm talking about the reality now is that you have friends that are gay who you think is sinful. You think their existence is a sin. But the friends that you have now don't know you think that about them secretly, right?
But am I not entitled to my opinion? I don't
You
must be
are, but
wrong.
you need to be honest with them. You are not
So
being
yeah,
honest with
so
them.
I can be honest with them and say, look, I don't approve of your lifestyle. I don't believe in it. I would never do it. I would never. But I respect you as a human being,
Right. You
and I
need to be,
respect your
yeah, that's what I'm
choices.
saying. You need to be honest with them.
It's
You're
just like
not
my
being honest with
children.
them. And that,
If
I'm
I
sorry,
teach,
you're talking while I'm talking. Um, that what we're saying is right now you aren't being honest with them. And because of that, they're really in a like a dangerous or potentially dangerous spot with you, right?
not
And they
really.
don't know it. They don't
No.
know it though. And that's not okay.
Why? When you say dangerous, what do you mean? Like I plan to hurt them?
No, they could, y'all could be out, like, because you said that, you don't discriminate, like, you go out with them or whatever, like, you don't go where they go, but you'll go to dinner with them or, whatever. Y'all could be out, as a group, with your other friends, right?
hmm
And somebody says or does something regarding their, status as, a gay person, right? And they think that they're with allies, but realize that they're not, right? That could be a very dangerous situation for them, right? They need to know who they are around and who actually like um supports them, because you don't, like, you are saying you love the human, right? But you're in other words, you're saying I love the sinner but hate the sin. And
But
that's a dangerous concept. Like,
okay.
that's
So can
dangerous.
I
And
say
they,
something
all I'm
now?
saying is, just like you would want to know if one of your friends was a white supremacist, they need to know that you're a homophobic.
Okay, supporting does not necessarily
No,
mean
no, you see them as a sin. That's, you're homophobic, and they need to know that.
no, I didn't bring up anything about sin. You did. I didn't say
No,
anything
you
about
you
sin. I
said
said
I can play it back where you said, right? I can play it back.
When you play that black, I have just two questions for him. See if I can get him to answer. So I think this would pretty much sum it up. Um, my question, my question to you is this: your friends that are that are gay. First question: is it an abomination? Second question: are they going to hell?
I don't. I'm not the judge of the earth. God is, not me. So that's them and God, not me. So I don't make cast judgment on anyone. I live my life to please myself. I respect people for who they are, what they do. It's not in me for me to condemn. Because whether I condemn or justify, it doesn't matter. Because in the end, I don't have the answers. I'm not God. I would
Okay,
depend.
then. So if that's the case, and you're not God, why are you homophobic?
I am not. I didn't say I am. I says it's the opposite. I have friends who are.
You're definitely homophobic because the minute you separated them from yourself, their lifestyle. I mean, that right there is homophobic. Just to say, well, the lifestyle that they live, that's homophobic.
Sure. For me, homophobic is when you avoid the phobia. You avoid that thing. I don't avoid. I have friends. They're my friends. We deal, we talk, we laugh, we go
Would
out,
you
blah, blah, blah. So
do
we've
you
been
did
friends for
so,
years. I just don't indulge in
but
what they indulge in because I'm not convicted that this is for me. But if that's for them, that's for them. So it's not a phobia. You avoid the thing. Like I'm afraid of heights. I avoid heights altogether. But you don't go on a high rise building and stare
That's
over when you're almost when you have whatever that height phobia is again. I don't remember it, but what you will get what I'm saying.
not necessarily true though, because I
that.
know
Yeah.
several racist people that think I'm hot shit. They think I'm cool as fuck. They think I'm one of the good ones. That don't mean they ain't racist as a motherfucker though. There are so many homophobic people that are okay with having gay people around them. They're cordial when they're in front of them. Like they, you can pretend to go along to get along with anybody if you want to. That don't mean that on the inside you don't think of them as lesser than.
But
I think
is a
Thinker's
phobia
analogy
isn't a
Hold on,
phobia
be talking. Hold
natural?
on. Hey, real
Sorry.
talk. Be talking. Hold on.
I think Thinker's analogy of you having a white friend who holds a belief that you are inherently less than who he is because you're black is a perfect example. What you're talking about, to Oso's point, sometimes you can't avoid your phobias. There's some people, there's some white people with a phobia to black people, but they got to work with us, you know. So
Mm-hmm.
the question is the whether or not what you believe about these people that you call friends, you would share with them. And if you hold a belief without, even if you hold it in private, but you wouldn't be okay sharing it publicly or with the person, like being authentically transparent about how you feel about homosexual people, but the language that you use kind of tells us where your mindset is, even if it's unintentional. By referring to this to a member of the LGBTQIA community as having a lifestyle, that means something. Our words mean things, and it betrays our mindset on the topics that we're discussing. So you haven't accepted the person, really. You've just adjusted parts of you to make it okay, and that's not acceptance. That being able to accept someone, I think, requires understanding them. But your belief system requires that even though you don't pass judgment on them, you're looking at them as though there's something wrong with them. And that's the problem, because inherent in your belief system is that there's a right way to be and there's a wrong way to be. And according to your belief system, they are on the wrong side. That's harmful. That's all we're saying.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily agree, but if I'll leave it there, I don't think that's what I'm saying, but I think I've made it quite clear that I respect people for who they are. You live you do you, I do me, and we keep the mutual respect. I don't impose my belief on you, my lifestyle on you, anything, and I don't expect you to impose yours on me because we all are convicted a certain way, and we have to be respected how we're convicted. If I feel to be, if I think atheism is for me or agnosticism, or being a Christian, I must be respected, and vice versa. If you feel that a certain way of life is natural, normal for you, then I have to just respect you and treat you just like I would treat anyone else. That's it. And I want to end on that. Thank you very much for having me.
I mean, it is a cop out, right, for you to say that, and you're still saying that you believe that they are, you know, a sin. And I would hate to have a friend like you. Um, you're someone who's saying that you love me, but you don't, right? Like you can't even be honest with me and tell me that you think that my existence is sinful. Like you're not safe to be around. And the fact that you couldn't stay, right, and have this conversation, it literally tells me that you don't really love the people who are gay that you are around. You're just saying that you love them because it's a check mark off of your book so you can feel like a good Christian. So you can feel like a different Christian. And when I said, like, if you actually loved the people that you're saying that you love, and want to hold on to this Jesus, you would have questioned, you would have researched to find out if what you were taught about this specific concept, if there was any factual data, if there was any factual information to it. Because the reality is that it's not. A little bit of research, you would have learned that the Bible doesn't actually say what it is that you're holding in your heart against your so-called friends. It doesn't say that thing. And then you would have to find out, right, like why it is that you believe that their existence is something you don't agree with. Typing HIV in the comments, go ahead and type cancer. Type cancer. Type chlamydia. Type HPV. Remove the I and put P there. Like you can go ahead and start typing random diseases in the comments, because straight people get diseases just like people who are gay. Straight people get HIV. Like there's literally men going around intentionally giving women HIV intentionally. And I don't see you standing on any street corners telling men to put their dicks away or cut them off. So, like, I this fake concern that you think that people who are gay are going to give other people HIV. If you are actually concerned about that, you need to be concerned about the straight people who are spreading HIV too. You need to be concerned about the straight people who are spreading chlamydia. What's another STD? The clap.
What did the koalas get? We were talking about that on Christina's live yesterday. Syphilis,
Syphilis.
gonorrhea, like all of the
Yeah.
above. And I think that the position that the guy I don't remember his name, he was holding, I think is really, really harmful. I mean, all of these bigoted beliefs are harmful, but I think what they don't realize is that their passive beliefs often lead to active policy, because even though they may not actively lobby against the rights of members of the LGBTQIA community, there are people with similar beliefs as theirs that do. And their acceptance of that belief legitimizes the ones that are lobbying for the harm, that are lobbying for the lack of access to resources, that are lobbying for anti-trans bills and anti-same-sex marriage bans. Like those things that doesn't leave you in a place of neutrality. And I think they're trying to carve out this place of neutrality to hold on to their bigoted beliefs that they haven't even investigated themselves. And that's why I think that position is very difficult.
Absolutely. I
You
was
know
gonna
the
say
thing.
that the
Go ahead.
biggest like setback to any social change, whether it was like the freeing of slaves or like the Jim Crow era or like
Yeah.
getting rid of apartheid, the biggest like setback is always that moderatism of people that's just like, well, I'm whatever either way. Like I don't think they're necessarily bad, but I don't necessarily, feel like I have to go out my way to, you know, provide a voice for somebody that's being battered in society. And like it's so dumb for them to try to say, oh well, I'm Switzerland. I'm just not gonna have any kind of a real solid position on it. But in actuality, you, like Pete was saying, you are like giving credibility to people that are implementing their hatred, they're implementing their bigotry and trying to force that on the world. Like you guys validate them just by sitting there and being like, oh well, it's not necessarily me. Well, necessarily change the shit then. Because if you really want to see people do better, then you would help people do better.
The
Yeah,
thing that
and it
bothers
makes
me.
him
Go ahead.
very dangerous to be around too, because sometimes I've seen people in the LGBTQIA community who will believe what they've been taught, that their existence is a sin, and to make the person who is saying, hey, I love you regardless of your sin, feel comfortable, they'll say, oh no, I understand your belief, I understand that I'm the one in the wrong, right? Like you put that person in the place to then condemn themselves and self-hate themselves in order to make you feel like you are the one that's doing them a favor by loving them against all odds, and like you are dangerous to be around in more ways than one. And the fact that you're not willing to do the introspection makes you even more dangerous. Like you're claiming to have a belief in a God that you literally got on the stage and said you still struggle to do right with Jesus. Like you yourself is someone who has a belief in Jesus, yet you still sin and you still struggle, but you want to hold on to this belief that your so-called friends that you love, that their existence is a sin. Like that's fucking hypocritical to me. And the fact that you couldn't stay here and actually discuss it makes it even more hypocritical. No, I don't get why y'all gotta point the finger, and or why y'all gotta make the videos about the LGBTQA community when y'all will proudly admit that you are a sinner and that you still can't do right even with your Jesus. Like I don't get it.
To the person that commented HIV in the comments, you need to research first of all. Besides of what popular belief is, gay men did not create HIV, did not create AIDS, and I think that is what has been put into society. So about the disease, they need to really educate themselves on that, because if that's the case, I mean, let's just look at it for reality. And I don't mean I don't want to offend nobody when I say this, but two men, whatever, if they love each other and they have sex together, this, that, and the other, then why do you contribute HIV to two men, but yet you can have anal sex with a woman?
Nelly, you cut out.
What?
You cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, what'd you say?
I was saying that gay men did not create HIV, did not
Yeah, we
create.
heard that part. You cut out at if you can have anal, and you got to be very, like TikTok will think that we're selling sex, but
Okay.
anal with a woman and not get HIV is what you're gonna say. But you think that being anal with a man is what gives you HIV, like a man's butthole is the carrier of HIV and the woman's is not.
Well, basically, that's exactly what I'm saying. They don't
Yeah.
contribute that to a woman, and you're having the same type of sex. I don't get that. That's just something that has been put into society, that two men, they created AIDS, they created HIV. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. And it's things that were talking points that were put into society to just perpetuate the condemnation and the hatred even more towards a specific group of people. Like they used to say that black people, had diseases, that we were animals and we were filled with diseases, we were unclean. Um, like it just things that helps them perpetuate evil. I mean, I meant to say hatred. I was reading this guest's name. Hatred. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Are you there? Okay. Man, I'm hungry. All right, that person. I don't know who's in here on purpose. Big Face, did you come up on purpose or on accident?
Oh,
Hello.
that's by accident. I'm driving.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right, I'll take you there.
All right.
I think on my phone, 5 is the only one that knows how to join a live on accident.
I thought it was really funny when he joined my panel and started talking.
Well, I was cracking up. And then he joined Zena's panel the next day.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. And when he was on Zena's panel, he was saying, bye-bye, bye-bye. Then I looked at him, I was like, give me the phone. He said, no.
5 is like, let me show y'all how to do this thing.
Haywood?
Yes, that's me.
Hi, how old are you?
I am 27.
All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
All right. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
You said Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. Is that the topic?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I just want to understand why you believe that because of slavery.
Girl, sorry.
Why do you believe that?
You agree with
Hey,
that?
Why? I just want to know why. Where did you hear me say slavery? Is it
You
because
said
I'm
before
black?
that, no, it's because you talked before about the black community and how it has been
But did you hear me
degenerating in
say
the black
slavery?
community.
Did you hear
That
me
is
say
part of
slavery?
that
But
is part of
what's
the history of
what's
black
part?
history.
Is it were white people not slaves?
So it's not about slavery. Then what is the issue?
No. Were white people slaves?
Yes, but what is the issue
Okay,
then?
so like, then maybe you should have started out like that. Like, you just came
Okay,
up and
but
said,
you came
"I'm sorry. Why
across
are you
as
talking while I'm talking?"
because you
Like,
asked
you
me.
no, I'm
You asked me
still
why I
talking.
believe
I'm
that.
still talking. You can't answer a question if I'm still asking it. You just came up and just said, "Do you believe that because of slavery and because you mentioned the black community?" Right? Like you yourself associate slavery with just the black community. You don't think that's a problem?
I've heard that argument that it is slavery. And that is one of the reasons why people don't believe in Jesus is because of the past enslavement.
But do you think that that's a problem that you immediately associated my dislike of your God to slavery because I'm black?
Because that is most of the arguments in the black community that I've seen on TikTok.
I'm sorry. Are you not going to answer my question? I
I think
asked,
it's that
do you not see that is a problem that
I do see it as a
uh,
problem, but
I'm
that's
talking
what
about
y'all,
what
your
you did.
community
I'm talking about
portrays.
what you did. You don't see what
No,
you did as a
that is what
problem?
Calm it the fuck down, because you finna step into some hot shit. Calm it down. Black people are black people in real life. It's not just TikTok shit. Don't pretend like you know shit. Answer the questions honestly.
Have y'all looked at their page to verify that they are a child?
You can come off.
They got
You're
a
not going
private account with 2 followers.
you're not going to explain to me why you don't believe in Jesus. You're just going to do this
I will
roundabout
when you
reason.
address your
You
racism.
did. It's not
No, you didn't.
racist.
It
That
is
is
very
what
racist what you
most of the
did.
black community is
It
saying,
is
is they
very
don't believe in
racist
it
what you.
because
It
of
is very.
slavery.
It is very racist what you did, and you're not talking to most of the black community. You are talking to me. You asked me why I have an issue with Jesus and why I say that, especially to the black community. You've never spoken to me. You are on mute, y'all. She's 27. She's
And the
not a
crazy
kid.
part, oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
And the
Fee.
crazy, yeah, I was just going to say a more productive, I think, way of engaging in this conversation. You have one, two, three, four, five. You have five black people on this panel with you right now that are not Christian. If you wanted to know our reasons, then I think, as opposed to assuming, because all you hear on TikTok is black people talking about slavery, as opposed to coming in with your conclusion in hand, ask us why we.
Exactly. And no one blocked you. Like, we're sitting here waiting on you to unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you answer the question, please?
No, because you have not answered
Mike,
mine
what is your question?
about your racism.
I'm not racist. That is
Yes,
the
you
main
are.
point
That was
made by the
racist
black
what you
community.
did. That
No, it
was
is not.
racist what you did. And
No, it is
but we've
not.
already explained to
No, it
you
is
why
not.
it's racist.
And I explained to you why it's not. That is
Well,
the main
then no,
argument
I'm
that
not. If
in the
you
black
can't take
community that is
No,
made.
accountability, if you
no,
can't take
no,
accountability
you
for
can't
what
tell
you
us why it's
did,
not. The
then
fuck?
no.
I did. I said on TikTok, the main point that is being made by black creators of why they do
Hey,
not
guess
follow
what?
Jesus is
Guess
that.
what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what?
So how do you want me to betray
We
it?
are not most of the black community on TikTok. In fact, we're just black individuals on TikTok. If you didn't come in
Okay.
here with all these fucking assumptions, no one would have to call
Then
you
that
racist,
is the main
right? Your
argument
actions would not
points.
portray that of a racist.
That is the main argument points that I hear. It's not racist if that is the main thing that is being betrayed on the app that I get information about the black
You
community.
dumb fuck. Do you know how algorithms work?
Dumb fuck. Dumb fuck. That's crazy. So
That's
how am I
you.
supposed to get this information exactly?
Have you talked to a black person?
I've listened to them and I've listened to it on TikTok, and that is the
Oh
main
Talked
wow.
to.
Okay.
explanation.
All right.
Most of the black people I
Okay.
know
Yeah.
are
Sure.
Christians.
The answer
But
to her, have you talked to a black person? I've listened to
yes,
them.
I've
Like,
and
what
most of
listened.
the
the
black
fuck?
people I know are Christians, unless I see on TikTok, hey, this is why we don't believe in God.
Do you think that's why we have these conversations, Haywood?
I know that's why I'm trying to figure out, and that's one of the talking points. So
Have you
please
You're
listened
explain
to
to
trying to
the
me
figure
other
out by
talking
coming in
points.
with an assumption.
That is one of the talking points.
You're
Black
trying to
people
figure it
don't
out
know
by coming
anything
in
but
with an
slavery.
assumption.
We're not intelligent. We
Oh
don't
my
know
gosh. No,
anything
you're
except for
adding to
slavery.
it. You're
No,
adding to
that's
it.
what you came in here and
No, but
said, basically.
it is a big part of history, and it is a main point for
Black
why
people
black
were
people
only, the
suffer.
only history of black people is slaves.
Bam! That is not what I'm saying. That is the main talking point. Your community is portraying for this
Black
issue.
people are a monolith and we all believe and think the same thing.
But are you saying everyone in this chat believes that
Did she
LGBT
just
Ma'am,
say we
ma'am.
are? She was getting ready to say we
Haywood.
Right.
well,
are.
you believe
Hey,
in this chat, that
Oh
all
my God. You
LGBT
don't know
people,
what I believe.
no,
You've
you've just been speaking
never
about it for
fucking
about an
talked
hour.
to me.
You've been speaking about it for an hour. How do I not know when you're
You've
speaking
never
about it?
you've never talked to me and you don't know why
You're
I don't
speaking
like
about
this
it.
God.
You're
If
speaking.
you've been listening for an
Girl, you
hour,
better
then
calm
you would
down.
know why I don't like this God. And you would not have come up here and said it's because of fucking slavery.
And why is she so mad if it is? Why is she so upset if it is?
Selena, that's what I was going to ask next. I'm like, how do you, as a person that's not part of this community, get to dictate to us the impact of something that hits our community? Like the and to Oso's point, you came in with your answer in hand. And if you don't think that's the answer, then why did you not give an open-ended question? Because you closed the question off as soon as you said, is it because of slavery? You came in with that belief system. So you can't come in as if you came in neutrally when you clearly did not. And what Thinker was just doing in response to everything that you were saying is telling you the logical entailments of your position that clearly you are not seeing.
It's just the
That's not what I'm
caucasity to
doing.
come in this motherfucker and tell us what we believe. Like,
What our issue
I'm
is,
not racist. I just know you monkeys are
it's
mad about
not.
slavery.
Y'all all think the same thing. You one mind, one skin.
We the effing Borg. We the Borg up in this piece. And you know what? I said I'm not gonna say nothing today. I'm just gonna sit up here and mod. I listened to the Yale guy. I listened to the the 2 second Hebrew Israelite that was up here, the 3 hour well guy, and I was quiet. But this the one. This the one. Is she angry about it? Like, girl.
And the crazy part about it is, even if that was the reason that we aren't Christian, like, how dare this God sit back and do nothing with all the power to snap his fingers and stop it? How dare he,
Right.
sit back and watch what happened? Let each lash and each unalivement and each baby torn from its mother. Like, why would we not have an issue with that? I think that institution in and of itself is enough for anyone to look at this God and say, that's disgusting. But the reality is, I thought it was disgusting when I read it in the book. And that happened before, according to y'all's timeline, before it happened to our people. So when it was happening to God's chosen people, and when he was telling his chosen people where to go get his from, like, we can dial it back. We can moonwalk it back to biblical times if it's uncomfortable for you to talk about it in modern times.
But we also don't need slavery to dislike your God and see that he is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity when he has a body count of 259 million in the real world. And that's not counting the fake people in this book that he told his Israelites to kill. We don't need slavery for that.
Get it. You guys think it was a hard time, but it's not peaches and cream over here too. I prayed that the guy that I liked would take me to senior prom and he didn't fucking do it. So I get it. I've been disappointed too. But his love and mercies endureth forever.
Amen.
You're on mute.
Also, the bishop is praying that we get dismantled.
If the LGBT is the issue, let's talk about that then. If that's the issue.
Who
You
the
just
Oh
gonna
fuck
skip
boy.
said
over
that?
the
This girl ain't
259
listen to a
million. You just
goddamn
gonna
thing.
skip over all the people that
What
the
is the
Christians
issue?
killed in the name of your
No, no,
God.
no. No, the reason why they killed those people was because they were doing human sacrifices, baby sacrifices, evil, dominant
In which
God
things.
country?
wasn't
In
doing
which
the same
country?
thing.
You were going to
Which
say
one of
Africa,
these
weren't you?
religious
You were going to
wars?
say Africa, weren't you?
Which one of these
That's
religious wars?
crazy.
Which one of these? Yeah, because they went onto the continent of Africa, right, and
The
killed
gospel was
people.
in Africa.
I'm sorry. They went on the continent of Africa and killed people. They went into the
Okay,
Philippines and
you ever
killed
heard
people.
of
They went
General
into
Bundy?
Russia and killed people. They went into where else? Name one of the wars that we listed. Like
Oh,
259 million people
Germany did
killed
it
in the
too.
name of your
Americas,
Jesus.
South
Which
America.
one of these nations was sacrificing children? The Native Americans that they killed just to take their land. Who was sacrificing children, Haywood? You're on mute.
They did that in Israel. They did it all around the world before paganism, before Christianity exists.
I'm
People
talking
were
about what Christians did. The 259 million people that Christians killed in the name of your Jesus. Who was
you,
sacrificing kids?
your people, the African people, the Irish people, every single paganistic religion believed in human sacrifice, sacrificing children
Then
to get
show
good
me,
crop.
show me,
Which
show
tribe?
me where,
Which tribe?
West Africans were sacrificing children.
Okay, I mean, how am I supposed to show you this exactly?
Proof, resources. The fuck?
Wow.
Gonna make a
It's
claim
it's
and not
cool that she knows exactly
child.
what tribe you come from too, thinker. Like it's really interesting that she knows
Yeah.
exactly what tribe you come from. She knows
This is
exactly or what side of the continent you come from. Like it's just cool that she knows that off the top of her head just because you sound like one of those what do you call yourselves? Colored folks, I think.
She don't even realize that she's
What?
saying white Christians had the right to go and
No,
kill.
I
Yes,
never
you
said
are.
that.
You are saying that they had the right to go and kill these people because they were savages.
They did savage things.
And white people did it.
oh, I know better. I know you
If you're
dirty legs
White
over
sacrificing
people,
here.
children,
white people
Yeah.
didn't do
killing people
savage
for
shit.
no reason.
White people didn't do savage shit.
If you are killing
Still
people and
don't wash y'all
sacrificing them
legs to
for
this
Girl,
no
with your
day.
reason,
Talk
dirty
about us.
legs.
Like the
With
then
your
that's
fuck?
dirty
nothing.
legs and the bottom of your feet looking like the bottom of some shoes, sitting
So
here
no
talking
argument.
about people savages.
So no argument.
Yo, swimming in the pool, that's my bath.
No argument.
You
No
still have
Standing
no
argument.
behind.
resources. We're
No
waiting on you
argument.
to pull up
I
resources
want to
to
Yeah.
hear
do
a
that.
resource. When you said that that
Where is
number,
Yeah,
your
go pull it up.
resource?
where's your
Where is
resource?
your
Where's your
resource?
resource?
Matter of
Where the
fact,
We
matter
have
of
it.
fact, matter of
If
fact,
you've
matter
been
of
in
fact,
here,
the
you
next thing you're
know.
gonna say is your resource. Go find it. Since you could boldly proclaim that Thinker's lineage was out there slaying children, I need you to
And
tell
try
us
to
what
figure out how to
tribe
use
she
a
came
washcloth.
from. Yeah, hold on. I need you to figure out what tribe she came from and tell us the history on how they were sacrificing those children.
When she said no comeback, she literally is asserting that white people were the model and they had a right to slaughter
but you don't have
259 million people.
you don't
Like
have
I
resource.
What you
said, go
supposed
Oh,
to
find
have?
that goddamn
like
resource.
I'm
Go
waiting on
find
your
that
resource, but I
goddamn
can back up
resource.
every fucking thing that I say.
Meanwhile, we was the one teaching y'all dirty asses how to fucking wash. Crazy.
Y'all, please stop making excuses for her. She is not 15. She is 27 years old.
And even if she was, she walked into this on purpose.
She used to hang out with her grandpa a lot, I could tell. You remember when Africa went
What?
through that huge plague because we didn't know how to be clean? They like wiped
Yeah.
out a whole big part of the population. It was called like the Black Plague.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no, that happened in Europe.
Oh,
Man,
dang.
I
Or when they were putting their waste in the streets because they didn't know how to
Oh yeah,
use a
yeah,
sewage
yeah.
system.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then instead of fixing that problem, they just created high heels to step on the shit as opposed to just getting rid of
Yep.
it. Oh right, yeah, that was
Yeah.
Europe.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't black
Dang, that
people.
was
My
Europe.
fault.
Dang it.
You know, I also think those were
Remember when
some
the
pretty
Europeans
bold.
came to Africa and they saw that we had two-story houses with AC and they were completely befuddled? 'Cause I
Mm.
remember that part.
I think the biggest lesson to learn here is before you make a bold statement about a group of people or even an entire fucking
no, I
continent,
gave a
you haven't.
resource. I gave the resource. You
Where,
haven't given a resource
where,
either.
What
where the fuck
Oh,
resource?
is
I
this
was.
resource at? We can't hear you when
And
you're
she
off the
was.
app. Where the fuck is the resource?
I gave a resource
Okay.
while off
What
the
do you,
app.
African Books Collective? Go to the African Books Collective and they'll show African sacrifice, human sacrifice.
Which tribe did it?
Gotta keep going on and off because I can't. Hold on.
Because you have to substantiate the bullshit
'Cause
that you
you-
came up here with. Yes.
right.
Asante Kingdom is one.
Who?
The Asante, Asante Kingdom is one. I'll
What
keep
does it say
looking
about
for
them?
the
When
others.
did they
What does it say
when
about
did
them?
they reign?
I'll keep looking.
Child sacrifice is one of the most controversial topics in several disciplines, namely archaeology, classical studies, anthropology, and religious studies, including theology. This is due, on the one hand, to the fact that a multitude of different sources, archaeological, literary,
Late
epigraphic, and
17th century.
iconographic, from different regions are examined when dealing with the topic, and on the other hand, above all, to the fact that child sacrifice, as a subgroup of human sacrifice, which is problematic in itself, is considered particularly despicable from an early 21st century point of view. In many respects, scholarly discussion is dominated by the question of whether the sources are to be interpreted as carrying out child sacrifice. How modern attitudes toward child sacrifice can influence the interpretation of ancient findings can be traced exemplarily in the discussion of rituals in Punic and Roman North Africa, where the question of whether child
It was the
sacrifice took
17th
place
century for
in
this talk to you.
specific sanctuaries, the so-called Tophets, shaped research for decades and continues to do so in early 21st century.
Are you saying Christians sacrifice, human sacrifice, and children sacrifice? Is that what you're saying? Is this what the article is saying?
Rome and
Okay,
Europe.
yes.
And
Yes,
and
they did.
and
I said
and
that.
in
I
here,
said
no,
Ireland. I said
you literally
Greece
said
and
they
Rome.
did not. You literally
No,
said they
I
did
did.
not.
I did.
Europeans sacrificed their children as well. The cultures were convinced by sacrificing their children, their lives would be better. At the time of Columbus and the early Spanish colonization, the ritual practice of human sacrifice and almost completely disappeared from Western European society. Europeans sacrificed their children. And you sat up here and said that Europeans had the right to kill 259 million people in the name of your Jesus because they were sacrificing children. To racist ass.
I mean, do we not realize that child sacrifice is literally in the book that you say came to save people from child sacrifice? Jephthah, your
But you
God.
saved because of child sacrifice?
Hmm.
That part, Oso.
And it's funny how the person that said people were acting like savages is the only one who has to be put on mute because she doesn't have enough wherewithal to put herself on mute.
Ma'am, I said Irish. I did say Irish. I said European countries who were pagan back in the day as well, until they
No,
became
you
You
didn't.
Christian.
blaming it on
Yes, I
paganism instead
no.
of Christianity?
Yes, paganism killed
It's in
children
the
and
book,
women.
Heifer.
Yeah,
It's
it's
in
Your
the
God
book,
real.
ho.
required
No, he
child
did not.
sacrifice.
No,
Your
he did not.
God
No, he
required
did not.
child
No, he did
sacrifices.
not.
Yes,
No,
he
he
did.
abhorred it. He
Girl, you didn't read this
No, he
book.
didn't.
You didn't read this book.
I think it's obvious when they come up here with these talking points that they haven't researched and just regurgitate the things that they've been told. If you know the story of Jephthah, you know that your God accepted a child sacrifice. If you accept the healing or the redemptive power of Jesus's blood and you think that Jesus is the Son of God, then you accept child sacrifice. How are you missing this? There's nothing different. There are
Let me go to
plenty of
Exodus real
culture.
quick. Be back.
Mm.
Is it Ezekiel 20 or Ezekiel 25? I haven't had to read this
I think
scripture in fucking
I
ever.
think it's 20.
20, yeah.
Details in Exodus.
Hold on, here we go. Moreover, I swore to them in the wilderness. No, this ain't it. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts and their offering up all their firstborn in order that I might horrify them so that they might know that I am the Lord.
Yes. And when it
Let's
says,
hold on,
he
hold on.
says
Let's
consecrate the firstborn for
let's
one.
read.
Girl, shut
And when
No,
it
he
up.
says
didn't.
that firstborn,
He's literally saying he caused them to offer their child up as sacrifices and fire so that they would know he is the God. He says, I polluted them in their own gifts, in that they caused to pass through the fire all that opened the womb, that I might make them desolate, to the end that they might know that I am the Lord. Leviticus 25, your God required human sacrifice of non-Israelites. Leviticus 27, 28, and 29. No human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed. They shall be put to death. Numbers 31. Little girl virgins offered to your God as a tributary. Over 300 of them put to death.
Double homicide.
they follow the
Oh, your God's
culture.
such a savage.
They,
Why is your God so
yes.
savage?
Why he's savage? Because of what
Why
y'all
is
were
he such a
doing and what the
savage?
children were doing.
What
What the
y'all
children
were
were being
doing?
Who
taught.
the
So
fuck is
y'all
What
weren't.
y'all?
y'all
So
were doing.
y'all weren't doing it.
Who the fuck is y'all?
Now all
The
of a sudden
pagans,
y'all weren't
the
doing it.
people who did that shit, who followed that belief of,
Who,
yes,
like, do you
son,
see them
do this
motherfuckers
to
do you
somebody.
see them motherfuckers on TikTok?
I see it on Uganda's
Do you
page.
see it
Apparently,
on
that's what they're
TikTok?
doing.
You see it on
Are they in
Uganda's.
here?
Look up
Who
General Butt
are you
Naked.
talking
Look up
to?
General Butt Naked right now.
Who the fuck are you talking to? Like, do you see them in here?
Look to General Butt Naked.
Like,
Look
who
at
are
General
you
Butt Naked.
talking to? Who are you
Look up
talking to?
General Butt Naked, and you'll see.
Man,
Look it
take
up.
your racist ass
She's
on.
ignorant.
Okay,
Fucking
you have
mayonnaise
no
on
Nobody
your
in this
elbow
Absolutely
motherfucker
looking
is
ass.
ignorant.
Ugandan. Nobody in this motherfucker is Ugandan. But yeah, bro, generalizes to the whole continent or the whole continent to one country.
You told me to bring up an empire.
This
Yeah, nobody in
girl,
this. I
shut
told
up.
you to find Thinker's lineage and show us because you said her lineage was out there sacrificing kids. I'll give you a hint. She's not a Santi. I'm not necessarily buying what you're
I
saying
would
about the
You didn't
instructed
tell
people either, but
I
no,
would give her I
you
would
said her
honest
people were doing it. Show us.
the
Man, she racist as fuck. Like, there's nothing to
females
have.
no.
There's no
You just have
understand.
no
conversation to have
answers. You
with
have
her
nothing
ass.
to say.
No,
I
I
shut
You
agree.
your
have
I
racist
nothing.
agree.
ass up. Like, you are the example of why this Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to his humanity, because it created motherfuckers like
You're the
you.
most.
It created motherfuckers like you,
Don't want
ignorant,
to.
racist
Don't
motherfuckers
want
like
to
you.
answer. Don't want to answer. Want to keep talking.
I just
To be
answered your
honest with
dumb
you,
ass.
yeah,
Say racist,
Can
I
racist
don't
this,
say
racist that.
violent
You don't
things
have
toward I don't say
no
violent things
answers.
toward women, but I will say this: if you was starving, I
No
wouldn't shit a
answers.
log for you to eat so that you would stay alive.
No
I would let
answers.
your ass fucking
can
waste
Yeah, you're
away.
evil. You're evil. That makes
can
sense.
I ask a
Your ass
question?
is evil. You and your Jesus.
No, you're evil, man. You keep convoluting what I'm saying
Nah, you're evil, man.
so you
You're
can
evil,
seem
Shut
man.
right.
your racist ass up.
You're
Can I ask a question?
so you can sound right.
Hey, what? How much research have you done into these ancient cultures that you claim were doing child sacrifice that Christianity came and saved us from? Like, how much independent research have
You
you
just had to
honestly
pull
done?
something up. You didn't even have research. You just had to pull something up.
Is that the
Well,
answer
I
to a
also
fucking
didn't.
question?
Yeah,
That
I
don't even
also
make
Like
didn't
no
come
today,
up here
fucking
making a
sense.
claim.
it's
I,
gonna be
I
two
asked you
searches to
how
find
much.
that.
I'm asking you how much independent research of
How much have you
peer-reviewed
done?
data have you? Can you let
See,
me
she's not
finish my
gonna have a
sentence?
real conversation with you. She only deserves to be talked shit to.
Yeah,
This is
She just wants
Like, she
to come
doesn't
in here and
deserve
subjugate us with
your
Jesus,
respect.
you
right?
call me.
That's what she wants to do. She wants to use the system that she's learned
You can't
to try to
answer
subjugate
anything.
black folk
You
because
try.
oh y'all are upset because of slavery.
You
But
just
let
want
me
to call.
tell you why you should just ignore
That's
that
not what I
shit.
said.
Look, you know what she
You guys
really
were
came in here to
savages. We
say?
had to save you from yourselves. Just
That's
join
what I
this
said.
She
cult.
she came in here to say that
You
it's
miss.
okay for her imaginary ass God to tell
You're
real
lying.
humans to kill
You
real
talking
humans.
shit.
That's what
Not
she came
saying
in here to
anything.
say. Like, she's mad for her imaginary ass
Not
deity,
saying
right?
anything.
So she wants to defend
Not saying
that
nothing,
imaginary invisible ass deity
bro.
by saying that it's okay
I brought
that that
facts.
ghost
I brought
told real
facts,
humans to kill other
and you're
humans.
mad.
That's what she came in here
You're
to
mad.
defend.
You're mad.
Oh, I'm not mad. Like you're
I'm mad
nobody
because you
to me.
smell like
Uganda
cat
did bad things.
piss. That's why I'm mad. I'm mad because you run around here smelling like cat piss.
Did bad. So you can't say
That's
nothing.
exactly why
It's
I'm mad.
nothing.
I'm
You
mad
can't
because
say
you smell
shit.
like a wet dog from the Caucasus Hills. That's why I'm mad.
Oh, you
I'm
can't say
mad
nothing.
because your mama should have let you run down
So
her
you don't
leg.
get
Thank you,
taken
Lord.
down.
Okay, so you have nothing
I,
else to say except
I
broke.
can't stand heifers like this. I really
Bro, you're
cannot stand
evil.
racist hoes.
You're
I'll be
gross.
evil. Thank you. I'll be evil. I'll be evil. But I
Thank
know
you
how to
for
wash
telling the
my
truth.
legs. I know how to use a washcloth.
Thank you for
I
telling the
know what
truth.
deodorant is.
Thank you
I
for being.
know how to keep my hair from being oily.
Thank you for admitting that
I
you are
know
evil.
I know that a swimming pool is not a bathtub. I know that. I know that.
You stay in evil
I
and
know
be
how
Like
to
you
brush
understood.
my
literally have
teeth.
to
I
you
know
literally
how
have
to
to
not
defend
look like a
your
meth
Jesus.
hand.
You
You have
keep
to
talking about
defend
how
your
you
you
are
have to
evil.
defend your
I
Jesus
did.
being a murderer. Like
I've
that's
been
some
trying
crazy
to
ass
say.
shit.
First off,
You have to defend your Jesus being a
you
murderer.
have no
He
evidence.
told them to kill them because they were killing kids. But he's all powerful, right? Like if he's all powerful and he wanted people who were killing kids
Okay,
not to
what?
be on the earth, like why didn't he just do the most peaceful thing and let those people fall asleep in their sleep, like die in their sleep? Like why would he have other humans to go and do his fucking dirty work? But he's all peaceful.
Do you want
Like
to
you
answer?
sound
Do you
dumb.
want me to
Like
answer?
your
Do you
invisible
want me to?
ass
Okay, so you don't want
God,
to answer.
your
Okay.
invisible ass God told humans to go and kill
I'm
other humans, but he's all powerful.
real
And
tired.
you
Are you
got
gonna let
your
me
dumb
answer?
ass, your mayonnaise having ass up here
Answer.
defending that
You gonna let me answer?
bullshit. Like you sound dumb.
Smelling like
Am I
boiled
gonna? Can
eggs.
I answer or no? Or are you just gonna keep talking shit?
No,
Hey,
we don't
to
want to
that
hear you
last guy
talk.
that was up here that was trying to be Mr.
All right.
Moderate, this is what they look like, right? Like these are the people that'll accept you in their church and shit and be kumbaya. But this is actually how they are on the inside, which is actually what I was
In
talking about when
Hispanic,
I was saying that
terrible
you
things.
are the fucking
When you
problem,
don't have,
right? Y'all give validity to these dumb fucks
you're
because y'all sit
raped.
here
You're
and y'all
bad.
cohabitate with them. If you went to the same church as this motherfucker, bro, she would be as nice as pie to you because guess
Don't
what?
matter what
You're
race.
buying
If
into
you've
the
done
same
bad,
cult that she
you are
is.
bad.
But
You are
as soon
evil.
as
Bitch,
you
your
are black
whole race
and
done
a
bad.
Kill
Christian, you
Your
children.
are
whole
evil.
fucking
Crazy.
race did bad. Your whole entire race did bad.
To stop from people doing evil things.
Now your God can't stop people from doing
Well,
evil things, but
what
he told
necessary
y'all to
then?
kill
What
motherfuckers for
necessary?
doing evil things? Shut your hypocritical
Do you know?
ass up.
He
Dr.
did
B,
in
you can
English. We're
come
in
up. You
Exodus.
can come up.
But also, if you want
She
to
ain't
be,
gonna listen to shit because her heart is filled with hate. Like
let me
Jesus taught
say
her
the
to be a
reason.
racist.
Let me say the
Dr. B,
reason, Ma.
Jesus taught her to be a
Let me say the
racist.
reason,
Jesus
Ma.
told her that Europeans were pure, white,
Oh my
and
God, no.
holy.
Oh my God. I said
Jesus taught her that Europeans had the power to
I
go
said
in
the
other
Irish people
lands
were
and get
pagans.
rid of the
All these other people were
savages.
pagans, and they used to do terrible shit. They used to sacrifice their children. I said that before, and
Yeah,
you're
Haywood,
lying.
can I
You're lying
can
on me.
I can I ask you about that?
Go ahead.
So you're mentioning, and I haven't been here, but maybe for 5 minutes, but it sounds like you've mentioned a couple of times that you think that it was justified because the Canaanites were doing these atrocities.
Oh,
Do
she
you?
didn't say the
Yeah.
Canaanites. She said West
I
Africans.
said any pagans. I said
She
anyone
said
who was
hard
doing that
R's.
type of thing.
And
Oh.
pagans.
Okay.
Yeah, she said the N words were.
No, I did not. Now you're putting words in my mouth because you can't have an argument. Go ahead.
Okay, I totally misunderstood then. Yeah, are you basing that justification on like a corollary from the Old Testament? Like, well,
No, I can look it up right now in from
no,
historical
no. So
studies that say that
Name a
pagans have done
study.
this. I
Name a
did.
study.
Okay, I just did. The African Books Collective. It
That's a
said,
book. Do you know the difference between a peer-reviewed study and a book?
I'll go find an article and I will
Do you
read
know
it
the
to
Go
difference
us.
go
between a
Google
peer-reviewed
the depth
study and an
of
article or a
pure.
book? This is the problem.
Right.
What is okay? So a book has not have historical study and peer review. Like I don't understand what is the
What?
judgment of what is right and what is wrong in collective study?
Hey,
Like
I'm
I don't
an
understand.
author, and in my book, I say Haywood is a fucking racist.
Okay, but do you have people to back that up? Do you
And I
have
peer reviewed. I
Yeah,
PhDs?
peer
Do you
reviewed
have
it, and
so
I
you
yep,
don't have a
said I
PhD?
backed that
yep.
You
A
up.
lot
haven't
of people
studied
in
it.
here. Hey, if you've read my book, you've read my book. Can you put a one in the chat? If you've bought my book and read my book, can you put a 1 in the chat?
So you don't have a PhD, you don't have any credit, and people are just gonna
I,
believe you like they
I
are
have
right
I
now.
have a bachelor's and a master's degree
In what?
in business.
Okay,
And
how does that
telling
have
your
to do
dumb
with
behind
calling
off.
me shit? No, you
Well,
don't have a degree in that.
can you
So
talk to
Haywood,
Dr. B?
yeah, sorry, and sorry, I just misunderstood. I thought that she was talking about the Canaanites.
Nope.
But that
Oh, she
leads me
hates
broader methodologically. So it sounded like you were putting just now some weight on whether thinker had particular degrees or educational background
Yes,
in a topic.
because she was
No, no,
asking me why would you a book is not a good enough resource,
right. Oh, so,
and I
sorry.
said, okay,
No, no, sorry. So, so my question is the book
Ooh,
that
look
you're
at that respect for
citing.
the white man. That's
okay,
crazy.
yes,
Um, do
because
you
he's
know who
not
the?
yelling at me, calling me a racist, calling me all this shit.
Because
That's
you are
why
a
I'm talking to
racist.
Dr.
him.
B, call her a
No,
Give him
because
racist.
I'm
five
not.
minutes. Give him
Dr. B,
Okay,
five
call her
I'm
a
minutes.
sorry.
racist real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry. What was the book that you're trying to tell me? What were you
No,
trying to
no.
ask?
Sorry, the book that you were referring to that you were citing that Fee was
Hmm?
asking you about. Do you know who the
Yes.
author was?
Let me go get it.
Y'all tap the screen, please. Share the
Lawrence
live.
B.Y. Magoni.
Okay. And what is his educational background?
Hold on.
While she
Wait,
does the homework for Dr. B,
Anthropology,
didn't
social
she come in here
sciences.
and say, why don't you like Jesus? Because of slavery? Because black people don't like Jesus because
That
of
was a
slavery? Did she not
yep.
question.
come in
It
here and
was
say
one of the
that?
questions I asked
Did she
That
not
was
come in
the
here
that is the
yelling
first
that
majority
shit?
thing
of
she
the answers I'm
said.
getting
Did she
on
not come in
TikTok.
here yelling that
That
shit? Like
was
you
the
expect me to
first
bow
thing
down and
she
kiss
Yeah,
your
said.
ass when you came in here yelling that shit?
right.
I didn't say that. I asked, is slavery the problem? Because I've
It's
heard
fuck you
many
every day you
black
live,
people
bro.
say that is the
Well,
reason.
now you're
Well,
trying to clean it up.
Haywood, certainly you think that slavery is an atrocity.
I do, but I do believe it will continue because humans are bad, as it does today.
Right. But I mean if it's an atrocity, I mean then it feels like that's a justifiable response, right?
Dr. B,
Justifiable
she also
response
said the
was
God
the
didn't condone it.
justifiable response was that God made laws to protect those people. For instance, letting people go after 7 years, allowing them to choose, and
Okay.
also
I knew she
Well,
was going to hit that one.
well
go ahead.
if
You're an idiot.
yeah,
Okay,
so
what else?
let me ask you about that. So
Okay,
it sounds like what you're saying is that in Exodus 21, 2 to 6, and in Deuteronomy 15, 12 to 18, because it sets a limit, an upward limit of 6 years.
of causing harm, pain to
No, no,
slaves, you would
Haywood,
have to
Let
pay
the
money.
doctor let the
Haywood,
doctor speak. You don't have a PhD. He does. Let him speak.
Okay, sorry.
Haywood.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It sounds like what you're saying is because in those two passages it sets this maximal limit of 6 years.
Mhm.
That's is that an improvement?
I would
That
say
sounds like
because during that time period, there wasn't a lot of resources. People were traveling through the desert. They were traveling through the desert. People were looking for any type of group for protection and also for money, resources, things like that. So they would use people, help them build their house, also have servants. The God said they have to
Did she
treat
go
like
to school
family.
in Texas?
but specifically the 6 year limit
Okay.
is that what was the significance of you bringing that up?
Because in the South, because I thought this had to do with slavery, they did not follow those laws. They did not follow those rules, which is one of the reasons why I believe it led to the Civil War and for slaves to be free.
Right. Sorry, just so that I'm understanding. Do you think that the laws in the Hebrew Bible were like moral when it came to slavery?
I do because if you look at slavery today, like Amazon, sweatshops, diamonds, the blood diamonds, people treat these people like trash and throw them away for nothing. And we profit off it as Americans,
Right, but
and nothing
Haywood,
is done.
I mean,
No laws are
As
in
white
place.
Americans, be specific. As
No,
white
you
Americans, be
purchase
specific.
Amazon,
Black
brother.
Americans don't.
I know you
Nah,
do. I know you
I don't
do.
benefit
I know
off of
you
that. I don't
purchase
see any
diamonds.
money off of
Yes, you
sweatshops.
do.
I do
You
not. I
purchase,
don't
you
see any money off of
benefit.
that. I don't wear
You
diamonds.
do.
I wear silver and gold.
I
That's
don't
Benefit
even
still
what
have
from
kind of
it.
silver
laws?
and
That is still
gold.
from that is still African slavery that is being done, collected from Africa,
How do you know
and
the
you
silver that
benefit
I
from
have
it.
is mine? How do you know the silver that I have is mine from slaves? How do you know that?
Did you do research on it when you bought it?
How do you know that my silver was mined
And
by
then
slaves?
another accusatory
Majority of
question.
Americans, majority of
How
Americans
do
do that.
you know that my silver, my
Oh
gold
my
was mined
God,
by
this guy
slaves?
was
How do you know
dumb.
that?
Do you buy from Amazon?
No,
You don't
Nope.
buy from
Because
any type of
Amazon don't like
shops.
us.
I don't
Here,
buy
thing,
from
buddy.
Amazon.
I don't
No, and I
believe
don't
you.
buy
I
my
don't believe
jewelry
you.
from box stores because
You
that's
don't have to
fucking
believe
stupid.
us racist.
I don't believe you because
Hey,
everything today is usually made unethically. So for
but
even for you to purchase something randomly at a store,
Like, but we
it
don't
could be in the
benefit from
hands
that
of,
because we don't
yes,
see
you
any
do.
money from it. We
You
might,
get the
you
clothes, you
might
get the
could control.
product.
I got you. Don't worry about it. I might could acquire some of that product, sure, but I don't
You
benefit
get the
from that.
clothes. That is a
I do
benefit. You get
not
the,
benefit from that. The
yes, you
people that
do.
benefit from that are the ones that receive the money for doing it, i.e., your
You
fucking
receive the
people.
product.
So again,
You
you might see
receive,
the benefit from it. We only see the
you
products
receive those
that it
items,
causes. I don't receive them. I said I
but
but
could, but I do not.
you buy the,
Dumb fuck.
you don't
but
make,
Haywood, sorry, I kind of want to push back because I think that if you can maybe see this from a different perspective, it'll start to shift the way you're looking at this. So the way that the Hebrew Bible sanctions the social institution of slavery, I think that if you can know a little more about it, you won't think that it's a good thing. You won't think that it's moral. I mean, I would hope you wouldn't think that it's moral. So, for example, um, in the laws of Hammurabi, the law says, which comes from the middle of the 18th century, so a good millennium before um, what you see in Exodus 21 and Deuteronomy 15. Hammurabi said that you could only keep a debt slave for 3 years, and you had to release him in the fourth. So just on that, I mean, it seems like if God if God is giving the laws in the Old Testament, then he's giving a law that allows the master to keep a slave for twice as long as what they were allowed to keep it under Hammurabi. I mean, that's you wouldn't think that's better.
Not to mention discrimination, right?
Oh yeah, no question.
Yeah, your God discriminated and said only the Hebrews were to be slaves for 7 years, for 6 years and released in the seven. Much like uh, white supremacists said only white Christians could be indentured servants and released in the seventh year. And then your God said
let me
foreigners,
research it.
your
Can
God
I
said
see?
foreigners,
Wow.
people who were not Hebrews, would be enslaved for life, much like white supremacists said West Africans
Can
would
you give me
be
the line? Can you give
enslaved
me the
for
book? Or are you just
life.
going to talk out
You
your
don't
ass?
talk when
You
Dr.
talk out
B
your ass.
talks. Why the fuck would you disrespect me on my
Because you're not a
stage?
doctor.
But you're on my
You're not a
fucking
doctor.
stage. You're on my stage with your little young racist
You're a person.
ass. You're on my
Why
stage.
would I treat you
And I'm not gonna
personally?
handle your racist ass with a soft spoon. My fucking spoon is wooden. Your
Here's
God,
the problem.
your God
Your heart is
was
hard.
your God was a slave master. Your God was a supremacist slave master.
You're just talking out your
Your God discriminated. Your God said only the Hebrews would be let free in
Let me
7
pull up the
years.
verse.
But if you were not a Hebrew, you were enslaved for life. And that is unique to your God.
He would if in fact
They
the Hebrew
became Hebrew slaves when they became under the Hebrew law. That's why. When they
no
took
they
them in, they were Hebrew slaves.
but they didn't Haywood.
Yes.
No, so if you
Yes,
if
they
you
took
look
them
at
in. They became.
Haywood, I'm going to explain to you why. So if you look at Leviticus 25, starting down in verse 39, the text talks about what happens to a fellow Israelite when they sell themselves to another Israelite. There's one set of laws for them in verses 39 to 43. But in
But they
verse 40,
became
but
okay.
just listen, Haywood, just listen for a second. But when you get to verse 44, the text says, now, as for your male and female slaves whom you may have, you may purchase them from the nations that are around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also purchase them from the temporary residents that are living in the land with you and from their children born after
Okay,
them.
so they can't have Hebrew slaves, is what you're saying. So that means those Hebrew slaves that are mentioned,
Don't worry, I'm gonna be here to help you be a better
they
person.
came from other nations.
Shut the fuck up.
Now,
Go ahead, Dr. B.
the point of the contrast there is that the whole section, the whole chapter is about the law, the year of Jubilee. And the whole point of that contrast is that the Jubilee, the 50th year of release of all debts and lands that have been sold and all these things, um, those things do not apply to foreigners that are taken as slaves. This is why the text says
Can I
that
explain?
you can that they become your property. You pass them on as inheritance to your children after you. You may make them serve forever. That's why that language is in there,
No.
because the
Oh, she doesn't have an
Can I
objection. Keep
explain?
going.
I do have an. Can I please make it?
Oh, my fault. I guess you don't realize at this point we don't cut people off except for you. So go ahead, Dr. B. You were
Yeah. Hey,
finishing.
what? And can I jump in real quick? Hey, what? We
Oh yeah.
want to hear
Because
the
he's on your
exchange.
side.
Hey, what? We want to hear the exchange, but in order to hear two people have a conversation, we can't keep cutting each other off. Dr. B is being extremely patient with you, no matter, regardless of how disrespectful you've been to Thinker and Oso and Selena.
You
Like,
were
that's
just
just, I haven't
And you.
disrespected
too.
you. I haven't. And all I'm saying is if you want to engage in dialogue, you're going to have to be patient and stop interrupting people.
Lied. Okay.
She can't
Continue.
help it. She has that turn the tables over in the temple spirit right now.
You.
That's that white supremacy
That
stuff.
that righteous anger.
hey, what I guess the point that I think it would be worth taking some time to think through is, let's just set up a hypothetical here. If in fact the laws in the Hebrew Bible set out a system of slavery, sanctioned the social institution of slavery in a way that lawmakers in the antebellum South, and pastors and people of influence made
But
art.
you're doing another point now.
Well, I'm not that they
What was your original
utilized.
point?
Like, stop cutting him off. Like, I'm sick of your shit.
Oh, I'm
Okay?
sick of y'all
Like,
shit,
I
man.
don't give a fuck. Like, I'm sick
Okay,
of your
see, that's the problem.
racist ass. I'm sick of your racist
Dude,
ass. I'm sick of your Christian ass up here with your
there you go.
privilege, your
There you
inability.
go.
Yep. I'm going to say what the fuck I mean. Okay? Like,
No,
literally, you came up here pissed because the screen
no,
says that your God
no,
is the
no.
worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and you are
Ask the
a
question.
prime example of that shit.
Ask the question.
I've never candy coated or sugar coated any fucking thing. I don't like you. You are a racist. You are a
Single topic
racist ass
in your heart.
Christian, and I don't like you.
It's the anger in your heart. It's okay.
Would, but I think that if you were in their position, you would have just as much anger, and it's justified anger. And that's what I'm trying to, that's the reason for the hypothetical. Because
That's why I
if,
asked if it was about slavery, and I was
yes,
going
it
to
is.
No,
explain
it's
that.
not about slavery. It's
But she
about
said
your
no.
racism. It's not about slavery. It's
Asked
about
that
your
question,
fucking
and she said no.
racism. It's about your privilege, your inability to be a fucking decent ass human. It is about you.
No. It's about your anger. It's about your evil. It's about everything in your
Haywood,
heart
it's
that
not.
hurts.
Haywood,
Yes, it is.
I
It
want you to
is.
hear me, because this is important.
Doctor, I
I've
want you
never
to hear
wanted
me
to
because
hit somebody so bad in my life. I have never wanted to
the
hit
original
somebody
point you
so
made
bad in my life.
was that the Hebrew slaves was differentiated from foreign people they took in. The foreign
That's
people they
correct.
took in became Hebrew slaves.
No, but they didn't. And the text is explicit about that. That's what I was trying to show you in Leviticus 25. They explicitly do not. The text goes to great lengths to say that they don't.
They said that you cannot enslave a Hebrew person. The
That's
Hebrew
correct.
slaves, the Hebrew slaves are foreign individuals that they took
No,
in
no,
to
they're
be.
not. No, they're not.
She's not smart
Can
enough to even
can
get what
How does
she.
that make
No, no,
not? How
hold
does that not
Haywood,
make?
Haywood, if you're trying to make the argument that the Hebrew word ivri means like something akin to Habiru, and that the Habiru
No,
were foreigners because we see something like that at New Zealand. Ivri, a Hebrew, is an Israelite. An Ivri is an Israelite. A Hebrew is an Israelite. And
Let
in
me
fact, they
read
don't even
something.
call them.
they take.
Sorry.
Let me read something right quick. Goodwin believed that the Bible upheld the institution of slavery. He wrote, "Bondage is not inconsistent with Christianity." But he was perplexed at the slaveholder's worries because he insisted that scripture taught that Christians' slaves were instructed to obey their masters. A Christian slave should be expected to be
Yeah,
more
they have slaves.
obedient upon baptism. Further, Goodwin cited laws in Virginia and Maryland that explicitly stated that baptism did not affect the status of the enslaved. Goodwin wrote on another track that the following year against these who refused to make their Negroes Christian. Cotton Mather understood that Christian enslavers were worried that if the Negroes are Christianized, they will be baptized and their baptism will presently entitle them to their freedom. So our money is thrown away. To this claim, Mather responded, "But it is all a mistake. There is no such thing. What law is it that sets the baptized slave at liberty? Not the law of
It doesn't.
Christianity that allows of slavery, only it wonderfully dulcifies and
You prove my
modifies
point.
and moderates the circumstances of it. Christianity directs a slave upon his embracing the law of the Redeemer to satisfy himself that he is the Lord's freeman, though he continues as a slave. The baptized then are not thereby entitled to their liberty. Goodwin and Mather were not alone among English Christians in denying that baptism emancipated slaves. In the early 18th century, the Church of England and the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts agreed that baptism did not alter the earthly status, yet hesitancy to evangelize slaves remained. Slavery in the era of Wesley, Edwards, and Whitefield was largely race based physical exploitation, which often withheld Christian instruction for the fear of rebellion or emancipation. Many English Christians attempted to confront the violence, the lack of access to Christianity, and unjust
They weren't even given
acquisition of
access to.
slaves while being blind to the race nature of slavery.
They
English
weren't given
Christians
access to
believed
Christianity.
that slaves was ordained by God, that it existed due to the realities of an
They didn't follow the
unavoidably
laws,
sinful world in which slaves could be acquired by certain biblically permitted means, and that
but they
slaves
didn't
were to obey
follow
their
the law.
masters and masters were to treat their slaves ethically. English Christians sought to
That's not what the
return
book
to
says.
what
So
they understood as
not
a
what the Bible.
proper biblical approach to slavery while not
But it was.
considering the proprietary of the institution of slavery itself. English
But
Christians
it was.
believed that the Bible said Christians could not enslave Christians for life. Much like Dr. B just said,
Yeah.
Hebrews could not
That's
enslave
why they kept
Hebrews
Christianity.
for
That's why
life.
they.
Your
That's
dumb
why they kept.
racist ass.
That's why they kept. Like you said. So to that point, what the Bible says, Hebrew slave means slave taken people. They
can I
kept
ask?
Christianity.
Hey, what? Can I
So
ask you a quick question? Can you just stop for just a second? Can I ask you one quick question?
are you gonna
Can
call me racist? Then no.
I haven't called you racist. I haven't called you anything. I
I
want to
called you
ask.
racist. I'll sing it if you want.
Yeah, I just want to ask you a
I guess if
question.
that helps your point.
Can I ask you a question, Haywood?
Go ahead.
Who do you think would be better equipped to explain biblical slavery and the system that was used during biblical times? Yourself or a person with a PhD who teaches Hebrew and has published books on the topic? Who do you think would have a more holistic understanding of what that system was like?
I invite people to the chat if you're just going to say, "Oh, you have no credit, don't talk." And if
That
I do,
that's not
I can, okay, but I
That's
can
not
bring
what she
that
credit.
asked you,
that
you
wasn't my
I can
idiot.
question
bring,
though.
okay,
Hang
if
on.
this guy disagrees,
Haywood.
there are,
Haywood, hang on just a second because you
okay,
keep cutting everybody and I'm trying my very
go
best
ahead.
to level this out. My question is who would be better equipped to answer questions about what that system was like? A person who doesn't know, let's take you out of it. A person who hasn't studied it, a person who doesn't know, or a person who has credentials and has ultimately has in that field, in that profession, who would be better equipped?
I guess the PhD, but I can bring PhD who believe in what I believe and agree with what I agree, if that's the case.
Okay.
That would be great. To
Okay.
whom would you cite?
I don't have a site, so I guess no one in this chat can talk besides Miss Dr. B.
No, no, I'm just asking. You said that you would marshal
I
other.
only have the Bible as my site.
Okay, so that I guess that then it seems like the point was kind of moot. Like if you do want people um that hold to like a more evangelical position, Richard Averbeck would be somebody that you could read. Bergsma is one. Again, I disagree with the way that they analyze certain passages, but even those two ultimately agree with everybody else, right?
And
That's
I
in
will
the
look up
field.
a PhD that believes in what I'm saying, if that's what it takes,
Well,
because
sorry.
no one
Let me
here
just.
has
Confirmation
that.
That
bias.
literally,
I'll.
like,
I'll
all you're gonna do is confirm your
You
biases.
brought
And I'm
a
sorry, you came
PhD
in
and you
here and
don't have
said
a
West
PhD.
Africans were savages, bitch.
That's not
You came in here and said West Africans were savages. That
every
the Europeans deserved to
sad
kill them because they were savages. I don't give a fuck about your feelings.
lying. You talk. You're a liar.
You did say
That's what
that.
you
You said West
do.
Africans were savages.
No,
They
I
were
didn't.
killing their
I never
kids,
said
and
West
Europeans
Africans.
deserved to
I
kill
said
them.
pagans.
You said West
Pagans.
Africans. You literally went
Pagans.
and looked up
I
the
did not say,
Ashanti
no, I did
Kingdom.
not.
You
You're
literally
lying.
called
You
out
are.
the Ashanti Kingdom, you little liar, lion ass.
Yes. And even today, Uganda, first century. It's causing too much anger in me. I gotta go. But I appreciate your time.
You should have been done left, Jesus. With your wicked ass.
Don't call on Jesus
Take
now.
your go get on the cross. Go get back on the cross, motherfucker. It didn't work the first time.
The difference between them living an extra day is me taking a dump on a plate and pissing in a cup. That motherfucker's gone 2 day. Fuck 'em.
Like I'm sorry, but I can't be nice to a motherfucker that said black people were savages and deserve to die. I like there's no niceness in me for that shit.
I think the part that's the most infuriating for me is just this conscientious choice to remain ignorant. If you say to yourself, I'm only going to listen to people that agree with me or that believe like me, you're ultimately admitting right there that you don't care that what you believe is true. You just want to believe and find proof to validate a position you already hold. And it's hard to engage with people when every single thing that you say, before you even finish it, they're interrupting you to refute it when they haven't even heard it. I think that's just dishonest. And the way she changed when Dr. B came up was just beyond me because Thinker couldn't even get a whole sentence out before she started interrupting.
She respects whiteness. She doesn't respect anything but that. And she literally did say that Europeans were right to kill 259 million people, including West Africans, because they were savages. Like there's nothing. There's no fucking niceness for her ass. And then to say you're gonna go and find a fucking PhD that agrees with you.
I ain't mean to do that.
If it's okay, I just wanted to. I feel like it might be an important point for anybody in the comments that's listening that maybe held even slightly similar positions to the guest. And thank you, by the way, for having me up. I'm sorry I came up under a total misunderstanding of what was going on. And I'm really sorry. That's to everybody on the panel. That's just shit. There's just nothing else to describe it. But the point that I was trying to at least try to get her to reframe this a little bit, and maybe it'll do something for somebody else in the comments, is that if if I could for just a second, this weekend, uh, Megan was trying. This is going to sound like I'm going off topic. I promise I'm not. Megan was trying to tell me something, and I really thought that I was listening, and I wasn't. And I had what I thought were really good intentions, and she kept looking back. She kept trying to tell me something, and I kept talking. Uh, and she wasn't able to get out what she was trying to get out. And finally, she just screamed at me. And I've never seen Megan scream like that. And Megan can be a very frightening person. She knows, I think it's jujitsu. She can be very frightening. And I was actually scared. And she came downstairs. She went upstairs after she screamed, and then she came back down about 15 minutes later, and she said, "I'm really sorry that I screamed." And I said, "No, you absolutely had every right to scream at me. Um, that 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 that's a mark against me, not against you, because I wasn't listening." And I think this is such an important lesson. It sucked that I had to learn it this way, but it was such a good lesson for me to learn. People always talk about, oh, you're just angry. Oh, you're just mad. You're just being emotional. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, you are. Because what was done was atrocity after atrocity after atrocity. And what people like that that young lady need to be able to do moving forward is what I didn't do until I got screamed at, and that is to stop and to say, what am I missing? I need to listen to what it is that that the people are saying. Why are people so angry? Why are people saying that I'm a racist? I don't think that I'm a racist. Why are people saying that I'm a racist? Because you fucking are. And it's time to stop and take stock of that. And I just people screaming, people rioting, people. It's what they can do when you don't listen and you continue to do things that harm. Like, don't pull out this bullshit. You're being emotional. You're angry shit. Of course they are. You're not fucking listening. And if the Old Testament, if the Bible as a whole was marshaled in such a way so as to establish and to more firmly set the laws in the antebellum South, and that led to the horrific atrocities that we saw um, done to people of Africa and to people here in the United States. Like, what other response should we expect? Anyway, I'm sorry, everybody, and sorry that I can't be more effective. But thank you for letting me try.
I want to share something. So, in the book that I was reading, Um, Lawrence, I saw your message. Hold on. In the book that I was reading. If I can get the damn screen to move. It says slave conversion does not emancipate. The preface to the 1662 edition of the Book of Common Prayer explains that the adult baptismal rite was added because of the rise of Anabaptism. For example, those who have been persuaded to forego infant baptism, and also because it is now become necessary and may be always useful for the baptizing of natives in our plantation and others converted to the faith. English Christians generally believed that spiritual and social statuses were separate categories, and thus baptism did not emancipate a slave. Yet during the rise of the English slave trade in the late 17th century, a growing number of English slave owners began excluding their slaves from being exposed to Christianity, in part because of anxiety that becoming a Christian formally marked through baptism would change the civil status from slave to free person. This belief that baptism would emancipate slaves may have stemmed from the Old Testament teaching that the Hebrews were not to own another Hebrew as a slave, but only as hired workers, Leviticus 25:39 through 43, and that they were to be released after 6 years, Exodus 21:2, Deuteronomy 15:12. The concern was that if a slave was baptized as a Christian, the slave then was no longer a foreigner, but a peer as a Christian, akin to being a fellow Hebrew spiritually. This is history. This ain't Bible. This is exactly what happened. I'm gonna fucking fight with you over some shit that has happened.
Hello?
How old are you?
Oh man, 40. I was
You're
waiting
not
this whole
40.
time.
Ain't
You
no
are
way in
not
hell
40
you
years old.
40.
Quit. You're a 40-year-old lie.
She's not that they're not 40. They picked the age that's too high, Lords. You can tell they're a damn kid. Titina? Titina? Then they always pick a even age.
So they can do the math quick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh AASB.
Nah, yeah, go ahead. I was talking to somebody. My bad.
I'm not breaking you up, kid. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructive, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. There were about 10 people in that guest box before I read from that book. Did y'all change y'all mind after I read from the book? What happened? Where y'all go?
The Christians wanted an easy target.
Did y'all figure out that y'all didn't have anything to like argue about after I read that shit from the book?
I just wanted to come up and say, she doesn't represent us. Come back to the cult.
Ooh, wrong person. Andre.
Honestly,
Uh, is it error or Airy?
It's Ere, but can I
Airy?
say I'm 18? Am I allowed to join?
No, unfortunately, no.
Ah,
You
okay,
gotta
then
be.
bye.
Yeah, sorry.
Also, sorry, when you said that, I started cracking up because I was like, that's literally how I was going to start my sentence.
What?
I was going to be like, well, I just came up here to say. But hey, thinker, hey, y'all, hey, panelists. I really
Hey.
did. I came up here to say that I like one fee. You and your patience, girl. I tell you every day. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you
Mm-mm.
refill that cup, but you do. And I just want you
She's
to
a
know,
pro.
girl, okay? And just all together, right? Because I think when we, stuff like that happens, it's like, oh yeah, we have to fight this battle every day, blah, blah, blah. But I want us to just kind of sit in like the fact that's something that would have happened on a much heavier scale if we were back in the day, right? For a YT people to sit and kind of low-key kind of soothe each other, right, on the backs of black people while black people are screaming and saying, no, 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 you're hurting us, you're harming us, you know, it's heavy for me, right? And I don't want it to be
Yeah.
heavy for everybody else, but I want us to just, realize that there were all kinds of black people up here today, right? There was the loud black people. There was the nice black people that wanted to say, hey, okay, let's calm down, right? There was all kinds of black people here today. And we saw no resolution whatsoever until the white man came up, which is crazy to me, right? But at the end of the day, that this life that we live and the realities that we have to go through, especially with people that look like her and talk like her, please drink water, y'all. Please hug yourselves. Please just, take that time. I don't know how Fee does it. I don't know how she replenishes herself, but find some type of way, y'all. Find some type of way, because it might not feel like it's draining, but it is draining you. It is taking a lot for us to keep talking to these people the way that we do. So please, y'all, like, I love every single one of y'all up here. And that was a lot. That was a lot. That was a lot.
I think Fee is very optimistic that people can still change. I'm not. Like I used to be.
Yes.
And it's
I see
not
a fuck face as a fuck face.
and And it's honestly not even optimism, thinker, if I'm being honest. I know that like people like her, she's not gonna change because she's too cemented into her belief system. You can tell when a person is willing to engage with you or if they're just here to firmly spew their like nonsense. And I don't remain civil with people because I think they deserve it. I remain civil with people because I don't like the way it feels internally when I don't. And when I think Rhea is spot on, and there's a space for all of the responses that came out on this panel this morning. It's not one is right, one is wrong, one is better, one is worse, because the reality is communication is not, it's not one-sided. Different communication styles impact different people in different ways. So she needed to be told that she was a dumb racist ass because Thinker told her that, and that's how she was behaving. I just personally feel for me, my blood pressure is not worth it. They do not get to control that for me. And I know if I were able to say those things without it being impacted internally, maybe I would, but it's probably not, just because, again, I'd read a lot about a lot of different mindset systems to use in order to not control, but to address, to honor the feelings, to admit the feelings, to process the feelings and the emotions that come up, but not become consumed by them. But that's just me. And that's not the way everybody should do it. It's just what works for me. But it's not about what they deserve. Not at all. Like that mindset, that position doesn't deserve anything. She needs to stand alone in that ignorance and that hatred because she needs to feel it. I'm just not, I don't want to feel it with her. That's why I don't let them bother me that way.
Yeah, I'm going to yell what my ancestors couldn't. Like
Okay.
they couldn't say a fuck you, and
Okay.
I can. I'm like, bitch, you fucking racist.
And they couldn't say that. So guess what? I'm gonna say that shit every fucking time. Okay.
Yep.
And that's the point where I'm like, again, there were all kinds of people on this platform, black people that express themselves all different kinds of ways. And that went nowhere again until a white tea man came up here. Okay. And the comfort absolutely made me nauseous. But that's life, right? That is life. And you can't expect nobody else to fight your battle. So we have to be as loud as we are. We have to continue screaming, saying, get your fucking knee off my neck. Over and over and over again. The comfort, that's just the way it's gonna be. Okay? But we're fighting this fight and we know why we're doing that. So again, y'all, I love y'all so much. And that is what I came here for to say. I love you guys and I love the fight that you're fighting. And just watching that tonight, even though we get those kinds of people every other day, right? But watching that tonight, that was heavy. And everybody else that sat down and experienced that, take a deep breath. Black people, take a fucking deep breath. Okay? That was a lot.
The fact that hearing her say that they deserve to be killed because they were savages and like they they were killing their kids. Like what the fuck? Like you don't even know what the fuck you are
Man.
talking about. But you are on this stage to justify, right, to defend an imaginary as God, telling white people that it's okay to kill people that are different from them. Like what the
Like,
fuck, bitch?
and that took no effort off her chest. She's saying that shit as a matter of fact. Like, yeah, that is how it's supposed to go. We're allowed to kill these people.
And I think too, sometimes they come up here and say those things for the reaction. I think somebody said it in the comments, like she had 2 followers, she was probably trolling or rage baiting, and I don't know if she was or not. I don't know if she was or
No, she
not.
was dead ass serious.
Yeah.
I felt like it came from a very authentic place as well. But I don't want to give them what they asked for. That and y'all think it's measured, y'all think it's calm. It's more stubborn than anything. Because in my way, I'm like, fuck you. I know exactly what you want from me. I know that's what you want from me because it validates something for you. I'm not giving you that. But to Rhea and Thinker's point, our ancestors couldn't say those things that they needed to hear at that time as well. So I don't think one is right, one is wrong. I think they're both powerful and they can both be effective.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
think you are the GOAT. I told you, like I was sitting down yesterday, like doing some introspection because these conversations they are taxing. Like I cannot stand a motherfucker that just dismisses the humanity of another, and like there is no word that can explain what I feel, and I'm a very intentional person. So if I can try to just even explain that, right? Like I feel like with intention. And what I feel when Christians, black, white, Latina, whoever comes on this stage and they dismiss the humanity of other people, whether it's children, women, black people, white people, there is this fucking like disgust that I feel that I don't know, like it has literally maybe I don't know, I got a lot of introspection that I've been doing. So like I said, Fee, is you are goals because I don't know how you keep your patience in the face of this shit, but yeah, I'm glad that you
Spicy
do.
lettuce usually.
I mean, but even with that, fee, I'm telling you,
Exclusive grown.
bruh.
Exclusively grown.
You look at this point, you're gonna have to give me some seeds. I'm gonna have to be on the strain that you on because that like it's just watching you go through that. Like Thinker is saying, the self-reflection that kind of has to kick in over time. It's like when you talk to these people, half the time I just be sitting there like, oh my God, like I just wanna But then it gets to that point where it's like, okay, are they even listening? Right? That's when I go on mute because I'm like, whether I'm talking soft or I'm talking hard or I'm screaming or I'm fucking whispering, there's just a certain kind of motherfucker, right? There's just a certain kind of person that like nothing is getting through here. And that's where like the frustration just keeps building and building and building, where I'm just like, oh, okay. Like that's where the introspection comes in for me, where I'm like, it's not necessarily like, oh, I don't want to like yell. It's just like, am I real? Like, is it really worth it right now? Like, should I really be giving this person this much energy right now? You know, and watching you in action, Fee, is just, man. Look, I'm telling you, even in the Discord, I was like, bro, I don't know where you're getting that from. Like, I don't know where you replenish yourself from, because when I say I be at that point, like, what's your address? Where you live? Because I want to come see you. Okay.
No, I don't even think they recognize that, even from our standpoint, right? Like from our side of the discussion, we are not. We don't ever have to take the stance of they were killed because of X, Y, Z. Like we from our standpoint of the discussion, we are not trying to figure out how to justify murder. We're not trying to figure out how to justify grape. We're not trying to figure out how to justify slavery. And it has not crossed your fucking minds yet that you all are the ones coming up here to justify murder, grape, slavery, SA, homophobia, families breaking up. Like, listen to the things y'all come up here to defend. And it
Incest.
hasn't crossed y'all's mind. Incest. Like, it has not crossed your minds that you are defenders of this shit. That's what irritates me the most. Is that it has not crossed your mind.
And you know what's funny? While we're talking, it was somebody in the comments talking about some. That's not the way of Christ, or some shit. She don't represent. That's what you're worried about. After everything that she said, instead of addressing the nonsense that comes out of her mouth, that comes out of these motherfuckers' mouth, you're more worried about dressing Jesus up. You're more worried about making sure people know that this is not Jesus like, instead of addressing her fucking behavior. The comfort that y'all find in this shit will never make sense to me.
And that's what's so frustrating, because they can sit here and they can watch this shit and all they care about is separating themselves and Jesus from it.
It's because in real life they know that power to change people and to make them better is fucking powerless. Either you make the decision to be a better person or you don't. Right? The deity is not going to help you to do that. So they're going to sit there and be like, oh, well, she's not really one of us because she didn't give in to the power. The power is useless. Because in reality, she should have been changed into a better person from the moment she said, I do. But
And this is
instead, she
why.
gets justifications for acting like a
He said, I
dictator.
do.
And this is why I asked the question. Like, since y'all want to focus on separating yourselves from those that come up here to defend Jesus in that way, right? Then I need y'all to answer this question for me. Why the fuck does Satan keep coming up to defend your Jesus? Why the fuck is Satan mad at us for not believing in your God? I need you to answer that for me. Like, cause we're here having conversations trying to figure out about your Jesus. Jesus ain't showing up. Why the fuck does the devil keep showing up to defend your God? That's what I need answered. Because y'all have created that new question for me. Y'all created that question for me. Just like y'all created that statement for me. That statement, Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, came from y'all, came from Christians. Now I have a new fucking question because of y'all.
It'd be really funny if you can make the background dynamic. And then when they come up here acting like that, Jesus just blew horns out of his head.
There is a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it on TikTok Studio.
I
I
think his
figured
brother
it
showed
out.
up, or his sister wife, whatever it is.
Who?
I said either his brother or his sister wife showed up. You know,
Whose brother?
Jesus.
Oh, Satan. What?
Hmm.
Satan here? Oh, you
Yeah,
talking about on the background?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, so why you make me work really, really hard to like understand what like?
Right. To
Because
understand him, right?
to
Mm-hmm.
me, it's one step, but to everyone else, it's not. So I forget that you have to like walk it bac
Oh my
Half,
god!
half the time I'll be like, oh, so what are you talking about? What?
Right.
I literally forget that it's not one step for most people.
You know what's funny though?
Oh my
My wife
goodness.
literally talks the same way. She starts in the middle of a sentence, right? If she talk like, let's say she's trying to say, "Oh, like the juice is on the table," she'd be like, "Yeah, on the table." I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And then she starts over the sentence. I'm like, "What?"
Goodness.
Somebody in the comments said also talks in haikus.
That's accurate.
But the question is, what does it say about me that I'm normally catching up? Like I pick up what Oso's putting down. What does it? I'm gonna have to sit in contemplation now, thinking.
Slow
I think
down.
it's the lettuce.
I
I
can
think both of
barely
y'all
see half
eat
the.
the same eat lettuce at the same time every morning.
It
That
can't
could
be
be
because
it.
I think somehow you are like slowing down your brain fee. It's the same way you're able to talk to these people because like I think you gotta like analyze the fuck out of what Oso is saying, and somehow you just have that ability to do. You know how the metrics be slowing down, and then you can see everything. You can kind of see everything laid out, and you can read, be like, okay, this is what this is saying. But the way Oso talks, my brain is already at the end of the sentence before he starts talking because I'm like, I don't know what he's saying. I don't. He's not gonna. I don't know. Mm-mm.
I swear, y'all, it's the fact that I've been interpreting for almost 20 years. Like I realized the other
Gotta
day, I've been in the
be.
field for almost 20 years. I think that's
Yes.
what it is because you have to
I'll be right
think
back.
in such a holistic way. Like you have to zoom out with interpreting because it's not a word for sign correlation. You have to think about the whole concept of what's being said in the context of the conversation. So I think that's why I follow Oso with these like little things that he'll drop. I'm like, I know what he's talking about, and I think,
Mm,
or it could be the lettuce. I don't know, combination of
it's a
both.
combination. Combination.
I don't know because even other people, like even sometimes when it's a guest on his panel, they be like, "Wait, what did you just say?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I didn't catch that either. You got to start over." So I'm like, I think it's just your special fee. I think you just get people, okay?
I don't know if
Okay,
it's
you
a
just
special
get
good
people.
or a,
Oh,
a
special
special.
great, special
No,
amazing.
depends on who you ask and what time of the day.
Like I can't. And then like half the time I'm getting the joke, and the whole time he's making the joke about you, and you don't even know. You over there laughing, like he laughing at you, and you don't know.
That's fair. That's accurate. You know, it's like I always say.
Nothing.
Yeah, I don't really be talking about that for
At this point, I think we know you well enough. It's okay.
real. Y'all remember season one also?
Season one.
Yeah,
Oh, John, I don't
I
back
don't.
even.
back when
You've
I was
been this
fresh.
season also.
Right. I think
Mm-mm.
I'm still on the first episode because you ain't
No,
changed
Sean.
yet.
I didn't say I had any character development. I just said I've been here for a few seasons. That's all.
Oh, well, there we
Oh,
go. There we go. That makes more sense.
And Ria, I went to sleep last night listening to of some podcast. I can't remember what it was, but when I woke up this morning, yours was on, so I heard your recently.
Oh, yay.
Love it.
Yay. Go listen, y'all. Season 2 is coming next year. We'll be back.
Like I said, if you need any models or voice actors or
For
beautiful people, you know,
that and that Selena's side of the industry. Get Selena to get you on a movie or something. What you doing?
she playing, man. She acting like,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? I ain't him.
Also, you ain't asked me though. You ain't asked me though.
Have you seen my face?
He
It
said you
belongs
supposed
on
to ask
radio.
him,
You're
Selena.
supposed to approach me.
Right. You're supposed to ask him, would you like to model?
Also, would you like to be the
What would I even? The comic relief.
See, as the prize, I need to be the number one top billing. So
He want
Oh,
to be
you
the
want to be
main
number
actor.
one on?
He want to be the main
You want to be
character.
number one
I need
on
to
the
be
call
first on
sheet.
the credits.
Oh my
You
god, this
want to be number
motherfucker's
one
finna
on the
ask
call
for
sheet. Okay.
production rights now. I can't.
Yeah, y'all motherfuckers is not gonna Jonah Hill my ass.
No,
What y'all
no,
talking
I
about?
wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Also wants to get into the industry, so I'm like, Selena is your gateway. Go talk to Selena.
Oh
And
yeah.
I'm talking myself, Selena got to come to him. I can't.
Right.
So then, ain't you writing a screenplay right now?
I am.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm writing.
Also,
I'm actually in the middle of 3 series and a film. So
yeah, there you go. Also, that got your in right
it's
there.
taking me some time. You know what? There's a character in one of my series. He is. This kid is so funny. He's a techie, but he's not like a traditional techie. He's one of those, like, he's in the in crowd,
Mm.
and he's literally the comic relief. But it's like Friends meets Lord, I'm about to date myself, Dear John from back in the 80s, and all 6 of the friends are top billing. So there you go. So I will talk to my team and tell them I
All
found
right,
someone.
that counts. I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'm
Tariq
sending
Long.
it to you.
Make the character's name Tariq Longbody.
Oh,
Yes.
Ooh.
So the credit could say
Oh, I'm
Tariq
gonna have to do
Longbody
that.
as Tariq Longbody.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, now y'all got my wheels turning. Okay,
you know
let me
what I
see.
just pictured? I just you know, like how the FBI agents come out here. Yes, I'm Agent Longbody. Oh hell no.
Oh my god, that would be so funny. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Where you go live at 11 today, right?
10,
11,
10.
10.
Yeah.
Is that a? But it's 11 my time. I'm sorry,
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, or is that
No, no, no,
9?
no,
What
no,
time you going live? You,
In 30
no.
minutes?
It's 9 a.m. for me. I don't know
it's
what the
9
time
a.m.
is for
right now
you.
for you.
No, I'm going on live at 9 a.m.
What
for
time?
me.
It's 7:31 right now. Where you are, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have two. So on Tuesdays, I try to stay live until you go live, and
Okay.
then Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I stay live until Christina go live.
Okay. Okay.
Um,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're welcome. So we got 2 hours left in the show, an hour and a half, right?
Yeah. About an hour
Yeah,
and a half.
we have an hour and a half left in the show. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open, y'all. Not a racist. I don't feel like cussing nobody out anymore, unless you're a Hebrew Israelite.
It's
No, I'm joking.
2025 here where I am.
What?
Sometimes you know why. Sometimes Oso's jokes be corny as fuck.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's the end.
Uh-huh.
But you know what's
Oh.
funny, Tinker? I usually don't laugh at corny people. That's the part that be pissing me off. Because I'm like, that's not funny. I don't want to laugh at that.
Sometimes his jokes just be corny. Talking about that's it. Yeah.
You're supposed to be like, yeah, but they be, but no, they just be corny. That's it. Yeah, that's
And
funny.
I wasn't even trying to be funny. Like that's my fucking neurodivergent mind. Like sometimes I'll be trying to like get the joke, or I'll be trying to like, but it,
Hmm.
yeah, I just it's like, oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But sometimes you be funny as hell.
Hey,
A lot of times you be funny as hell.
as long as it's not
So
0%, I'm cooling.
yeah, yeah.
I think somehow just my body just somehow just want to laugh. I don't think he funny for real. I don't know.
Dang, dang. That means I have a divine anointing to make you laugh.
Nah, no.
Yeah,
Hallelujah.
also funny. He could do, especially when he do them fucking memes. Man, also, were you in here when the guest joined the stage that be doing that voice you be doing? Like he sounded like it's a there's a believer that whose voice you be mimicking.
Didn't believe that?
No, not him. Sound
Mm.
like Bert. Uh,
Oh, Godfest.
yeah. Oh, what's his name?
Godfest.
Yeah, that that was a guy that joined the
God
live
first.
tonight. That was somebody that joined the live that sounded like him tonight.
Mm. Damn. I wish I was awake.
Yeah. All right, are y'all gonna join? There's 800 people watching the live right now. Anybody gonna come and have a conversation? Maybe I shouldn't have read from the book because there were so many believers in the comments. I think they wanted to come up and like defend the slavery thing. Like the way y'all hopped up out of the request after that, that's crazy.
Black and rain. There you go, Joshua.
Uh, Hodari? Is it Hodari? Hodari?
Yeah, Hadari Tal. Hi. How y'all
Hadari
doing?
Tau. I'm
Abundant
good.
rising to you all.
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for
That's
asking.
that's good.
Uh,
Can I get your age, please?
I'm 51 years old.
Okay. And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I didn't hear your last question. Did you ask me was I an atheist?
Are
Atheist?
you a believer in the God of the Bible, or deconstructing, or an atheist?
I believe I will fall under the rank of deconstructing.
Okay.
I do believe in source universe. I know there's a higher power of some sort, due to nature, being
Okay.
nature.
Are you
Um,
deconstructing from a belief in Jesus or God, or?
oh yeah. I was about to follow up with that.
Oh,
I
okay.
stopped calling myself a Christian by the time I was 14. Due to the things that I was taught by my elders, my parents, history. You know, I'm an avid reader, and at a very young age, I love books, so I read a lot of stuff like what people have started to find out today. Some things I don't profess to know everything. I found out very young because I was reading, and I just had a thought one day. I started meditating early, and after I came out of meditation, I was like, wow, how are we Christians the same as our oppressor, and we pray into their God, and everything is suited to support them or
Mm-hmm.
whatnot? And it never made sense. And I'm like, how's these people a follower of Christ and they do the brutal things that they have done to our people? It doesn't make sense. Um, so I considered myself at that time a child of the Most High God, you know.
And do
Um,
you still consider yourself a child of the Most High, or?
yeah, I do.
And it's the
Now,
same God in the Bible?
nah, nah. I
Is it a
don't.
different God?
Yeah, I believe from what I've read in the Bible, um, there's different gods, and it all goes back to nature. There's a source, a universal source, and from what I understand it, I don't try to force this on anybody else. This is just what I
I'm
think.
trying to see if you qualify for the conversation that we're having.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because I only talk to three types of people, right?
Hmm.
And that's people who either have a current belief in the God that is in the Bible, the God that we're discussing. People who are actively in deconstruction, which means that they're questioning their belief in this God, or
Hmm.
analyzing their belief in this God, or people who are now atheists and they have no belief in a God at all. So I'm trying
Hmm.
to see if you qualify for the
No,
conversations that we have on the stage.
I don't know. I came across your live a few times. I never joined or said anything other than spoke when I entered the live. You know, that's just how, whenever you in a room or whatnot, you speak to those who's already preoccupied. So I don't know. But I just don't, my opinion, and I asked this question, if you don't trust white tea people to clean your house, um, cook your food, look after your children, I asked this question on Facebook, and a lot of Christians said no. Then I followed up. I say, then why do you trust their religion to cleanse or feed your soul or spirit?
I'm sorry. Like, so that I don't understand that specific question when it comes to like Christians saying, like asking Christians that question. Um, I don't understand. I don't get what being white has to do with that, right?
Because what
But
I'm
also
saying,
the topic is Jesus Christ or God or the
mm,
Most High being the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. This
yeah,
isn't
I agree
a
with
this
that.
isn't a live someone said this isn't a live bashing white people. We don't hate white people in here.
Mm,
That's not what this live is. Um like we have white people in our community, right?
mm,
Um and so I don't quite understand the if you don't trust white people to clean your house or cook your food or whatever, why would you trust their God? That's not the reason why we talk about the oppressor and the oppressed praying to the same God whose prayers are being answered. The reality is, yes, white people did introduce this God to us. Yes, the white people were the oppressors that oppressed our ancestors. This God didn't only oppress our ancestors, right? The God was an active oppressor to a specific social class of white people as well, right? Of Native Americans, of Latinos, of the God is more associated with power and wealth and status. And
mm,
in the world today, right, some of the oppressors look just like you and me because
mm,
wealth and power, right, and fame is the thing that matters most to them, and they can be bought to continue to to influence certain things to keep people in the place that those that are in power want them in. So like this isn't a white people bashing room, right?
mm.
Like I don't want you to think that you can feel comfortable coming up here and doing that.
No, that wasn't my aim. I agree. The reason why I asked that question on that particular post is because I knew that Christianity was introduced to our people, my people, whatnot, um, and it was used as a tool to oppress them for however long and for whatever reason. That wasn't my intention. It just tied to that particular group of people, from my understanding. So, and I just was led to pose that question at that particular time. I've kind of gotten beyond that. My scope is to help those that are connected to me or in my community heal. It's really not about bashing them or because you'll be exhausted trying to fight them and bash them day in and day out. That consumes a lot of energy. The real energy and the real work is in healing those that wants to be and needs to be healed or helped, if that makes sense. And
Hold on.
that's more important.
Hold on a second. Thinker, I'm sorry. I missed the first part. He was saying something about like the God he serves is one of the gods that the Bible talks about.
No, it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like he said that he believes in source, but he calls it Most High, but it's not the God in the Bible.
Mm.
Yeah, but I think he said that he's deconstructing from the God in the Bible. Is that right?
Right, right. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't profess to know everything. You know, I would never say that because at 51 years old, I'm still learning. And it's things I've learned more stuff now more so than my past. And I'm still learning from the time that I stopped calling myself a Christian when I was 14, you know. Um, and it's a journey and it takes work. That's the only thing that I can say. But I appreciate the question and I agree. I think Jesus Christ is one of the worst things to ever happen to humanity, and especially the Black community. Case in point, my oldest sister, who I have a great amount of respect for, I love her dearly, would never disrespect her. One day I was dropping her off and I told her, I said, times are getting real crazy and it's going to get even crazier. You need to buy yourself. I told her she need to buy herself a gun to make sure and learn how to use it to protect herself. And she looked at me and she said, well, I'm going to have to pray about that and see what Jesus say. And I was like, what? But then I had to take her to her Bible and show her where Jesus told his disciples to sell their gold for swords and prepare for battle. But to each his own. But at the time, I was so mad with my sister and I really wanted to just grab her and shake the hell out of her because that made no sense to me. I thought that was like borderline insane. I have to wait to see what Jesus say about that.
Yeah, that's not unusual, right? When there's people who believe that they have a relationship with this God, right? They some people believe that they're married to the God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um there was a guy that came in here earlier tonight who was a black Hebrew Israelite. Like he cussed us out because he didn't like the fact that we were saying that the God of the Bible is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. And we literally saying like it's ridiculous that to be, a grown ass man, you respond that way over a God that you've never seen, right? One that you just believe in. You're willing to, disrespect somebody over a belief, but to them, they are in relationship, right, with the thing that is inside of their head. Like it talks to them in their mind.
Okay.
So it's not unusual. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. I've heard
Yeah.
all this. Like I've heard people say, well, Jesus is my husband and I'm married to Jesus. And I'm like, how does that work? But to each his own, you know. Um, but yeah, I agree with with your question. Well, I won't say question, but to what it reads on the screen, how it reads. That Christianity has done a number on our people, and it goes back to its creation by Emperor Constantine and the Council of Nicaea.
Well, I mean,
You
it's
know.
the text, it's the book itself, right? Like,
Mhm.
not like because I don't want you to think that we're just talking about Jesus and like, what Christianity has done or, um, you know, the New Testament. Like it's the God in the Bible, because to
Mhm.
believers, whether they identify as a Christian or not, there's God in this book, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, whether his name is Yahweh, Yahamashai, Elion, Most High, Yahusha, Yahshua, like they call him. He has like 50,000 names.
Mhm.
Um, Regardless, it's the things that this character does and says and commands and influences within the text that believers of this deity hold sacred even today. right? And we, as I was saying earlier, it it bothers me that a lot of them don't see that in these conversations, because this is late Bronze Age culture, late Bronze Age text, they don't
Hmm.
see that most of the time they're on the side of the conversation that's justifying murder, that's
Right.
justifying child sacrifice, that's justifying rape, that's justifying misogyny, slavery, genocide. I don't know if I said genocide yet. War. Um, you know. Um, you finna go get ready? Is it already time, Lala? Rhea? Is it time? Um,
That's early.
but yeah. So it's the text, right? As well. It's not just what, Constantine did or what the early Christians did. They add to it. But what's keeping it going today is the text. Java Hollins, thank you for the $5 super chat. If you want real information from a black man on the Bible, God Logic is your guide. God Logic has been in here before. But yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I can definitely rock with what you said from, the mass murder, the genocide, the great, and even to that, just think about what you said. Great. You have to pretty much censor yourself because pretty much whoever runs this app or run the show 9 times out of 10 is involved in religion. I don't know for sure, but it's like they hate to hear the truth, but yet and still they proclaim that what's in the Bible is the truth, which I find to
Give me
be
just a second. Brendolyn, pray for yourself. Okay? Like, unless you have everything fucking figured out, don't fucking pray for me. Pray for your damn self. If you have to wake up in the morning and pray for the shit that you need, don't fucking pray for me. Okay? When you are perfect, that's when you can pray for me. Okay? Okay, Brenda? The day you achieve perfection, the day that you are able to walk on motherfucking water, Brendolyn, and I can see that shit, that's when I will allow you to pray for me. Other than that,
Seems
keep
like
that
her
shit to
prayer working.
yourself. Huh?
I said, don't seem like her prayer working, because if she's praying for you and you still here doing the thing that you were doing when she said she was going to pray for you, then she might want to reevaluate her prayer or who she's praying to.
They just say that shit because they want to offend. They want to offend. That's it. But
Somebody just typed in the
Hudari,
chat sorry.
huh?
She's a prapist. Somebody just typed in the chat that she's a prapist.
No, prapist. Oh my God.
A pra-
Somebody needs to run that live.
Please do that.
Are you
Please do
a
that.
prapist? Are you a prapist? They were like, what's a prapist? Somebody needs to run that fucking live. I swear.
I love you for that, whoever's.
Because believers think that they have the right to just pray for everybody, spilling their fucking seed all over the place. Going around raping people. Hudari, do you have anything else?
no, man, that was pretty much it. I just think this subject is very interesting, and I just hope that more of our people realize what's going on with Christianity and what has been done and the trick that has been played on us,
And I think that's
so we
why
can
it's
stand up.
important to not just say Christianity, right? Like denouncing Christianity is not enough,
Right.
right? It's
I
not
agree
just
with that.
denouncing Christianity.
But see, that's the only religion that I've been there's Muslims in my family. Um I work with Muslims. I have a lot of respect for them, other religions or whatnot. But I, I know some things about Islam, but not as much as I know about Christianity because I was raised under that banner. Usher board as a youth, Sunday school, and all of this stuff. Um, I come from a line of pastors or whatnot, but at times, at some point in time, we have to break these generational curses, and I'll just leave it right there. You all stay safe, stay vigilant in your comings and going, and I wish nothing but the best in abundance for you all. Much love,
Thank you.
honor, and
Have a good
respect to
day.
you all. Thank you.
Hmm.
All right, you too.
Thank
Bye.
you.
If I could
Somebody
just say,
said. Somebody
first of
said
all,
that. Huh?
I was gonna say, first of all, remedial rising to everybody. Um,
Oh
or
my
if you
God,
fancy
That's
Tito.
it.
rheumatoid authorizing.
Oh my
Um,
gosh. Oh, so
but let me just say this: it's fuck every spawn of the Abrahamic God all day,
yes,
every day.
yes.
Fuck them all.
Yeah, because how are you
And
actually
pray
break?
abortions for every fucking body. I'll pay for this shit.
She said pre-abortions. Because I don't
That's what
know if
somebody
you're
said in the comments.
the prepist is kind of got me weak over here. But how are you breaking generational curses by creating your own version of the Abrahamic God, or are you just transforming them? Are you just kind of using, you're just changing the shape of it? Because the foundation is the same. Like if you take a template and you bend it a little bit, oh yeah, this is a completely different template. It's no longer a square; it's a rectangle. But ultimately, you're still using the same template. So you may break some of the chains that come with the traditional version, but if it's still rooted in this concept of the Abrahamic God, it's still covered with the residue of that deity. And I don't know that that's really not saying that he's not breaking it, respecting whatever he's doing. But to Oso's point, I mean, if it's associated or affiliated with this particular deity, it's going to consistently have that residue on it. You can't wash it away because it's part of it.
Yep, absolutely. That's what I was saying. Like you gotta. It's more than just denouncing Christianity, and we see a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm deconstructing. I'm no longer a Christian and spiritual now," but you still have the same beliefs that you had when you were a Christian. Just separating yourself from the group of Christians that did the things that you found out that it was Christians that didn't want to baptize your ancestors because they wanted to keep them as slaves or like stuff like that, and you like, oh, I'm not a Christian now, but I still believe in Christ. It's like it's not enough. Or I still believe in Yahweh, because we are like they stole our history. That's not enough. Like it's the text, right? um it's the history, it's the God, it's the text, that's creating this influence of what we see in society. So I agree. Langa, is it Langa?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come up. My slice of bread touched it.
Okay, no worries. Have a good day. Okay,
Love you live.
thank you. Let's see, I just pressed somebody's name. There was somebody that I pressed named Chahuga, Chawa, uh, Chahit, Chahawa Chaga. I don't know where they went. I have no idea where they went, but I added them to the stage. No, his name was Chickawaga. It wasn't Chimichanga. It was Chihikawaga, something like that. I was trying to add them to the stage, and then you bounced out. I don't know if you're in the in between, but if you are, try to comment something and let me know. Wayne.
Yeah,
I thought that
yeah.
was my brother.
This
Yeah, I'm
you
here.
said hi. How are you?
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Maybe you can hear me. I'm in London.
I can hear you. Maybe you can't hear
Okay.
me.
Yeah, I like the program, but one thing I have to say,
No, no, no. Wait.
I'm not
Wait,
too.
wait, wait,
Uh,
wait, 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 wait.
yeah.
I do need your age, and I need to know if you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
Well, I'm not sure to be honest. I'm not sure if I'm believe. I'm not sure if I don't. But what I do know, I think well, having equality for everyone is more than sitting in the church, you know.
You
But what
said
I
you're.
wanted
You
to,
said. I'm sorry. No, no, no. Wait, wait. You said you're
yeah.
what now? Like I need to qualify you for the conversation, and I need to know.
Oh, you
If
need to qualify
like
for me for the
yeah, because
conversation.
I
My
hold
okay, you
on.
wanted my age.
Wayne, Wayne,
Yeah,
Wayman. Is
yeah.
it
I'm
Wayman?
here. Wayne. It's only my dad
Okay,
called me Wayne,
hold
son.
on. Okay, hold on, Wayman.
Yeah, yeah,
I only talk to three types of people: believers,
yeah.
people deconstructing, or an atheist. I need to see which one of these you are to see if I'm gonna continue the conversation with you.
Okay, I did. Well, I could say as I did believe in religion when I was younger. It's something it was in we in school and everything else. And but as we grow, oh, we can choose to
Are you
believe
an
in what we want to
atheist?
believe. Atheist, and now atheist is a non-believer of anything. I'm not that deep. I'm still in the process of learning.
Do you currently have a belief in the God in the Bible?
Yeah, I always believe in there is a higher power, because
I'm not
sometimes
asking
yeah,
Wayman. I'm not asking
yeah,
if you believe that there's a higher power, a higher power.
yeah,
I'm asking, do
yeah.
you believe that higher power is the same God in the Bible?
No, we have the power we have today is politicians and politician and money. It's not the same power as religious
Okay.
power
Okay. So
on a
I'm gonna
religious
take you
belief.
down.
Yeah,
Okay. So I'm gonna take you down then because you don't fit the
that's fine. That's
conversation.
fine.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll listen. I've been listening to you for the last 3 hours.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you. All right. I appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Have a good day.
Oh,
Okay.
but yeah, but the swearing.
No, 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 no.
Was he getting ready to try to tell me not to
He was about to
fucking
tell you
swear?
about your swearing.
Like, if you don't if you don't like how I talk in here, right? You have to find another live. You just have to swipe. Okay? You don't first off, you don't pay me shit to try to tell me how to talk or to try to make me conform to what makes you feel comfortable. Okay? If you feel uncomfortable by how I speak, you need to go and find you another live.
And this is why I say we have to, when we go through deconstruction, we have to deconstruct everything, because I don't even think
Right.
I don't even think he realizes how very Christian that request was that he was about to make. As in, my God or my beliefs don't allow you to do anything. That's not how this works. You don't get to police the sounds that come out of another person's mouth. You don't get to control what another person says or how they say it. So the question I think you need to be asking yourself is, or as opposed to telling people to swearing or referring to the language that they use, why do you feel like you get to control that? What makes you think you have a say in what comes out of anyone's mouth? If you don't like what you're hearing, then just remove your ears or move your whole body to another location. But you don't get to tell another person how to say what they say.
Hold on, Fee. When you said just remove your ears, my ass thought about Mr. Potato Man.
That's what I was thinking about when I said
Oh,
it.
okay.
Like, pluck those bitches
I
off, because
thought
what are we saying?
not Fee sounded like Jesus up in here. Plug out your right eye if your left eye offended.
I just don't understand. So many people start with the conversation. I just don't understand why so and so does blah blah blah. My question is, why do you think you need to understand? What does understanding it change for you or them? Folks internalize external things all the time, and religion gives them the license to do so, and it's insane. What else so do?
Wait,
This
y'all.
man also.
Oso had bash face on that koala bear yesterday.
Girl,
Was it
I
a koala
lost
bear
it.
or a monkey? Oh my gosh. That
You
shit
talking
was
about
funny.
this
Yes. No, it wasn't that one. It was a different
the
one,
other
wasn't
one?
it? The
You talking
one
about
that
this
I
one?
texted him. Yes. That now listen, I wake up to that. Like I was asleep, right? I fell asleep with Christina live. I roll over and I see the live, and that is what was on the screen. I immediately took a screenshot and sent it to Bash.
I did too. Thinker, I did too. That's how I feel going into the Discord. Like if I wake up and I haven't heard the conversations, and I go into Discord and I see all the conversations and the gifts, I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck did somebody say for Oso to create this? Like what kind of
Oh my gosh. Bash said he's some kind of what he say? He said that dude is special.
I love the hate that Bash harbors for me in his heart.
Taylor Made, how are you?
Hello?
Yes, hi, how are you? Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, for some reason you keep going on
Can you
mute.
hear me?
Um, yep, I can hear you. Can you hear us? Taylor, can you hear us?
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. How old are you?
I'm 30.
All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer. Why?
See why
That
the
was a
chat said what they said.
yeah,
you
like
stop.
you the reason why you asked the why part is because you plan on being a whole ass problem? Is that why you did that? Taylor, do you plan on
Was
being
he
a whole
chilling?
ass problem?
No, I just like talking to educated people. Y'all don't sound educated, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Or
Are
something.
you so the
Black people,
answer
y'all
is
don't sound
yes.
educated.
Okay, cool. So the answer is
Y'all
yes,
trying
you
to
plan on
disprove
being a whole
God.
ass problem.
Y'all trying to
Taylor, are
disprove
you
God. You're
okay? And does that
uneducated.
Taylor does that make you want to
As
shit your
black
pants?
women, no, as black women and
That
black men,
Taylor
y'all should be
Taylor.
ashamed of yourself.
Oh, okay. Because this God belongs to black people, Taylor, is that right?
No, you should be ashamed.
Because black
It
people
brought our
should
people
should
out of
worship this
it brought
God.
our people out of slavery. What are you talking about? Y'all sound
Yeah.
ignorant.
So
Go read your
right.
Bible.
So
Go get
right,
Let's
educated.
put our
Taylor.
people.
Enough with the fucking anxiety. Okay. Enough with the fucking slave talk. Enough with that shit. The black people in here have moved beyond that shit. Okay. And we are educated. We don't sit around and say, woe is me. My ancestors were enslaved. Okay. Our ancestors wanted us to move forward like they were moving forward. Yo motherfucking ass is stuck. Okay. Now, if you really want to talk to intelligent people, this is the place to fucking do that. But you gotta release the fucking anxiety. Wipe your ass, because it sounds like you shit your pants when you read the fucking post. Okay? Wipe your ass, pull your pants up, and let's get ready to talk. Can you do that?
Yeah, show me 100 grand right now.
Get the fuck off my
So
live,
aggressive.
Zion. You sound like motherfucking joke. Go. Bye.
Y'all some
That's his twin
clowns.
cousin.
Y'all some
Yeah.
clowns. All y'all some
Bye.
clowns. Bye.
Okay. Bye,
Clowns.
Zion.
Go get
Bye.
some
You the
education.
ringleader,
Go
you.
Okay.
back to school. Go back to school.
All
All
right.
y'all. Y'all don't know
Okay.
nothing
All right.
about history.
You gonna keep on fucking crying, bitch? I said bye.
You just
Go.
mad because I'm cooking this whole live. What are you
Yeah, you
talking about?
are.
He
You
says
sure
Oh
are.
my
cooking.
god.
Oh wow.
Bye.
You think
Your
this is
whiny
cooking?
ass.
This is cooking? The bar
Go.
is
Go back.
below
Go get
hell.
on your knees. You don't know how to disconnect?
No, I just want to hear stupid people talk.
Okay, get it. Do it from the comments. Liz?
Yes. Hi. I'm
Hi.
kind of a friendly. I just wanted to ask something because I'm kind of deconstructed since like 15 years old, but I have this issue with Christians sometimes when I'm talking to them and
So
about
one second.
abortion,
So I
right?
Hold
actually
So
on, hold on,
don't
hold on,
take
hold on, hold
questions
on.
from the chat. I only allow nerds to come up and ask off-topic questions. With you deconstructing, though, if you want to address the topic and then work your question into that, you can do that. But if you come on stage as a non-community member, you do have to address the topic.
um, I just
We can't hear you. For some reason, you're going in and out.
yeah, I know my service. I'm in a bad place in Williamsburg, but it's okay. Thank you though. I'll come up another time.
Okay, you're welcome. Have a good one.
Okay.
Speaking of becoming a nerd, I don't know if y'all can see, but we're at 883 out of 1K for the sub goal. Once upon a time, we hit over that 1K.
Yeah,
Let's see if we
for
can't do that again.
900, not lost 900. I often say slaves. We lost
Damn.
900.
Just as the overseer comes up, is crazy. Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
I think I went back to 1865.
Oh my god.
I know, right?
I lost all of my slaves.
I hope they don't find out about Juneteenth.
Oh my god. Over 900 subs. May 31st. I don't know what the hell happened, but they all got erased from the system on May 31st. Damn, that's crazy. I'm glad I caught that shit.
Y'all full of crap.
They probably went north. That's where they went, Charles. They in Canada now. Canada and Chicago.
Oh my gosh.
I've seen that last guy before.
I have too. He looked familiar.
Yeah,
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a long time.
because like I remember before looking and I'm like, how does this guy have like 150,000 followers and like a ton of views? Because he does like those stupid like Walmart and grocery store like interview like spot interview videos and shit.
Oh,
Oh, I ain't never seen him there. I don't know who the fuck that is then.
Like I don't know him from that. That's what all his videos are.
Oh.
oh, that makes sense. Because he came up here talking about how he only likes to talk to smart people, but he makes dumb content for babies. That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Oh, I ain't never seen it then.
Pressure could do that kind of content and do get more views. Like that shit is so what?
I don't even
So,
like watching that type of shit.
It's brain rot.
I don't think
Yeah.
he's graduated to like having girls like say shit about their boyfriends in front of him.
Oh damn.
That's like the next level.
Yeah, it is.
He did what now?
Loyalty test in real time.
Yeah, it's a whole like subgenre of videos where it's just like the dude's like standing there and his girlfriend's like just talking shit about like him or like other guys or stuff.
Mm.
It's just
I
meant to
don't know.
like
I don't ever
emasculate.
see that shit on my FYP.
Yeah, I don't know how I ended up seeing it.
Amber Crystal?
Oh, hi. Sorry, that was a mistake. Are you just
Uh,
supposed to look at this?
no worries. I'll take you
What do you
down.
do? Massage? What do you do? Massage.
Have
That's
a
me.
good
You
one,
have to do
okay?
it too.
Ooh,
Okay, thank
we're
you.
finna
No,
get
it's me.
into it.
I need to get a massage.
Who you telling?
Man. Um, Ramsey, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? That's another nerd in the box. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open, y'all. We have about 45 minutes before Rhea goes live.
Oh, who else is going out there?
Who?
Me?
Who? Oh, you do?
Yeah, going to
What?
like 5.
What time? At 5.
Yeah.
Y'all make sure y'all follow Macluster, and his Lackluster account, because he goes live on both, and he'll be going live at 5 o'clock today. What is that? Oatmeal? Thank you, baby. I appreciate it. Can you bring me a spoon?
Some honey and ketchup.
I was about to say 4 Central.
Because
you're like, he goes live at 5. What is that?
I thought the same thing, twin.
You
I
said
thought
5.
the
What?
exact same thing.
No, you said he's going live at 5. What is that? But you were talking about the oatmeal. I was like, I don't know, 4 Central.
Oh, my bad. Damn, I forgot I was even like, my bad.
You said food.
I told y'all I am hungry.
You did.
Yeah. Yeah, he goes live at 5 Central.
5 Eastern.
5 Eastern.
5
He goes
Eastern.
live at 5 Central. Make sure y'all follow. He also has a backup account, Lackluster, as well.
Lackluster?
Lackluster?
Lackluster.
Let's just switch the L and M.
It's Lackmuster.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. His backup account is Lackmuster. Sovereign, the atheist black woman. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says misogyny rears its ugly head in women's spaces because most men are powerless in the patriarchy. The only power equally shared within is abuse. Damn. That's a motherfucking word right there. All right, y'all. Who's in there? Ramsey.
Somebody said 1700 Edomite Standard Time.
Also military, I guess.
Good morning. Good
morning.
afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing much better than the last time I came up.
That's good. I was getting ready to
And
ask.
I want to thank you. Yeah, I dealt with it. I found my voice and spoke up. But while I was there, 2 weeks I was there, I ran into a friend of mine who's a creator. And this is kind of off topic, but it's offering information. There are teenage creators whose managers or agents are telling them to come in here, those tricksters you were talking about, to come into this live and basically rage bait. And that's what their pages might be moving to because they're getting in trouble in the malls. So just warning you, her agent wanted her to do that. She said no. But there are a lot of idiots out there that just want to come in here and get rage bait. They come in groups. Like, remember when everything filled up, when there were all those people waiting to come live? It was probably a whole group of them. And they do it like a dance mob or whatever. So.
Yeah, we've had a few come in here and just like say slurs. But the fact that there are grown ass adults telling kids to do shit like that just to make money is proof, right? Like that's why I say people like they'll do anything for money.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're specifically asking, are you Christian? Well, this is happening in this live. Go in there and, do your thing. So, and that's really,
we
as a
typically
lurker.
just let them sit there. We typically just let their asses sit there. Like, embarrass themselves.
Yeah, as a lurker, professional lurker, I just thought I'd let you guys know. And I do appreciate what you guys did for me because it calmed me down. I was able to talk to my mom and her husband. She's not moving in with me.
That's good.
So we got a lot of things settled. And
did you enjoy your day at the beach?
I did.
Good.
I didn't even go to work that day, so it was great.
That's
But
good.
I appreciate. I'm still out here lurking. Also, so funny. But you guys have a great day, and I'll see you in Rio.
All right. Thank you so much, Ramsey. You have a great day as well.
You too. Bye
All
bye.
right. Bye bye.
Oh, let me down.
I got you. I got you. That's good.
I wonder what happened to her.
What do you mean?
The let me down lady. Remember the
Oh,
thing
she
with
got
like her
blocked.
daughter? Oh, okay.
Yeah, she got blocked that day. She was advocating for beating her daughter.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Every time I add the person, like somebody, they pop out. But also, like the boxes look weird.
How's it? What
Is
do
that
you?
supposed to be a cartoon Mac?
I
We
was
have
trying
a
to do it
OSO.
quickly, but I didn't do it enough. We have an old, yeah, it's like a meme from that Avengers movie where he's just like, I have an army, and Tony Stark's like, yeah, well, we have a Hulk, and then Hulk comes in and just starts wrecking shit.
It's one of my favorite
Oh,
scenes in that
okay.
movie.
And so
You're
that's
supposed to be
that's
like the
me
Hulk.
saying we have an OSO.
Right. Hmm.
OSO is crazy.
Twin, did you
Ramsey,
see
are you back in the
Superman?
box on purpose? Huh?
Did I see what?
Superman.
No, I kind of low key don't want to because of the trailers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
and
bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm also not a DC person. Don't yell
Me
at me, y'all.
either,
I'm a Marvel
Fee.
girl
Me
through and through.
either. Me too. Marvel for life.
just I
Marvel
asked
for
that because
life.
there's a scene in there that's very reminiscent of that Hulk scene with Loki.
Gotcha.
So just I don't know if you had seen that. I don't want to give away too much, but
Is it worth going to see that one part of the movie?
no,
Okay.
Okay.
So it wasn't good.
I guess we'll
no. I
never
mean,
know.
it was fine. It was good, but like I don't know. Like I caught it on a matinee, so it wasn't full price. So that was cool.
Mm,
It's fine for
actually,
DC.
that
But
could
it was
probably be like a
solid.
daytime.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I
there's
feel
a
like
lot of
we
like
have enough stuff to be like, I eat Twizzlers. I'll eat Twizzlers. I eat pineapple. I don't eat pineapples. I'm DC. I'm Marvel. I'm sugar on grits. I ain't sugar on grits.
And he's a beautiful black woman. I hate her.
Yeah, I think we have a enough.
For real, definitely.
Right. Right. Hey, real life stuff. Pineapple on pizza is life, by the way. Just want to say that.
Fine. I had some 2 days ago.
There you go.
Me too.
That's the reason why I keep coming back, thinking, because you just keep redeeming yourself.
How?
Oh, you do
But you
pineapple?
like pineapple pizza?
Love it.
Okay. Okay, come on over.
Yeah. You eat banana peppers on it?
I can. It's not my
I
preference, but I
do.
can.
Yeah.
It gives it that nice extra what is it? Not salty, but not what is it, edamame?
It's like
umami.
quasi sweet.
That's it right there, Mac.
Umami. Yeah, yeah. Edamame is soybeans.
The beans, yeah.
And you eat beans on your pizza?
No.
Oh.
No, she was trying. She was trying to find the word umami, and she said edamame.
Oh, I was gonna say, damn.
Y'all eat boiled peanuts on y'all pizza too?
No.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's a
will.
Southern delicacy. Tell them, Selena.
No. Boiled peanuts are amazing, but not on pizza.
It's a South Carolina specialty. Tell them, Selena.
Don't, not that part of
What?
South
What?
Carolina.
Like, what
I
does
am not
boiled
from that
peanuts
part of
taste
South
like?
Carolina.
Oh, they're
They are
so good.
delicious.
They are so
Delicious.
It
good.
just tastes like beans.
Yes.
They taste
No.
like salted peanuts,
They,
but like moist.
Mushy,
yeah. Yeah.
mushy
You
peanuts.
got to get the
Ew.
right ones.
They're good
Mm-mm.
though, I promise.
I mean, I'm
Because y'all
sure I
thinking
haven't
about
done them.
how
Haven't had
regular
them done
peanuts
right. I got them
taste.
from a gas station. So
I got some in the
I
house right now.
did the
It
gas
just
station
don't
look
sound
disgusting?
right.
Mid, mid level.
See, yeah, you only gonna get mid
Mm-mm.
results.
Yeah, you gotta
You
go
got to go to the
full
gas station that got
disgusting.
a couple of uninvited guests in the back.
Right. You got to get that one with the lights flickering.
With almost all the vinyl tiles.
Yes.
On the ceiling and the floor.
Well, no, we had to run either through the ceiling, so.
Fizzle top, fizzle up, fizzle top. I don't think they gonna connect. Come on, y'all. We
Me and
got
Pressure are currently eating peanuts right now.
like I like peanuts. I can't do boiled peanuts. It just don't sound right to me. It don't sound like they should be boiled.
I
I
eat
promise you,
the
it adds
Cajun
another
ones.
layer.
Mm-hmm.
Dynamic.
I don't know about that one. Is there one more before Rhea goes live? We starting to fizzle down.
Right. Y'all be talking trash in the comments and don't want to come up.
See that? It was so good. They used to drink the brine. They used to drink the juice that the peanuts came in.
What?
As I'm telling you, it's good. It's like
Where
boiling a
they do that?
kid in
Like
its mother's milk.
where they do that? Like a CIA black site?
Mm.
And see now I'm over here trying to figure out the joke.
Oh, it just sounds like torture.
Oh, okay.
Drinking peanut juice.
Yeah, that sounds disgusting.
It's actually a little bit more layered.
I don't understand the layers. Like you just say it's a little bit more layer, and then you don't
Mm.
say the layers.
Yeah, I'm choosing not to.
So that's just your way. Like I'm just saying, uh.
No, I'm just saying like you could go deeper with that one because there's CIA operatives that are employed to keep black folk down. So
Yeah, that's not where I was going. I was
yeah,
thinking
yeah.
Also,
more.
also over there eating Hebrew boiled peanuts. Like you sound like a you sound like a Hebrew Israelite. I'm sorry, y'all.
Uh,
I'm not trying to eat in y'all's ear.
rheumatoid authorizing sister.
Good morning, everybody.
Rheumatoid
Good morning,
arthritis,
Zena.
sister.
Hey, Tina. I don't know why, Thinker, you be trying to figure out what this nigga be saying. Like,
You talking about
I
Mac?
don't know.
I don't know why. I just laugh and keep it moving. You just gotta laugh. Just like, just to make him feel good for a second or two. And then, and then you just keep moving on. I don't know. It's been an interesting day today so far. How's everybody's day?
Doing good.
I was
Okay.
doing pretty fine until recent events.
Like 33 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Zena?
Well, yeah, because I
This is
used to have
wild.
confidence up until 33 seconds ago.
Wow.
I mean, Zena just flat out came up and said, just laughed. She said the same thing Rhea said, and I said your jokes are corny sometimes.
Cause they
Like, why
are.
would that? Why would that make your confidence go away?
Because she just said it and then that's it. It was no like nice way of putting it. It was no like couple of sentences. It was just like, oh yeah, fuck him.
Like,
I mean,
let me
yeah.
tell you how I placate these morons.
That's honestly like it's the more that you said it, not me. But I
The implication was heavy.
no, and it's just a hee hee, and everybody, and eventually, sometimes you may find a real laugh inside of that. So it's just,
Like I said earlier, as long as I'm not at 0%, I'm cool.
um,
I have to keep the conversation going. I'm eating and I'm not trying to eat in y'all ear.
What you eating? What you get?
She just said she didn't want to talk, and you gonna make her what the?
Oatmeal.
I moved on from the oatmeal.
Is this
Now I
how
got a
you feel
waffle,
like you
some
get
eggs,
brownie
and some
points?
turkey sausage.
What the
Oh, that
thinker?
sounds good.
What's it?
Thinker.
I heard turkey something.
I moved on from the oatmeal. Now I'm
Mm.
eating a waffle, some eggs, and some turkey sausage.
Oh.
Ooh,
Mm.
you know what that sound like it would be good with.
No.
Not ketchup and honey. Oh, so
Yeah,
I was
honey.
gonna say
interesting.
syrup
Okay.
and ketchup.
Oh my god.
Tomatoes are a great fruit, guys. Get into it.
You need to come up with like a, they do like the peanut butter and jelly in the same jar.
Mm.
Do that with ketchup and syrup.
Mm.
Why would you give him such a diabolical idea?
I want to see him be great.
Thank you. Thank you.
To the topic though. I, this week with like, it's like no matter how much you want to escape, I don't know. I feel like Jesus as a character is starting to morph into so many different things on this app, and I never knew Jesus could have so many different type of personalities. Like, you got the Jesus who wants to beat people upside the head, but then you got the Jesus who is all loving in their eyes. And yesterday we were reading like scripture with somebody, and they literally on Javarius Live, I think, and they were like, "No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. No, that's not the word." But it was the word. Like, I don't. Doing that back and forth is just always very unsettling for me, and I always wonder, like, is this Jesus's influence on humanity? Like, is this what we're at, right? And it hurts my heart, honestly. I don't know.
Oh, definitely. Were you in here tonight when we had the conversation with the guy who kept saying the whole taskmaster thing? Like, he didn't like oh my god, it was like sometimes something can be so fucking stupid that you can't even explain
Sexual.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we were discussing whether the Israelites were slaves in Egypt, and I brought up the fact that they were Masim, right? And that if they were slaves in Egypt, then they were also slaves in
Yeah.
Judah.
Yeah.
And he was stuck on the word taskmasters in the King James Bible. It was like that means that they were slaves, and the word oppress and blah blah blah. And I'm like, the Hebrew word is masim. And he was like, I understand you saying that the Hebrew word is masim, but that word there says taskmaster. Like, he couldn't. I had to literally say which one was created first, which one was written first, the Hebrew or the King James, like, and walk to him, like walk him through that the King James is the translation, and that King James the translators chose the word taskmasters to translate masim, which means corvée labor. Or I said I don't know why they chose the word taskmasters, but it couldn't click. Like, I don't even. It's so fucking stupid, y'all. Y'all would have to watch the YouTube video. I don't even know how to explain how
No, I
idiotic
get
that
what you're
conversation
saying.
was.
I get that, but that feel like, okay, thinker, that feeling, right? It's like a feeling of hopelessness. It's like a feeling of I'm drowning and I can't save this person because they literally won't grab the fucking raft. Like, the raft is right here, right? Like, we don't have to be stupid and pretend that this is not a lifeline for you, right? Like, it's here for you, but you won't take it because I don't know who it's coming from or what you have been taught. Like, it's so hurtful sometimes, and not hurtful and like I'm about to boo-hoo cry, but that sensation of, holy shit, this is where we are in life, this is the state of the world, and they don't want to get better. That's to me, that is
Yeah,
the
the
impact of
scary
this
part.
Christ. Yeah, the unwillingness, Fee says it in a much more eloquent way, but the unwillingness to change your perceptions of what you already knew, and then develop, a different thought process, a different pattern, right? Like, you can do it. you're not too old to learn something. You know, you're not too old to receive new information and go forward and grow with that. But it's very, it makes sense how people operate in this world when we have these conversations with believers, not just Christians, but believers, like also said, in this Abrahamic religion. And it's like a defense mechanism, if you will, but at the detriment of all of society. And is your feelings worth my survival, is what I have to ask sometimes. You know, your belief in this God. And the answer is always fuck you. Like, with the prayer from them.
And
Yeah.
and Zena, I think the issue is that it's sometimes I think in these conversations, the first question we need to ask the believer is, do you care that what you believe is true? Because if the answer to that is no, then there's nowhere to go. But I'm hoping that these prompts and these topics that we have in our backgrounds and will prompt thoughts for a person to say, well, wait a minute, like I hold a belief and I hold it very strongly. Where did it come from? And that's why I posted, I sent Thinker this little PDF thing that I made, kind of like a critical thinking checklist, and Christina put it in her Discord as well. But it starts with, have I questioned my starting assumptions? Like, before identifying any claim or assessing any claim, you have to identify the beliefs that you bring to the table with you. And what I'm finding in these conversations is that believers, one, don't even realize that they haven't critically thought through these beliefs, and two, they don't want to. So every piece of evidence that we bring, for example, Thinker was talking about the Hebrew word. Anybody who knows anything about translation or interpretation, you have to go back to the source. And there is one, if one word can be used to translate the source word, or I'm sorry, multiple words can be used to translate the source word, and those multiple words can carry a multitude of meanings and have various connotations, then what are we actually saying? It makes sense to go back to the original source message and see, okay, what was this intending to say in the context, in the time? But I don't think that they care about that, because what they've attached themselves to is almost a self-made bastardization of a religion that they never understood to begin with. And that's why these conversations feel like a hamster wheel sometimes.
I agree with
Yeah.
you, Steve. Oh, go ahead, Thinker.
No, I was gonna say I agree. Like when I brought up the fact that Masem in Exodus means taskmasters, but in First Kings 5 it means levy. In Second Kings it means tribute. Like how this one word in Hebrew means the same thing, but in the King James translation it means different shit. Like, and he, that did not matter to him, that the translators had translated this one Hebrew word three different ways to describe labor, right? Like to hide a specific type of labor in the text. And then that makes me wonder, like, what was the purpose? Like, what were they hiding?
Yeah, like that's where our minds go to, right? But where does their mind go to, right? Like, is it confirmation, or do they fall to, well, the white man is trying to deceive us, but King James was the real black king? Like, there's so many avenues that you have to be prepared for when you present them information, and they come up with fantasy as a rebuttal, or conspiracies as, and I love my conspiracies, trust me, but sometimes things are just, in reality, this book is very tangible.
You
We
cutting
can
out.
read about the 6 different personalities of Jesus, and we see how each personality influenced different people in that area, and even in the Bible. And it's do you guys not want to question that, or why do you feel affronted when somebody challenges you about these things, about these ideals? And why does it always come to threatening us with certain things instead of confronting the deity that you worship? It's so frustrating to me, but
Your phone
that
going in and
feeling
out,
that you
Zena.
talk about, I hate. Oh, y'all, I'm in the country, child, but y'all get what I'm saying. I was just saying that that feeling that you talked about, I don't know what to call that, but I identify with it.
I don't think there is a name. Like I feel like that's my like all I feel is intention, and I know that what I'm feeling when I get frustrated with it, it's there's intention behind it. That's all I know. Like I don't even know what to call it. I'm not sure.
Right, because I don't believe some of them, I don't believe they're rage baiting, right? Like, I
Yeah, I
do
think it's a
believe
mixed
some of
bag.
them.
They're filled up with anxiety. That's why I
Yeah.
told that last guy, go wipe your ass. You don't shit it on yourself from reading that. And you're up here acting from pure anxiety, right? Like pure fear. You're black. You shouldn't be talking bad about this God. This is our God. Our ancestors, slave, 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 slave. Like a
See,
lot
with
of
him
it
though,
comes from that.
I got the opposite. Just because of like seeing who he is and his profile and stuff, I feel like
Mm-mm.
he was just trying to elicit a
Uh-uh.
response.
No, that whole you are black people, black women.
Hmm.
That's this God is our God. Like he
Yeah.
was
No.
operating from anxiety.
Okay. I don't seem calculated to me, but
No, yeah,
I could see it either way.
he planned on being
Yeah.
disrespectful.
Yeah.
Like
It was both.
the disrespect is from the place of how dare you, you know,
Hmm.
as a black person, right? As black women, how dare you try to convince people, black people on top of that, not to believe in this God. Our answer, like he said,
Yeah, it was
this
very much
God
like
got our
beyond
ancestors
mathematics.
to. Yeah, but not now he wasn't on beyond mathematics. His was more from like fear. Beyond mathematics is from um arrogance.
Mm.
This
Yeah.
person, yeah, this person is from like um uh rude um he wanted to offend from his fear.
Hmm.
Does that make
Hmm.
sense? Like
Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
was more defense than anything with that guy.
Yeah, I
That's how I
think.
was like the threatening, the threat part, right? Like the what the fuck are y'all doing? Da, da, da. Like he didn't say fuck, but like that's kind of like what he's saying, right? Like
And the
why can't
shaming.
y'all fall in line? Yeah, he's trying to shame us. Why can't you fall in
Yeah.
line? Da, 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 da. But not realizing, like you said, Thinker earlier, you want us to fall in line behind a genocidal maniac, right? Like that is, and they don't think about what they're asking us to dedicate our souls and our lives to, because they've never asked themselves. And if the soul is real, right? Like if real, why would I, Pascal's wager, right? Like the evidence isn't there. I don't have enough.
I saw one of them name themselves Pascal Wager.
Oh my God.
Like what?
Just name it Born
A
Loser.
thinking man.
Just
That's so
name
goofy.
yourself Born Loser.
We live in a world.
Petty, I see you. I'll bring you up in just a second. I only bring up one person at a time. 1 second.
I'll drop her
And,
petty.
are you sure? No,
Yeah. I
go
was
ahead
gonna
and
hang
finish.
out until I was gonna hang out till Rhea came. When Rhea went live.
Okay. Well, I think she like when she comes up, she's gonna have to talk about the topic, like the Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to many. I think she wants to add to the conversation, but I have to stick to the rules. So
Of course.
so that's why I was getting ready to. I wasn't saying like for you to drop down. You know what I'm saying? Because you are a co-host. You know what I'm
I
saying?
got you. I got you.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So, um, I am going to bring her up. There's somebody in the guest box, but I was saying that I'm going to bring her up in just a second because we only do one person at a time. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
The person never mind. The person that was in the guest box is gone. Huh? Both of y'all are gone now. Uh, hold on, I can't hear you.
Yeah, Zena, you cutting out. She wasn't saying to withdraw your request. She was just
Yeah,
saying she'll put you up here in a minute.
yeah. There was another person in the guest box before you, so I was trying to get to them, but they're gone now. Both of y'all are gone. But if you want to put your request back in, Petty, you can. Also, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, we have 15 minutes. If there is one person that want to have a conversation before we go, a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist.
Y'all, I be in the boonies sometimes.
Where are you on your way to?
I'm going back home, but I had to go out and get some meat this morning from the butcher, and they out there a little bit.
Still be going
And
to his lives?
so on my way, huh?
You still
What you say, huh?
you still be going to his lives?
Butcher.
Going
I
to
don't know what
whose
you said
live?
that last
The
part.
Butcher.
butcher live.
Oh, fuck him. I'm sorry.
Who is Butcher?
God
Who
damn
is
it. I'm
that?
sorry.
Oh,
his
A
profile.
he's
terrible.
an atheist's worst nightmare.
Yeah, his profile picture is a black dude in whiteface.
Yeah.
A
Like he
black
thinks
dude
he's
at
so much
white
of
face?
himself.
Mm.
Yes. Literally, yes.
Yeah, his whole thing is like he doesn't call himself a Christian. He when he first came around, he was a Christian, but then his arguments were so dog shit that he eventually left it. But he refuses. Like he just has such a hard on for atheists that
Like deconstructing me?
Yes.
yeah, yeah. But like he for all intents and purposes is an atheist, but he's in denial, like extreme denial about it.
He loves us thinker. Like
Yeah, oh yeah,
What?
yeah.
he and not like he loves interacting with us, but he'll piss us off because he'll say something and he'll go away for like a week or two, but then he'll come back in the live.
Mm.
I've never seen him. His name is Butcher?
The but
Yeah,
yeah, the
You
butcher.
probably got
I've
him
never
blocked.
seen.
I'm not gonna hold you.
yeah, you probably do.
Oh,
I
I
am.
feel
okay.
like you have seen him, but like it was like a blip. But yeah,
Yeah, y'all be talking to motherfuckers. I block I be like when they be on y'all's panels, and I'll click on their profile, and I'll be like, okay, yeah, that motherfucker
well
Oh,
blocked.
he
I
just
blocked him years
recently
ago.
got
He
blocked
just be
from
on Christina.
Christina's.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he just be on Christina live,
Oh,
You
and he used to
know,
come around G Spot
Awaken.
live too.
I didn't
who?
know who Awaken was. Like I did not know that that was that person. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
next time drop him. Block. I know you tired of me saying this,
But
but
he said my
oh
name
yeah.
3 fucking times while he was on your panel. I'm like, he's still doing this shit?
Yeah.
That's so creepy. I wasn't even paying it. I was like drowning him out honestly when he started getting creepy with me. I was like, but that I don't like that. Like I move as a unit. Like I'm like, oh, okay, I
Yeah,
don't
but
need that.
I don't think it's fair for me to bring
Of course,
my,
yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
like if you want to talk to him, like I'm not gonna side eye you unless he tried to kill me or some shit or threaten to
But
kill
that
me.
was weird, thinker. He literally tried to infiltrate. He a little different. He tried to
Yeah,
infiltrate. Yeah.
that's why I commented, watch out for that motherfucker, right? Like don't trust his
Mm-hmm.
ass in the mod chat. Like that's why I gave you
mm.
a little bit more detail in the mod chat,
Yeah.
so that you can make your own decision, right? But
Yeah.
when he was on the panel, he's like and thinker and
What do
thinker.
you say? He
I was like,
studies
oh
you,
my
right?
gosh, huh?
And he say he studies you.
Yes. Like, what the
Oh,
fuck do
Weird
you
behavior.
mean by that shit, huh?
that's so
Uh,
creepy.
weird.
The day that he was on my brother's stage, like he kept saying thinker like your sister and thinker like I follow thinker. My brother was like, hey bruh, like how many times are you gonna say my sister's name? My brother had to like stop him. I think he said it like maybe a good 8 times, and like my brother was over it. He was like, how many times are you gonna say my sister's name? He's like are you a creep? Like, I don't know.
A lot of creepy niggas in the industry, aka TikTok. I don't like it.
Yeah, I think like he used to come on Bash's live a lot too.
Yep.
Yeah, him not going live. I think has really unsettled the men. They used to go to Bash's Live to receive like the closest thing that they'll ever accept to
To a
therapy. And now that he doesn't give
I
them,
thought you was going to say to a father. My bad.
I mean, low key both,
too.
but
Fatherless
very
ass
much
Christians.
therapy. They're not able to get up there and get a strong word from a spiritual leader in their mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now they're all unhinged as fuck.
But Bash has patience too. Like he has the patience to deal with their bullshit. There's only a few motherfuckers on this app that can make Bash start screaming.
Mm-hmm.
Like
JK is one of them.
He
JK
does.
had him
Super
screaming.
Sport.
Ugh.
JK had Bash
Yes.
screaming.
Yeah, because
JK
JK came
showed
up
his
there just.
entire ass.
Mhm.
Yeah, JK showed his entire ass on Christina's live.
Oh wow.
Was that
Like
Christina?
I heard him going off on
Was.
Christina. I didn't see Bash. I heard him going
He
off on
lost his
Christina.
mind. Like it wasn't even coherent. It was just show me 500K, show me
A million.
show me 5 million, show me 5 million. Like what?
I think that was Bash's calmest moments, though. I don't think that was a Bash crash out. Yeah, Bash
Oh
is.
no, I didn't mean Bash, Zena. I was talking about JK showing his ass.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, yeah.
I still don't know how he didn't catch like a banana like last week when he was with like the 18-year-old kid
Oh, on my live, yeah.
talking about his
Who?
grandma.
Who?
Yes. The Bash is going back and forth with this like 18-year-old little kid on my live. And the kid just kept saying all kinds of dumb stuff and like talking about people relatives and stuff. And Bash would just come back talking about the most, I mean,
Depraved.
just nasty stuff with his dead grandma.
And it hit. And
I'll find the clip and post it.
that kid was he was on the verge of tears. Like you could hear, like he was so
Now that
stung.
shit was
He was so
funny. He
stung
said,
by
"I'm a
that.
fucking granddaddy."
But
I said, "Oh my god."
he and Bash was he's like, man, we don't have to do this. It doesn't have to be this. We could just have a conversation. He said, no, let's go. He just fucking ate him up, and it was
Oh,
just
he
like
disrespected Bash.
Bash said, I
he
keep your
came up to like,
grandma tongue
disrespecting
in a
the
jar
live.
and I pull it out when I want to use it.
Wait, he said what now?
He said, I keep your grandma tongue in a jar and I pull it out when I want to use it.
Thinker, when I say diabolical, I'm never like y'all thought. Like I'm never arguing with Bash ever in my life. Like I'm never.
It was absolutely brutal,
And
but
called
well
for it.
earned because like I mean, Bash came up like after he was already being a shit. Like I was on there, it was Oso's panel, and he was just being a shit. And Bash came up to like try to have a conversation. It was just went even further south after that.
Wow. Comedian Mike, are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Atheist.
Okay. Did you come up to talk about the topic?
Say it again.
Did you come up to talk about the topic?
I just had a question to ask.
I actually don't allow questions unless you are a nerd. Why y'all need to become nerds? Like with all these questions
So
y'all
weird.
have, like it can just further conversations, right? Like just subscribe.
It's
I
the
mean, I
little
think it
gold
goes
button in the
with the
bottom
topic
left
a little.
screen.
Huh?
I said I think it goes with the topic a little bit.
Okay, if you could work it into the topic.
Okay, my question is, um, like I'm of the belief that Christianity was beaten to our ancestors when they came here. But when you talk to black Christians, they say, "Oh, that's wrong. Christianity was around way before slavery in Africa, and they used Christianity wrong during slavery." And then I heard that there's an Ethiopian Bible. They say there's an Ethiopian Bible that has like way more books in it besides the 66 books that are in the Bible. So if that's your argument to defend the white man's religion, then why do you still only use these 66 books here? Why don't you use the Ethiopian Bible?
So I don't know that that's a question that we can answer. Like that sounds like a question you should be answering those that actually do, right? Still use the Bible for their beliefs. Like we wouldn't be able to answer that question for them.
Can you finish up? Can you finish up?
Also, are you talking to us?
Sorry.
Pretty sure it's talking to pressure.
Oh, um, yeah. While I do agree that that's a good question, I don't think that's a question that we can answer, right? Because
Okay.
yeah, like that. It sounds like that should be a question that should be asked to those that are saying that the Ethiopian Bible is the oldest Bible and that still believe in this God. But I think it's a good comeback question for them.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we're 6 minutes away from Ria's live. Marianne went and got some profile picture with a troll account talking about I'm back now. You can see I'm 40.
Well, that was like an hour ago. Why'd it take her so long to create that?
Like
Because she
who the
had to
Who
go
fuck?
picture you
also make another
stole?
email address.
Right, like who picture you stole?
Man, that don't make no sense. But did y'all see in the comments where Edon said ableism? He said ableism isn't real. No further questions. Ableism isn't real. No further questions. And then Judah said, "Here, here. These are
What?
Jesus. Yeah, these are Jesus's kids."
This is what I'm saying.
Oh, he said atheism. I could have sworn it said ableism.
I'm about to say, even
My
that's too
bad.
dumb to say out loud. Like, that's just crazy.
I was well, it would come out of Edon's mouth, something like that. It would come out of Edon's mouth. But my bad.
About to get somebody triple
Yeah.
canceled.
Wait, you said atheism isn't real?
Wait a minute. He said, yeah, that's what I was about. I needed some clarity on that. What does he mean by that?
It said atheism is false. No further questions.
Oh, okay. Well, how is atheism false?
I mean, I was about to say my question still stands. How is that?
It made more sense when he was trying to say ableism wasn't real because I thought he was trying to, like
there's no such thing.
yeah, like because the God
And can
is ableist in this fucking book, but it says atheism is false. That don't make no
he
fucking
also
sense.
he also said atheists cannot read, but he typed it in a chat where we have to read to be able to understand what he's saying. Can you get on the same
Insane.
page with us?
Well,
Insane.
okay. Full disclosure, I had someone read that to me.
Is that your permanent person twin?
Yeah.
They just help you with these type of tasks.
I just
I don't
point and they say
understand
the
that.
words.
I mean, I don't know that they realize like
This
you're
dumb motherfucker said
unless
you
you are a
literally.
polytheist. Oh, I'm sorry. Then go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Fee.
I was just gonna say, unless I don't know. Do you not realize that unless you believe in all the gods that have ever been proposed, you're an atheist as well? You're an atheist with respects to every god you don't accept as true. So does that make you unreal also?
Oh, that dumb motherfucker don't give a damn. Look what he just said. He said, means atheists can't read so good. You literally was saying atheism is ableism. No, the fuck I didn't. I thought the word there said ableism because I read it as it was going across the screen. Dumb fuck.
Hey, y'all don't know what it's like to
But
have a live of hundreds
obviously,
of people,
I'm
but the
gonna
comments be flying.
tell you how real or how effective atheism is. It has Edon listening to atheists speak for 12 hours, 4 nights a week. That's how real atheism is to Edon. is taking your sleep. That's how real atheism Damn, I went. Is to Edon. Is taking your sleep. That's how. I didn't even mean to do that. But yeah, that's how real it is, Edon. It's 11 hours. Most of the time, unless Rhea goes live.
And those are the same people who talking shit about you? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. He's
They
fact checking you on the duration.
Right.
Exactly.
You're long enough to know.
They sit
That's
in here
crazy.
and
Like,
they listen to my voice. Like they can't help themselves.
It was only 10 hours and 36
That's why they
minutes
probably can't
last
go to sleep
Wednesday.
without
Huh?
it.
What you say?
Hey, can you
He said
count?
it was
You
only
are
10 hours and
crazy.
36 minutes last Wednesday.
I know what my schedule is, motherfucker. You know my schedule better than you know Jesus. With your scary ass, like y'all are scary as fuck. Then why the fuck are you typing for atheists to read? If atheists can't read, why the fuck are you typing to us, motherfucker? Is Rhea alive yet?
you know what I think sometimes they think atheism isn't valid because I don't think they don't
Not
realize
yet.
that
Sorry.
disbelief is a. Oh, I'm sorry, twin.
No, that was me. But she's not yet.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't think they realize that disbelief is a valid cognitive position. That to think about a claim or to think about an idea and then say to yourself, "No, that doesn't make sense." They don't realize that as a valid cognitive position that you're using mental processes and systems to come up with what makes sense to you. I don't think that they conceptualize that because they've just accepted Christianity since it was handed to them and they don't critically think through it. So when we say something like this or when we present our understandings and our positions, they say, oh well, this can't be real. Well, just because you can't do it doesn't mean it can't be real. Those two things are not synonymous, because coming in here saying that atheism isn't real, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Neither does coming in here typing. It's sad to see that cyberbullying has become a thing because you don't like the fact that we're addressing Edon. Like who? Like y'all don't say anything about what the hell they say to us. Y'all will sit here all night and watch these Christians say the most egregious shit to us and won't whine, won't say shit. But you become a whiner the moment that a believer becomes the target. No, you haven't said shit. You haven't said shit until we started talking back to Edon. Y'all, Rhea is live. I appreciate y'all for chilling with us tonight. We'll be back tonight at 11 p.m. Thank y'all so much for all the likes, the shares, and the comments and the gifts. Thank you to the YouTube fam. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all like and share the YouTube live. If you are not subscribing on the YouTube, make sure that you do that so you can watch the replays. If you want to come up during the show, if you have questions or comments or things that you want to share, just subscribe, y'all, so that I don't have to keep feeling uncomfortable and saying I can't bring you up because, like, just don't put me in that position. Just subscribe. It's $2.99 a month. All right. Love y'all so much. I'll see y'all tonight. And I'll see y'all in
Love you.
Rhea's live.
Bye.
Love
Bye.
Love y'all.
Love y'all.
See you over
Bye.
there.
Oh, and
Bye.
twin, I'm about to text you. I've been meaning to send you a message for a few days now.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks.
bye.